On the day Shin Shuang left her home, a heavy snowfall blanketed Haicheng. 3 days prior, her stepbrother, Fang Junjie, seized the opportunity to barge into her room while she was taking a shower. "Sister, you smell delightful, let me have a whiff." Though still young, he was portly, resembling a plump pig, with his facial features squished together and small, greedy eyes glimmering with desire. Perhaps emboldened by the absence of others in the house, he blocked the bathroom door with his corpulent frame. "Get out! How dare you?" Shin Shuang exclaimed, bewildered by how he had acquired a key, attempting to deter him with a fierce tone. She tightened her grip on the bath towel, yet several areas remained exposed. Her elegant swan-like neck, the exquisite contours of her collarbone, and below, her calves pale as jade. "Still looking?" Fang Junjie ignored her words, instead closing the bathroom door behind him. He advanced towards her step by step. The bathroom was small, and soon Shin Shuang found herself with no escape. Her back pressed against the cool gray tiles, the chills seeping into her skin like falling into an ice cavern. "Xiao Jie, please step outside. If Dad and Mom see you like this when they return, they'll surely be furious." As he drew closer, she noticed the crimson glint in his eyes. A sense of foreboding crept in. "Sister, you smell so good, and since you're going to marry someone eventually, why not let me indulge a little now?" Suddenly, he reached out, gripping her slender wrist tightly. Slap! In her panic, Shin Shuang raised her hand and struck him across the face. Like stirring a hornet's nest, the previously jovial boy's expression turned menacing in an instant. "You hit me? How dare you strike me? I'm your brother, everything about you belongs to me. What's wrong with me wanting to smell it?" He often heard his mother say that her dowry and everything else would be left for him. His pudgy hand tightened its grip, as if he had found a means of release. His nostrils flared, revealing a look of intoxication. His gaze growing increasingly avaricious as it lingered on her fair skin. "Is it pleasant?" Shin Shuang suddenly smiled coolly. "Would you like to experience something even more fragrant?" Seizing the moment when his expression softened, she swiftly broke free from his grasp and smashed a shampoo bottle against his head. "Ugh!" Fang Junjie let out a pig-like wail. Taking advantage of his moment of weakness, she struck him several more times before escaping the bathroom. "You vile woman!" Once he regained his senses, Fang Junjie mimicked her, grabbing a bottle of body wash and hurling it at her. It struck her back, prompting a muffled grunt as she fled, not daring to linger, and burst through the bathroom door. She collided with a middle-aged couple. The man, with graying temples and clad in a thick down jacket, bore the marks of time on his weathered face. Yet it was evident that he must have been quite handsome in his youth. The woman, with slightly protruding jawbones, was fashionably dressed, exuding an air of opulence. "Shuang, why are you running out without any clothes?" Her stepmother, Chun Yuan, regarded her with a sidelong glance, laced with sarcasm. "You look just like a seductive vixen. Who are you trying to entice?" Before Shin Shuang could offer an explanation, the floor trembled slightly as an enraged Fang Junjie emerged from the room. "You filthy woman! You shameless harlot!" Upon hearing his voice, Shin Shuang quickly sought refuge behind her father. "Mom, while you were away, my sister, she hit me. Look, my head is all bruised." He burrowed into Chun Yuan's embrace, his voice pitiable and aggrieved. "Mom, you must stand up for me. It's one thing for her to bully me and ignore me, but today, while you were gone, she really hurt me." The notion of her precious son being wronged sent Chun Yuan into a fury. Upon seeing the bump on his head, she rushed forward, intent on yanking Shin Shuang's towel away. Without discernment, she began to berate her. "Why don't you just die? He's your brother. How could you strike him on the head? What if you hit him too hard and he ends up brain damaged? Can you compensate for that?" Chun Yuan was filled with maternal anguish. She had never even allowed a finger to be laid upon him, fearing he would break like glass. Yet here was Shin Shuang, not only striking him, but leaving a bruise. "Why don't you ask your son what he did? He barged into my bathroom. Am I not entitled to discipline him? Are you the only one who matters? He is your brother. He couldn't possibly harbor any ill intentions." In her eyes, Fang Junjie was still a child, and even the gravest mistakes could be excused. "Mom, it was sister who asked me to fetch her underwear. I merely remarked on how fragrant she smelled, and she struck me with that huge shampoo bottle." With someone backing him, Fang Junjie began to twist the truth. Father Shun Huai stood in the middle, his expression dark as thunder. He knew precisely what sort of person Fang Junjie was. Well, it seems you've become increasingly uncontrollable. Shenhuai-san, you need to say something. How do we resolve this matter today? I believe Junja hasn't done anything too grievous. We're all family. Why not just let it go? It was his own daughter's suffering, yet he felt powerless to voice his pain. His fatherly figure offered Shen Ningxuang no semblance of security. She understood that her father had it hard, navigating the complexities of a blended family, which is why she had always been obedient and responsible, striving to be the best. Yet human nature is such that endless forbearance and appeasement do not yield the respect one deserves. Instead, it invites further transgressions, leading to escalating demands. Let it go. Chen Yuanyuan scoffed. With her in this house, how can Junjie feel safe? Initially, I hesitated to consider marrying her off to that Jiang family's boy. They had set out that day to discuss the matter with the Jiang family. Of course, it was all Chen Yuanyuan's scheme. That patch-faced, old, and crippled fool. Yes, yes, sister is marrying an old man. Shen Ningxuang shook her head violently, pleading with her father marrying him would ruin her life forever. Dad, please no. This isn't up to you in this household. I am in charge. Besides, a woman must marry eventually. The Jiang family is wealthy. You could enjoy a lifetime of luxury and riches. Perhaps you should even thank me. Chen Yuanyuan lifted her chin defiantly, casting a threatening glance at Shun Huai-san. Don't you agree? Dad, you must speak up. It's one thing to indulge her. This concerns your daughter's lifelong happiness. Can you really bear to let this happen? Shun Huai-san bowed his head in anguish. The veins on the back of his calloused hands bulged as he clenched them tightly, only to release them in despair. With his head lowered, he remained silent, as if resigned to his fate. You little vixen, I will ensure you marry the oldest and ugliest man. Accept your fate. You will meet him at the Jiang family tomorrow and collect the certificate the day after. Wrapped in her bath towel, Shen Ningxuang exuded a blend of allure and innocence, her delicate face tinged with helplessness. Dad, how can you demean your daughter like this for the sake of your own family? Doesn't your conscience ache? Chen Yuanyuan retorted sarcastically. Your father's conscience was devoured by dogs 10 years ago and buried underground. Chen Yuanyuan, why bring this up in front of the children? Unbeknownst to her, Shen Huai-san had clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with rage as he glared fiercely at Chen Yuanyuan. He resembled a beast poised to pounce, striking fear into anyone who dared to meet his gaze. Why speak so loudly? Are you not allowed to be reminded of your own misdeeds? Don't forget who spent so much money and used so many connections to clean up your mess. Do you believe yourself to be superior? A butcher with blood on his hands has no right to discuss dignity with me? An instinct told her that her father was concealing significant truths from her, and it just so happened that her stepmother had leverage over him. Upon this realization, Shen Ningxuang felt a sense of relief. It turned out that for all these years, her father had been advising her to be the elder sister, to tolerate her brother, to help around the house more, to be obedient and understanding. There was a reason behind it. Ironically, she had always desired to integrate into this family, to earn Shen Yuanyuan's approval, to receive a semblance of affection from her brother, to experience the warmth and happiness typical of other families. Having come to terms with all this, Shen Ningxuang no longer held any illusions. All she wished now was to escape this home as quickly as possible. 2 days prior, her stepmother, Chen Yuanyuan, had made countless phone calls. She hurled a plethora of harsh words, threatening that if Shen Ningxuang dared to flee from her marriage, she would not spare either her or her father. One day ago, Chen Yuanyuan, having obtained some intelligence, located her temporary rental. It just so happened that she was out at the time, disposing of garbage, and had hidden around the corner, waiting all night, until 10 o'clock that night, when Chen Yuanyuan finally left with her entourage. On that snowy day, while she had ventured out to throw away the trash, the chill had not yet set in. However, as night fell, the wind that cut through her collar felt like icy blades, piercing to the bone. She crouched helplessly on the ground, hugging her arms tightly against herself, still shivering in the cold, her fingertips numb and devoid of sensation. It was not until 11 o'clock that she dared to return home. She did not dare to turn on the lights or cook, instead retreating into bed to chat with her best friend, Han Xiaoman. Xiaoman, I have an idea. Remember that distant cousin I mentioned? He's in the building materials business, does well for himself, and is quite handsome. You should consider it. Ningxuang, I've seen plenty of money. What about his character? Xiaoman, he's honest and reliable, but that's just my opinion. Let's meet up tomorrow and discuss it face to face. Ning Shuang. They'll be out early, let's meet at 8. Putting down her phone, she found her humble rental room desolate and quiet, occasionally interrupted by the distant sound of firecrackers. Even the slightest noise could jolt her from her shallow slumber. The next day, thinking about the upcoming blind date, she began to prepare herself. It was not only a responsibility to herself, but also a sign of respect towards the other party. In the circular makeup mirror, a delicate face with a fair complexion and a hint of rosy charm is reflected. Long, curled eyelashes frame her strikingly distinct eyes that exude a touch of spirited confidence. She has deliberately chosen a long black down coat for the occasion. As she steps out, the brim of her hat is pulled low. At 7:30, Shen Ningxuang arrives at the arranged meeting place, a Hong Kong-style tea restaurant. Standing at the entrance, she dials Han Xiaoman's number. Her close friend is already married, having welcomed 2 children in 3 years. Her husband is considerate and honest, albeit somewhat of a mama's boy. Ningxuang, I'm so sorry, but little Bao has come down with a cold, and I must take her to the hospital right away. I want to be able to accompany you to the blind date. My distant cousin is called Xinshin. Who's Xinshin? What Xinshin? Just then, a commotion erupts at the entrance. Have you heard? Someone spotted the son of the richest man at this tea restaurant. A group of elegantly dressed, fashion-forward socialites rushes into the restaurant. Xiaoman, with Xinshin. Gu Xinshin, perhaps, a busy signal blares through the phone. With no other option, Shen Ningxuang steps into the restaurant. She scans the surroundings. The dining hall is filled with patrons enjoying their morning tea, most accompanied by female companions. Except for a table by the window, where a rather handsome man sits alone, occasionally glancing at his watch as if waiting for someone. Shen Ningxuang straightens her attire and strides over, taking a seat opposite him. Hello, you must be Miss Shen Ningxuang, who Xinshin assesses her from head to toe with a scrutinizing gaze. Not bad at all, albeit a bit thin. Your face is passable, just barely adequate. Shen Ningxuang suppresses her discomfort. Being appraised like merchandise is hardly the definition of honesty. Mr.Gu, before you make judgments about me, I believe it is essential for us to reacquaint ourselves. With a dismissive wave of his hand and an arrogant demeanor, the man retorts, no need. I am 32 years old, perfectly suited for you. Were it not for my cousin, I wouldn't have canceled a meeting to join you for this blind date. Look at my sincerity. I even brought my household registration. We can head straight to the registry office to get married, have the wedding after the new year, and he'll offer you a bride price of 88,000. Everything else can be kept simple. Leaning back, Shen Ningxuang refrains from hastily retorting, her brows furrowing tighter. What's wrong? Are you unwilling to accept? Hu Xinshin chuckles lightly. I own a house and a car with 6-figure savings. Being chosen by me is your fortune. Marrying me is your only option. This is laughable. In this era, those who come out for blind dates truly are a peculiar bunch. Her friend likely does not know much about this distant cousin. She glances behind her and spots a tall, commanding man seated at a nearby table. His profile is striking. His features are exceptionally refined, with deep-set eyes that conceal a piercing gaze. Dressed in a well-tailored suit, he exudes an air of distinguished elegance. Shen Ningxuang chuckles lightly. Am I to believe that you are the only man I can marry? Are you the heir to a fortune, or a person of great power? Hu Xinshin's arrogance intensifies. You, a woman cast out by your family, expect me to take you in while you stand there being picky? Despite feeling as if her lungs might burst from indignation, she maintains a smile. Finding a 3-legged toad is difficult, but there are plenty of 2-legged men on the streets. She casually gestures towards a man behind her. Any man would be better than you, and handsomer too. Standing up, she approaches the man at the next table and asks, do you own a house? Gu Xingshin's gaze turns icy as he shakes his head. Do you have a car? None either. His eyes linger on her face for merely half a second before returning to the window. Shen Ningxuang did not expect this man to be so aloof. Let me guess, you also lack savings. This is the one. Hu Xinshin's demeanor grows increasingly haughty. Not everyone can rise from nothing. At his age, having a house, a car, and savings is a rarity. Given his circumstances, he has always looked down upon women of average means. In the next moment, his expression twists into one of utter disgust, as if he had just swallowed a fly. Shen Ningxuang lowers her head and boldly states, Sir, would you be interested in getting married? The man retracts his gaze from the window, now looking at Shen Ningxuang with curiosity. Women eager to approach him are numerous, creating various chance encounters is commonplace. Yet this is the first time someone has directly proposed a flash marriage. He can tell she is not one of those high society ladies. In fact, she likely does not even know his identity. Meeting his profound gaze, Shen Ningxuang surprisingly feels her cheeks flush. Just as she thinks her plea has failed, the man speaks. His voice is deep and rich, reminiscent of a cello strings. How can you be so certain that I can bring you happiness? Each choice is an adventure into the unknown. All I can do is minimize the risks, and marriage is no different. If it fails, I will accept it. Driven by her professional instinct, Shen Ningxuang does not view a flash marriage as an unacceptable notion. Her bright eyes shimmer with optimism. I believe in my judgment. The man re-examines the woman who has suddenly appeared before him. Dressed in a modest down coat paired with fitted jeans, she appears ordinary. Yet her confident smile radiates. And what about him? By now, Hu Xinchen has risen to his feet, his face darkened. In truth, he is quite satisfied with Shen Ningxuang. Having gone on nearly 10 blind dates this year, encountering a woman with both charm and beauty like Shen Ningxuang is unprecedented. He merely wishes to assert his dominance and be more forceful. To his surprise, Shen Ningxuang casually proposes to marry someone in his presence. Kid, do you understand the rules? She was supposed to go on a date with me first. Oh? The man stands as well, looking down at him with a cold, emotionless gaze. Does she need your permission to marry whoever she chooses? Hu Xinchen's bravado diminishes instantly for some reason. He feels an oppressive weight in the man's gaze, as though he were a person of great stature. Well, that doesn't matter. She has already agreed to marry me. She is my wife. What do you intend to do to my wife? As Gu Xingchen steps forward, Hu Xingchen retreats. Shen Ningxuang, he has no house, no car. Are you really willing to marry him? To suffer alongside him? That would still be better than you. So, what if you have money? What's so great about having six-figure savings? Fine, you really are something. Just wait and see. Hu Xingchen snatches his briefcase from the table and storms out. Thank you for your help just now. Without you, he would have surely entangled me. The man resumes his seat on the sofa, displaying effortless elegance as he gestures for her to sit. Shall we share a meal? Let's get acquainted. I am Gu Xingchen, a local from Haicheng, running a nearly bankrupt construction materials company. No house, no car, no savings. Aside from being handsome, his circumstances place him at the bottom of the blind date hierarchy. He wonders if she will still be willing to marry him under such conditions. Perhaps she will get up and leave, or even chastise him for having nothing while aspiring to marry. The next moment, Shen Ningxuang's response astonishes him. We're in the same boat, trust me. I want a man much in terms of a bride price. After all, compatibility is an unknown. Gu Xingchen furrows his brow. Slightly, is her true intention in this flash marriage to find a scapegoat? Or is it to escape some unspoken entanglement? So, are you genuinely willing to go register for marriage with me? As he speaks, his gaze remains firmly on her face, reflecting remarkable composure. Unlike other men, he does not judge solely by appearances. Absolutely. Shen Ningxuang is not superficial, yet he is undeniably handsome, especially those eyes, resembling a starry sea, deep and filled with twinkling starlight, capable of drawing one's soul in. Chapter 3. The Flash Marriage with a Dominant Husband. As Shen Ningxiang lowered her head to eat, the man swiped his screen and made a call. Jiang Hao, please bring me the household registration book. I'm at Tang Gong Tea Restaurant. Without waiting for a response, he abruptly ended the call. An hour later, at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, the snow had yet to melt, and she stood out conspicuously in her black down jacket amidst the silvery landscape. Noticing that the man had not followed, she turned to him and asked, Mr. Gu, have you changed your mind? It's all right. Anyone would feel the same. It is indeed a bit absurd to obtain a marriage certificate after just one meeting. Such understanding? After replying to Gu Jianghao's message, her steps faltered slightly, realizing she had already reached the steps of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Just let my family know. Shall we go in? Upon exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, Shen Ningxiang realized that at her height of 1.68 meters, she had to look up to see the man beside her. How tall are you? 1.85 meters, no wonder. With such excellent genes, any children we have will surely inherit your height and charm. Unbeknownst to Shen Ningxiang, she had misspoken, as the man suddenly turned cold. After walking a few steps, he turned back and said earnestly, I agreed to marry you, but I will not engage with a woman lacking an emotional foundation. So that's how it is, Shan Ningxiang retorted defiantly, glancing at him. Mr. Gu, please do not mistake me for a promiscuous woman. Now that we are married, it is only natural to discuss having children. In truth, Shan Ningxiang had yet to experience her first kiss, but she would never forget the man who had left her with scars. That's best. I have no intentions in that regard for now. Even if we were to have a child, there must be a process. Jiu Xingchen glanced at his wristwatch and stated flatly, I have matters to attend to at the company. I'll be leaving now. We can discuss anything further on WeChat. He hurriedly hailed a taxi and departed. His tall and handsome figure felt infinitely distant to her. She hadn't finished her sentence. Initially, she had considered moving in with him to avoid further troubles with her stepmother. Chun Yuan. The temporary rental she had previously occupied was no longer a viable option, as it was only a matter of time before Qin Yuan tracked her down. The chaotic and slushy roads mirrored her current predicament. Just then, her tangled thoughts were interrupted by a frantic phone call. Ningxiang, how are things going with my cousin? Han Xiaoman asked while tending to her child. Is everything going smoothly? Shen Ningxiang countered. What did your cousin say to you? Nothing, which is why I asked you. To be honest, your cousin's conditions are too good for me to aspire to. Xiaoman, I'm married now. I locked eyes with a stranger at the neighboring table. Upon hearing the emotional undertone in Shen Ningxiang's voice, Han Xiaoman immediately sensed something was amiss with her cousin. I'm sorry. It must be my cousin's fault. But are you sure about marrying just anyone? Is that really okay? After several exchanges, Han Xiaoman felt quite embarrassed. You've already obtained a marriage certificate. You can't backtrack now. However, Shen Ningxiang had no intention of retracting her decision. Once she made up her mind, she never liked to waver. Xiaoman, dating also requires time to cultivate feelings. Why did I rush into obtaining the certificate? On the other end, Han Xiaoman was busy caring for her child, who was receiving in 4 drip. Xiaoman, you know me. I never regret my decisions. Han Xiaoman laughed in disbelief. What should I say about you, my dear lady? This good friend, typically a bit scatterbrained, had made such a hasty decision regarding a lifelong commitment. Xiaoman, I apologize. How is your child? He has the flu with a recurring fever. We had to come to the hospital for N4 again today. Having a child was indeed like this. Her friend Han Xiaoman was entirely consumed with family matters. Shen Ningxiang only mentioned it casually, as she did not wish to have children so soon. Yet, her flash-married husband had grown cold, as if he believed she was merely after his physical attributes. Now that they were married, it was inevitable that they would fulfill their marital duties. What was he resisting? After work that evening, she emerged from Eastern Europe Securities, scanned her phone to unlock a shared bicycle, and rode home. As she approached her rental unit, she heard her landlord's voice from afar. I'm telling you, madam, I truly do not have the person you are looking for. If you need someone, go to the police station instead of causing a scene here. It's freezing outside. Aren't you cold? Following this, a sharp female voice pierced through the air. Who are you calling madam? That little wretch must be hiding with you. I demand to see her today. Indeed, that voice belonged to her stepmother, Chun Yuan, who was unhinged and had been lurking around her rental unit. The ensuing chaotic shouting terrified Shen Ningxiang, prompting her to turn back immediately. The sky was overcast, and Haiqing had not seen sunlight in ages. Unable to wait for clearer days, Shen Ningxiang opened her contacts and scrolled through. Her friend's family was cramped into a small 60-square-meter apartment and could not accommodate her. Lost in thought, her frozen fingers landed on the note labeled Mr. Gu. Xingchen Building, the headquarters of Gu Group, was located in the heart of Haiqing, boasting an independent building in the prime CBD area, a testament to the robust economic strength of the Gu family. Moreover, Xingchen Building was the tallest in Haiqing, symbolizing the unparalleled social status and esteemed position of the Gu family. On the top floor, Gu Xingchen had just returned to his office after a meeting, with Gu Jianghao following closely behind. He could hardly believe that his usually aloof older brother had hastily married a woman he had only met once. Brother, you aren't marrying someone just to appease family pressures, are you? The high society of Haiqing had long spread rumors about the Gu family's patriarch, who was exceptionally talented in every aspect, with the only flaw being his disinterest in women. Some even speculated he might be gay. Do I appear to be that frivolous? Gu Jianghao instinctively shook his head at his brother's discerning gaze. I am unmarried, and she is unwed. What is wrong with getting married? But Gu Jianghao hesitated. You are the head of the Gu family? Especially when it comes to marriage, which involves numerous considerations. It's not like ordinary people who can simply divorce if things don't work out. The man shot him a cold glance. With me, there is no divorce. Only widowhood. That's not what I meant. Jiyu Jianghao looked at his brother's icy demeanor, unsure of how to proceed. If that young lady found out he had married, after all those years of waiting in silence, she would undoubtedly be devastated. There are two matters I need you to handle, Gu Xingchen stated succinctly. First, acquire a nearly bankrupt construction materials company as swiftly as possible. The Gu Group was involved in numerous business sectors, including internet finance, real estate, hospitality, and jewelry, among others. Since Gu Xingchen took over the group 3 years ago, its market value had soared more than 16-fold, propelling him onto the Forbes list of billionaires. Yet, the public rarely glimpsed the true face of the wealthy heir. Brother, we already have over a dozen reputable construction materials companies under our umbrella. Why would you want to bankrupt one? He was puzzled. What do you need that for? Chapter 4. Her past when I married. I told your sister-in-law that I was a bankrupt construction materials company owner. Jiyu Jianghao quickly realized the implication. So, this was a test for his future sister-in-law. He felt a twinge of concern. Given the disparity in their social standing and lifestyles, could such a marriage truly be harmonious? The elite ladies of Haiqing would do anything to marry into the wealthy Gu family, aspiring to be the envy of all as the wife of a tycoon. I hope nothing goes awry. Brother, I believe that love requires honesty and transparency. While you are still unfamiliar with her, it would be wise to clarify things with that woman, so she is mentally prepared. In the future, I do not wish to hear you refer to Miss Shun as that woman again. Gu Xingchen shot him a cold look. Second, you will oversee the group during this period. Do not disturb me unless it is of utmost importance. The tall man turned from the floor-to-ceiling windows. And I want all the information on Miss Shun after dinner. Understood. Jiyu Jianghao was also curious about what kind of extraordinary woman could thaw his brother's icy demeanor. She must be quite special. Just as he placed his phone on the desk, it rang, Miss Shun calling. The man pondered briefly before answering, Mr. Gu, may I stay at your place for the night? Her melodious voice carried a hint of desperation, causing the man to furrow his brow slightly. Rest assured, I will look for a place tomorrow. I truly have nowhere else to go. On the other end, Shan Ningxiang clutched the shared bicycle, her hair tousled by the cold wind. Appearing fragile, just as disappointment washed over her, the man's deep, rich voice came through, come over. I will send you the address. After hanging up, Gu Xingchen turned to his brother. Find me a community. It doesn't need to be extravagant. After all, he was currently posing as a near-bankrupt small business owner, and bringing her to a villa seemed inappropriate. Yu Jianghao replied without hesitation, you have so many properties under your name. Any of them would suffice. For instance, Yuhuan community is nestled between mountains and water, with a pleasant view, perfect for a marital residence. I'll head over first and have someone bring the keys and access card. Yuhuan community was constructed by a company under the Gu Group and boasted excellent facilities. Though its only drawback was perhaps being too luxurious, he wondered if Miss Shun would be suspicious. As the driver Xiao Kai dropped him off at the community entrance, the man stood waiting beside the security booth. Around 6:30 p.m., Shun Ningxiang hurriedly rode up on her shared bicycle. Upon seeing the man standing beneath the street lamp waiting for her, an inexplicable warmth enveloped her heart. She could hardly recall the last time she had felt such a comforting anticipation. Mr. Gu, you need only tell me the door number. There's no need for you to wait here for me, Gu Xingchen thought to herself. I don't even know which apartment I should reside in. Here, she was, on one hand, waiting for someone to deliver the keys, and on the other, genuinely awaiting his arrival. Shan Ningxiang's delicate face was flushed from the cold, her petite, exquisite nose glistening with frost. Come home with me, she urged. As they walked through the upscale neighborhood, Shan Ningxiang, clad in a simple outfit, appeared somewhat out of place. Apartment 901 was a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room layout, exquisitely renovated and ready for immediate occupancy. Jiyu Xingchen's brows slightly furrowed. It seemed yet another explanation was in order. Sure enough, Shan Ningxiang glanced around and inquired, is this your home? Observing the lavish decor, she remarked, it must have cost quite a bit. It's a friend's apartment. I'm renting it at a friendly price, 1,000 a month. He replied, 1,000? So expensive. That amounts to 12,000 a year. No, you misheard. It's 1,000 per quarter. 4,000 a year. The man, who typically refrained from explaining himself, found himself unusually reiterating this to Shan Ningxiang. Such a splendid residence for only 4,000 a year? It's a friendly rate. My friend is on a business trip abroad and won't be back for a while. Leaving the place vacant, he casually activated the central heating, which warmed the living room in no time. In tandem. Shan Ningxiong's smile radiated warmth. Suddenly, an untimely sound interrupted the atmosphere, prompting the man to look up and smile faintly. Haven't had dinner yet? Perfect, I'm hungry too. Let us order takeout. This was the first genuine smile he had offered her since they met, and she felt the warmth behind it, even beginning to think that marrying him hastily might not be so bad after all. Takeout isn't very hygienic. Do you have any ingredients at home? I can whip up a few dishes. Shan Ningxiong felt that staying in someone else's home warranted some form of contribution. He wanted to assure her that the takeout would indeed be hygienic. After all, the Gu family employed a dedicated team of chefs. But it was too late. Shan Ningxiong had already opened the kitchen fridge, exclaiming, "Do you live here alone? With so much food, it will spoil if you don't finish it." The double-door fridge was stocked with an assortment of meats and vegetables, neatly arranged. Jiu Xingchen sighed in relief. His younger brother had done well. Shan Ningxiong removed her down jacket, revealing a fitted sweater that accentuated her slender figure, full in all the right places. The man stole a glance before averting his gaze. He was usually quick to slip into work mode, but perhaps the sudden presence of a woman disrupted his focus. While handling company emails, he found himself glancing towards the kitchen, where she busily prepared a meal. He was unaccustomed to this uncontrollable emotion. As the president of the Gu Corporation, he functioned like an unyielding machine, working tirelessly, refusing to allow himself such trivial distractions. At that moment, a call came through from Gu Jianghao. Noticing Shan Ningxiong was still occupied, he stepped onto the balcony to answer. "Brother, I've looked into your flash marriage wife." "Get to the point," Gu Xingchen replied. Jiu Jianghao's tone was grave. Miss Shun lived with her grandmother in the countryside until she was 10, when her father brought her back to the city. However, there is no trace of her biological mother. Her father remarried, and she was not welcomed in her new family, often enduring abuse from her stepmother and bullying from her younger brother. At this point, the caller seemed hesitant, as those born with a silver spoon could hardly fathom such hardships. Continue. Jiu Xingchen's expression shifted slightly. "Brother, during her university years, she had a boyfriend and worked at a securities firm in Eastern Europe after graduation. However, 3 years ago, she abruptly resigned, and insiders suggest that Jiu Xingchen's voice remained devoid of emotion. They say she is a fraud? That she embezzled investors' funds? Forgive me for saying, but a woman like that would never be approved by our parents to enter the Gu family. You, as the head of the Gu family, should understand the implications of marrying her. Once her identity is revealed, Shan Ningxiong would become the matriarch of the Gu family. Such a reputation, should it be manipulated by ill-intentioned individuals, could greatly impact the Gu Corporation. I only believe in what I see with my own eyes." Chapter 5. The wedding night, each to their own sleep indeed. Gu Jianghao's concerns were not without merit. "Brother, where there is smoke, there is fire. You must make your own decision. Whether this marriage continues, I can keep it from the family for now, but eventually, Chairman Gu will find out. For now, your sister-in-law is preparing dinner." However, Gu's second son had never called her sister-in-law. I haven't finished. Her stepmother. Click, the call ended. Shan Ningxiong emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming bowl of chicken soup, her ears flushed from the heat. Looking quite adorable, noticing the man gazing at her intently, she lowered her head. "You sit. I'll serve the rice. I'll do it myself." This wasn't the Gu household, and there were no servants to attend to them. He had married her, not acquired a maid. Yet she had already dished up a bowl of fragrant rice, steam wafting around her delicate face. Her gentle smile might have captivated him, had he not just learned of her troubling past. A flicker of concern crossed his eyes. "Try it. See if the dishes suit your taste." No matter how exquisite the dish, Gu always had his share. But when he tasted the braised cod, he coughed lightly. Such a high-end ingredient was meant to be pan-seared, yet she had braised it and added chili. Wait, where did the chili come from? Shan Ningxiong hastily ladled a bowl of chicken soup and placed it before him. "Mr. Gu, you don't eat spicy food?" People from Haicheng rarely consumed spicy dishes, but having grown up in the countryside, Shan Ningxiong had considered chili sauce a delicacy. "Then I'll try to avoid using chili in my cooking from now on." "I apologize." "You needn't apologize. Two strangers living together will naturally require some time to adjust." He didn't hold it against her? Shan Ningxiong sighed in relief. Her hasty husband was a bit cold, yet quite reasonable. Perhaps hunger had driven her to eat quickly. "Do you usually eat so ungracefully?" The words almost slipped from Gu Xingchen's lips, but he refrained. The man dined with a slow elegance, while Shun Ningxiong, starved, paid no mind to savoring her meal. A habit from childhood dictated that eating slowly could lead to missing a meal entirely. Living with her grandmother, she had been considered a burden and was never allowed at the table. If she ate slowly, her food would be taken away and given to the dogs. Shun Ningxiong kept these memories to herself. Who didn't he have a few unflattering pasts? What good would sharing them do? It might even become a source of ridicule. After dinner, she glanced at the unfinished fish and chicken soup, covering them with plastic wrap. It would be a shame to waste this for tomorrow. Mr.Gu had never concerned himself with such mundane matters, nor would he expend energy on them, as his every minute generated profits for the corporation that could sustain an ordinary person's annual expenses. "What about your work?" Gu Xingchen ventured tentatively. "It's going well. I'm currently in partnership with a friend to run a beauty salon. Initially, it won't yield returns, but I won't ask you for money. You have your own burdens," she added. "If that company is truly on the verge of bankruptcy, you should decisively file for bankruptcy. Dragging it out will only waste resources." Gu Xingchen looked at her in surprise. The ability to make such a bold decision based solely on the whispers of impending bankruptcy earned her his respect. As the head of the Gu Corporation, he had navigated the tumultuous seas of business and understood that a company on the brink of collapse would require a miraculous turnaround to revive itself without external aid. Yet, she offered such precise advice. "Yes, I'll consider it. If you have nowhere else to go, feel free to stay here. Pick any vacant room." Shun Ningxiong, not one to be overly sentimental, nodded in agreement. Having invested all her money into the newly opened beauty salon, she couldn't afford to return to her temporary lodgings. If she didn't stay here, the only option would be to live in the salon. After clearing the table, the man informed her that the guest room was stocked with toiletries. "Would you be able to accompany me back home tomorrow afternoon after you finish work? I need to retrieve my belongings." She genuinely feared going alone. That lunatic Chen Yuanyuan roamed around with a group, always eager to drag her back, forcing her to marry that old, crippled man. The man said nothing, heading directly to his room and shutting the door. Separated by a wall, Shun Ningxiong slept soundly, while Gu Xingchen tossed and turned, unable to find rest until the early hours of the morning. His instincts told him that Shun Ningxiong was not the type to be swayed by money. This meant that there was certainly more to her departure from the Eastern European securities firm than met the eye. The next morning, Haiqing finally saw the sun, bright and warm, yet exceptionally cold. After days of snowfall, the melting snow brought a biting chill with the wind. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a glow on her face, subtly revealing the corners of her lips that had lifted slightly. She had risen early, preparing porridge, sautéing vegetables, and frying eggs. Gu Xingchen emerged from his washroom, dressed in a tailored suit. "Mr. Gu, you're awake. Come have breakfast." Though not lavish and lacking the nutritional standards set by a chef, the meal exuded warmth and homeliness. He had initially intended to eat at the office. In a wonder, some had remarked that those who had never married knew little of life. At the time, he had dismissed it as absurd, believing his solitary existence constituted a life of luxury. Upon seeing her radiant, smiling face, he realized that such a life might not be so bad after all. After breakfast, the driver, Shao Kai, sent a message. "Young master, the car is waiting for you downstairs." Gu Xingchen replied, "Drive the car a bit further away. I don't want my wife to see it." As they descended together, the shared bicycle from yesterday was still parked across the street at the entrance of the community. She hopped on the bike and waved at him, saying, "Mr. Gu, I'm heading to the shop now." The man, almost impulsively, remarked, "Be careful riding." Before he could finish, she vanished like a gust of wind on her bicycle. She turned and boarded a nearby black Rolls-Royce. Driver Shao Kai also noticed this. It was astonishing to see such a aloof man show concern for someone. This lady was indeed extraordinary. Gu Xingchen proceeded directly to the group. Upon arriving at the office, Shan Ningxuang's best friend, Han Xiaoman, cast her an ambiguous glance. "Who would have thought that your newlywed husband could be so romantic? Sending a massive bouquet right after marriage." At this hour in the morning, there weren't many clients coming in for beauty treatments, so they had time to chat while preparing. "Where did the flowers come from?" With his aloof demeanor, how could he possibly send me flowers? He refused to help me retrieve my luggage last night. Would he really send flowers? I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. Before long, An unfamiliar call came in, and Shun Ningxuang had a premonition. Ningxuang, long time no see. Shall we have lunch together? The voice was slow, yet as deeply affectionate as ever. Did you send the flowers? The other party responded with a soft please refrain from such trivial gestures in the future. I am already married, and my husband is rather stingy. He would get jealous if he saw. Chapter 6. Almost a collision on the other end of the line. There was a sudden silence, as if he had not anticipated this outcome. Ningxuang, we promised that once I returned, I would marry you. Shun Ningxuang suddenly laughed, her indifferent tone laced with distance. Pei Tianle, who do you think you are? Did you think I would only marry you? I have nothing to discuss. I'm hanging up now. Goodbye, or rather, never to meet again. After ending the call, Han Xiaoman approached her softly. I thought it was your new husband sending those flowers. Turns out it was him. 4 years ago, just before graduation, Pei Tianle vanished without a trace. During their 3rd year, they had both interned at a brokerage in Eastern Europe. Shen Ningxuang had sensed problems in their relationship back then. Unexpectedly, a year later, their feelings had not even warranted a farewell. Pei Tianle disappeared without a word. After 4 years, he suddenly reappeared to say he was back, wanting to start anew. Was that even possible? Some relationships, once missed, are lost forever. You can throw the flowers away. They are an eyesore. Han Xiaoman understood better than anyone how painful it had been for her. After much struggle, she had finally moved on, married, and begun a new life. Yet, at this moment, Pei Tianle reappeared. In the morning, there were hardly any clients, except for 2 regulars coming in for facials. Shun Ningxuang focused intently on her work, seemingly unaffected by previous events. 18 noon. She asked her best friend to accompany her to the temporary rental to retrieve her luggage. After locking the door, the 2 discussed leaving straight away with the luggage to avoid any entanglements with Chen Yuanyuan. How did you find this place? Turning around, she spotted a man dressed in a tailored Western suit. A black wool overcoat draped over him. Few could wear such a long coat with such finesse. Gu Xingchen was one of them. His tall stature and handsome visage exuded an air of nobility, giving him an aura that discouraged approach. Weren't you the one who asked me to accompany you to retrieve your luggage? He replied, somewhat evasively. I happened to finish work early. Shun Ningxuang responded softly. When she had asked him back then, he had not provided a clear answer. Let's go. I drove here. A black Mercedes was parked by the roadside. Wow, is this your newlywed husband? Han Xiaoman clung to her arm as they whispered to each other. He's incredibly handsome, even more so than those celebrities on TV. Gu Xingchen stood before them, allowing for a 360-degree appraisal. The visual impact was direct and overwhelming. With such a handsome husband, who would still care about an ex? As the 3 of them entered the car, a white BMW happened to drive by, where a man watched as Shun Ningxuang got into the Mercedes. No wonder she had been so cold. It turned out she had a new boyfriend. The car stopped outside the temporary rental, the surroundings eerily quiet. Aside from the landlord's family, the other tenants were merely ordinary folk, coming and going for work. At this hour, they were either at their jobs or working overtime. Shen Ningxuang got out of the car, cautiously surveying the area before daring to ascend the stairs. The old residential building lacked an elevator, so the 3 climbed to the 3rd floor. Only upon entering did Shun Ningxuang finally breathe a sigh of relief. It would be best to avoid any encounters. In the next moment, a sharp voice rang out. I thought you would never return. Shen Ningxuang trembled uncontrollably. She turned to leave, only to collide with a warm, solid embrace. Why don't you run away? Let's see where you think you can go today. Chen Yuanyuan had brought 3 burly men, clearly having waited for this moment. With a single command, one of the men moved in. Just as he was about to seize her arm, Gu Xingchen swiftly grasped her slender waist, lifting her protectively behind him. His cold gaze glinted with danger. What do you want? As the head of the Gu family, he had undergone extensive education, including martial arts training. To obtain more resources, one must exert tenfold the effort. The burly man, marked with acne, momentarily hesitated. He quickly regained composure and barked, step aside. I advise you not to meddle, or you'll be dealt with too. The other 2 burly men began to encircle them, forming a triangle. Only then did Chen Yuanyuan realize that he had brought reinforcements, which explained his audacity in returning. She strode forward with an air of dominance, scrutinizing Gu Xingchen before smirking. Young man. Not bad looking, but still a bit lacking compared to my son. However, she lifted her chin, a mocking smile gracing her lips. If you end up disfigured, don't blame me, Gu Xingqian smiled back, for it had been a long time since anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. The spoiled rich kids of Haiqing would avoid him. He was indeed a formidable figure, known for his ruthless and cold demeanor. You look decent too, like a sow's that learned to walk on its hind legs. You? Chen Yuanyuan nearly spat blood in fury. This is called being voluptuous. I'll ask you one last time. Will you move aside? Finally, Shun Ningxuang interjected. Even if you take me back, it would be futile. I am already married. Already married? Chen Yuanyuan's expression darkened instantly. You little wretch, who allowed you to marry? You will divorce immediately and return home to marry young Master Jiang. Watch your language. If you dare insult my wife again, don't blame me for being rude. Facing the man's icy glare, Chen Yuanyuan gasped. Who was he? Under his scrutiny, she felt an inexplicable fear. His presence was commanding and intimidating, reminiscent of a high-ranking figure. You say your wife? So you are the wild man my daughter found outside. Chen Yuanyuan quickly adopted a bargaining stance. Divorce is fine, but the Jiang family has promised 30,000 for the bride price, $1 million in building orders. And after the new year, they will commission our company for the old city renovation project. Can you meet these terms? Aunt Chen, how can you say such things? I am married to him, not selling my daughter. Besides, my father hasn't said a word. What right do you have to discuss the bride price? Gu Xingqian immediately understood the situation. So it was that lame man from the Jiang family, older than him by a decade. His physical defect had twisted his psyche. The Jiang family had spent considerable sums trying to find a match for him, but to no avail. Those gold diggers had either gone mad or fled. The information Gu Jianghao had gathered last night seemed merely the tip of the iceberg. Shen Ningxuang's predicament was far more difficult and tragic than mere snippets suggested. Just because I am your mother, does that mean a stepmother is not a mother? Either divorce and marry young Master Jiang, or have your man match the bride price. Forget about this sum. The head of the Gu family could afford far more for a bride. He could even hand over the entire old city renovation project to the Shen family. Shen Ningxuang's chest heaved with anger. In her eyes, she was merely a tool for Chen Yuanyuan to generate profit. Let me make this clear. I won't give a single cent for the bride price, and there is no way I will divorce. You can give up on that notion. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanyuan's expression completely darkened, indicating that there was nothing left to discuss. Chapter 7. She has a man to lean on. Her best friend Han Xiaoman tightly clasped her hand. Compared to her life, how fortunate was she? Despite her husband being a bit of a mama's boy and her mother-in-law being somewhat harsh, at least she could continue living. With 2 adorable little ones, she urged, let me handle them. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Beat them until they are scared. She refused to believe that any marriage was unbreakable. Shen Ningxuang's heart raced. The inevitable confrontation had finally arrived. Gu Xingqian acted without mercy. His punches landing squarely, he was the first to surge forward, delivering a powerful blow to the man who had spoken first. With a sickening crunch, the man's nose shattered. Yet, this only provoked their aggression. The 3 thugs Chen Yuanyuan had borrowed from the Jiang family were evidently seasoned fighters. Minutes later, the man had taken several hits, but 3 of them lay sprawled on the ground, howling in pain. Chen Yuanyuan finally turned fearful, her face pale as she gazed at the man approaching ever closer. She continuously retreated, tearing her smile apart in a plea for mercy. Son-in-law, we are family. It's all a misunderstanding. Slap! The man's long hand struck her face with ferocity. It's too late for pleas now. Go back and tell that lunatic from the Jiang family to come find me himself. Yes, yes, yes. Chen Yuanyuan's earlier bravado vanished, and she nodded repeatedly while covering her face. The dowry you mentioned doesn't matter. If my wife wants it, I'd give her everything I have. The man's domineering and cold voice warmed Shen Ningxuang's heart. Understanding that his circumstances were dire, with a building materials company on the brink of bankruptcy, his willingness to offer her all he possessed proved he was better than many men. She didn't care about wealth. At least she had married the right person. In the future, don't come looking for my wife. She doesn't wish to see you. Understood. Now, get lost. Gu Xingqian's eyes held no trace of emotion. The 4 of them fled in disgrace. As Chen Yuanyuan passed by Shen Ningxuang, she shot her a glance filled with complexity. She had grown clever, finding a wild man to back her after only a few days' absence. Even if she wished to let Shen Ningxuang off the hook, Jiang Shao would not spare her. Nor would he forgive the man who had humiliated him. Women targeted by that lunatic rarely escaped unscathed. Shan Ningxuang hurried forward. She had clearly seen the man take several blows. He must have been injured. The entanglement of her affairs with others filled her with guilt. Mr. Gu, how are you? Are you hurt anywhere? Should we go to the hospital? The man turned around, his sharp brows furrowing slightly, his voice softening. I'm fine. See, I'm perfectly all right. His smile, as if it touched on some pain, made Shan Ningxuang's heart flutter inexplicably. I am sorry for causing you trouble. I just didn't dare return alone to collect my luggage, thinking you could accompany me. I didn't expect my stepmother to be so unhinged. Calling over 3 thugs. They are not thugs. They are bodyguards hired by the Jiang family. Would just anyone be able to injure Mr. Gu? The Jiang family, founded on real estate, holds a modest reputation in Haicheng, yet their assets worth billions hardly qualify them for the upper echelons of society. Still, to ordinary people, they remain an entity not to be trifled with. Would inciting them lead to trouble? Shan Ningxuang's voice brimmed with concern. She candidly expressed her fears, admitting she had invited him to avoid potential danger. No, I have a friend who knows the young master of the Jiang family. I'll meet him tonight to clarify the situation. The man appeared utterly unconcerned. Han Xiaoman finally spoke up. Mr. Gu, I've heard that once that lunatic sets his sights on a woman, he seldom lets go. Unless Xiaoman, if you know anything, spill it all. We need to be prepared. Shan Ningxuang suddenly felt as if she had stirred a hornet's nest, with her stepmother Chen Yuan as the instigator. Without her meddling, Shan Ningxuang wouldn't have caught the lunatic's eye. She was acutely aware of how these men gazed at her. It's futile, unless we can enlist a powerful figure that the Jiang family fears to intervene. Otherwise, no matter where one flees, that lunatic will hire someone to drag them back and torment them until he tires of the game. What to do? Gu Xingchen spoke calmly. First, don't frighten yourself. My friend is a well-known figure in Haicheng. His presence should deter the Jiang family. Previously, Jiang Feng hadn't provoked him, and he didn't bother dealing with such scum. Now that he has taken an interest in Mrs. Gu, he won't hesitate to eliminate the trash. He glanced at his wife, whose complexion had drained of color. I'll accompany you tonight. This matter arose because of me, and you shouldn't bear it alone. Shan Ningxuang added. We are husband and wife. We must face this together. Han Xiaoman, caught off guard by their affection, quietly stepped away to help her packed my friend is rather aloof and dislikes having too many people around him. Just prepare a good meal at home and await my good news. And do drink less. As they left the rental apartment, the landlord, perhaps feeling guilty, refunded her the entire rent. The landlord, an ordinary person, had no choice but to obediently hand over the keys after being intimidated by 3 burly men. After retrieving her luggage, the trio headed to a nearby restaurant for a meal. This place was, after all, a slum beneath Haicheng's prosperity. The restaurant was hardly commendable. The noisy environment made the man slightly uncomfortable. After all, he was accustomed to upscale dining establishments with private rooms, serene dining environments, and pleasant atmospheres. Ningxuang, are there any dietary restrictions in your family? She inquired about Gu Xingchen's eating habits. Tall and handsome, with an admirable demeanor, he protected Shan Ningxuang, making her happy for her friend's good fortune. Consequently, she became much more courteous towards him. He doesn't eat spicy food. Gu Xingchen glanced at the menu with little appetite. The 2 friends ordered 3 dishes and a soup, mindful not to waste food. The man sat across from them, eating with refined grace, exuding an air of nobility. Is your husband truly just a small business owner? He seems like a young master. Shan Ningxuang placed a piece of braised pork rib in the man's bowl before quietly responding. Don't say such things. My husband is indeed quite handsome, but he has no rich air. He would never deceive me. The man took a bite of the rib and coughed lightly. Shan Ningxuang kindly offered him water. Eat slowly. After their meal, she dropped the 2 off at the beauty salon. On the way back, Gu Xingchen made a phone call. Notify everyone. Effective immediately, all cooperation with the Jiang family is terminated, and existing contracts are voided unilaterally. The Gu Group's status in Haicheng was unquestionable. How many companies thrived under its shadow? The Jiang family, with their billions in assets, dared to cast their gaze upon his wife. On the other end of the line, Gu Jianghao was puzzled but agreed without hesitation. When the Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of Xingchen Tower, the elder Jiang, leaning on a cane, approached unsteadily. Mr. Gu, has our Hengyu real estate offended you in some way? Please enlighten us. We will certainly make amends. Gu Xingchen shot him a cold glance, his stride unbroken as he ascended the stairs. Elder Jiang attempted to follow but was blocked by security, who coldly inquired, Director Jiang, do you have an appointment? Chapter 8. Offending a major figure. The security personnel employed at the Gu Group exuded confidence, even a hint of superiority. Gentlemen, I urgently need to see Mr. Gu. Anyone who comes to Xingchen Tower has urgent matters. Do you expect us to let everyone in? That would cause chaos. Soon, Elder Jiang and his entourage were unceremoniously ejected. The security even forbade them from lingering in the plaza outside the building. Yet, Elder Jiang did not dare to protest or show anger. He sat in the car, dejected, having begun severing ties and seeking connections as soon as he received the notice from the Gu Group at noon. That evening, in the president's office on the top floor of the tower, Gu Xingchen set aside his work after a busy day. Jiyu Zhanghao had already been waiting on the office sofa for several minutes. Brother, did you suddenly terminate all cooperation with the Jiang family because of Miss Xian? In truth, Gu Ershao was quite astute, yet he appeared somewhat overshadowed in the presence of his elder brother. Compared to the other second-generation rich families in Haicheng, he was far superior. Yes, have the Jiang family bring Jiang Feng to Junyue Hotel. Junyue Hotel, a 7-star establishment under the Gu Group, was the only hotel in Haicheng to achieve such a rating. Understood, brother, I want TB going. Ru Yin has a flight at 7. The two brothers were polar opposites in their romantic lives. The elder brother remained single until the age of 28, while the younger brother married 2 years ago to the renowned beauty Lu Ru Yin. Jewel of the Lu family, prominent in Haicheng's elite society. Jiyu Xingchen watched his brother's departing figure, lost in thought. He sensed that the ostensibly gentle and quiet sister-in-law concealed a restless heart. 2 years into their marriage, Lu Ru Yin had consistently found excuses to avoid having children, and this year, the matriarch of the Gu family had grown weary of her presence. Meanwhile, Director Jiang received word that a luxurious private room had been booked at Junyue Hotel. Lavishly arranged to the highest standards, with all key figures from the Jiang family in attendance, a sinister man, leaning on a tiger-headed cane, occasionally sniffed as he waited impatiently. Elder brother, I'll step out for a moment. I'll return when Gu arrives. Sit down. Under Jiang Dong's cold and piercing gaze, he drooped his head, lazily reclining in a genuine leather seat. Gu specifically requested Jiang Feng to be present. A self-made CEO of a company valued in the hundreds of millions could hardly be a fool. Soon, the sound of steady footsteps echoed from the entrance. The manager smiled as he opened the private room door, bowing slightly. Mr. Gu, please come in. The man strode in with long legs, walking coldly to the main seat. Following him was a well-dressed man exuding a formidable aura, clearly not someone to be trifled with. Yet he stood respectfully behind the man without taking a seat. Jiang Dong immediately rose and approached him, smiling ingratiatingly. Mr. Zhang, your presence is an honor. Please, have a drink with us. Mr. Zhang cast a detached glance at him, his tone aloof. No need. In front of the young master, I am merely a humble worker. Mr. Zhang was the head of the Gu Group South Real Estate Company, young yet already managing over a dozen major projects. Rumored to have been personally promoted by Mr. Gu, with a strong hand, he expanded the Gu Group's territory, earning a formidable reputation in Haicheng's South Real Estate sector. Jiang Dong had long suspected that the man taking the seat was indeed Mr. Gu. No wonder the aura is formidable and extraordinary. Merely sitting there casually evokes a sense of unattainability, even prompting one to look up in admiration. Is it the esteemed Jiang Dachuan of Dachuan Construction? As Chairman Jiang approaches the age of 70, it is apparent that he recognizes the intentional jibe aimed at him. Bending slightly, with a forced smile, he inquires, Young Master Gu, are you familiar with Dachuan Construction? I have not heard of it, comes the reply. A mere small company with assets in the hundreds of millions is as common as cattle in Haicheng. How could one possibly remember? However, the name of young Master Jiang is indeed thunderous. His voice, low and indifferent, even carries a hint of mockery. Which young lady has caught your eye recently? How much do you plan to spend to win her over? Chairman Jiang's face reveals a look of trepidation. Indeed, his younger son Jiang Feng has crossed paths with young Master Gu. A father knows his son best, and he is acutely aware of Jiang Feng's character, having reprimanded him severely before. Although Jiang Feng outwardly agrees, he soon returns to his reckless ways. Over the years, he has harmed countless virtuous women. While some willingly pursued wealth, Many others were coerced and lured away through unscrupulous means. Alas, this time, he is kicked against a 10-centimeter thick steel plate. His leg is broken. Young Master Gu, my son has offended you, and I assure you I will provide a satisfactory explanation. At the round dining table, Zhang Feng's cold, sinister gaze fixates on the exquisite dish before him. Suddenly, recalling something, he raises his eyes. Young Master Gu, you are a prominent figure in Haicheng. I alone shall bear the responsibility for my actions. If you have grievances, direct them at me and spare my family. Undermining my family's business is hardly the conduct of a gentleman, is it? Silence. Shut your mouth, you fool. Both Jiang Dachuan and his eldest son Jiang Lin reprimand simultaneously. How audacious to speak thus to young Master Gu. Jiang Dachuan barks, are you not going to come and apologize to young Master Gu? Jiang Feng takes a deep breath, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, his smile chilling. If young Master Gu wishes to exert his influence, he may do so directly. There is no need for pretense in summoning us here. If you expect an apology, at least enlighten me on how I have offended you. Jiang Lin, seated beside him, pales in fear. His younger brother has always been unruly, yet he did not expect him to speak so insolently in the presence of such a distinguished figure. He thought his brother was courting death. But he does not wish to drag the Jiang family down with him. He raises his hand and strikes Jiang Feng on the back of the neck, then seizes his collar and lifts him up. Striding before Gu Xingchen, he adopts a respectful demeanor. My brother has always been reckless and lacks discretion. I implore you, young Master Gu, to overlook his transgressions. Since he has offended you, our Jiang family will certainly provide you with a satisfactory resolution. As he speaks, he delivers a kick to Jiang Feng's inner thigh, causing him to collapse to the ground. Gu Xingchen raises an eyebrow, a knowing smirk gracing his lips as he places a photograph of Chen Yuanyuan before Jiang Feng. Do you recognize this person? Jiang Feng's composure finally falters. Earlier that day, 3 thugs returned battered but empty-handed, having failed to capture Shen Shuang. He had been preparing for his next scheme. Unaware he had unintentionally collided with young Master Gu's interests. He lifts his gaze, coldly regarding Jiang Dachuan. Your son is quite remarkable, colluding with another's stepmother to sell their daughter. What kind of scum is this? Tell me, how shall we address this? Jiang Dachuan breaks into a cold sweat. Does he not bear any responsibility for such reckless misdeeds? If it were not for Dachuan Construction's annual income in the tens of millions, what audacity would he have to pursue women? Divest your wealth and offer some compensation to those innocent women. The last shred of Jiang Dachuan's hope crumbles. Is this truly the method of the great demon? It leaves no room for survival. Jiang Feng suddenly gasps for breath, a struggle evident on his face. Dad, I refuse to believe the Gu family wield such absolute power. Ignorant, foolish. Jiang Dachuan's heart aches, yet he feels utterly powerless, having offended Haicheng's wealthiest. There is no other path to tread. Chapter 9. He turned red. Take your brother back and confine him to the second-floor room. Do not let him emerge to harm others. Jiang Lin's eyes flicker with resolve as he raises his hand to strike his brother's neck. Dad, the photograph young Master Gu just showed us must be of the matchmaker for my brother. How shall we proceed? Chen Yuanyuan of Fongyuan Construction. Very well, I shall remember her. After resolving matters concerning the Jiang family, on the way home, Gu Xingchen instructs Xiao Zheng to follow up on this issue. Upon returning to their modest abode, he finds Shen Shuang bustling in the kitchen and dining area, donning an apron. The man's expression softens. You're back so soon? Knowing that he had solicited a friend for assistance on her behalf, she had prepared a hangover soup in advance. A friend of mine is also in the construction industry and happens to have business dealings with the Jiang family. With his intervention, things went quite smoothly, thank you. Shen Shuang takes his overcoat as he removes it, hanging it in the master bedroom. As she exits, the man lifts the lid of a pot, and steam rushes out. Fortunately, he reacts quickly, replacing the lid. Shen Shuang teasingly remarks, You haven't tea cooked before, have you? What is so surprising about that? She senses something amiss. When he arrived yesterday, the refrigerator was filled with ingredients. If he cannot cook, why would he buy so much? A child from an ordinary family would have encountered cooking to some extent. Anyone with even a semblance of knowledge would not be so clumsy. Lifting a pot lid and getting burnt is quite ridiculous. Let me see. Did you burn your face? She stands before him, raising herself on her toes, a delightful fragrance wafting through the AI or Gu Xingchen, momentarily forgetting to evade. allows her slightly rough hands to brush against his cheek. Thankfully, such a handsome face would be a pity to mar. The man instinctively steps back, coldly stating, "Do not gaze at me with such infatuation. Is the food ready?" His reminder prompts Shan Ningxuang to turn and serve the dishes. Did your face just flush? During dinner, she recalls the warmth of her hand against his cheek and suddenly bursts into laughter. You've never been in close quarters with a girl before, have you? You overthink. Before you, I had 18 girlfriends. How boastful. You look like such an innocent pup, yet you claim 18. She shifts the topic. What about your parents? One is a university professor, the other a golf instructor. No wonder you turned out to be such a handsome and charismatic man. The man lowers his gaze to his meal. Mr. Gu, what are your future plans? Shan Ningxuang continues. Now that we are married, we will certainly need to buy a house. While this place is nice, it ultimately isn't our own home. Upon hearing this, Gu Xingchen pauses his eating. I will work hard to buy a house and a car. That sounds good. I'm not insisting on having these things, but I merely wish for a place to call our own. When we have children, I want to provide them with a better living environment. Shan Ningxuang adds, I grew up living under the roof of others, and I do not want my children to experience the same. In the face of her strong and optimistic smile, Gu Xingchen, for once, finds himself at a loss for words. Perhaps having a daughter resembling her mother wouldn't be so bad. Adorable and endearing. Suddenly inspired, a gentle smile graces his lips. Mr. Gu, I am also making an effort. Let us save up for a down payment first, and then we can purchase a slightly more affordable house. We can share the mortgage, which will ease your burden. Haicheng is a first-tier city, and even in the outskirts, housing prices are exorbitant. A single unit rarely falls below several million. He contemplates how to acquire a ready-made house without raising suspicion. In a few days, the old city renovation project will be open for bidding. A friend will take him along. If he can secure a share, he won't face bankruptcy, and once he earns money, he will entrust it all to her for safekeeping. As he speaks, Gu Xingchen takes another piece of beef. Stir-fried with bell peppers, it has a slight kick. He eats several pieces before realizing that a touch of spice in otherwise bland dishes can be rather delightful. Quite tasty. Are you not concerned I might squander the money? No, my judgment of character has always been quite accurate. You are not that kind of woman. Suddenly, Shan Ningxuang falls silent. I used to manage money for others. I had 3 billion on the books. But then, Mr. Gu, if you wish to hear, I am willing to share my past with you. As husband and wife, we should be open and honest with each other. The man finishes his meal and sets down his chopsticks. He is already aware of what she speaks of. Yet he did not expect her to trust him so completely. During her university internship at Eastern European Securities, she naturally remained there after graduation. Starting from the ground up as a researcher, I was fortunate. Within a year, I ascended to the position of assistant fund manager. She recounts her most difficult memories with calm detachment, as though discussing something trivial. Eventually, everyone knew me as a star manager at Eastern European Securities. All investors held me in high esteem. However, fortune can be fickle. The stock market plunged into a mire, and overnight I lost nearly 8 billion. Subsequently, I fell into self-doubt and lost nearly another 100 billion. She was forced to relinquish her managerial position, and rumors spread that she had liquidated 33 billion and fled. In reality, she hadn't even received 33,000. Behind this incident, there must be hidden truths. To the average person, the stock market fluctuates with the tides of the market. Yet as the head of the wealthiest Gu family, he understands that there are countless ways to manipulate the stock market and turn retail investors into mere fodder. Unfortunately, the unassuming Shan Ningxuang was thrust forward as a scapegoat for Eastern European Securities, not only tarnishing her reputation but also facing devastating losses. This affair even made headlines and drew criticism from the central government. Yet no one extended sympathy to that manager. In the beginning, she had assisted those investors in earning a substantial fortune, only to be met with short selling that ultimately cast her into the abyss. The endeavor to manage Eastern European Securities is no trivial matter. At least for Gu Xingchen, it seems unnecessary at this juncture. Such a thankless task, entangled with the stocks of a publicly listed company, is not one an astute businessman would undertake, as it would amount to a losing venture. Haven't you heard? She observed the man gazing at her with a look of utter bewilderment. 9 out of 10 Chinese individuals have dabbled in the stock market. Once exposed, they inevitably come to know the events of yesteryears. I have never engaged in stock trading. Shan Ningxiang concurred wholeheartedly. noting the minuscule odds of ordinary people profiting from the stock market. Moreover, human greed knows no bounds. Desires are perpetually insatiable, making avoidance the wisest choice. Well, I hadn't anticipated that besides being handsome, you are also quite principled. He wished to offer a few words of comfort. Yet the phrases remained lodged at the tip of his tongue. He could engage effortlessly with various partners and adeptly navigate challenges, but when it came to matters of the heart, he appeared intrinsically clumsy. Chapter 10. Assisting him with his personal laundry after dinner, Shen Ningxiang habitually packaged the leftover dishes and placed them in the refrigerator for preservation. There was no need to retain overnight leftovers, as refrigerating them fosters bacterial growth. From now on, I shall bear the cost of groceries at home. The man's brow slightly furrowed, as he was unaccustomed to such frugal habits. However, Shen Ningxiang held a differing perspective. Lifting her gaze with a smile, "Mr. Gu, we are now married, and we cannot indulge in extravagant wastefulness as we did before. We must economize and meticulously manage our lives to enhance our quality of living." Her reasoning was quite sound, yet that applied to ordinary households. She likely remained unaware that she had married a wealthy husband, one who would subject her to the hardships of leftover meals. Shen Ningxiang intended to remind him that the company was on the brink of bankruptcy, and such meticulousness was unwarranted. Considering the man's pride, she added, "Rest assured, as long as you strive for progress, nurture our home with tenderness and treat me well, that will suffice. I do not yearn for a life of opulence. If we can cultivate a beautiful existence together, I shall be content." The man realized he had unwittingly slipped back into old habits, nearly exposing himself, and now lowered his head to assist in clearing the table. "Leave it to me. You have had a long day. Go take a shower, indulge in some gaming, and rest a while." Shen Ningxiang thought to herself that the man, after a taxing day outside, still returned home to help with household chores. While she felt delighted, such a husband seemed to exist only in novels. In reality, such virtuous men were scarce. Jiu Xingchen, however, was not pretentious. His long, fair hands had never engaged in domestic chores before, and he retreated to wash up. After several minutes, he emerged in his sleepwear, while Shen Ningxiang commenced mopping the floor. Bending over, her face bore no trace of fatigue. The man's gaze softened. Since they were married, he decided to share the burden of household chores, volunteering to handle the physically demanding task of mopping. That sounds splendid. Shen Ningxiang felt as though she had struck gold. Many men, once married, would lounge on the sofa and begin gaming, relegating household duties to their wives, as if marrying a woman was merely to manage chores. Bear children, and cater to the family's needs. In this regard, Gu Xingchen performed admirably. "I don't believe I've ever seen you play games. Do you not engage in gaming at all?" "There are no gaming applications on my phone." Even while bending down to mop, the man's movements remained aesthetically pleasing, albeit somewhat cold. She entered the room to wash up. Upon her return, she found Gu Xingchen seated on the living room sofa, attending to documents. She turned and proceeded into the master bathroom, gathering his discarded clothing along with her own to place in the washing machine on the balcony. As for the intimate garments, she set them aside for hand washing. Outside the living room was the balcony. She emerged with the clothing, and he hardly took notice. It wasn't until she had washed his undergarments and hung them on the drying rack that he noticed the fluttering fabric. His expression suddenly turned icy. Gu Xingchen was not accustomed to others touching his personal belongings, especially items of such a private nature. Striding over with a serious countenance, he demanded, "Who permitted you to touch my clothes?" "I was simply washing my own, and since I was at it, I thought I might as well wash yours too. I have separated mine for individual washing," she pointed out, indicating her undergarments, which remained in another basin untouched. Realizing his demeanor had been somewhat harsh, his expression softened. "I have grown accustomed to managing my own laundry. Suddenly having someone assist me feels quite strange." At that moment, the clothing in the washing machine had just completed its cycle. Extracting a wrinkled suit, Shen Ningxiang felt a pang of guilt. "I apologize. I have spoiled your suit. Once I earn some money, I will buy you 2 new sets." These garments were evidently high-end bespoke suits, a realization that struck her only while hanging them up to dry. "Never mind, I shall simply take them to a professional dry cleaner in the future." Perhaps he was not yet ready for the realities of married life. The ever-diligent Gu, discovering that there was a woman managing the household, felt that it was rather pleasant. She would dine with him, assist with his laundry, and keep the home in meticulous order. Compared to those pampered heiresses who expected everything to be handed to them, she was far superior, Mr. Gu. As the man momentarily lost himself in thought, Shun Ningxiang, fearing he was upset, cautiously remarked, "I truly did not mean to cause trouble, silly girl. It's merely a suit. If it is ruined, we can simply buy another. Phew, it's a relief that you're not angry, so should I continue helping you with your laundry?" The man's response was off-topic. "Ningxiang, have you ever considered or dreamed of marrying a wealthy man? One with a private chef to prepare meals and servants to cater to your every need?" "I have never thought about it." Her expression revealed no hint of envy as she replied without hesitation. "Rather than daydreaming and placing my future in the hands of some elusive rich heir, I would prefer to work hard for my own success. Who says happiness requires immense wealth?" Such a response momentarily astonished the man. Countless women dream of marrying a good husband to alter their destiny, yet she reveled in the idea of striving for her own future. Even if it were somewhat arduous, it was still a sweet and beautiful endeavor. "I believe the foundation of happiness lies in being content. Human desires are insatiable, and indulging them without restraint is a perilous path." In the past, at Eastern European Securities, she indeed had the opportunity to liquidate substantial funds, an amount that could ensure a lifetime of comfort for an ordinary person. She had never harbored selfish intentions, but the world operates thus. Kindness is often taken advantage of, targeting the vulnerable. Noticing the man furrowing his brow in contemplation, Shun Ningxiang offered a gentle smile. "Even if I wish to marry a wealthy husband, it is no longer an option. We are already wed. Oh, you expect me to divorce you and seek out a rich heir? Not a chance." Gu Xingqian's brow furrowed tightly. "Those wealthy heirs appear refined and cultured, yet they are often filled with malice and would not genuinely commit to a life with you. Thus, I have no intention of divorcing. Although we possess little now, we can strive to create our own life together, which is far more precious, is it not?" Had she not endured the world's cruelty and scheming, having lived a life dependent on others, one could scarcely fathom the torment of such an existence. Yet, her smile radiated warmth, her delicate brows arching gracefully, reminiscent of the gentle sunlight in spring. She consistently donned strength and brightness as armor, concealing her vulnerability and helplessness. A hint of tenderness flickered in his eyes. Softly, he vowed, "I will work even harder to provide you with a happy life." "That is reassuring, Mr. Gu. It is getting late. You should rest early, as there is work tomorrow." As she passed by him, she lifted her gaze, her smile rich and inviting. "I believe you will be a gentle, devoted, and industrious man. I do not regret marrying you." The fragrant aroma intertwined with her sweet smile left the man momentarily entranced. He had never realized that a woman's smile could possess such enchanting allure. Good night. Chapter 11. Gu Ershao is a loudmouth under the night sky at Haicheng International Airport. Gu Jianghao held a bouquet of roses. The fragrance was as intense as the fervor in his gaze. At 10 p.m., a woman draped in luxurious fur, tall and elegant, with an exquisite appearance, emerged from the VIP passage, accompanied by several bodyguards. "Ru Yinyan, over here." Jiu Jianghao removed his sunglasses, approached her with the flowers in hand, and opened his arms, awaiting her embrace. "I am sincerely sorry, but there are too many matters concerning the group. I simply could not get away. I promise to accompany you next time." Ru Yinyan accepted the roses with a smile, though she remarked, "You always bring flowers. Can't you offer something more original?" Unfazed by the lack of an embrace, the man took the initiative to hug her. Lowering his head, he nestled into her shoulder, letting out a flood of longing. "I have prepared a candlelit dinner. Let us head home first. You truly lack consideration. Flying is exhausting enough." Jiu Jianghao effortlessly lifted her into his arms and strode toward the Bentley parked outside the airport. The vehicle began to roll towards the Riverside Villa, their home after marriage. Knowing Ru Yinyan would be returning tonight, Gu Jianghao had arranged a candlelight dinner well in advance. Rose petals adorned the red carpet leading into the villa, continuing up to the second-floor room. Upon arrival, he still carried her inside. "Welcome home, my wife." Jiu Jianghao snapped his fingers, prompting the servants to begin preparing dinner. "How annoying! Put me down already." Ru Yinyan possessed a face that could enchant anyone, her eyes sparkling with a mix of feigned anger and charm. Under her gaze, Gu Jianghao felt his breath quicken. The candlelight flickered as he gently twirled the stem of a goblet, his eyes filled with tenderness. "Ru Yinyan, Tonight I will make it up to you. I have prepared a little surprise as well. Seated across from him, the woman's crimson lips stained with wine appeared even more alluring, as if they were dripping with temptation. Her enchanting autumnal eyes seemed to hold an infinite array of starlight. What kind of surprise could possibly be in store? For someone of her stature, presenting jewelry was evidently insufficient. The man smiled mysteriously. Let us dine first. My darling must be quite famished, indeed. It had been over half a month since she had eaten well. Yu Jianghao's gaze grew more fervent, longing to envelop her in the warm embrace of their cozy bed at that very moment. Husband, you wouldn't have prepared that, would you? The man smirked. What a clever little enchantress you are. The freshly prepared steak lay neglected, no one caring whether it would go to waste. The ringing of a phone broke the silence, its sound emanating from the scattered garments strewn across the floor. Yu Jianghao attempted to answer, but a delicate, fair hand draped around his neck, her voice sultry. Don't answer the phone. The call automatically disconnected, only to ring again. Repeatedly. Gu Jianghao furrowed his brow, vexed by the interruption that threatened to ruin the mood. Be good. I must take this call. The persistence suggests it must be urgent. Lu Ruyan swayed her figure, rising to head toward the bathroom. You better pray it's something particularly important. On the other end, the chairman glanced at his phone and confirmed. Indeed, it was his younger son calling. You little rascal. Itching for trouble, are you? Do you think you can dictate when I can call you? Dad, it's not like that. I just had something very important come up. Jiu Minghui pondered briefly before deducing the truth. Is Ruyan back? Gu Jianghao cast a glance towards the bathroom, where a hazy beauty shimmered through the frosted glass, more enticing by the moment. Your grandmother asked me to inquire about what your elder brother has been up to. He hasn't returned home in days. Since marrying, Gu Jianghao had been living away, but his brother, Gu Xingchen, had always resided with the family. Recently, he had hastily married and moved out with Shan Ningxuang. He should be on a business trip. What do you mean should be? If he is on a business trip, would I not know? Gu Minghui's booming voice resounded again. Your grandmother misses him. She wants him to return home tomorrow night. Gu Jianghao thought to himself, if grandmother misses my brother, why call me? Just contact him directly. Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts. Something feels off. Are you hiding something from me? Gu Jianghao was not adept at deceit. Unlike his elder brother, who possessed a calm demeanor and could spin tales with a straight face, I promised my brother I wouldn't say anything. With his father's connections, the truth would be easily uncovered. It was better to be straightforward. Is it possible your brother has a woman on the side? Gu Jianghao shifted his gaze, skeptical of this sister-in-law, preferring their father handle the matter. I've told you. Can you guarantee you won't mention this to anyone else? You little rascal, my discretion is far more reliable than yours. My brother is married and has started a new family. What? Married? A cacophony of clattering sounds echoed from the other end. Things are scattered everywhere. Dad, can we not be so dramatic? Gu Minghui's face flushed with surprise. Let us talk business. Which young lady is it? I never imagined this rascal would tie the knot without a word. It is not like that. She is an ordinary person, and her family background isn't impressive. She was previously embroiled in the Eastern European securities turmoil, and Yu Jianghao recounted the entire story candidly. Truly, he was an open book, unable to conceal anything. In conclusion, Gu Jianghao urged, Dad, promise me you won't say anything. This matter is between us. I haven't even mentioned it to Ruyan. Rest assured. I am not one to blab. Despite Gu Jianghao's less than ideal revelations, Gu Minghui still trusted his eldest son's judgment. If she were truly a deceitful woman of ill repute, Gu Xingchen would never have married her. After hanging up, Lu Ruyan emerged in a silk nightgown. The man's gaze lingered on her as he drew her close. Wife, shall we continue with my little surprise? Go take a shower. I've lost interest. The Fushan villa, perched against the mountains, resembled a celestial palace. Grand and imposing, the entire estate belonged to the Gu family. After the call, Gu Minghui could hardly contain his excitement when he encountered Mrs. Gu. What has you so jubilant? Is it that obvious? Gu Minghui turned, casting aside his secrets, a smile nearly blooming like a sunflower. Tell me, Yunshang, our Gu family's ancient iron tree has finally blossomed. Song Yunshang, bewildered, questioned, You planted an iron tree? That is indeed a rarity. Jiu Minghui excitedly explained. Not an iron tree, but our son Xingqian. He has finally found love. Ah, he has finally seen the light and boldly taken the plunge into marriage. Now understanding, Song Yunsheng inquired, which young lady is it? How come there was no prior hint? I'm not sure. This rascal has been exceptionally tight-lipped. Not to mention, I just promised Jiang Hao I wouldn't disclose anything. Just pretend you don't know. Ensure others remain oblivious. Xingqian is quite sensitive and will get upset. I'm his mother. I shouldn't be kept in the dark. Thus, Chairman Gu undertook a thorough investigation that night and soon grasped the full context. Yunsheng, you believe Xingqian, usually so composed, would treat marriage so frivolously? What should we do now? Song Yunsheng held a different view. Fate is a curious thing. I chose you at first sight, and look how happy we are now. That's not what I mean. It just feels quite sudden. I actually support Xingqian. Relationships develop over time, just like a new car needs a break-in period. Regaining his composure, Chairman Gu devised a plan. You should move in with them tomorrow. On one hand, you can take care of their daily needs, and on the other, observe the character of the new daughter-in-law. If Xingqian asks, just say it was your grandmother's idea. Will that work? Song Yunsheng's background wasn't illustrious. The Gu family wasn't the wealthiest in Haicheng at the time, yet they had met at a banquet and quickly become engaged. After marriage, Gu Minghui focused on his career while Song Yunsheng devoted herself to family, supporting one another and gradually improving their lives. Thus, a swift marriage seemed unreliable to outsiders, yet this potential mother-in-law harbored no objections, instead welcoming the news. Chairman Gu mused, now that they are married, it isn't unreasonable for us to meet our daughter-in-law. The information we can gather, Xingqian surely knows as well. He chose not to bring her home, so we shall play along. When you go tomorrow, bring some vegetables grown by the servants, and catch one of my prized rainbow chickens to gift her. The rainbow chickens he raised were a rare imported breed resembling phoenixes, known for their exquisite taste and nutritional value. Nurtured on fresh fruits, he cherished them dearly, rarely allowing anyone to see them. After retirement, he had taken to raising chickens, tending to birds, and cultivating vegetables, a rather unique pursuit among the affluent. You seem quite generous towards this daughter-in-law. Song Yunsheng smiled gently. I'm rather looking forward to meeting her in person. I raised those for my daughter-in-law, making me seem miserly. The conversation shifted naturally towards the younger daughter-in-law. Song Yunsheng remarked. Rian has returned this time. Mention to Jiang Hao that it has been 2 years since their marriage, and there has been no sign of a baby. It's time to settle down and consider having a child. Chairman Gu acknowledged. I understand young people's reluctance to rush into parenthood, but traveling around the world all year long is a bit excessive. It's concerning for parents when their children aren't having children post-marriage. The heart of a parent is indeed a heavy burden. Jiang Hao had spoiled her too much, having always chased after her, and Chairman Gu felt Rian looked down on him somewhat. It meaningful to discuss this now that they're married. Song Yunsheng rose to pack her luggage, preparing for an extended stay at her eldest son's home. Chairman Gu followed her into the room, noticing her suitcase filled with luxury winter apparel, chuckling. Is this all you plan to bring? Given that Xingqian is choosing to keep his identity hidden, you'll look like a wealthy matron. Perhaps you should leave those behind. After some contemplation, Chairman Gu suggested, tomorrow, purchase some ordinary women's clothing to wear. It's best to appear somewhat humble, Song Yunsheng lamented. Now that they are married, why the need for such theatrics? I wonder how you'll resolve this. I believe we should choose a day to meet the in-laws, allowing both families to sit down and discuss the wedding. All right, my dear, Xingqian has always been resolute. Let us not concern ourselves too much. The following morning, Song Yunsheng had the driver take her to the market first. She purchased a few outfits from a ground-level stall. This delay meant she arrived at Yuhu Bay community past 10 o'clock. The house was empty yet impeccably arranged, clearly a testament to the efforts of the unseen daughter-in-law. With one hand gripping her suitcase and the other holding the phoenix chicken, while a basket of fresh vegetables was slung over her shoulder, she pondered whether her daughter-in-law would return for lunch. Nevertheless, she prepared 3 dishes and a soup, waiting expectantly. It has been at least 20 years since I last stepped into the kitchen, yet my culinary skills have not dulled. I can still prepare several dishes that are a feast for the senses. Around noon, Shun Ningxuang returned home. The leftovers from last night were still warm and edible. Working in her own establishment, she often neglects her meals when there are customers to attend to. As the door swung open, a middle-aged woman clad in a plain cotton coat was seated on the living room sofa, engrossed in a television show, while the dining table was laden with steaming dishes. Shan Ningxuang paused momentarily, instinctively assuming the woman was the landlord, and cautiously greeted, "Hello, auntie. You must be the landlord, right?" "What landlord? This child Xingqian is truly unbelievable, hiding even this modest apartment from us." Song Yunshang mused quietly, taking in the young woman with her clear, melodious voice. Her first impression was one of remarkable politeness. The delicate features of her slightly pale face were complemented by bright, expressive eyes. Long, straight legs accentuated her slender figure, giving her an appearance of fragility. Song Yunshang felt a pang of sympathy for a few seconds, contemplating the hardships this child would endure while giving birth to the Gu family heir. "You must be Shan Ningxuang," Song Yunshang said with a warm smile. Her familiarity with Ningxuang's name igniting a flicker of suspicion within her. In the next moment, she added, "This child Xingqian, such a significant event as marriage, and he didn't even inform us. I am his mother, here to see you. Of course, primarily to meet my daughter-in-law." "Oh, it's you, auntie. We should find time to visit you and uncle," Shan Ningxuang replied, her demeanor becoming even more reserved upon realizing that this was her prospective mother-in-law. She quickly hurried to the kitchen, poured a cup of warm water, and handed it to her future mother-in-law. "Please have some water." Her manner was cautious, tinged with anxiety. Having never experienced maternal love, the disdain, contempt, and insults from her stepmother Chen Yuanyuan had left her with deep psychological scars from childhood and adolescence. Thus, facing her prospective mother-in-law filled her with trepidation. "Auntie?" Song Yunshang observed her daughter-in-law with great interest. The warmth in her smile exuded a rare sense of approachability, making one feel as if wrapped in a gentle spring breeze. Her gaze was imbued with genuine affection for her younger kin. A blend of tolerance and indulgence, coupled with sincere concern. Stripped of all titles, Shan Ningxuang was simply her daughter-in-law. After just a glance, Song Yunshang resolved to care for this tender-hearted child. "Mom." Shan Ningxuang's voice trembled. Once, how she had longed for this unfamiliar yet familiar address, hoping it might bring her a glimmer of maternal affection. In the house of her stepmother Chen Yuanyuan, she had exerted every effort to gain approval, receiving only merciless disdain in return, never a shred of warmth. Song Yunshang immediately stood up, grasping her hand with a kind smile. "Our Gu family's daughter-in-law is also my daughter. If Xingqian bullies you, you tell Mom, and I will stand up for you." Chapter 13. Long-awaited warmth. Her hands were somewhat rough, yet Song Yunshang held them in her palm, which felt stiff and uneasy. The sudden outpouring of maternal love left Shan Ningxuang somewhat at a loss. "You haven't eaten yet, have you?" Mom made some dishes, all brought from our hometown. Pure, natural, and organic. Song Yunshang guided her to the dining table, not releasing her hand. "Your father and I have retired and now grow some vegetables and raise a few chickens and ducks at home. In the future, if you want to eat something, just tell Mom, and I'll have your father bring it over. Thank you." The simple meal of 3 dishes and a soup was the most delicious food Shan Ningxuang had ever tasted. Without exception, her eyes involuntarily misted over. This long-lost warmth felt both strange and distant to her. She had thought that she would never again experience such warmth in her lifetime. Overwhelmed, she felt vulnerable. "Eat a bit more. This is the first time Mom has cooked for you. I'm uncertain if it suits your taste. If it's too salty or too bland, do let me know. I'll learn and make it to your liking when you're in confinement after giving birth." With a soft plop, a tear fell, unable to be restrained, tracing down her cheek and landing on the dining table. Shan Ningxuang quickly lowered her head, avoiding her mother-in-law's sight. In truth, Song Yunshang had already noticed. She panicked, unsure which words had gone awry, and discreetly handed a tissue to Shan Ningxuang. "Did I frighten my daughter-in-law?" This was her first time acting in such a manner. Her earlier words were merely heartfelt expressions. She genuinely liked this obedient and understanding daughter-in-law, which is why she had spoken so freely. "Mom, thank you. Silly child, we are family. There's no need for such formality." In the home of her stepmother Chen Yuanyuan, Shan Ningxuang had never experienced such an atmosphere. She felt like an outsider, or perhaps a servant to Chen Yuanyuan, burdened with all the household chores yet receiving no words of concern in return. Instead, she had hastily married a nearly bankrupt husband, and here was her mother-in-law treating her with such kindness. She should feel grateful. Contemplating this, Shan Ningxuang wiped her tears and looked up with a bright smile. "Mom, your cooking is absolutely delicious. It brings back memories, reminiscent of my mother's flavors. That's wonderful." If you love it, I'll make it for you every day from now on. After the meal, Shan Ningxuang eagerly took to clearing the dishes. Song Yunshang could not dissuade her and had no choice but to assist. Compared to those wealthy young ladies, her eldest daughter-in-law was far superior. Those pampered girls would never engage in such menial tasks as washing dishes. The more she observed, the more she found favor in Shan Ningxuang. Xiao Shuang, where do you work? From now on, don't bother coming home for lunch. Just tell Mom what you want to eat, and I'll prepare it for you. Mom, my friend and I opened a beauty salon at 313 Tian Road, West City. Shan Ningxuang added, I usually come home for meals. You don't need to make a special trip. It's quite a hassle, isn't my daughter-in-law in finance? Why are you working at a beauty salon? As a wealthy matron, Song Yunshang was fully aware of the arduousness of such a job. If one faltered even slightly, customers could erupt in fury, earning only a meager living. I'll ask my son tonight what's going on. It's not a bother. It's just that an old lady like me living with young people may not be appropriate. Song Yunshang said this deliberately, fully aware of the intricacies of human relationships. Mom, it's our fortune that you wish to live with us. How could it be inappropriate? You can stay as long as you like. Once my husband and I buy a house in the city, we'll bring you and Dad over to enjoy your retirement. Good, good, good. Song Yunshang was profoundly touched. 2 years ago, when her younger son married. The family had intended for them to live in the Fushan villa, creating a lively atmosphere. However, later, Gu Jianghao and Lu Ruyan had moved to the Jiangbin villa. The Gu family had strong family values, with deep familial bonds, and rarely did they raise their voices in anger. After chatting with her mother-in-law for a while, Shan Ningxuang received a message from her friend Han Xiaoman, urging her to hurry over as 2 major clients had arrived. Just as she was about to leave, she still rode a shared bike. The sight of her slender silhouette struck Song Yunshang with an inexplicable pang. Turning, she initiated a video call with Gu Dong. So, did you meet your daughter-in-law? I did, but it's hard to describe. Song Yunshang began to animatedly recount. Xiao Shuang is a wonderful child with a great character, brave and kind. She also has a strong sense of filial piety. She mentioned that once she and Xingchen earn money and buy a house, she wants to bring us over to live with them in retirement. In the video, Gu Dong reclined on a deep blue leather sofa, pondering for a long while. Did she really say that? Or is she just flattering you to gain your favor? Gu Minghui, Song Yunshang's expression suddenly turned cold. How can you suspect your daughter-in-law's good intentions? Are you doubting my ability to judge character? Realizing his wife was upset, Gu Dong quickly apologized. I was just saying it casually. Please don't be angry, dear. In the Gu family, the status of women always surpassed that of men. Gu Dong consistently taught his 2 sons to cherish their wives. However, the younger son's affection had turned into excessive pampering. Once you meet your daughter-in-law, you will surely feel ashamed of what you said today. Song Yunshang had lost interest in the conversation. You can keep raising chickens and ducks. My daughter-in-law loves to eat. She is our daughter-in-law, not an outsider. What ill intentions could she possibly have? Be careful not to conflate her with those scheming individuals. I'll turn against you if you do. Gu Dong continued to apologize. Upon arriving at the beauty salon, Shan Ningxuang noticed 2 luxury cars parked in front. Her spirits lifted further. As she pushed open the glass door, a flamboyantly dressed lady was seated in the waiting area, engrossed in her phone. Hello, may I ask if you are here for skincare or facial beauty? The woman glanced up, giving Shan Ningxuang a cursory look. So, this is the former chief analyst from Dongou Securities? Not that impressive. Look where you've ended up, doing beauty treatments. Quite a disgrace to Dongou. What's your specialty? I'd like to experience everything once. If it's good, I'll become a member here. Miss, your skin is already quite lovely. You don't need treatment to enhance your beauty. However, I'll ensure your beauty shines even brighter. Please follow me. Shan Ningxuang led her inside to begin with facial care. Behind a pink curtain, Han Xiaoman was assisting a client with back care. Is it profitable working in this line? Han Xiaoman wore a bright smile, engaging in casual conversation with the client. Just making a living. I heard there's a beautician here whose skills are exceptional. What's her name again? Shin something. You must be referring to Shan Ningxuang? Her techniques are indeed superior to mine. When you come next time, I'll arrange for her to assist you with back care. Let us do this. For my facial beauty treatment, have her come in to help. Understood. Half an hour later, Han Xiaoman replaced Shan Ningxuang. Upon entering, her expression was dull, and her smile was frozen. So it's you. At that moment, the woman had finished dressing, concealing her voluptuous and alluring figure. Her face bore a captivating smile, yet the words that escaped her lips exuded an air of unattainable indifference. When I left, you were the most illustrious chief analyst at Eastern European Securities. In just 3 short years, you've changed so much. Chapter 14. A Fated Rivalry. Xiao Jiani, if you have come for beauty treatments, we may commence now. However, if your intention is to witness my misfortune, I kindly ask you to leave at once, for you are not welcome here. Xiao Jiani, the daughter of the chairman of Eastern European Securities, was also a former university classmate of Shen Ningxuang. Prior to the incident, Shen Ningxuang had been completely unaware of her esteemed background. Like Shen, Xiao Jiani was an exceptionally talented fund manager at Eastern European Securities. When the firm faced turmoil, Chairman Xiao had prearranged tickets for Xiao Jiani to leave the country. Shortly thereafter, Pei Tianla vanished without a word of farewell. At that time, Shen Ningxuang found herself mired in difficulties, unable to secure her own safety. While outsiders witnessed the fall of a once celebrated star manager, nearly facing online harassment, they remained oblivious to the underlying truths. Ningxuang, must you be so sensitive? After such a long separation, can't we converse amiably? Moreover, I plan to introduce you to some high-quality clients to support your business. Is this how you choose to treat me? Time had altered the trajectories of many lives, for both Xiao Jiani and Shen Ningxuang, in no need. Did she still believe Xiao Jiani was the naive and foolish Shen Ningxuang of yore? The glint of mockery and arrogance in Xiao Jiani's eyes was unmistakable. Despite her current status as a humble beautician, the indomitable spirit radiating from her face always seemed to overshadow Shen in terms of beauty, poise, or intellect, no matter how well Xiao Jiani maintained her appearance. She would always pale in comparison. Still so proud. If only you had tempered your brilliance a bit back then and relinquished that highly profitable fund, none of this would have transpired. Xiao Jiani's lips curled into a subtle smile, brightening gradually. I merely wish to see how my former good friend is faring. Should I learn that you are struggling, I would feel more at ease. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed a handful of cash, lifting her chin haughtily. No need to search further. Consider the excess as my assistance to you. After all, giving massages can be quite laborious. Since their initial encounter, Shen Ningxuang had been uncertain whether those past events were connected to her. Now, it seemed to confirm certain suspicions deep within her heart. Indeed, capitalists are inherently cold-hearted, devoid of emotion. It was indeed you. Meeting Shen Ningxuang's icy gaze, Xiao Jiani felt a sudden tightness in her chest. Unexpectedly nervous. How could the esteemed daughter of the Qiao family fear a penniless commoner? Take your filthy money and vanish from my sight. Here's a piece of advice. Those who engage in countless and scrupulous deeds will inevitably face retribution. Xiao Jiani remained unfazed. The methods of capitalists were always ruthless. What trouble could a discarded manager, pushed forward to take the blame, cause her? Just impotent rage. By the way, next month marks the day of my wedding to Tianla. You must come. She fixed her gaze on Shen Ningxuang, hoping to catch a glimpse of anger or resentment on her face. Seconds later, disappointment washed over her. Shen Ningxuang's calm eyes betrayed no emotion, as if she had merely heard inconsequential news. Apologies, but I am quite busy and shan't be able to attend. Furthermore, the man you cherish so dearly has always been a sycophant. Shen Ningxuang took a step back, a teasing smile gracing her lips. The reason I was with him in the first place was to prevent him from seeking affection elsewhere. If you desire him so much, take him. The outwardly composed Shen Ningxuang's heart ached as if it were bleeding in her time of greatest need. Pei Tianla had departed for foreign shores without a word. Naturally, a person would choose the daughter of the Qiao family, reaping both fame and fortune, over a Shen Ningxuang who was ensnared in a quagmire. At least Tianla has never found joy with you. With me, he has everything he desires. I hear you've married? A nearly bankrupt little boss. Can he truly provide for you? In the span of 3 years, the storm surrounding Eastern European securities had long since calmed, and the world had forgotten the sordid past. As long as Eastern European securities continued to yield profits, no one would resurrect old grievances. Meanwhile, she had joined hands with Pei Tianla, stepping back onto the shores of the city. Upon hearing the news of her marriage from Pei Tianla, she had immediately conducted an investigation. Yet, the deeper secrets remained elusive due to her limited connections. Eagerly, she rushed to Shen Ningxuang's beauty salon to witness her downfall. That is my affair and none of your concern. Should you obstruct my business any further, I shall not hesitate to involve the authorities. Once a close friend, now consumed by envy for her boyfriend and jealousy of her talents, human nature can withstand no scrutiny. During her over 2 years at Eastern European Securities, she had diligently guided the firm towards success. Had it not been for the petty jealousy of the Chow family daughter and the short-sightedness of Chairman Chow, such treachery would never have occurred. What is there to be so arrogant about? Having fallen to such depths, can't you lower your head and utter a few kind words? You know better than anyone what I can offer you. The quarrel drew the attention of Han Xiaoman, who rushed in upon hearing the commotion. Spotting the scattered bills and the aloof Shan Ningxuang, she understood that a serious issue had arisen. Though she caught only fragments of the conversation, she resolutely stood by Shan Ningxuang's side. Madam, our establishment is too humble to accommodate a noblewoman such as yourself. I kindly ask you to depart. Qiao Jiani smiled. If you dare not come, it only proves that you harbor lingering grievances. Ha ha ha. After their departure, Shan Ningxuang sank into a chair, her shoulders slightly slumped. She had thought that certain people and events would never re-enter her life. Yet merely 3 years later, they resurfaced, dredging up painful memories. Just as her life seemed to be improving, a shroud of gloom had descended, obscuring the path ahead. Ningxuang, are you all right? Who is she? A former classmate and colleague, once a dear friend, who stole Pei Tianla from me and now flaunts herself before me. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoman understood. We must look forward, Ningxuang. Life is never a smooth journey. We ought to be the light in our own lives. Besides, you are married now, and your husband is 100 times more handsome than that Pei Tianla. Listen, Shuangbao, you deserve a better life. Shan Ningxuang smiled warmly. Thank you, I assure you, I am fine. Han Xiaoman offered comfort for a while longer. By evening, atop the Star Building, the elegant and poised Gu Xingchen stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows. Upon closer inspection, one might notice his gaze fixed towards the western part of the city. After a moment's contemplation, he opened the chat window with Shan Ningxuang and typed a message. What time do you finish work? Shall we have dinner together tonight? Yet, upon reflection, he deleted the message and rephrased. What time do you finish work? Shall we return home together tonight? When Shan Ningxuang received the message, she was busy. By the time she finished her tasks, night had fallen. The man descended from his Rolls-Royce, instructing the driver, Xiao Kai, to take the car back. He stepped into the beauty salon. The first impression was of a cramped space, with a sofa on the left serving as a waiting area for clients, and a nail care table on the right. Two machines stood nearby. Just as Shan Ningxuang emerged, upon raising her gaze, she spotted the man. What brings you here? Chapter 15. The yearning for happiness in the beauty industry. Evenings are peak hours. Considering the man's presence over the past few days, Shan Ningxuang had returned home early to prepare meals. However, today was different, as her mother-in-law had come to visit, and she intended to keep the salon open later. Just as she finished work, she passed by and decided to check in. The man's cold gaze casually surveyed the surroundings. Aware that there were still clients receiving essential oil massages inside, Shan Ningxuang gently pulled him outside. You didn't come just to pick me up, did you? You're thinking too much. The man, with his hand casually tucked into his pocket, spoke sparingly, occasionally glancing down at her with an icy demeanor. My mother is visiting today, so I thought it best to stay open a bit longer. After all, more clients mean more income. Yu Xingchen's eyes widened in surprise. My mother is at our home. Though he maintained a facade of calm, an undercurrent of anxiety coursed through him. What if she finds out? Madame Gu was a true socialite, her elegance and grace undeniable, and the aura of nobility surrounding her was unmistakable. Yes, she likely arrived while we were heading out to work. I became so busy upon returning to the salon that I forgot to mention it. She didn't say anything, did she? Shan Ningxuang was oblivious to the hidden worry in the man's gaze. No, her cooking is delightful. I must learn from her, she commented. No wonder you find it difficult to enjoy my cooking. Gu Xingchen's thoughts turned inward. This old lady can cook? I haven't had a home-cooked meal in years. The Gu family employed a dedicated nutritionist, and Madame Gu rarely took to the kitchen. Perhaps it wasn't the dishes themselves that were delectable, but rather the taste of maternal care that rendered them the finest cuisine in Shan Ningxuang's eyes. His cold gaze softened slightly. As the last client exited, Han Xiaoman followed suit. Shuangbao, Yang Su called, asking me to return home. Xiao Bao is clamoring for his mother. Upon stepping out, she noticed Shan Ningxuang conversing with a distinguished and aloof man. Seeing Gu Xingchen, Han Xiaoman still perceived him as a privileged heir, exuding an air of refinement and distinction. "Mr. Gu, here to fetch your wife from work." The corners of Gu Xingchen's lips curled into a polite smile. A subtle nod acknowledging her. Han Xiaoman whispered to her close friend, "The men in your family truly possess an extraordinary charm, both aloof and handsome. Surely, he must be a domineering CEO? Don't be ridiculous. Mr.Gu is merely a small business owner, far removed from the stature of a domineering president." Upon encountering the handsome man, Han Xiaoman, ever the infatuated admirer, engaged in further conversation. "You should inquire about his family's business next time. He must be a wealthy second-generation heir." Shen Ningxiang chuckled. "Aren't you in a hurry to return? Do you still have time for gossip? Then let's go," Han Xiaoman replied, mounting her electric scooter and bidding farewell to Gu Xingchen with a smile. Once Han Xiaoman departed, Shen Ningxiang locked the door behind her and strolled back with Gu Xingchen. Walking beside him, she felt the first stirrings of a couple's leisurely promenade. However, the man spoke little. Often, she would utter a few words only to receive a mere in response. Upon returning home, her mother-in-law, Song Yunshang, had already prepared a feast. Seizing the moment while Shen Ningxiang washed her hands, Gu Xingchen could no longer contain himself. He softly asked, "Mom, how did you find this place?" Song Yunshang, having shed her lavish attire for a simple cotton coat and apron, appeared as an ordinary housewife. Any trace of the affluent matriarch was barely discernible, save for her remarkably youthful complexion, devoid of the marks of time. Her skin was taut, brimming with collagen, and her thick, lustrous hair was casually tied back. "If you can rush into marriage, why can't I proceed with my plans?" Song Yunshang offered him a reassuring glance. "You two enjoy your lives. Consider me invisible." Gu Xingchen's handsome face darkened. He lowered his voice. "Did Jiang Hao tell you? I knew that blabbermouth couldn't keep anything secret." Song Yunshang smiled gently. "Don't blame your brother. It was your father who mentioned it." "Who else knows about this?" Gu Xingchen's expression grew ominously dark. "So the secret has become an open book? Your grandmother is unaware." "Phew, thank goodness. Knowing her personality, if she discovered I had married, she'd come rushing over, insisting on pressing for grandchildren." He recalled how he had empathized with his brother during his wedding. Gu Jianghao and Lu Ruyan lived separately for a reason. When Shen Ningxiang emerged from the washroom, the mother and son feigned normalcy. One went to serve dinner while the other pulled his daughter-in-law along. "Mom made chicken soup today to nourish you. Look at how thin you've become. A gust of wind could blow you away." She led Shen Ningxiang to the table, cheerfully stating, "Being a daughter-in-law in the Gu family, while you may not compare to those rich wives, you should still be treated like a little princess." Turning to Gu Xingchen, who was serving rice, she remarked meaningfully, "Xingchen, don't you agree?" During dinner, Song Yunshang frequently used serving chopsticks to offer dishes to her daughter-in-law. In the Gu family, such behavior was almost unheard of. Everyone typically dined in a polite manner. "Come, try this. Is it not delicious? This chicken was raised by your father himself, far superior to what you'd buy at the market." Holding the chicken soup, the rich aroma enveloped her senses, the meat tender and succulent, with a delicate and rich texture. Shen Ningxiang couldn't resist having a few more sips. "Mom, it truly is delicious." Gu Xingchen was slightly taken aback. It must be the phoenix chicken his father had raised. He was surprisingly generous to let it be served to his daughter-in-law. Usually, even old friends visiting their home wouldn't be treated to such delicacies. "Here, try this fish, brought from our hometown, a deep-sea yellow croaker. Such a large wild yellow croaker on the market costs at least 3,000 per pound. This one weighs over 2 pounds. Song Yunshang had prepared it with a soy sauce dip. Delicious. Mom, I won't be able to live without you from now on." This warm and harmonious atmosphere was something he had long yearned for. He couldn't recall how many years it had been, and eventually, he had stopped hoping for such simple happiness in the home of his stepmother, Chun Yuan. He had never experienced such ordinary joy over time. He had ceased to demand it. Shen Ningxiang had a small bowl of rice. "Isn't this just ordinary food? How can it taste so good?" Gu Xingchen's deep, resonant voice betrayed a hint of displeasure. "Eat your meal. Don't talk too much while eating vegetables." Song Yunshang shot him a warning glance. He was interrupting her bonding time with her daughter-in-law. "I find it extraordinary. It tastes vastly different from the yellow fish and chicken I used to have, though I can't quite articulate how. All I know is, it's incredibly delicious as long as it tastes good. That's all that matters if you love it." I'll make it for you from now on. Thank you, Mom. Look at how easily satisfied this little girl is. Such a wonderful daughter-in-law must be cherished. After dinner, Shan Ningxiang eagerly volunteered to wash the dishes, but her mother-in-law, Song Yunxiang, interjected, in the Gu family, washing dishes and doing household chores is a man's responsibility. We women only need to be beautiful. Had she not spoken, Shan Ningxiang would have inquired about the skincare products her mother-in-law used, as her skin looked remarkable, devoid of any frown lines. Chapter 16. The Dramatic Mother-in-Law Mom. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? I am also the mistress of this household. Let us share the chores. Before Song Yunxiang could refuse, Shan Ningxiang hurriedly began collecting the dishes. Ji Xingchen frowned. I'm so busy with work. Do you expect me to do this? Song Yunxiang earnestly replied. What is work for? To realize self-worth. To provide a better life for your family? Xingchen, you've always been independent, never causing your parents any worry. But have you considered that one day when you're older, the only thing beside you will be a string of cold numbers in your bank account? Or will it be your wife? Who cares for you? As she spoke, she observed her son's expression, occasionally glancing at her daughter-in-law, who was bent over the sink washing dishes. When you were a single man, you could never appreciate the importance of family. Fully engrossed in your corporate duties, I acknowledge that my son is exceptional, generating substantial revenue for the company this quarter and preparing several subsidiaries for IPO next quarter. But what does that matter? Xingchen, do you understand what I am saying? Gu Xingchen lowered his head, silently wiping the table. Moreover, I don't want my daughter-in-law to struggle so much. Find a way for her to earn more. The man's face darkened further. I cannot simply hand over money to a beauty salon with only one storefront. Are you being dense? Song Yunxiang wished she could knock some sense into him. Was making money the only thing on his mind? A man with an IQ of 180 but an emotional quotient of 0, or rather, a negative number. Fine, if you won't help, I have a 10-digit savings in my account. I can give it to my daughter-in-law as pocket money. She can buy whatever she wants. Mom, please don't complicate things. This would undoubtedly expose everything. Ordinary families don't even have 7-digit savings, and here was Mrs. Gu, casually offering 10-digit pocket money. This was not a surprise. It was a shock. Will you help or not? I will. At that moment, Shan Ningxiang finished washing the dishes and, feeling quite full from dinner, sat in the living room chatting with her mother-in-law, Song Yunxiang. Initially, she had been quite reserved, but as the wealthy matriarch, Song Yunxiang possessed high emotional intelligence and was warm and amiable. Within just a day, she was able to engage in lively conversation with her daughter-in-law. It must be said that to become a figure that everyone envies, a wealthy matriarch must possess certain exceptional qualities. Mom, I have something I want to discuss with you. The man sat at the far end of the sofa, silently browsing financial news and various significant events occurring domestically and abroad. I will unconditionally support anything my daughter-in-law wishes to pursue. Before she even stated her intention, her mother-in-law had already expressed her support. Such a caring mother-in-law was a rarity in the world. This further solidified Shan Ningxiang's resolve to honor her in-laws. For the first time, she felt the happiness of being cared for by family. No matter how much she suffered outside, she could always return to this safe haven that shielded her from the storm. Xingchen, put down your phone and listen to what Xiaoshuang has to say. Gu Xingchen set his phone aside. Exiting the financial channel, I plan to extend the business hours until 10 in the evening. During the day, when there are fewer customers, I will print some flyers and distribute them to promote the business. Song Yunxiang immediately supported her idea, pointing at Gu Xingchen. Son, if your construction company has nothing going on during the day, come help your daughter-in-law distribute flyers. Gu Xingchen's face darkened ominously. The idea of the president of Gu Corporation handing out flyers on the streets was enough to make headlines. The thought alone could cause a media frenzy, suggesting that the Gu Corporation had gone bankrupt and its heir was resorting to street marketing. With his eyelids lowered, Gu Xingchen's tone turned icy. How much can that little beauty salon earn each month? It's just starting. We can make about 10 to 20,000 in pure profit monthly, and my friend and I split it, so I would get around 10,000. If we run a promotion to attract customers, we could definitely increase revenue. Gu Xingchen rose and headed toward his bedroom. Xingchen, where are you going? Look at this child. He has probably 2 shots. It's fine. I am not busy at home. I'll help you out later. Shan Ningxiang, feeling moved, firmly disagreed. Her mother-in-law had already been incredibly kind to her. How could she allow a nearly 60-year-old woman to stand on the street handing out flyers with her? Mom, I appreciate you cooking for us. That alone is a great help. Handing out flyers is just a way to make a little extra money to save for a down payment. This place is not our home after all. Song Yunshang silently scolded her son again. She had asked him to conceal his identity, not to act like he was poor. He had overdone it, and it was still his daughter-in-law who would bear the brunt of it. She was filled with profound concern, rummaging through her pockets, preparing to hand over the 10-digit bank card to her daughter Laud. At that moment, Gu Xingchen strode out with his long legs, holding a blue industrial and commercial bank card. Approaching Xiaoning Shuang, he placed the card on the coffee table. As discussed yesterday, the family finances are entrusted to you. I forgot to give it to you. There are over 400,000 in the account. In this frigid winter, it's best not to distribute flyers on the streets, as it's rather cold. Song Yunshang discreetly released her grip on the bank card. Least you have some discernment. Well, Xiao Shuang, there's still some money in my card. Since you two are planning to buy a house, I'll withdraw it tomorrow and give it to you. Jiu Xingchen's money, she could accept and safeguard. However, she could not accept her mother-in-law's money. It was intended for her retirement, the fruit of a lifetime of hard work. Mom, regarding the house, Xingchen and I will strive for it ourselves. I truly cannot accept your money. No, isn't marriage about two families supporting a new one? Her mother-in-law, Song Yunshang, added. Your father and I have saved quite a bit. Let us give you a little less, just half. Jiu Xingchen casually remarked. I am going to take a shower. He turned and went back inside. This theatrical mother was even better at acting than he was. If he couldn't suppress his laughter, it would take ages to explain. Noticing the man retreating, her mother-in-law, Song Yunshang, cast a suggestive glance. Xiao Shuang, are you and Chen still sleeping in separate rooms? Now that you're married, of course, you should sleep together. Suddenly, Shan Ningxuang's cheeks flushed crimson. Though she was already 26 and had been in a relationship before, it wasn't that she was conservative. In all seriousness, they had barely held hands a few times. Pei Tianla had even contemplated getting her drunk to facilitate some indescribably romantic encounters. Yet, Shan Ningxuang had an innate tolerance for alcohol. When Pei Tianla ended up beneath the table, she remained composed, helping him back to his rented apartment. Mom, we haven't reached that stage yet. Silly girl. I've moved all your personal belongings to the master bedroom today. Listen to me, just act as if nothing happened when you go and if Chunchen asks, I'll back you up. Shen Ningxuang's face was flushed, her voice barely audible. He will definitely think I'm a woman of loose morals. Does he dare? When Song Yunshang escorted her into the master bedroom, she purposely raised her voice. Xiao Shuang. Chen has never been a quiet sleeper. Please be a bit more accommodating. Chapter 17. Then what were you just shy about? Accustomed to lounging in a large bathtub, Gu Xingchen found himself in the shower, feeling as though he might bump his head against the aluminum ceiling. Suddenly, he shivered upon hearing his mother, Song Yunshang's words. She wants her to sleep in the master bedroom? He knew that his mother's visit was not for anything good. It was likely to oversee his wedding night. His mother had even thoughtfully left behind just one blanket, and as she closed the door, she gestured encouragingly to Shan Ningxuang. Yesterday, he had merely asked her to wash his intimate garments. And he had resisted so vehemently. If she were to voluntarily slip into his bed, he would probably end up kicking her under the bed. What to do? Time ticked away, and in the bathroom, the sporadic sound of water gradually subsided. As he pushed open the glass door, Shan Ningxuang immediately turned, pressing her face against the wall, unable to look at him. The natural cool fragrance of the man mingled with the scent of his shower. Drawing closer. Are you planning to sleep standing like that? Yes, it was my mother who let me in. Once she falls asleep, I'll move to the guest room, don't think about it. My mother is currently in the guest room. And the other room is piled high with clutter, uninhabitable. What to do now? As Shen Ningxuang turned, she saw the man in a thin, open-collared nightgown. The sharp contours of his muscles were barely concealed beneath the white fabric. The sight of his well-defined physique made her cheeks flush anew. Closing her eyes, she could not resist the urge to admire him. This man has such an incredible body, since they were already legally married. A glance couldn't be too inappropriate, could it? With that thought, she opened her beautiful eyes, only to meet his deep gaze, which bore a hint of amusement. Was he just mocking her? You wouldn't want to share a bed with me. Would you? Shen Ningxuang retorted. What's wrong with that? We are, after all, a legitimate couple. What couple sleeps apart? Now it was Gu Xingchen who found himself without a comeback. He had claimed he wasn't coveting her body. Gu Xingchen leaned against the wall, his tall figure casting a shadow over the warm light of the bedroom, creating an air of intimacy. Refusing to back down, she raised her radiant face, her red lips curling into a smile. You're overthinking it. I have no interest in you, Most. You're somewhat pleasing to the eye. As for any physical relations, not a chance. It made her sound as if she were eager to throw herself at him. The man's brows furrowed slightly, his deep, melodious voice teasing her. Then why were you shy just now? Shan Ningxuang's voice dwindled. It's only natural to blush after seeing something one shouldn't. Isn't it? What shouldn't you have seen? The man suddenly became intrigued, wanting to tease this adorable little bunny. In truth, Shan Ningxuang was not unattractive. Her features were exquisite, and her expressive eyes always conveyed a sense of strength. Her full lips, under the warm light, gleamed with a hint of radiance, captivating the man's gaze. Moreover, she was understanding and had a delightful personality. Being with her felt effortless and joyful. Yet, Shan Ningxuang extended her small hand, pointing at his defined abs and chest. The potent scent of hormones made her heart race. Not interested, yet you keep staring? The man lowered his gaze, his voice rich and enchanting, akin to a celestial melody played by a cello. She strongly suspected that this hastily married husband was flirting with her. The playful smile in his eyes only added to her amusement. Where am I supposed to sleep? Just a moment ago. She had been shy, and now she was boldly lifting her head, her eyes clear, devoid of any heated sentiment. She bent down, slipping from under his arm, surveying the room. Besides a 2-meter-wide bed, the master bedroom also had a wardrobe. And near the bay window, there was enough space for a makeshift bed. She asked, "Do you have any extra blankets here? I'll make do and sleep on the floor tonight." Realizing she had momentarily lost her composure, the man's expression turned cold. "No, do you really not want to sleep with me? When we first registered our marriage, he had explicitly stated he wouldn't engage with a woman without a foundation of feelings. What does this mean now? If M.G. you can restrain himself, I can accept it." The man's gaze darkened. "Still calling me Mr. Gu? My self-control exceeds your imagination." Having said that, if she continued to decline, it would seem rather pretentious. Her mother-in-law had gone to great lengths to cultivate feelings between the newlyweds, even moving her daughter-in-law's belongings into the master bedroom. Taking advantage of Shan Ningxuang's time in the shower, the man did a few sets of push-ups, all for the sake of better sleep. Yet, lying in bed with a girl he didn't dislike was a torment. After her shower, Shan Ningxuang emerged, resembling a lotus flower after rain, her face flushed with warmth akin to a freshly peeled soft-boiled egg. After applying some skincare products, she slipped under the covers, turning her back to him. "Xingchen, can we turn off the lights?" "Whatever." The man turned to his side, focusing on company emails. Occasionally, when he rolled over, he brushed against her soft, delicate arm, and his mind was overwhelmed with mixed feelings. He regretted allowing her to share his bed. Outside, the moonlight was bright, and the room was serene and beautiful. Ningxuang's gentle, rhythmic breathing could be heard. Beneath the night sky, a quarrel erupted at her friend's house. "Xiaoman, it's too hard for Mom to take care of 2 kids alone. Why don't you talk to Shi Ningxuang and see if she can return home?" The speaker was Han Xiaoman's husband, Yang Su. Standing at 1.80 meters tall, wearing black-rimmed glasses, he was a quintessential handsome gentleman. "When we initially opened this beauty salon, wasn't it discussed with you?" Han Xiaoman cradled her youngest child, her tone softening considerably. She understood how challenging it was for a housewife, although her husband never openly criticized her. Her mother-in-law's occasional glances made her feel like a mere burden, a drain on resources. "I never anticipated that raising children would be so demanding." Yang Su's voice was gentle. "Mom said that the eldest will start kindergarten next year, and the youngest is already 2, so let us strive to have another baby." Han Xiaoman now understood. They wanted her to return home to care for the children, essentially serving as a free nanny while also bearing another child. They already had 2 daughters, and Yang's family yearned for a grandson. Don't you have any idea what it means for a woman to have children? 2 babies in 3 years, and just as the youngest turned 2, she was expected to have another. Was she merely a breeding machine? "Xiaoman, let me tell you, every time I'm pushed into the delivery room, it feels like a brush with death." "Your mother said?" "You a man. Can't you have a little backbone?" In her arms, the youngest was already capable of uttering simple words. Mommy, I want milk all right, darling. Mommy will make it for you right now. Realizing her emotions were getting the better of her, Han Xiaoman cradled the child while rising to prepare the formula. Yang Su stepped out of the room, presumably to communicate with his mother. In the guest room, how did it go? Did your wife agree to return home? An elderly woman clad in a pink, plush nightgown sat on the edge of the bed, gazing at Yang Su with a sigh. I thought coming to the city would be a blessing, yet here I am, in my twilight years, reduced to being a caretaker for her. Do you not feel the slightest pang of sympathy for your mother? Yang Su, a devoted son, had always heeded his mother's words. Mother, grant me a little time. We have invested 50,000 in the beauty salon. It cannot go to waste like this. I was against it from the start. And yet you assured me with such conviction that it would yield profits. How is it that our family has produced such a submissive son? Now, with no profits in sight and the family in disarray, you must bring her back. Put in some effort and strive to present me with a grandchild by next year. She had no affection for her two soft, adorable granddaughters. Yang Su had two older sisters, both of whom had only completed junior high before venturing into society. Only the youngest son was supported through to university. It could be said that Yang Su was her pride and joy, her heart's delight. What? Have you stopped listening to your mother? Yang Su lowered his head, caught in a dilemma, unable to favor either side. Yet, often, inaction can be the gravest sin, especially within a marriage, turning a blind eye while his wife suffers indignities. Perhaps it might not seem significant once or twice, but when disappointment accumulates, despair inevitably follows. Are you even listening to me? Yang Su finally raised his gaze, the scales tipping in Zhang Xuemei's favor. The modest 60-square-meter apartment had been divided into 3 rooms, with the living room connected to the dining area, leaving only one bathroom. Yang Su stood at the doorway of the master bedroom, awaiting Han Xiaoman. Upon seeing her emerge from the shower, he swiftly pulled her into the master bedroom and shut the door. His large hands encircled her slightly plump waist as he lowered his head, softly saying, Man, I was at fault just now for not managing my emotions. With a gentle heart, she melted at his sincere apology. Her small hand rested on his chest as she murmured, Actually, there are some things I'm unsure whether I should say. As Yang Su left for work, she often heard her mother-in-law, Zhang Xuemei, berate the children, De Bao and Xiao Bao, as little money pits. Yet, in front of her, she feigned great fondness for the children, encouraging her to bear more for a livelier household. It became evident that her mother-in-law harbored a preference for male offspring. Dear, I'm listening, I just spoke with mother. Yang Su's character was well known to her. She understood him better than anyone. Yet, the husband she had chosen must bear the consequences of his actions. Before marriage, Yang Su was the perfect boyfriend, bringing her heating pads during her menstrual cramps and brewing sweet ginger tea. He would comfort her when she felt unwell, preparing her favorite dishes, even going so far as to wash her delicate intimates. With such a handsome and considerate boyfriend, she felt like the happiest woman alive. Until her belly began to swell, leading to a marriage prompted by an unexpected pregnancy. The initially agreed-upon dowry of 88,000 was reduced to 30,000 by Zhang Xuan, who claimed, since my son has already made her pregnant, let's settle for 3. Yang Su, obeying his mother, approached her with this news. Her family, being quite progressive, understood that their son-in-law came from humble beginnings. Thus they were flexible regarding the dowry. Later, when Han Xiaoman wished to take wedding photos, her future mother-in-law deemed it a waste of money, insisting, leave it to me. She snapped a series of pictures and then had them printed at a photography studio to present to Han Xiaoman. I am not saying your mother is bad, but since De Bao was born, she has dictated every aspect of our household. Tell me, am I still the mistress of this home? Of course you are. Yang Su lowered his head, resting it against her forehead, nuzzling gently with palpable affection. I mean it. He leaned in, attempting to kiss her, but Han Xiaoman raised her hand to halt his advance. Wait, I haven't finished speaking yet. Go on. I'm listening. I do not wish to be the one who suffers in silence within this marriage, nor do I want to be in a position of subservience. Do you understand? Yang Su was oblivious to these sentiments. All he knew was how hard he worked to earn a living. A healthy marriage should be one of equality, where both parties flourish. If one achieves success while the other remains merely a dependent, how long do you think such a union can endure? Stepping out of the domestic sphere to re-enter the workforce was a decision she had pondered deeply. She wanted the Yang family to realize that she could also earn a living. Man, Are you implying that my mother has wronged you? Not at all. You seem off today. What is the matter? Yang Su released his hold on her waist, stepping back to lean against the wardrobe door. My mother comes from the countryside. She tends to be frugal, which is understandable given that I am the only one earning. After all that, Yang Su's attitude remained unchanged. Suddenly, she felt a wave of disillusionment wash over her. Whenever the topic of Zhang Xuemei arose, he seemed to transform into a different person. After so many years of love, she began to question its worth. In the years since their marriage, Han Xiaoman had become the quintessential weary wife. In terms of attire and self-care, she had let herself go. In Zhang Xuemei's words, why should a housewife dress extravagantly? What do you intend to achieve? I'm exhausted. I'm going to sleep now, she murmured, rising in the middle of the night to check on Xiao Bao to ensure he hadn't kicked off his blanket or developed a fever. With Xiao Bao just recovering from the flu, she feared a relapse. I've worked all day too. Han Xiaoman shot a cold glance at him. Isn't it your responsibility as well? Why are you getting angry? I never said I wouldn't help. That evening, Han Xiaoman turned her back to him, and despite his attempts to embrace her from behind, she gently pushed him away. Darling, I'm not in the mood. The following morning, Han Xiaoman rose early to prepare porridge and a few side dishes. Afterward, she returned to the nursery to tend to Dabao and Xiao Bao, tasks she managed with ease. After Yang Su had eaten, just before leaving, he told her, don't go to work today. My mother has been quite worn out lately, let her rest. Han Xiaoman felt reluctant but said nothing. After barely a month, they were already asking her to return. Hadn't she cared for them for years without complaint? Once Yang Su drove out of the community, Han Xiaoman turned to Dabao and Xiao Bao and said, shall we go out to play? Do you want to? Yes, Dabao replied sweetly. Xiao Bao mimicked her, his little voice chiming in, yes, sister, I want to ride the rocking horse. Nearby, Zhang Shumei smirked derisively. Are you coming back for lunch? If not, I'll just eat fast food. Han Xiaoman ignored her. Dabao, already quite understanding, whispered, Grandma often takes us for fast food. The food is too hard. Xiao Bao tugged at his sister's hand. Grandma is mean. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Shumei overheard. What are you two saying? Are you bad-mouthing me? Han Xiaoman stepped in front of her children. Mother, why argue with the little ones? Upon noticing her son's face completely darkened from the eyelids down, she couldn't help but chuckle. On your wedding night? Was it unpleasant? In response to her mother-in-law Song Yunxiang's inquiry, Shun Ningxiang, feeling guilty, lowered her head to sip her porridge and nibble on a bun. The porridge, lovingly prepared by her mother-in-law, was warm and comforting. The man sat across from Song Yunxiang, a hint of fatigue evident on his face. I slept quite well. If it weren't for someone taking too long to react, perhaps it would have been even better. Such stubbornness. The room's poor soundproofing had allowed her to hear the loud noise that morning, raising her concern about whether the two were in trouble. After all, placing two strangers without any emotional foundation together could lead to unpredictable outcomes. That's good, Xiaoshuang. Eat more. Mom has never made buns before. How do they taste? Gu Xingqian, with a scowl, felt wronged. Was he not the one hurt? A mere perfunctory question, and it was all fine. He turned to his daughter-in-law, showering her with warmth. Who was truly the blood relative here? Gu Xingqian lowered his head and tentatively took a bite. The bun's filling was salty. I didn't ask you. I find it quite delicious. Mom, is this truly your first time making buns? Pair with the porridge, it's just right. Song Yunxiang replied, that's wonderful. Everyone has their first time. I'll make them a few more times until I master it. Gu Xingqian, with a dark expression, wondered if this was intentionally said for him to hear. Buns were, after all, ordinary fare for the common folk and hardly fit for the menu of a wealthy family. If one must make them, they ought to be exquisite crab roe buns, prepared in advance by the family's private chef. Mom, this is the best and most unforgettable breakfast I have ever had. Thank you for getting up so early to take care of us. She nudged the man with her elbow, urging him not to be ungrateful. How many would envy such familial affection? Gu Xingqian simply set down the bun, declaring, I'm full. By the way, Dad is home alone, with so many chickens and ducks to feed. He.S. likely overwhelmed. Kicked out of bed on the first day, who knew what else awaited? It was just as well. He had no desire to share a bed with her. Heaven knew how tormented he had been the previous night. Mom, don't listen to him. Once we buy a house, our family will live together. Bustling with joy. How wonderful that will be. She had never experienced genuine familial warmth. Any kindness from her mother-in-law made her feel immensely satisfied and grateful. How could she let the man drive her away? What you say doesn't count. If the daughter-in-law were to speak, I would leave immediately. Song Yunshang gazed meaningfully at her son, smiling gently. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Her mother-in-law's emotional stability was commendable, exuding an indescribable aura, gentle, knowledgeable, and magnanimous, resembling a refined lady of high society, embodying exceptional grace. No wonder she was a university professor. Despite having spent only a day together, they conversed as if they were longtime friends, the rapport between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law harmonious. Mom, when you have time, could I consult you about skincare secrets? When I walk beside you, others might mistake us for sisters. Look at Xiao Shuang, how eloquent she is, Song Yunshang added. Qiancheng has never been in a relationship. Please be more understanding. Confirmed? Earlier, Shin Ningxiang had inquired if he had ever dated. He had claimed to have had 18 girlfriends. Boasting a wealth of emotional experience, Jiyu Xingchen could no longer sit still. There's a mountain of work at the company. I must go. Don't leave yet. Mother-in-law Song Yunshang retrieved a set of car keys from her bag. Last night, she had hurriedly discussed arrangements with Gu Dong. Knowing her daughter-in-law was an ordinary person, she feared an extravagant vehicle might raise suspicion, while a too humble one might be unsafe. After much deliberation, she had taken a 20,000 yuan electric car from their own dealership, neither too ostentatious nor too shabby. At that time, Gu Dong had remarked that if he wanted to test his daughter-in-law, he could simply intervene directly without wasting time. In a businessman's eyes, time was more precious than anything else. If it weren't for Xingchen being a suitable match, Gu Dong would have forcibly intervened to prevent potential losses. Chapter 20. The beauty like frost. Although the Gu family did not use their heirs' marriages as leverage to maintain familial strength like other families, they could not casually allow an obscure woman into their fold, especially considering Shen Ningxiang's previous entanglement in the Eastern European securities scandal. Gu Dong's keen perception revealed that even if there were hidden truths, the environment could corrupt them. One could discern a person's character by examining their upbringing. Such a rare gem, untainted by adversity, was not often found. Jiyu Xingchen halted, turning to see his mother presenting the car keys to him. Now that you're married, how can you be without a car? Should I let my daughter-in-law ride a shared bicycle? You may not mind, but what if she catches a cold? Shin Ningxiang wanted to retort that she was not so fragile. After all these years, braving the elements, she had never once fallen ill. From now on, you'll be picking me up and dropping me off at work. The man wore an unwilling expression, only to be fiercely glared at by Song Yunshang. Thank you, Mom. No need to be so polite. You won't have to run around at noon. I'll bring you lunch. Mother-in-law Song Yunshang accompanied them to the community's underground parking lot, watching them drive off with a smile. Regardless of what others said, she was quite pleased with this daughter-in-law. The pearl would eventually shed the dust obscuring its brilliance, shining radiantly as she settled into the car. Shan Ningxiang recalled the events of the previous night and quietly apologized. Xingchen, did I kick you too hard? What do you think? The man focused on driving, one hand on the steering wheel while the other playfully rubbed his stomach. I've never shared a bed with anyone before. I am not quick to adapt. He lifted his shirt to reveal a bruise, injured further. You better think carefully about how to compensate me. Since their whirlwind marriage, it was the first time he had spoken so much to her. It was rather peculiar. Earlier, he had fought off 3 burly men for her sake, and Shan Ningxiang had asked if he was hurt. Given his aloof demeanor, she suspected he would keep any injuries to himself and never allow her to apply ointment. A large, dark bruise marred his well-defined abdomen. Shen Ningxiang's voice carried a hint of guilt. I didn't know you were hurt there. Are you implying it's okay to kick me elsewhere? Not exactly. After work tonight, I'll stop by the pharmacy to buy some oil and help you massage it. She felt a twinge of guilt for having kicked him. The man's gaze darkened ominously as he coldly stated, I'll be sleeping on the floor tonight. Shen Ningxiang wanted to say something further, feeling terrible for taking his bed while forcing her newlywed husband to sleep on the floor. Her kind nature left her feeling deeply remorseful. At the entrance of the beauty salon, he dropped her off, flooring the accelerator and merging into the bustling traffic. How petty! Upon entering, she was greeted by 2 adorable little ones. Auntie Shuang Shuang, I missed you. The elder, Yang Yao, was sweet and sensible. The younger, Yang Yao, clung to Shen Ningxiang's pant leg, pleading, Auntie, hug. Shen Ningxiang harbored a sinking suspicion, maintaining a calm facade as she scooped up the little one. Where's Mommy? Yao, ever responsible, played with her sister in the lounge area while keeping her in check. Mommy is at work. Moments later, her best friend Han Xiaoman emerged with a client. After bidding farewell to the client, she secretly recounted the events of the previous night to Shen Ningxiang. I just didn't want the Yang family to think I'm a freeloader. It's one thing for her mother to not understand. But Yang Su doesn't want me to work either. She continued, it's not about whether to have kids right now. It's the belief that I should focus solely on home. Leaving the earning to the men. The discrimination against women was bad enough. Now, she faced moral coercion to abandon her passion for work. Shen Ningxiang felt indignant on her friend's behalf. How can they think like that? Your husband initially agreed to let you work, and now he is backing out. Shen Ningxiang refrained from saying too much. Life was already challenging for women, balancing family care with a career. Otherwise, they would end up like most women, married and revolving around their husbands, always reaching out to them for money. Over time, such imbalanced marriages would inevitably lead to one party feeling disheartened, resulting in cracks in the relationship. Shuangbao, I truly don't want to go back. A good marriage should be balanced and equitable. I just want a career of my own. Is that a crime? As she spoke, the stoic woman from the Yang family lowered her head, her eyes reddening with unshed tears. Shen Ningxiang understood all too well that her friend faced a choice: continue to compromise or remain stuck in a standoff that might ultimately lead to divorce. Whatever you decide, I'll always support you. The trivialities of married life were already burdensome. Marrying an inconsiderate man would only compound the misfortune, leading to emotional exhaustion. For now, she decided to maintain the status quo. Giving up work and reverting to relying on her husband for money was simply not an option. Her voice turned slightly hoarse as she lifted her head, her face glowing with renewed determination. In the future, I will take care of Yao and Yael while working. It sounded easier said than done. All right, I support you. If anything comes up, leave early. After all, you own this place and can arrange your time freely. That morning, only 2 regular clients had come in for their skin's routine cleaning. With some free time, Shen Ningxiang mentioned the promotional flyers they needed to distribute. The two continued to discuss for a while. At the top of Xingqian Tower, Gu Xingqian pressed the intercom. Yanxi, please ask General Mu to come to my office. Certainly, President Gu. Soon after, a tall man in a suit strode in. Xingqian, you called for me? In the early morning, Mr. Gu appeared utterly fatigued. What had he been up to the previous night? The news of the president's impulsive marriage was known only to Gu Jianghao. Yet, he was aware that if he knew, it meant the entire upper management of the group was informed, not to mention his close friend Mu Hanxiu. The enchanting Hong Yin Ru Shuang had always been under his purview. And he posed a question. After a moment's consideration, the man replied, if you were to manage a very small beauty salon, which promotional strategy would you choose? Mu Hanxiu smiled gently. First, we must gather popularity. At this stage, brand efficacy is of no consequence. It is essential to accumulate slowly. Starting from the ground up, I asked you which promotional strategy would be the most expedient and effective. Gu Xingqian retorted coolly. Who doesn't understand the need to start small? I requested a plan, not an elaborate discourse. It was indeed peculiar. A dignified billionaire president would concern himself with a modest beauty salon. Was there something extraordinary about it? After pondering for a moment, Mu Hanxiu offered the most practical advice. Create videos and promote them on the Kuaishou platform. He watched the man with keen interest and inquired, pray tell, who is your newlywed wife? Is everything settled? Gu Xingqian shot back with a cold gaze. It seems you have too much free time, indulging in gossip. Chapter 21. A grandmother of the elite who adores children. The group planned to dispatch personnel to Africa for an investigation after the new year. Having received reliable reports of oil fields discovered in the northern Sahara, assessed by a professional team as comparable to the Ude oil field. The man's gaze was predatory, reminiscent of a wolf. Why don't you go in my stead? He continued. By the way, Hong Yin Ru Shuang is set to go public after the new year. As one of the first beauty industry companies to do so in the country. The subsequent industrial chain will involve medical aesthetics development, high-end product research and development, and examinations of franchisees nationwide. Mu Hanxiu feigned busyness, retreating to the door while gently closing it behind him. The desk was cluttered with documents awaiting his signature. By the time morning arrived, he had not managed to complete even a single document, his mind frequently drifting to the image of her, a languid kitten nestled in his embrace, peacefully asleep. His once cold eyes softened. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, he dialed Shen Ningxiang. Here is a suggestion. Rather than expending manpower and resources on distributing flyers, it would be more effective to create some videos and promote them online. Ensure they are beautifully edited, target the beauty sector for precise audience reach, and generate some buzz, making the discounts as extravagant as possible across all platforms. Upon receiving the call, Shen Ningxuang, just finished with her tasks and wearing a mask, felt apprehensive. After experiencing online harassment once, she harbored an unexplainable fear of the internet. She dreaded being recognized and feared the irrationality of fervent netizens storming the beauty salon. Initially, some had suggested scouring every corner of Haiqing to find her. She had to resort to immigrating abroad to escape the turmoil. You should film the products and the promotional material. Do not fear those things, the man continued. One cannot perpetually live in fear and let it hinder progress. In the past, you faced all the adversities alone. From now on, I will be your support. His voice remained cool, yet his words warmed her heart. Although her husband lacked wealth and was not a significant boss, he made earnest efforts to be her support, providing her with a warm home. That was sufficient. She was not greedy. Xingchen, thank you. I will consider it. We are husband and wife. I am merely fulfilling my responsibilities as a husband. As they spoke, a knock sounded at the door, and Gu Jianghao entered. I have matters to attend to. I must hang up. The abruptness of the call's end left Shen Ningxuang wishing to invite him to lunch. Knowing he had a car and could conveniently drive over, she had forgotten to ask where the company was located. Your husband's phone number? Yes, he suggested we film videos and promote them online. For a moment, the two friends fell silent. Tio achieved great success. One cannot be overly cautious. Xingchen was right. There is no perfect solution in this world. Her friend gazed at her enviously. Why do I feel that someone has fallen for her impulsive husband? It's not love, but I certainly do not dislike him. Tell me, how far have you two progressed? Han Xiaoman temporarily set aside her worries, her brows quivering. Is there something happening? Observing her thumbs touch together. Her expression was suggestive. Shen Ningxuang replied candidly, not at this moment, but if he desires, I will not refuse. She felt that she was merely fulfilling a wife's duty. Then I shall congratulate you in advance. May you bear a child soon. As they chatted, a middle-aged, elegant woman entered the door. Clad in a simple cotton coat and sturdy footwear, her unpretentious appearance belied a graceful demeanor that exuded sophistication. So much so that Han Xiaoman instinctively assumed she was a wealthy matron and approached her with polite greetings. Hello, how may I assist you, mother? You truly came. Song Yunsheng held two insulated containers. Surveying her daughter-in-law's beauty salon, as the wife of the richest man, she frequently visited high-end beauty salons and was quite familiar with such establishments. The salon before her could only be described as rudimentary. The group owned its own beauty brand. This would not suffice, and she needed to enlist Xingchen's help. After all, idleness was unappealing. Having something to do was meaningful. At present, caring for her daughter-in-law was the most meaningful endeavor. Her younger daughter-in-law did not require her assistance, as there were plenty of servants. Moreover, she wanted to help but had little opportunity, spending only a few days each year in Haiqing. Thank you, mother. You have worked hard. Shen Ningxuang felt warmth within, having never truly experienced maternal love. Initially, she was cautious and reserved around her mother-in-law, yet the latter's high emotional intelligence fostered a mother-daughter relationship between them. Han Xiaoman was deeply envious. Which mother-in-law was so accommodating, helping with meals and even delivering them to the shop? In contrast, her own mother-in-law would complain about being tired even when merely watching the children. Upon spotting two adorable little girls, Song Yunsheng immediately set down the insulated containers and turned to embrace them. The elder daughter, Yang Yao, clung to her younger sister, retreating behind their mother. Their round, dark eyes brimmed with wariness. Grandma had never shown them kindness. From birth until now, their instances of being held could be counted on one hand. They were unfamiliar with such familial affection. Sweetheart, Grandma has delicious milk candies. Come here for a hug. Undoubtedly, Song Yunsheng had a soft spot for children. Despite her esteemed status, upon encountering other families' little ones, she longed to scoop them up for a cuddle. It seems your mother-in-law particularly adores children. You must make an effort, Han Xiaoman whispered, unable to bear denying her. She took the younger daughter's hand and coaxed. Yao is the most well-behaved. Let Grandma give you a hug, shall we? Yang Yao timidly stepped forward. Oh, what a lovely little darling. Tell Grandma what you want. I'll buy it for you. Her affection for children was genuine. She had even envisioned how to dress her future daughters-in-law's children, envisioning them adorned in lovely princess dresses and provided with an abundance of toys, along with plenty of pocket money. Indeed, she would unconditionally fulfill her little granddaughter's desires, pampering her to become the happiest little princess in the world. If a grandson were to arrive, he too would be cherished as a little prince. Educated to become a gentleman of refined character, I'll take the little darlings out for a meal. You can eat at the salon. I want to treat them to the best little cakes. Darlings, tell Grandma what you would like to eat. Han Xiaoman felt somewhat uneasy and reminded the older and younger daughters, when you go out with Grandma, be polite. You can't just demand everything you fancy. You can only ask for one thing, understood? Imichum. Only when Grandma Song Yunshang disappeared did Han Xiaoman regain her senses. Your mother-in-law does not resemble a village matron. She seems like a well-bred lady from a prestigious family. My mother-in-law is nearing 60. Can she still be called a young lady? Shen Shuang laughed as she explained. The first time I saw her, I felt the same as you. She seemed like a wealthy matron. Gentle and refined, with a wonderful aura. See, I told you she has a great aura. Moreover, did you notice how well your mother-in-law maintains herself? If you hadn't mentioned she was nearly 60, I would have thought she was just in her 40s. How curious. Chapter 22. Which one is Mrs. Gu? Han Xiaoman carefully recalled that face, feeling as if she had seen it somewhere before. Shuangbao, your good days are approaching. With such an affable mother-in-law, it seems that impulsive marriage can indeed yield treasures. Let us not discuss that just yet. Come and taste my mother-in-law's culinary skills. I guarantee you will be astonished. Han Xiaoman remained skeptical. No matter how good it is, it cannot compare to the satisfaction of a spicy hot pot. The two friends often indulged in hot pot, finding it a delightful way to unwind and relieve stress. Food brings joy and can temporarily erase worries. As they unwrapped the layers of stainless steel containers, they discovered a feast of 4 dishes and a soup, one of which was chicken broth. Upon opening it, a rich aroma wafted forth, steaming hot, clearly freshly prepared. The flavor was unique, with a robust fruitiness. The chicken was tender yet not too dry. Shen Shuang fell in love with it after just one taste. The chicken that Song Yunshang had brought yesterday had already been consumed. This was what she had personally sent back from the villa this morning. Having taken 2 phoenix chickens, Mr. Gu's eyes nearly bulged at the sight, his expression reflecting the pain of expenditure, prompting Song Yunshang to lightly remark, I could buy 100 phoenix chickens to raise. They must be fed the finest kiwi fruit. Spending a few 100,000 was a trivial matter for the richest Gu family. As long as her daughter-in-law enjoyed it, that was all that mattered. Han Xiaoman, not one to be polite, picked up a piece of chicken and savored it. It's delicious. See, the chicken my mother-in-law raises herself is indeed delectable. Beside us lay tender beef stewed with radishes and scallion oil base. The fish was cooked to perfection, both succulent and aromatic. Shuabao, you are truly fortunate. Once you become pregnant, you will have such a wonderful mother-in-law to care for you. Unlike her, who rushed into marriage due to an unexpected pregnancy. The first child was a girl, leading Zhang Xuemei to storm off in anger back to her hometown. For the second child, she didn't even bother to return. Observing her friend's despondent expression, Shen Shuang was at a loss for how to comfort her. Every family has its own trials, and no one has it easy. Meanwhile, Song Yunshang, holding the hand of her eldest grandchild while cradling the youngest, first visited a bakery. Rows upon rows of exquisite and uniquely shaped small cakes were a tantalizing sight for a 4-year-old. Yet, the 2 little ones obediently followed their mother's instructions and refrained from asking for more. Their eager yet understanding little eyes tugged at Song Yunshang's heartstrings. Having reached the age of becoming a grandmother, she often found herself envious of wealthy mothers who flaunted their children. Without hesitation, she purchased a large bag of small cakes and told them that their grandmother had generously gifted them, thus not violating their agreement. Next, they ventured into a Disney children's clothing store. Beautiful items know no boundaries of social class or age. As they admired the lovely little dresses, the youngest tugged at Song Yunshang's hand, yearning yet hesitant to voice her desire. Well then, let me buy each of my 2 granddaughters the most beautiful dresses. 2 sets each. The eldest, Yang Yao, took a timid step back, exclaiming, Grandmother, these must be very expensive. Mama says we can't have overly extravagant things. Song Yunshang squatted down, devoid of any pretense, her face aglow with a doting smile. If Yao calls me grandmother, Then you are my granddaughter, and we are family, aren't we? The little head struggled to comprehend this. She wanted to deny it but found the grandmother's reasoning compelling. She thought of agreeing, yet it felt incorrect since there was no blood relation. Grandmother, then let us buy one for my sister, and I shall forego mine. It was clear she longed for a beautiful dress, yet she was remarkably understanding. Grandmother will explain to Mama. Yao is the most well-behaved and deserves a new dress. Exiting the Disney store, the two little princesses were adorned in the most delightful attire, soft and adorable. Song Yunshang's eyes widened in awe. Holding the youngest, she felt no fatigue at all. Subsequently, they explored the zoo. After leaving, they visited a shopping mall near their home, purchasing every novel toy the two little ones played with. The eldest adored Barbie dolls, yearning for one she had long requested from her father. Yet they resided in a modest 60-square-meter apartment where life was not affluent. Yang Su was aware his mother did not favor girls, and he too was cautious, not daring to spoil them excessively. It was not until 3 in the afternoon that Song Yunshang appeared at the entrance of a beauty salon with her two dressed-up princesses. The youngest, spotting her mother, joyfully dashed over. "Mama, look at my beautiful dress." Song Yunshang, laden with bags, wore an expression of lingering satisfaction. "Oh my, Aunt Song, you've truly spoiled them. Even their real grandmother hasn't pampered them like this." The youngest, Yang Yile, exaggeratedly gestured. "Mama, grandmother took us to see the giraffe. Its neck is so long, and she had just spoken with Shan Ningxuang about their long outing. Apparently, they had also gone to the zoo. Aunt Song, I apologize for the trouble." "Not at all, not at all. In fact, you've done a wonderful job raising them. The woman who juggles work and childcare knows the immense challenges involved." Shen Ningxuang approached with a glass of water, smiling gently. "Mama, have a sip of water." Afterward, Song Yunshang joined her two little ones in assembling toys. Some individuals are simply destined to cross paths, as if preordained. At the Xingchen building, Mu Huanxiu entered with a freshly completed project proposal. The office was devoid of Gu's presence. "Yanxi, where is Gu?" "Mr. Mu, you've arrived just in time. Mr. Gu left moments ago." Something felt amiss. He had never been one to leave work punctually. For the past few days, he had been absent at closing time, even declining several business dinners. "If it's urgent, I can convey your message." No need. Mu Huanxiu turned and entered the private elevator. Through the transparent glass, he saw Gu Xingchen board an electric car developed by their company. Was he testing it? That seemed unnecessary for such trivial matters. Out of curiosity, Mu Huanxiu instructed the driver to follow Gu's vehicle. Soon, the man drove onto the national highway, and Mu Huanxiu trailed him closely. Where could Mr.Gu be heading in the western part of the city? The driver, Xiao Li, hesitated to speak. Being from the same driver's team, he was somewhat privy to certain details. Soon, the man parked in front of a nondescript beauty salon. He strolled in with ease. "When did Mr.Gu develop a penchant for beauty treatments?" The driver, Xiao Li, clarified. "Mr. Mu, this is Mr.Gu's beauty salon." With that revelation, Mu Huanxiu understood completely. He instructed the driver to park farther away. Settling in the car, intently observing. The woman capable of melting this ice-cold man must be extraordinarily special. As night fell, finally someone emerged. "Mr. Mu, Mrs. Gu is coming out." Where? Where? Peering closely, he noticed two beautifully distinct women, one on either side of Gu Xingchen. Accompanied by two little ones, he was uncertain who was who. Han Xiaoman held the hand of the eldest, while Shan Ningxuang cradled the youngest as they entered a vehicle. Chapter 23. Her embrace is both fragrant and soft. "Surely not, there are children too. I am not sure about that. I heard from Xiao Kai that Mr.Gu does not have children. Follow them. I must ascertain who Mr.Gu truly is today." Just as they started the car, Mu Huanxiu's phone buzzed. A message appeared. "Have you eaten? Following others is such fun?" Mu Huanxiu was taken aback. He had been discovered so swiftly. This man was excessively cautious, and no need to follow. Turn back to Lamboan. On the other side, Gu Xingchen sent off the message, first dropping Han Xiaoman at home before returning to Yuhuan community. Her mother-in-law, Song Yunshang, had prepared dinner. Upon seeing her daughter-in-law return so late, she cast a reproachful glance at Gu Xingchen. "You're back. Hurry and wash your hands to eat." Taking advantage of Shan Ningxuang's moment away to wash her hands, Song Yunshang whispered, "Why are you so late?" "You told me to help your daughter-in-law. She works tirelessly and sometimes inadvertently stays late. Can you blame me?" All right, go wash your hands." After dinner, Song Yunshang routinely engaged her daughter-in-law in conversation on the sofa while Gu Xingchen cleared the table. What on earth was he doing, wasting time on such trivial matters? The oil field development project in Africa was still incomplete. A billion-dollar venture. In the living room, the mother and daughter laughed merrily. Mama loves children. It's lively and cheerful, but as a seasoned woman, she understands the process. Feelings take time, and she can wait. Shan Ningxuang responded with a smile. Mama, I've married into the Xingchen family. It's only a matter of time before I have children. So don't worry. Song Yunshang lowered her voice. Don't be fooled by his cool exterior. I know him best. After being single for 28 years, he must be bursting with feelings. Once he develops feelings for you, he'll cling to you like glue. Really? Shan Ningxuang found it hard to believe. A man who resisted even washing a bitter tea leaf must be quite dull. Xiao Shuang, the colder a man appears, the more he yearns for warmth. He simply hasn't tasted sweetness yet. You'll understand in time. Song Yunshang was determined to hold her grandchild, putting in considerable effort. Listen to Mama. Tonight, give him a warm hug to say goodnight. When the weekend comes, carve out some time for just the two of you. She was so busy, working in the beauty industry with no holidays or weekends. Her mother-in-law saw this and felt the ache in her heart. She couldn't shower her with too much money all at once. I fear he might not be willing. He dares not. Xingchen is the quintessential cold exterior, warm interior type. Trust me, you won't be wrong. Afterward, the mother-in-law imparted many alluring techniques to her. As the man continued tidying up, Shan Ningxuang headed for a shower. Song Yunshang took the cloth from her son's hand and said meaningfully, Go on. You're so clumsy. Go rest in your room." She intended to put him on the spot. Gu Xingchen entered the room. He was greeted by the sound of running water from the bathroom. Teasing his senses, Mu Huanqiu sent the proposal to the man's email. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he found it impossible to focus on the analysis. Every word eluded him, his mind consumed by the memory of her soft, tender touch from the previous night. With a creak, the bathroom door swung open. The man glanced up. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, casually tied back, secured with a pink hairpin, with a few rebellious strands dancing about. After her shower, her delicate skin was enveloped in a layer of mist. Her full lips glistened as if coated in honey, sweet and enticing. The loose nightgown failed to conceal her alluring curves, while an arm as delicate as a young lotus emerged, shimmering softly. The man's gaze gradually warmed. She approached him step by step, standing before him. "Could you please move? I forgot to grab my coat." A fragrant breeze wafted in, one shoulder strap slipped off. The man swallowed hard, awkwardly shifting his body to create space. Shan Ningxuang was even more nervous. She shouldn't have listened to her mother-in-law's advice. This was the first time she presented her gentle beauty before him, her heart racing like a deer. After retrieving her nightgown, she wrapped it around herself, beaming, "Xingchen, aren't you going to wash up?" Boom! Gu Xingchen felt as though a voice filled his mind. "You are a legally married couple. She is flirting with you. Why do you hold back? Whatever you do is justifiable." Realizing her unusual behavior, the man exerted great restraint. "Did your mother say something to you?" He was a normal man, naturally possessing normal physiological needs. Moreover, Shan Ningxuang had an excellent foundation, belonging to the type of beauty that was not stunning at first glance, but grew increasingly captivating upon further observation. Otherwise, she would not have been scorned as a vixen by her stepmother, Chen Yuanyuan. No, she quietly sat beside him. After her bath, the delightful fragrance enveloped her more intensely. The air suddenly fell silent, faintly echoing the thunderous beat of the man's heart. The sweet, soft aroma wafted to his nostrils, lingering in his heart, continually teasing, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. "Xingchen," she called softly. "I took a shower. I'll get the bedding." The man stood up, hurriedly, appearing as though he were fleeing. He dashed into the bathroom, turned on the cold water tap, and let the icy cascade drench his body, attempting to suppress his restless heart. What was he doing? He had lost his composure in front of her and fled. Was this a form of retaliation for his flirtation with her last night? Truly a vengeful little girl. After finishing his shower, he realized he had forgotten to grab his sleepwear. The bathroom still retained her scent. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the white towel. A few moments later, the man emerged, his expression dark as he wrapped himself in the white towel. Shan Ningxuang leaned against the bed, chatting with her best friend, when his robust figure suddenly appeared. Her face flushed slightly, and she ended the video call. "Don't look at me like that. It makes me feel like you have ulterior motives." The man turned his back to her, searching for his sleepwear iron. The next moment, he felt a heart-stirring touch on his back, soft and delicate. She gently embraced him, pretending to be calm as she said, "I haven't thanked you yet for your help today." The slight tremor in her arm revealed her inner tension. Embracing him for that brief moment felt as if she had grasped the entire world. His words echoed in her ears, "From now on, I will be your support." Yu Xingchen's hand, resting on the sleepwear, felt as though it had been enchanted. Having been single for 28 years, experiencing skin-to-skin contact with a woman for the first time. The feelings he had previously suppressed surged forth like a tidal wave, filling his heart, leaving him unable to discern whether it was primal impulse or burgeoning affection for this hastily married wife. The fleeting warmth dissipated with her withdrawal, leaving him with an unexpected sense of reluctance. "Is this your way of expressing gratitude?" The man turned around, his resolute cheeks tinted with a rosy hue. His eyes ablaze with heat. "Don't overthink it. It was merely a hug. Nothing more. Do you wish for something else?" Feeling the chill emanating from him during the embrace, she added, "Did you just take a cold shower? Put on your sleepwear. You'll catch a cold." Chapter 24. Who bought them new clothes? The man turned around, having been single for so long, finding himself easily ignited by a mere tease. He could only feel that Shan Ningxuang, after her bath, appeared even more ethereal. Her unadorned face revealed faint dimples upon closer inspection, as if she encapsulated all that was beautiful. Every smile and frown tugged at his nerves. He struggled to restrain himself from looking at her. From thinking about the fragrant, soft sensation he had just experienced, he stepped into the bathroom, changed into his sleepwear, and in the mirror, he noticed the sharpness of his brows softened by a warmth he hadn't even recognized in himself. Like a spark cast into a cold ice cellar, it would inevitably melt the glacier one day. After taking several deep breaths, he restored his icy, domineering faade and emerged from the bathroom. Standing at the bedside, his towering height of 185 centimeters, he directly opened the top shelf of the wardrobe, retrieving bedding. As he lay down, her radiant little face looked down at him. Her smile gentle. "Xingchen, why didn't you say you had a blanket? We could have slept in 2 separate beds last night." God knows how long her face had been flushed last night. Turning her back to him, she lay in one bed. Especially since the person beside her was her rightful husband. Whatever he wished to do was entirely lawful. The man turned to his side, feigning sleep. "Xingchen, the floor is cold. Just right to cool down." "Xingchen, the floor is hard. It's good for your health." Xingchen. Yu Xingchen reached out and turned off the bedside lamp. The room was suddenly engulfed in darkness, the air thick with a hormonal scent. She lay on the bed, watching the man's back, thinking, "Come sleep. I want to eat you." 10 minutes later, perhaps genuinely tired, Shan Ningxuang fell into a deep slumber. The one still awake felt the night dragged on interminably. She simply opened her phone and began working. In Africa, the group was overseen by the expatriate president, Chao Zhiyong. Years ago, Chao Zhiyong had stirred trouble in Haicheng, with the opposing party being the second most affluent family after the Gu family. The Lu family held immense power in Haicheng. In the years following Gu Dong's retirement, a business prodigy emerged from the Lu family, Lu Tingxiao. With a brilliant business maneuver, he overshadowed the Gu group, securing maritime trade rights, even eclipsing the Gu group's prominence. Just as Lu Tingxiao was poised for greatness, a significant error occurred in the containers responsible for import and export trade under the group, leading to a customs hold. The blame fell squarely on Chao Zhiyong. Yet everyone in Haicheng knew the principal culprit was not Chao Zhiyong but rather Lu Tingxiao's cousin, Lu Mingyuan. After numerous complications, it was Gu Dong who intervened to help him resolve the trouble in exchange for the opportunity to expand into overseas markets in Africa. Focused on his work, the man temporarily set everything aside. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shan Ningxuang's best friend returned home, instructing Debao to entertain Xiaobao in the living room with cartoons while she began preparing dinner. Unlike Shan Ningxuang, who returned home to find a steaming meal waiting for her. Around 6:30, Yang Su and her children returned. "Look at your wife. Is this how she behaves? Coming home so late, does she even care about this family or how to take care of her husband?" Just as they reached the door, Zhang Xuemei's slightly sharp voice rang out. Hearing their grandmother's voice, DeBeo immediately turned the television volume down to the lowest level, fearing to upset her. Mom, Xiaoman has it tough. We all agreed to her opening that beauty salon. She did it for this family. Why are you so muddled? Where's the money? It's been 2 months since it opened, and after investing 50,000, not a dime has been seen. Did she give it to you, or to me? Yang Su feigned ignorance, heading to the living room to sit with the 2 adorable kids watching television. Zhang Shumei cast a glance at Han Xiaoman, who was busy in the kitchen, and loudly remarked, "Stop cooking so much. We've eaten out. You should come home earlier. Letting your husband starve is not the behavior of a virtuous wife." In her eyes, Han Xiaoman had always played this role, working tirelessly yet giving the impression of being easy to bully. As Yang's daughter-in-law, she felt entirely justified in giving orders. Once inside, her aging gaze was immediately captivated by the 2 little ones. Dressed in beautiful matching dresses, holding small cakes, surrounded by a pile of toys, she promptly approached the kitchen, questioning, "Xiaoman, you have money to buy new clothes for your daughter, but you don't have money to bring home?" Han Xiaoman had just poured tomatoes into the pot when she saw her mother-in-law, Zhang Shumei, storming over, ready for confrontation. "Well, I just bought some for the older one last month, and now again this month. How have I educated you? Kids grow quickly. Buying too many clothes is wasteful, and if the older one can't wear them, the younger one can. What new clothes? It's not like it's a holiday." Han Xiaoman had grown accustomed to this baseless blame. Expressionless, she finished cooking the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, plated them, turned off the heat, and faced her. "What? Am I wrong? Every aspect of life requires money," Yang Su approached, gently advising his mother. "Mom, Xiaoman uses her own money to buy clothes for DeBeo and Xiaobao. Why are you doing this?" She felt no grievance. After 4 years of marriage, aside from the first year being somewhat better, the remaining days had been spent in such an environment. She wished for a warm family atmosphere, so regardless of right or wrong, she had always compromised. Fortunately, Yang Su occasionally assisted her, yet she faced most of it alone. Men always had to go out to work. "Mom, the clothes and snacks for DeBeo and Xiaobao were bought by my best friend's mother-in-law. She came to the shop to deliver lunch today and happened to see them. So she took them home." "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Shumei coldly interrupted her words. "Are you implying that I don't bring you lunch? Or that I don't love my granddaughters enough?" As soon as Zhang Shumei got angry, her entire face contorted, resembling a wicked witch from a fairy tale. DeBeo covered Xiaobao's ears and comforted his sister. "Let us go to the room." "All right. Mommy just got scolded by Grandma." The 4-year-old child was so understanding it tugged at one's heartstrings. Some children, from birth, enjoy endless pampering, growing up in harmonious, blissful families. More children, however, arrive with broken wings, seemingly destined to endure hardships in this world. Taking his sister into the room, a few minutes later, Yang Yao re-emerged, having tidied the living room to perfection. At such a young age, she understood how to please adults in the kitchen. Yang Su still wanted to speak up for his wife, but was met with a fierce glare from his mother. "Oh, a stranger would be so kind? Buying food and clothes? 2 worthless children, not little lords." Upon hearing the derogatory term worthless children once again, Han Xiaoman exploded. "Mom, they're your granddaughters. Even if you dislike them, you shouldn't speak of them like that. I don't ask you to dote on them. At the very least, they're your blood." Yang Su lowered his head and tugged at Han Xiaoman's sleeve. "Mother has this temperament. It's best if you say a little less." Chapter 25. If both your mother and I fell into the water, who would you save first? All along, Han Xiaoman had been the epitome of a dutiful daughter-in-law. Enduring everything thrown her way, Zhang Shumei bullied her without any hesitation, treating her like a soft persimmon, easily kneaded at will. But now, unexpectedly, she had exploded. Can a soft persimmon still stand up? "Oh, so you've learned to talk back to your elders. Have you? And you dare to criticize them? Who taught you that? Was it that impoverished friend of yours? You never used to be like this. Ever since you started the business with Shan Ningxuang." She felt Han Xiaoman had changed. "If you want me to bare my soul, then fine, you give me a grandson, and I would gladly take care of him, even if it means dealing with his mess." Han Xiaoman had long seen through it. Sometimes, she contemplated the path ahead. A woman's opportunity to change her destiny is scarce. Marrying the right person is the most crucial turning point in life. "Mother, this is outdated thinking. Times have changed, and women can share the burden too." Yang Su found himself caught in the middle, Like a sandwich, in the end, the scale still tipped in favor of his mother. Mother, please say a little less and let Xiaoman eat with the children first. What is there to eat? I'm already full of anger. Even Han Xiaoman, with her good temper, could no longer endure it. They were compelling her to give birth to a boy, something beyond her control. Have your friend lend you some money. I can take a hit, give her 60,000 to transfer the beauty salon to her name, and you can come back and focus on preparing for pregnancy. Zhang Shumei bluntly suggested that she abandon her job and return to being a full-time housewife. In that case, let me be clear, it's impossible. This time, she decided not to compromise any longer. Saying this, she took the food to the nursery. De Bao and Xiao Bao hadn't had dinner yet. In the kitchen, Zhang Shumei's face darkened completely. Look at you. Just 2 months out and you no longer heed my words, and a few years. Are you planning to drive me back to the countryside? My life is so bitter. Flustered, Yang Su began to comfort her. Mother, how could that be? I'll talk to her properly. Haven't you been using contraceptive measures? Zhang Shumei's gaze remained fixed on the nursery. The Yang family has no one to carry on. Yang Su felt overwhelmed but still assured her. Mother, rest assured, the Yang family will surely have a grandson. Really? I want your promise. Yang Su obediently complied, thinking that to keep the little balloon from floating away, he could only let out all the air. In the room, De Bao spoke softly. Mummy, did I cause trouble again? Did I make Grandma unhappy? Mummy must be scolded. At such a young age, she already understood the meaning of being reprimanded. Han Xiaoman lovingly patted her daughter's head, her voice gentle and filled with maternal affection. Yao is the sweetest child in the world. How could she cause trouble? It was just Mummy who returned home late by accident. Then let's come back earlier next time, okay? MHM. Her daughter was her everything. Yet, Yao innocently believed that if they returned home sooner, Grandma would be happy and wouldn't scold anyone. With a simple heart, she could not comprehend the complexities of adult emotions. Mummy, when I grow up, I want to earn lots and lots of money to buy a big house for Mummy, a big car too. And I will share some with Grandma. She sounded dejected, her little face devoid of the innocence typical for her age, thinking that only then would Grandma like her a bit more. All right, Yao. Eat quickly. You need to eat well to grow tall. After tidying up the dishes, she took De Bao and Xiao Bao to wash up together. By the time they reached their room, it was already past 8. The man sat on the edge of the bed, waiting for her. Mother didn't mean it that way. Please don't take it to heart, Asu, tell a joke. Han Xiaoman sat at the vanity, removing her makeup as she said, if both your mother and I fell into the water, who would you save first? Behind her, the man's footsteps approached slowly, gently embracing her, whispering in her ear, silly, how could I let you fall into the water? Besides, you can swim. Yes, just because I know how to do many things. Does that mean I should be strong and self-reliant, right? Still throwing a tantrum? Han Xiaoman replied evasively. I only realized after getting married that this is not a joke, but rather a truth, Asu. No matter how much love there is, there will be a day it fades. For life is harsh. If you're not the sweetness in my life, then I would prefer to remain forever mired in the mire. Because in the depths of the mire, there is no sunlight. As she uttered these words, her heart was filled with profound loneliness. She had waited for him for 4 years, yet he could not become her pillar of support. The Yang family were the Yang family, and she was herself. She was merely a tool for Yang Su to carry on the family line. Perhaps there had been love in between, or perhaps it had long vanished amidst the chaos of daily life. Mother was a bit harsh today. You have no idea. While you were delivering food to our daughter, I scolded her loudly in the kitchen. She is showing disrespect to women. It's outdated thinking and stubbornness. Han Xiaoman shook her head in disappointment. What credibility does a mama's boy have when he speaks such words? Rather than coddling her, it would be better to be honest. Go to sleep. I'll take a shower. Wife, tonight that I'm not in the mood, but in the dead of night, as the gentle rain fell outside. Yang Su opened his small umbrella, vowing to persuade Zhang Xuem in the hazy dawn. The first rays of sunlight filtered into countless homes. Shan Ningxuang leaned over the bedside, admiring the man's resolute face illuminated by the morning light, his peaceful slumber softened by the warmth of a neighborly boy's sunshine. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, she reached out, her fingertip lightly brushing over the prominent Adam's apple at his throat. In the next moment, their eyes met. Under the morning sun, the man's starry eyes were deep and profound. Shan Ningxuang. like a child caught stealing candy, froze for a second before awkwardly smiling and retracting her small hand. The man's large hand tightened around her pristine wrist, as if extricated from the back of his throat. His voice low and husky. Was it fun? Do you want to play a little longer? Growing increasingly audacious, she had taken the initiative while he was asleep, yet claimed she had no ulterior motives. Has no one told you that you look particularly handsome when you're asleep, even more so than when you're awake? The man's expression darkened further. What nonsense, haha. Shen Ningxuang attempted to pull free her wrist, only to discover that he was merely holding it gently. At least when asleep, he didn't exude such an overwhelming aura. Was he truly just a small boss? Gu Xingqian had listened to her mumble in her sleep all night. As if he had discovered a new continent, before he could ask her, she had already taken the liberty to tease him. Little did she know, certain parts of a man, once touched, could easily ignite a blaze. Noticing the seriousness in her eyes, he directly asked, "Did you used to talk in your sleep?" "What? Did you like to talk in your sleep before?" She froze for a few seconds, her face turning crimson. "What did I say?" Chapter 26. Is work more important? Or is your wife more important? Last night, she had spoken intermittently, filled with fear, struggle, and heartache. Undoubtedly, the things that could instill such terror in one's dreams must be deeply buried secrets. Nothing much, just that you married a tall and handsome husband, and you're very happy. The man for once did not speak directly. Perhaps it was related to her upbringing, or perhaps he simply could not bear to bring up sad memories when she was happy. Shan Ningxuang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Last night, she dreamt again about the events from 3 years ago at Eastern Europe Securities. Faced with the scorn of many, even though she wished to defend herself, in the face of the reality of losing hundreds of billions in funds, she was left speechless. The board of directors at Eastern Europe Securities decided to abandon Shan Ningxuang, their star manager. From the moment she lost their protection, she faced relentless attacks, insults, and even doxing. It was at that moment that Pei Tianla suddenly vanished. Alone, she confronted all the malice in the world. A hint of softness flickered in the man's deep gaze. Achoo! The man had taken a cold shower last night, and indeed caught a cold. Shen Ningxuang instinctively reached out, placing her hand on his forehead to check his temperature. Her slightly rough palm radiated a comforting warmth. Seeing her serious expression, the man could not bear to push her hand away. It's just a little cold. I'm not that fragile. Thank goodness, no fever. Just wait a moment. I'll go make you some ginger soup. It must be from your cold shower last night that the chill has gotten to you. Since the age of 12, she had learned how to take care of herself because no one would show her care. She turned over to get out of bed, revealing a glimpse of her fair, smooth waist. Like a ray of light in the dawn, she inadvertently attracted the man's gaze. Realizing that staring like this was rather indecorous, he reluctantly averted his eyes. Moments later, she brought over the blanket that carried her warmth and covered him with it. He was so robust, not some delicate young master. Could a little cold really matter? Though much later, the man lowered his head. Frosty, I caught a cold. Shen Ningxuang casually surveyed him. It's just a little cold. The man leaned in closer. I need a hug to get better. Shen Ningxuang's lips curled into a smile. Aren't you afraid of infecting me? Shen Ningxuang, dressed in her nightgown, rushed to the kitchen to prepare ginger soup without even washing up. However, she did not see her mother-in-law. In another pot, she steamed some dumplings and cooked porridge. She skillfully sliced the ginger and began to simmer it in the room. The man calmly dressed and washed up before stepping out, only to encounter Shen Ningxuang walking in with a small bowl of ginger soup. What are you doing out? That is quite fortuitous. Having it while it is still warm will suffice. After breakfast, it will be just fine. He accepted the ginger soup and casually placed it on the dining table. At that moment, his mother-in-law, Song Yunsheng, returned from outside, her hands laden with an assortment of side dishes. Who has caught a cold? Upon noticing Gu Xingqian's ashen complexion, it was evident without further speculation that he was the one afflicted. Shan Ningxuang stepped inside to freshen up. Song Yunsheng scrutinized her son, perplexed. After all, he had not fallen ill in over a decade. Yet after sharing a bed with his wife, he had succumbed to a cold. She leaned in closer, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Could it be that you kicked off the covers? Mother, you rise early each day to buy groceries and rush back to prepare meals. Why not enjoy a leisurely life as a well-to-do matron, allowing the maid to prepare and deliver the meals instead? Song Yunshang immediately retorted, "Is it the same? Regardless, I have wholeheartedly accepted Shen Ningxuang as my daughter-in-law. Do not be like your father, consumed by suspicion. If you have the time to monitor me, you would be better off investing your efforts into investigating the Eastern European securities matter. I suspect there is something amiss there." Gu Xingchen strolled over and took a casual sip of the ginger soup, the spiciness making it difficult to swallow. After just one sip, he pushed it aside. Just then, Shan Ningxuang emerged from her grooming. Catching sight of the scene, she approached him, her tone gentle, resembling one coaxing a child. "You must finish it. Otherwise, you might catch a cold. If you do catch one, your nose will run, and what will happen to you? So handsome, if you become a snotty mess, I might just not want you anymore." Upon hearing those words, the man felt his heart skip a beat. He disregarded the previous remarks and fixated solely on, "I might not want you anymore." To his surprise, he obediently lifted the cup, frowning as he finished the ginger soup. Song Yunshang observed everything, smirking to herself. Finally, someone could keep him in check. How obedient he was! Just a moment ago, she had searched the kitchen for sugar and found none. She presumed that being an adult, he wouldn't require a mere piece of candy to feel better. The hardships she endured never received even a single sweet to soothe her. Yet, she remained unfazed. For she believed that the sweetest candy would one day present itself to her in an unexpected manner. Could it be him? Perhaps, after breakfast, Gu Xingchen had matters to attend to and placed the car keys in her hands. "I cannot take you to work today. I received a last-minute notification. The friend I assisted previously has invited me to Jiangqing for an inspection. If all goes well, he mentioned he would bring me on board with the Liu brand." His father, Shan Huaisan, operated in this very industry, particularly the Fengyuan construction company run by his stepmother. Influenced by his surroundings, Shen Ningxuang encouraged him, "That sounds promising. I support you. This brand originates from Country F and is considered the Hermes of home brands. Go for it. Are you familiar with this brand?" The man expressed surprise. "Yes, but the franchise fee for such a top-tier luxury home brand is exorbitant. Just wait. I will fetch the bank card you gave me. I haven't touched the money in it. It has been kept safe for you. In truth, Gu Xingchen had received an urgent notification from the board to fly to Hong Kong City for market research. As the city with the most developed beauty industry, Hongyan Ruan would need to invest considerable effort in market analysis to penetrate Hong Kong. Originally, Gu Jianghao was supposed to go, but without a second thought, Gu Ershao declined. When Shan Ningxuang returned with the bank card, her mother-in-law, Song Yunshang, had already signaled to the man with her eyes not to accept it. "This is reserved for your daughter-in-law to purchase a house. I am finding ways to provide her with money, so how could I accept hers?" She then added, "Take it, my beauty salon has just opened, and I haven't made much profit. I only have a little over 30,000. I'll transfer you 30,000 now. Having a mother to look after me doesn't require much money." The man's expression shifted. 30,000 was nothing but a pittance to him. The heir of a fortune. The profit generated by the group during the time spent having breakfast could amount to hundreds of 30,000s. Song Yunshang felt anxious on the side. "No need for that. Whether a deal is struck remains uncertain. If I truly need money, I won't hesitate to ask." As he saw her off, he watched her drive away before turning back to his sleek black Rolls-Royce. He dialed his brother Gu Jianghao's number, his voice turning icy. "Every time your wife returns, she disappears without a trace. What is more important, work or your wife? Who is that? You're making it impossible to sleep." The soft, languid voice on the other end belonged to Gu Jianghao. He quickly covered the receiver and stepped outside to take the call. "Brother, I beg you, please choose a better time to call." "You haven't answered my question." In the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, the man signaled the driver to head to the airport. "Of course, my wife is more important." Chapter 27. The pockmarked Xiao Jiani listening? "I want to pursue the matter of you not going to Hong Kong, but you must emerge from the realm of tenderness and head straight to the headquarters for work. Your sister-in-law is alone in Haicheng. Ensure you protect her discreetly should anything arise." On the other end of the line, Gu Jianghao smirked. What trouble could possibly arise in the group? Even if he were absent, there were still Mr. Mu and the others keeping watch. Seems the latter part of your statement is the crux. Work is more important. Miss Shen call her sister-in-law. What trouble could she possibly face? All right, go ahead and rest easy. I will keep an eye on her." Jiu Xingchen pondered for a moment before his tone softened. "Has Ru Yin visited the old residence to see Grandma since she returned?" "No. Every time we go, She is pressured to have a child. It's tedious. This remark infuriated Gu Xingqian completely. The Gu family has always valued familial bonds. How could they neglect visiting grandma over trivial matters? After work tonight, you and Ru Yin will return home. If I find out you didn't go, you know the consequences, brother. Ru Yin wants to enjoy a few more years of freedom. We will surely have children. But there's no need to rush. After a long silence, the man on the other end waited a moment before saying, brother, I'll hang up now. Ru Yin is waiting for me. The sun is already high. You can't tell me you're still in bed? Heh, we stayed up a bit late last night. Once you taste the sweetness, you will probably be even later than me. Stop with your nonsense. If a woman truly loves you, she will certainly be willing to bear your children. Consider it carefully. Hearing his brother's words, Gu Jianghao became irate. He and she had grown up together, and he had cherished her since childhood. Marrying her was the greatest fortune of his life. Thus, after marriage, he indulged her without restraint, protecting and loving her in front of outsiders. The charming and suave Gu Ershao was like a little puppy before Lu Ru Yin. He would heed his brother's advice in everything, except this matter. No one could speak ill of her. Whoever dared to cross her would be the first to face his wrath. This is my affair. No one has the right to interfere. The two brothers, once again, found themselves at odds over a woman. Gu Xingqian remained unfazed. His brother was usually quite rational, yet he seemed more foolish than him. A novice in matters of the heart, it was evident to everyone that he was merely deceiving himself. Do not bring up the topic of having children again. Otherwise, do not expect me to be amicable. Gu Xingqian's expression darkened as he hung up the phone. What began as a delightful morning suddenly turned overcast. Subsequently, he sent a message on his phone. Investigate what my sister-in-law, Qiao Jiani, has been up to while gallivanting around the world. The reply was succinct. Understood 2 hours earlier, at the Qiao family villa, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the standalone residence. It jolted Pei Tianla from his slumber. And without caring to dress, he dashed into the luxurious bathroom, as the sound emanated from there. His instinct was to check if Qiao Jiani had fallen. In the makeup mirror, he beheld a once decent face now marred with raw patches and large, inflamed pimples, some areas even peeling. Her entire visage was ruined. Amidst her screams, her contorted face met Pei Tianla's gaze. Shinning Shuang, you have caused me such misery. On the very first day back from Shanning Shuang's beauty salon, she had sensed a slight allergic reaction on her face. Initially, she attributed it to the 3 years spent abroad, claiming she was unaccustomed to the waters of Haiqing. Moreover, being a coastal city, the wind carried a dampness that she found difficult to adapt to. However, upon awakening that morning, she found herself disfigured. With the wedding imminent, how could she face anyone in such a state? How could she possibly become the most beautiful bride? The Qiao family was a prominent one in Haiqing. And to create such a grand spectacle at her wedding while appearing like this would be an utter embarrassment. The despair was overwhelming. Pei Tianla rushed to comfort her. What happened, Jiani? What is wrong? Are you blind? Can't you see? As he approached, the sight of her pockmarked face magnified in his vision, causing him to recoil in shock. Such a slight movement did not go unnoticed by Qiao Jiani, intensifying her sense of discomfort. It must be that wretched woman, secretly seeking revenge against me. Who could have guessed that behind her seemingly harmless facade, she harbored such malicious intent? She hastily placed the blame for everything squarely on Shanning Shuang. Jiani, remain calm. Could it be an allergy to seafood? This is not the time to assign blame. Let me take you to the hospital for an examination. However, the man's words only served to pour gasoline on the flames of her fury. What examination? Not only do I want her reputation ruined, but I will also sue her. A vile woman like her does not deserve to exist in society. Pei Tianla, having a lowly status within the Qiao family, was acutely aware that even though he had earned a considerable amount for the family over the years, it could not alter his humble standing. He was set to marry into the Qiao family. Soon, Mr. Qiao, Mrs. Qiao, and younger sister Qiao Anxin hurried over. Upon witnessing Qiao Jiani's ghastly appearance, they instinctively took a step back. Some areas of her face had been inadvertently scratched open, oozing crimson blood, creating a terrifying sight. Dad, Mom. Mrs. Qiao rushed forward, her heart aching as she reached out to touch the pimples on her daughter's face. What skincare products have you used to cause such a severe allergic reaction? It is not merely a skincare product. It is, in fact, Also a skincare product. In a moment of confusion, she took a considerable time to clarify her thoughts. A fleeting glint of unnoticeable coldness crossed Xiao Dong's eyes. Initially, he was the architect of Shen Ningxiang's tragedy. One could also describe him as a devoted father, who, upon hearing Qiao Jiani's words, meticulously orchestrated the entrapment of Shen Ningxiang. I will summon a private doctor. Let us postpone the wedding for now. Half an hour later, the private doctor arrived in haste, providing some topical ointments and advising her to maintain a light diet, to refrain from using skincare products, and to avoid makeup before departing. You stay at home. Your father will handle this matter. In a fit of rage, Qiao Jiani turned and hurriedly donned her attire, accessorizing with a beret and mask. Father, contact our media friends. This time, I intend to publicly expose her online, making her suffer the consequences. Pei Tianla hesitated, murmuring, is it really necessary to escalate matters to this extent? The moment he spoke, he stirred a hornet's nest. Slap! Qiao Jiani struck him fiercely across the face, her gaze fierce. What? Are you feeling sorry for your ex-girlfriend? Do you still have contact with her? Pei Tianla, you must understand, without the Qiao family, you are merely an ordinary person devoid of power or influence. What gives you the right to inhabit such an opulent villa? To possess luxury cars? To flaunt your status before others, basking in respect? Her finger, adorned with red nail polish, nearly pointed at his face, leaving him thoroughly embarrassed yet utterly helpless. Indeed, he chose Qiao Jiani to avoid 2 decades of striving. Yet, in this world, nothing comes without effort. To gain anything, one must be willing to pay the price. The romantic tales of wealthy young ladies falling for impoverished youths exist only in novels. In reality, a son-in-law often finds himself so lowly that he is unworthy of sharing a meal at the table. Chapter 28. Miss Qiao's acting skills erupt. Pei Tianla's eyes glistened with tears of humiliation, forcing a smile. Oh no, Jiani, allow me to handle this. I will surely provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Get lost. With fury etched across her face, Qiao Jiani swiftly descended the stairs in her high heels. Moments later, the red Ferrari roared away like a blazing comet, vanishing from his sight. After a moment's hesitation, he turned and descended the stairs, entering the car. His fingers hovered over the WeChat dialog box, uncertain. Ultimately, he sent a message, deleted it, and drove to the company. While waiting at a traffic light, Shen Ningxiang received a message. Qiao Jiani had a facial at your place and is now experiencing allergic reactions with red rashes and pimples on her face. Be cautious. She is coming to find you. How could this be? She was utterly sure that she had only utilized pure, natural herbal skincare products, which are generally suitable for most skin types. Even those with sensitive skin should not encounter issues. A heaviness settled in her heart until the honking of the car horn snapped her back to reality, prompting her to restart the vehicle. At the entrance of the Shuangshuang Beauty Salon, Han Xiaoman arrived on her electric bike, accompanied by 2 adorable little ones for work. From a distance, she observed a large crowd surrounding her shop, effectively blocking the entrance. She even noticed individuals wielding cameras, capturing the scene. Raising her gaze, she saw someone hanging a white banner from the rooftop, emblazoned with bold red characters. This unscrupulous beauty salon uses inferior skincare products on clients, profiting through deceit. Justice must be served. Amidst the crowd, Qiao Jiani removed her oversized sunglasses and discarded her mask, revealing a face that was a sight of misery. Some media acquaintances had been discreetly invited by her. As a fund manager accustomed to international presentations, she knew how to stir public sentiment and elicit sympathy. Clearing her throat, she began her performance. Hello, everyone. I am Qiao Jiani. With one hand, she raised her identification for verification. On November 10th, just 2 days prior, I underwent facial care at Shuangshuang Beauty Salon, where a beautician named Shen Ningxiang recommended their skincare products, assuring me they could effectively improve my skin issues. The camera zoomed in on Qiao Jiani's delicate features, capturing her from every angle. Simultaneously, her hired individuals began a live broadcast. In just 2 days, I have transformed from a blossoming young lady into this ghastly visage. Shuangshuang Beauty Salon not only failed to enhance my beauty, but instead disfigured me. With tears streaming down her face, Qiao Jiani sobbed. My fiancé and I are set to marry next month. Who does not wish to present themselves beautifully on such a momentous occasion? After all, one only gets married once in a lifetime, and no one desires to live with regrets. But in my current state, the doctor has warned that I may never fully recover. Even if I do, I will be left with irreversible scars. Everyone has a desire to be beautiful. How am I to live my life from here on? My fiancé might see this face and call off the wedding. As the live stream drew in some hired commenters, Xiao Jiani grew increasingly adept at her performance. I am utterly ashamed to face anyone now. I do not seek compensation from Shan Ningxiang, the owner of this beauty salon, but at the very least, I demand an explanation and for her to accompany me to see a doctor. Witnessing her pitiful demeanor amidst such a significant incident, one would expect a typical person to contact the authorities. Yet her demands remained so humble. Is Shan Ningxiang even human? Why has she not shown herself yet? Surely, she is hiding. A voice rang out from the crowd. Is there no justice left? Is there no law? This heartless beauty salon, in pursuit of profit, disregards the safety of its clients' lives. We must pursue this to the end. The crowd became incensed. Bring forth their responsible party. We demand an explanation. Are you foolish? Just call the police. After such an incident, they will surely have caught wind of it and fled. Do they even dare to show their face? At that moment, the woman broadcasting the live stream declared with righteous indignation, "Fear not, everyone. The owner of this beauty salon is Shan Ningxiang. If we cannot find her, there are countless righteous netizens who will help us expose this unscrupulous business and bring them to justice. Yes, we are women too. We frequent beauty salons. This establishment has 2 owners, and during my one visit, they continually pushed various products on me, proving to be a black shop. Soon, others chimed in. Indeed, I visited once too. But I was accompanying my friend. I spent 1,888 purchasing a set of skincare products, which they insisted on charging extra for every time I used them. Such a scam. In a first-tier city like Haicheng, how can such darkness still exist? Indeed, this was a black shop. They must be compelled to provide an explanation. Meanwhile, the woman live streaming was already a somewhat well-known beauty influencer, regularly posting beauty videos and sharing tutorials online. Those unaware of the truth flocked to her live stream upon receiving notifications. The situation began to unfold in the direction Xiao Jiani had anticipated. In just half an hour, the live stream surged to the top of Haicheng's beauty recommendation charts, intensifying as time passed. Numerous lifestyle bloggers began sharing the videos, including a prominent influencer named Haishang Feiying, who concurrently began her own broadcast. Hundreds of meters away, Han Xiaoman felt utterly disoriented, grateful that no one had recognized her. She quickly turned her electric bike around and pedaled back, then called Shan Ningxiang. Having stood at a distance, she could not discern Xiao Jiani, who was engulfed by the crowd at the shop entrance. Yet, she sensed that something grave had occurred. At this moment, Shan Ningxiang had already received word of the commotion but was en route, determined to confront the issue head-on. Her nature was such that she never shied away from challenges. After receiving the call, she found a spot to park her car. Shuangbao, where are you now? Listen, do not go to the shop. There are people causing a disturbance. Though she did not yet know who was behind it, her heart raced. Those daring enough to hang a banner and create a ruckus must have encountered issues after receiving beauty treatments at her salon. Whether it was an allergic reaction post-facial or muscle soreness from an oil massage, or even being unable to get out of bed, no one could predict whether tomorrow or an unexpected event would arrive first. I understand. It is Xiao Jiani, my old nemesis. You know? How did you find out? Xiao Man, I am almost there. Do not approach. Let us wait until I arrive to discuss everything. It is her, Shuangbao. Go up now, those irrational crowds will surely tear you apart. Let us call the police and let them handle it. First, she needed to return the little ones home. On the plane, her assistant Yinsi approached with a tablet. President, please take a look at this. A major influencer, Haishang Feiying, was broadcasting the video, quickly climbing the local trending search rankings. Minutes later, Gu Xingchen's expression turned frigid. The live stream continued, and he immediately recognized the woman in the crowd, valiantly attempting to calm the masses. Unbeknownst to her, someone in the crowd was the first to push her, and soon she became like a solitary boat in a tempestuous sea, tossed about by the surging waves. Hair was pulled, collars were seized, and clothing was torn. The scene spiraled completely out of control. Chapter 29. How did you protect her? Assistant Yinsi had merely executed her duties, promptly compiling useful information to present to President Gu. This time, President Gu was responsible for the Yuru Shuang Beauty Project. Any crucial news related to beauty must be communicated to him without delay. A fortunate twist of fate. This was the Group S matriarch. How long until the plane reaches Port City? President, it will take 1 hour and 6 minutes. Immediately, Gu Xingqian dialed his brother's number. At the Jiangbin Villa. A man scooped Lu Ru Yin from the grand bed in a princess carry. Softly coaxing, "Darling, let us have breakfast first, shall we?" Over the past few days, they had been inseparable. Sometimes, even during meals, he would carry her downstairs. She resembled a spoiled little princess, pouting her sensuous crimson lips. "How? I cannot accompany you to see Grandma today, and my best friend has returned from country H, and I must accompany her for a beauty treatment." "And what about me?" Gu Jianghao, the second young master of the Gu family, such a distinguished gentleman, felt a twinge of vulnerability before her, as if he were beset by insecurities. "What about you? Haven't you been satiated yet?" The man lowered his head and tenderly kissed her exquisite forehead. "Greedy!" The phone in the room incessantly rang. "How? Is that your phone? Nothing is more important than accompanying my wife for a meal. Don't." She gently pushed against his solid chest with her slender, rounded hand. "What if something important is trying to reach you? If it delays a major affair for the corporation, I will be the one blamed." Her delicate face bore an expression of innocence. "Put me down first." The man stubbornly held her until they reached the dining room before releasing her. "Hurry up, or I shall be angry." Jiu Jianghao strode into the opulent bedroom with a darkened expression. There were over a dozen missed calls. Upon closer inspection, it was from the big boss brother. His heart skipped a beat. What could have happened? So many calls in succession? Anxiously, he answered the phone. "Why did it take you so long to answer? Where on earth have you been?" The man's deep, rumbling voice conveyed his fury, even through the phone. "I just finished breakfast and was about to head to the headquarters. I instructed you to secretly protect your sister-in-law. How exactly did you protect her?" If it weren't for the booked flight on Air China, he might have ordered the plane to land immediately and rushed back to Haicheng at the fastest speed. The video concluded with police intervention. Shen Ningxiang and the parties involved were taken away. However, the ensuing uproar continued to escalate online. Some even recognized her as the former Eastern European Securities star manager Shen Ningxiang, who had caused countless individuals to lose their fortunes. Indeed, those with a blackened heart, regardless of the industry, always seek to profit unethically. The internet was rife with condemnation. Some demanded repayment, while others wished her dead. It was so difficult for her, and as her legal husband, he should stand by her side during such times, shielding her from the storm, nurturing her, protecting her, and comforting her. Jiu Jianghao weakly inquired, "Brother, what has happened to sister-in-law?" On the other end, Gu Xingqian nearly smashed his phone. For the first time, he felt a man was so immersed in the comforts of tenderness that he had lost all ambition, utterly degenerated without restraint. "You should check the Kuoyan platform to see what has happened to your sister-in-law. Or perhaps I should just tell you. You need to leave immediately for the Huaxin Road police station in the west of the city and ensure her release. You must be quick to guarantee her safety. I will handle the rest." It had only been a little over an hour since he had instructed his brother to take care of Miss Shan. How could she have already been detained? What was the situation with this ostensibly sister-in-law? Truly a troublesome troublemaker. He wasn't specifically tasked with cleaning up after her, was he? "Aren't you going?" "Oh, fine. I'll go right away." Under the pressure of his brother's authority, he reluctantly opened the Kuoyan platform. The live stream had ended, but various videos were trending, especially the name Shan Ningxiang. It was no longer a secret. She was more famous than the heir of the richest family. Gu Xingqian. After hanging up, he grabbed his coat and hurried out the door. Passing the dining room, he softly said, "Ruyan, I have to step out for a while and cannot join you for breakfast." "That's fine. No need to go out of your way for me. I'll be leaving soon to pick up my best friend, so I want to be back for lunch." Under normal circumstances, Gu Jianghao would have insisted on accompanying her, but today was different. He still had to rush to clean up after her. At Fushan Villa, the news of the incident involving the nominal daughter-in-law reached Gu Dong, who had watched the live stream in its entirety. His demeanor remained calm, betraying no signs of anger or delight. Yet, he did not act immediately to protect this eldest daughter law. In fact, he harbored doubts about her character. If the first incident was a false accusation, what about the second? Surely, it couldn't be mere coincidence that she was targeted repeatedly, could it? Her luck was simply too unfortunate. After a moment's hesitation, he dialed a number. "Is Miss Shen Ningxiang with you?" Upon receiving the call, the other party, involved in what was merely a common dispute, was surprisingly stirred by the attention of Haiching's wealthiest man. With his mind racing, he maintained a respectful tone. Yes, Mr. Gu. Ensure that the wrongdoers are not overlooked. Yet do not wrong the innocent. The other party, clearly an experienced fox, responded with a courteous tone. Rest assured, Mr. Gu, I will handle this fairly. Yu Dong hung up the phone. While he could not personally intervene to rescue her, he did not wish for Shan Ningxiang to face unfair treatment. With his intervention, at least the case would not be swayed by subjective factors, leaning toward one side. He then dialed another number. Dad, we need to discuss something. The man spoke succinctly. What is the truth behind your wife's situation? How much is genuine, and how much is fabricated? Gudong replied. Is it possible to discern after just a few days of acquaintance? Having navigated the turbulent seas of business, do you not find it absurd to ask such questions? The man's cold voice concealed an immense rage. Tio put it bluntly, she is now your daughter-in-law. Mrs. Gu, the matriarch of the Gu group, and also my wife. Regardless of her status, no outsider is permitted to bully her. You are mistaken. Ji Yudong's gaze was deep, his intentions obscured in a family of their stature. A certain level of distrust was inevitable. Even 2 years ago, when his youngest son insisted on marrying the daughter of the Liu family, he had outwardly consented but conducted extensive investigations behind the scenes. Even a minor flaw caused him unease. Yet, he could not resist his youngest son's desperate pleas. Now, he placed all hope on the eldest daughter-in-law. He could not allow outsiders to mock the Gu family. Could he? In such a vast family of the wealthiest, if the matriarch was merely subpar, it would reflect poorly. If she were not a suitable match, he would rather have his eldest son resent him than allow a woman with ulterior motives to remain in the family. I have already informed Director Li. You may rest assured during your business trip in Port City. After the call ended, Gu Xingchen hurriedly exited the aircraft, coldly instructing, apply for a flight route with the Air Traffic Control Bureau. I need to return to Haiching immediately. President, what about the matters here? The man's icy gaze fell upon his assistant, Yanxi, who immediately complied. At 10 in the morning, Song Yunshang began preparing lunch for her daughter-in-law. She was now immersed in the joy of caring for her daughter-in-law. While it could not compare to the life of a wealthy matron at the villa, she found delight in it. Cheerfully humming a tune, she tied on her apron. Chapter 30. The Scorn of Thousands. Breaking news. A beauty salon in Haiching has suffered a severe beauty mishap, resulting in a bride-to-be suffering from severe facial skin deterioration. The implicated salon has been sealed by relevant authorities, and further investigation is underway. Citizens are advised to choose reliable and trustworthy beauty institutions and to consume rationally. This station will continue to follow up on subsequent reports. This ambiguous report was like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, creating a massive uproar. While washing vegetables in the kitchen, Song Yunshang heard of the beauty incident and took a closer look. Although the report had been edited, anyone with discernment could immediately tell it was the Frost Beauty Salon from the west of the city. This revelation prompted Song Yunshang to immediately remove her apron. Rushing outside while dialing a number. Old Gu, have you heard about the incident involving your daughter-in-law? On the other end, Gu Dong leisurely brewed-teed, I know a little. Where are you right now? Still at the villa? Where would I be if not at the villa? You told me to raise chickens and ducks. It was hard to believe that the wealthiest man was engaged in such humble tasks. No, I mean, how can you be so calm? Your daughter-in-law is in such serious trouble, and you still have time to tend to ducks? Is there no one else at home? Gu Dong spoke slowly. Dear, don't worry, I've already informed Director Li. She won't be troubled. Song Yunshang was both exasperated and amused, her voice taking on a threatening tone. Very well, you better pray that my daughter-in-law is unharmed. Otherwise, I will certainly tear down your tower. Gu Minghui's hand trembled, spilling tea all over the floor. Amidst the steam, his expression remained inscrutable, yet he did not move. Nowadays, spending free time scrolling through short videos has become one of the best ways for people to pass the time. When Chen Yuanyuan saw the video, her face broke into a radiant smile, especially at the sight of Shan Ningxiang being surrounded and beaten by a group of people. It was so satisfying. Utterly satisfying. She would never forget how that man, whom she both feared and loathed, had treated her. That slap left her right cheek swollen for a week after going home. More than the physical pain, she hated Shan Ningxiang, the woman who had allowed herself to be bullied, who had found a stinky man to back her up. It would be so easy to bully her again. Days later, the Jiang family rescinded their contract, and she visited them, but she didn't even get to see Jiang Dachuan. Instead, Jiang Shao told her privately that she was now a daughter-in-law and should be cautious if she wished to collaborate with the Jiang family. In the end, she gained nothing and ended up in a mess. Unwilling to give up, she pressed for answers and eventually discovered that this nominal son-in-law was merely a small building materials boss on the verge of bankruptcy. In a first-tier city like Haicheng, the competitive market was intense. Many bosses appeared prosperous, but the struggles and hardships they faced remained known only to themselves. She smiled, and nobody without power or influence dared to show her a grim face. With her mind racing, she began to craft vivid commentaries beneath those videos. Her comments, oscillating between truth and fiction, quickly garnered likes from the blogger and surged to the top of the trending comments. Chen Yuanyuan grinned sinisterly. Soon, her account's followers skyrocketed, and some recognized her as the mother of the girl in the video. With even her biological mother stepping in to testify, it was clear how wicked Shen Ningxiang truly was. She was simply irredeemable. A litany of baseless accusations were spun and disseminated by Chen Yuanyuan. She usually bullies her younger brother at home, being lazy and gluttonous, resorting to violence at the slightest disagreement, even striking her own mother. Accompanied by a photo of her previously beaten by Gu Xingchen, the situation escalated step by step, drawing more and more people into the chorus of condemnation. She became a target of public scorn. Even more infamous than Feng Jia, emerging as a big internet celebrity with a distinctly pejorative connotation. Around 10 in the morning, a spontaneous protest group organized outside the Huaxin Road police station, unfurling banners demanding severe punishment for such unscrupulous merchants, seeking justice for the citizens. People, ever eager for personal gain, informed them that by creating a stir, the police would be compelled by public pressure to impose harsh penalties on Shan Ningxuang. Leading to a substantial compensation payout. In the subsequent court hearings, various evidences would emerge to ensure Shan Ningxuang's incarceration. The entire scheme appeared meticulously premeditated. On Huaxin Road, a flashy Porsche sped into view, closely followed by a luxury van worth millions. Inside, Mrs. Gu's dedicated driver, Xiao Li, remarked, "Madam, that car ahead seems to belong to the second young master." The limited edition sports car, easily recognizable by its unique license plate, was unmistakable. Throughout the journey, Mrs. Gu had urged the driver to hurry, running red lights in her anxiety that her daughter-in-law might be mistreated at the police station. It was likely the eldest young master's arrangement for her to accompany him inside. The silver Porsche halted abruptly at the police station entrance. Whether due to late braking or an urgency to assist, it collided with the side of a parked red Ferrari. Unfazed, he swiftly exited the vehicle. "Xiao Hao!" Hearing the familiar voice, the man halted and turned. "Mother, you're here too. Are you here to pick up your sister-in-law?" Gu Jianghao continued walking, his tone laced with grievance. "What kind of woman did my elder brother marry? I was summoned to bail her out without even having breakfast. Our Gu family is the richest. Surely he could find a better woman? Yet, he chose a troublemaker." Unbeknownst to him, Song Yunshang beside him wore an increasingly displeased expression. "Mother, if you ask me, what more do you wish to say?" Song Yunshang, shedding her usual gentle demeanor, responded coldly, "And no matter her faults, she is still your sister-in-law. Is it too much to ask you to run this errand? Has it been a hardship for you?" Gu Jianghao recoiled slightly. He had merely been venting his frustrations, but his mother's displeasure silenced him. The two proceeded directly to the director's office. Director Li stood to greet them with a smile. The matriarch of the wealthiest family in town had arrived with her second son, and even Mr. had made a phone call. Who exactly was this Shan Ningxuang? Did she possess some hidden, formidable background? Confounded. He maintained a neutral facade, saying, "Madam Gu, what brings you here?" "To fetch my daughter-in-law." Song Yunshang, clad in modest attire, exuded an air of nobility that commanded respect. She stated directly, "Take me to see her." Li's smile faltered. He had never anticipated that the notorious and scrupulous businesswoman would turn out to be the daughter-in-law of the Gu family. Given their wealth and status, how could she engage in such self-destructive behavior? A moment's reflection revealed that she must have been framed. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of sympathy for the young Miss Chiao. Since the initial report, connections had been made to ensure this matter was handled delicately. Presently, Xiao Jiani was being attended to in the deputy director's office. Li led the way, soon arriving at the interrogation room, where everything inside was visible from the outside, Yet the reverse was not true. Shen Ningxuang, please answer truthfully. Your statements here will become evidence in court. Were you not the one who attended to Chao Jiani on November 10th and provided her with beauty treatments? Never had Shen Ningxuang appeared so disheveled. When she had left home that morning, her neatly tied ponytail had been torn apart. Her hair was a tangled mess, resembling a bird's nest. Her once radiant face bore remnants of dark smudges. Whether dirt or the result of being struck was unclear. Her down jacket was half removed from her head, its front torn and shedding tufts of down, making her look like a refugee. Her mother-in-law, Song Yunshang, felt a pang of heartache. Chapter 31. Identity to be revealed. Shen Ningxuang was equally well-educated, a veritable academic achiever. Otherwise, she would not have become the chief analyst for Eastern European securities. I wish to call my husband. The interrogation staff immediately cooled their demeanor. To be honest. Do you understand the magnitude of your mistake? Do you have purchase receipts for the skincare products you used? He attempted to coax her. If you confess now, it may only be regarded as a civil dispute, but if you persist in your defiance, the victim will undoubtedly sue you. His stern expression failed to intimidate Shen Ningxuang, who remained unflustered. I have the right to contact my legal husband. This is merely the interrogation phase, and I also have the right to remain silent, Shen Ningxuang continued. If there is direct evidence, then let us proceed with the lawsuit. You can detain me for a maximum of 24 hours. Another female officer, donning a smile, intervened to restrain the irate male officer. Miss Shen, how can we assist you this way? If you require help, we can also provide free legal aid. Outside, Song Yunshang could hardly contain her anxiety, her heart aching like never before. This was her son's wife, to be beaten to such a state. Any ordinary person would have been in tears, easily frightened by the officers. Yet Shen Ningxuang displayed no signs of sorrow or helplessness. Rather, she remained calm and rational, unfazed by threats or temptations, eloquently holding her ground. Open the door, Director Li commanded personally. Immediately open the door. Who authorized you to treat Miss Shen in this manner? Officer Xiao Wang, responsible for monitoring, promptly activated the electronic door. With glistening eyes, Song Yunshang swiftly approached, shedding her own coat to drape it over Shen Ningxuang. Xiao Shuang, how are you? Did they mistreat you? Fear not, mother is here. With me around, no one can bully you. In the interrogation room, no unauthorized individuals are allowed. The male officer barked sternly. Who let you in here? Song Yunshang, seemingly unaffected by his words, obliviously continued to adjust her daughter-in-law's clothing. The pants had been torn, revealing a slender, fair leg. Shen Ningxuang instinctively recoiled. Having lost one shoe during the scuffle, Mother, I'm sorry for worrying you. Gu Jianghao glanced back, silently exiting the interrogation room. Before leaving, Director Li informed him that Chao Jiani was having tea with the deputy director. A respectful man, he felt his heart clench upon seeing Shen Ningxuang in such a battered state. Regardless of right or wrong, she was the daughter-in-law of the Gu family. How could outsiders dare to bully her? Disregarding the family's honor? Big sister, if you don't leave soon, I will charge you with obstructing justice. Just as Director Li sent Gu Jianghao off, he re-entered to find Officer Xiao Dou making a scene, his face pale with fright. Who do you think you can lock up? This station is to your home. You can't imprison anyone at will, Director. The female officer, quick to read the room, promptly exited. Director, what brings you here? Xiao Zhou quickly explained. This lady barged in without regard for the situation, obstructing official duties. That's why I said that he immediately apologized to MRS. GU, and turned to leave. You needn't concern yourself with this case any longer, as a law enforcement officer. To apologize to a woman who looked like a rural housewife seemed absurd to him. Should I apologize or be fined for sweeping the streets? Only then did he realize that the director was not jesting. Reluctantly, he offered an apology before heading out, muttering under his breath, another one with connections. This power is granted by the people, not for certain individuals' whims. What did you say? Director Li snapped. I see you've lost your mind from reading too much. Song Yunshang meticulously wiped away the smudges from her daughter-in-law's face, only to discover numerous swollen areas, realizing the dark marks were not dirt but bruises from being struck. The severity of the beatings was all too evident. Mother will take you to the hospital. Are there any other injuries? Shen Ningxuang shook her head, feeling a surge of guilt for causing her mother-in-law such distress at her age. I am fine, really. Having been conditioned from a young age to endure pain without complaint, she knew no one would empathize with her or care about her well-being. Any display of suffering would only invite ridicule. As she was no pampered young lady to lament her troubles, Director Lee, I have already paid the bail. Can we leave now? Those who reach the position of director are no fools, he feigned seriousness. You may leave, but during the investigation, you must cooperate and cannot leave Haicheng. You must be available at all times. Carrying her daughter-in-law, Song Yunshang discreetly gave Director Lee a thumbs up. Yet Shan Ningxuang sensed that the director's earlier treatment of the male officer hinted at her mother-in-law having used some influence. To be able to summon the director's presence surely implied that a significant figure had intervened. Now was not the time for inquiries as she followed her mother-in-law outside. 10 minutes earlier, Gu Jianghao had arrived at the deputy director's office, seething with unexpressed anger, and kicked the office door open without restraint. Those inside were taken aback, and the deputy director, Du Qingguang, stood up, adopting an authoritative stance. Who allowed you to kick the door? Provide a reasonable explanation. Openly challenging law enforcement is outrageous. Seated across from him, Qiao Jiani was enjoying her tea, her treatment in stark contrast to Shan Ningxuang's predicament. So, you are Qiao Jiani? Ignoring the deputy director's imposing demeanor, he pointedly addressed her. Who permitted you to kick the door? The deputy director pulled out a chair and strode over with an air of authority. Standing before Gu Jianghao, he had to look up at the man due to his own short and stout stature. The man before him was clad in a finely tailored suit, exuding an air of aristocracy that unmistakably marked him as a scion of a wealthy family. Thus, despite Du Qingguang's outward sternness, he was merely inquiring about him rather than allowing anyone to apprehend him directly. Ordinary individuals lacked the audacity to kick down the door of the deputy director's office. Qiao Jinni was taken aback. Then she realized this was a police station. Who would dare to act recklessly here? I am here. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, without warning, the man struck, sending Qiao Jinni sprawling to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as she covered her face with trembling hands, her eyes filled with terror. How could he dare to do this? To strike her in front of the deputy director? You are finished. Recovering from her shock, Qiao Jinni scrambled to her feet, her fury ignited as she lunged at him. You dare to wrong Miss Shen with your kind of scum? Despicable. He retaliated with a powerful kick to her abdomen. Unyielding and merciless. Terrified, she collapsed to the ground, clutching her stomach in agony, her body curled like a shrimp. This was sheer lawlessness. The deputy director showed no signs of intervening, causing a ruckus in a police station. Even if one was a wealthy young master, what of it? In Haicheng, with its multitude of affluent individuals, one could easily encounter a person worth millions on the street. He was not of the same caliber as the Gu family, who wielded immense power. He pressed the intercom. Send a few people to my office. We have a violent offender. Qiao Jinni took a moment to recover, her pockmarked face contorting with determination. You brute! I will sue you until you rot in prison. Chapter 32. Little fool. I am your miracle. Gu Jianghao pulled out a chair and sat down, his posture languid, entirely oblivious to the trouble he had just caused. My surname is Gu. Her car happened to block my parking space and scratched my beloved vehicle. He casually fabricated a reason, unaware that the red Ferrari outside indeed belonged to Qiao Jiani. For a fleeting moment, she wondered if Shan Ningxiang had sent him as assistance. Yet this man, with his refined elegance and extraordinary presence, had resorted to such a ludicrous excuse. He stormed into the police station to strike someone simply because she had blocked his car. This was the epitome of lawlessness, even more outrageous than the notorious figures circulating in Haicheng's elite society. The deputy director discerned the underlying implications in his words, recognizing that there were only a few prominent families in Haicheng with the surname Gu. Cautiously, he inquired, Are you the young master of the Gu family? Well, may I leave now? The deputy director, Du Qingguang, wore an expression of fluctuating emotions. How can you prove you are the young master of the Gu family? Uncle Du, you cannot let him go. Just because he is the young master of the Gu family, does he have the right to assault others? Qiao Jiani, fueled by anger, retorted, My father is Chairman Qiao. Du Qingguang regarded her as if she were a fool, internally scoffing. Could the Qiao family possibly compare to the wealth of the Gu family? They wouldn't even be worthy to carry his shoes. Clearly, she had no comprehension of what it meant to be the richest in the city. To put it bluntly, if today the young master Gu were to slap him twice, He would be forced to grin and ask, "Young Master Gu, did your hand hurt?" He was merely a district deputy director, not the city bureau chief. What proof did he expect? Du Qingguang was utterly unprepared for the arrival of Director Li. His superior. "Old Li, what brings you here?" Director Li donned a smile as he stood before Gu Jianghao, his demeanor warm. "Second young master, if there is anything you need assistance with, please do not hesitate to ask. You arrived just in time. Help me handle the subsequent matters." Gu Jianghao rose, adjusting the pristine sleeves of his attire, and strode toward Xiao Jiani. His formidable presence compelled her to lower her gaze. Unable to meet his eyes, My Porsche is a globally limited edition. Its parts must be sourced directly from the manufacturer. I will give you 1 week to have it repaired and delivered to Gu Corporation. If it is even a day late, you will face the consequences from Dongo Securities. Had anyone else made such a threat, Xiao Jiani would have scoffed at it or even retaliated. Yet faced with the colossal figure of the Gu family, she felt diminished. Bowing her head, tears of humiliation glimmered in her eyes. She was the one who had been struck, was she not? Her car had been perfectly parked and yet was damaged. Was it not? In the end, the man walked away unscathed, and now she was to pay for the repairs. Uncle Du Qingguang turned to leave. When it came to the Gu family, he had no power to intervene. Director Li politely escorted Gu Jianghao out, and upon returning, he found Xiao Jiani still huddled in the corner of the office. His expression turned cold. "Did you not hear what the second young master said? You, an outsider, who permitted you to enter the deputy director's office?" Xiao Jiani was at a loss, torn between despair and indecision. At the entrance, Song Yunshang accompanied her daughter-in-law outside. After taking a few steps, she noticed that Shun Ningxiang was missing a shoe. With a pang of sympathy, she said, "Wait here. Mama will buy you a pair of shoes." "Thank you, Mama." The heartfelt call of Mama resonated deeply within her. For she had never before experienced maternal love and believed she would never have it again. Yet she was fortunate to encounter such a wonderful mother-in-law who treated her like a cherished daughter. Standing at the police station's entrance, a luxury car sped into view. In a flurry, Gu Xingchen finally arrived. Without pausing to consider whether alighting from the luxury vehicle would raise her suspicions, he saw Shan Ningxiang standing at the entrance. Looking pitiful in her torn attire, he immediately ordered the driver to stop. Before the car had even come to a complete halt, he swung open the door and rushed toward her. Just then, a group of indignant citizens, having been driven across the street by the police, surged forward. "It's her, that wicked female boss. How can there be such a malicious person in this world? Today, I must rid the public of this scourge." Shun Ningxiang was startled. She turned to flee back into the police station. Gu Xingchen had never imagined that people could become this frenzied. With a cold glare, he shouted, "Stop! What do you think you are doing?" Fortunately, he had brought bodyguards, and with the police's intervention, the most vocal instigators were apprehended, calming the situation. Once again, the man positioned himself protectively in front of her, his tall and commanding silhouette imparting a sense of safety and reassurance. Like a prince on a white horse, he appeared in her life, bringing warmth and light, so much so that, for the first time, she felt the facade of her stoic demeanor crumble in his presence. Her beautiful eyes brimming with tears, his resolute and handsome face was magnified in her tear-filled gaze. The man stood before her, gently wiping away her tears with his large hand. "I'm sorry. I am late." She vigorously shook her head, wishing to convey that it was not too late. Not at all. Her nose reddened, and her throat felt as if stuffed with cotton, making it difficult to speak. For 26 years, she had faced the world's malice alone. Perhaps the window that the heavens had opened for her had finally arrived. After waiting for 26 years, she had finally received it. "Xingchen, may I lean on your shoulder for a moment?" Fearing his refusal, she took the initiative to step into his sturdy and warm embrace, her hands nervously yet firmly encircling his waist. Not far off, Song Yunshang, holding a shoebox, discreetly halted her steps. This was too good an opportunity to miss, and she promptly took out her phone to capture a few photographs for posterity. Her son, who had been single for 28 years, had surprisingly learned to show concern for others. After a moment of holding her, Shun Ningxiang released her grip, her eyes still glistening with tears as she forced a smile. Gu Xingchen lowered his gaze. Meeting her bright and pure eyes, it is said that the eyes are the windows to the soul. Her clear and distinct gaze was as refreshing as a crystal spring. How could she be the wicked woman that others had claimed? Let us go home. I will take care of this matter. You should get some rest, and when you wake, it will be a new beginning. He was not one to offer comfort. Yet the sight of the forlorn Xian Ningxiang awakened within him a desire to protect her. He did not realize that he had already fallen for her, but as her legally recognized husband, it was every man's duty to safeguard his wife. Thus, he hurried over despite his busy schedule. Xingchen, thank you for comforting me. This incident has escalated significantly. As ordinary people, we certainly cannot resolve it unless a miracle occurs. Indeed, in the eyes of outsiders, she had been subjected to online harassment, trending on social media, labeled by unscrupulous businesses, and targeted by netizens digging up her past. None of these matters could be resolved easily by ordinary individuals. She understood that he was trying to soothe her feelings. And she felt sincerely grateful, little fool. Perhaps the miracle is right beside you. Noticing that she was missing a shoe, the man furrowed his brow. For the first time, he felt that the existence of Dong'o Securities was unnecessary. He bent down, and amidst her startled exclamations, he swept her into his arms. Xingchen. Chapter 33. President Gu takes action at a height of 168 centimeters and weighing less than 100 pounds. She was effortlessly cradled in his embrace. Nestled close to his chest, she could feel the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Gradually, her cheeks flushed. The white shirt she wore was marked with tear stains. Once seated in the back of the luxury vehicle, Gu Xingchen explained, "My friend learned about your predicament and, fearing I would be anxious without transportation, sent the driver to bring me here." Oh. Xian Ningxiang had not considered that angle. The administrative version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom was a luxury car worth millions. How could a mere building materials company owner afford such a vehicle? He continued, "My friend is a significant figure. I once helped him, and we share a bond of life and death." Seated on the leather seats, the luxury car felt incredibly comfortable, yet she was still dirty from the scuffle with that group and worried about soiling someone else's vehicle. Noticing her unease, Jiu Xingchen gently rubbed her head, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. He wasn't as fortunate as everyone else before, unable to even afford a meal. It was I who guided him in business, providing for his sustenance and shelter. Now that he has prospered, I find myself on the brink of bankruptcy. Thus, our bond is quite strong, even if I were to put a dent in this luxury car. He wouldn't utter a word. To this point, he might as well let that friend continue to take the blame. He knows your situation and will spend money to smooth things over for us. Xian Ningxiang felt a slight relaxation, sitting closely beside the man, careful not to touch anything in the car. She was unaware that this luxury vehicle belonged to her family. Xingchen, regardless of the circumstances, we must express our gratitude to your friend. Let's invite him over for a meal when the opportunity arises. Jiu Xingchen almost retorted that he dines at their home every day. Instead, he diverted the topic. I saw you standing alone at the police station. Who are you? Wasn't Gu Jianghao supposed to be there to bail her out? The silver Porsche parked outside was indeed his, but he was nowhere to be seen. It's my mother here to pick me up. Oh, right, my mother is still waiting for me. She's helping me buy shoes. I'll call her now. She must be anxious as the call connected. Song Yunshang's melodious voice came through. Xiaoshuang, have you arrived home? Seeing the two of you so affectionate, I didn't want to interrupt. The faint blush that had just subsided crept back onto her cheeks. Stealing glances at the man beside her, dressed in a tailored suit, sitting upright like a born king. He complimented the luxury car perfectly, without a hint of incongruity. On the phone, Song Yunshang continued, "All right, the bus has arrived. I'll board first." Once in the chauffeur-driven vehicle, Song Yunshang ended the call. After some contemplation, she decided it was best to leave the young couple with more private space to nurture their relationship. It was the perfect time to return to the Fushan villa. She intended to question her husband, who, with his connections and power, had watched her daughter-in-law be bullied. Was his heart made of stone? And what of the tallest scenic tower in Haicheng? If the response she received was unsatisfactory, she would have the construction team under the group demolish it the following day. If only she knew how to operate an excavator, she would personally flatten that scenic tower. That afternoon, Gu Xingchen set about investigating the matter. Yet, he was acutely aware that removing those videos would only be a temporary fix. To thoroughly resolve the issue, he needed to address it through Eastern European securities. The Qiao family, considered a second-tier wealthy clan in Haicheng, had a fortune worth several billion. Unlike the Jiang family, the Qiao family had a complex web of connections. Even bearing the shadow of the former tycoon Liu family. In the bedroom, Xian Ningxiang had eaten lunch, taken a shower, and rested. The man stepped onto the balcony and dialed a number. I need all the information regarding the Chow family and Eastern European securities, including evidence of their previous schemes against my wife. Brother, can't you find someone else to boss around? Why always pick on me? I have my own matters to attend to. Your business is to accompany Ru Yin on shopping trips? How did you know? You have one day. He hung up and personally contacted the CEO of Kuayin, Boss Ma, to have those videos taken down. As evening approached, information regarding the Chow family continuously poured in, detailing how Chow Zhengxiong had collaborated with key players to short-sell the new energy fund Shinning Shuang was responsible for over the past 3 years. It was evident that those who had invested in new energy 2 years prior had reaped substantial profits. However, in just a month, despite Shinning Shuang executing 3 rounds of retraction adjustments, she still suffered a staggering 280 loss. Chow Zhengxiong had joined forces with the main players to reap a wave of profits while hiding away, laughing to himself. Without a doubt, Shen Ningshuang had been thrust into the eye of the storm, becoming a scapegoat. Who could blame her for lacking power, influence, or background, and competing with her precious daughter for funds and a boyfriend? Gu Xingqian's eyes turned icy. He was a conscientious and just entrepreneur, one who despised profiting from unscrupulous means. The Chow family's upper management was corrupt, profiting through deceit while shifting blame onto Shen Ningshuang. And now they sought to eliminate her entirely. Should ordinary individuals stand idly by while capitalists trample them? Contemplating the situation, he realized that entrusting this matter to anyone but a member of the Gu family would be unwise. The reasoning was simple. A flaw in their meticulous planning could lead to disaster for Gu Xingqian. Just as he was at a loss, a video call from Gu Dong came through. Of course, this was not Gu Dong's own initiative. The man glanced towards the bedroom. Shen Ningshuang was sleeping soundly, yet her sleeping posture tugged at his heartstrings. In the sprawling bed, she curled up in a corner, like a cat that had wandered for too long, finally finding a haven but remaining cautious, ready to awaken at the slightest disturbance. He closed the balcony door and answered the video call. Xingqian, how do you plan to resolve Miss Shan's situation? Before the man could respond, Song Yunshang's stern voice interjected. What was discussed earlier? Are you planning to backtrack? What Miss Shen? She is your daughter-in-law, the matriarch of the Gu family. Are you getting a bit too cheeky? After years without witnessing her mother's fury, it was a mere ordinary woman who ignited her wrath. Jiu Minghui smiled faintly and offered an explanation. I understand your concern for your daughter-in-law. They say time reveals a person's true character. You've only been together for a few days. How can you discern what kind of person she truly is? Some people remain enigmatic even after a lifetime, while others reveal their essence at a single glance, such as the wonder of fate. After a pause, Song Yunshang responded, Fine, if you're not taking action, don't blame me for not notifying you later. Grabbing a cushion, she hurled it at Gu Dong, fuming as she prepared to leave. Don't you want to hear my plan? The two had been companions for nearly 30 years. A subtle exchange of glances or a simple gesture could reveal their desires. This mutual understanding was the essence of their shared journey. If it weren't for genuine concern for their daughter-in-law leading to such turmoil, with Song Yunshang's wisdom, she certainly knew that Gu Dong would not turn a blind eye. Tests were one aspect, but risk management was equally crucial. He wouldn't truly neglect the situation. How could you be so unreasonable? Song Yunshang nearly swore. Chapter 34. Teaching a man to fish is better than giving him fish throughout. Gu Xingqian observed the unfolding drama. The inherent emotions of his parents subtly influenced him. Thus, even if Shen Ningshuang was an ordinary individual without a prestigious background, he was determined to show her the utmost respect. He would never look down on others simply because he possessed a fortune in the billions. Song Yunshang resumed her seat opposite him, her gaze intricate. Just as she was about to explode, Gu Dong spoke. Resolving this matter isn't difficult. The simplest approach would be to retaliate with force, leveraging our Gu family's influence to suppress the situation. That it? Song Yunshang replied coldly. Unimpressed. Anyone could have thought of that. Do you really think you're being clever? Of course, this is a last resort. Jiu Xingqian understood that when it came to strategy, Gu Minghui was a wily old fox. The Lu family had learned that lesson the hard way under his watch. Thus, he listened quietly. Xingqian, don't you want to cultivate a relationship with Miss Shen? You could immerse yourself in the situation alongside her to tackle the Chow family. Gu Minghui elaborated. In doing so, she will develop a dependence on our son, achieving 2 objectives at once. Song Yunshang's expression softened slightly. It sounded promising. However, she is our Gu family's matriarch, and Xingchen is our family's future leader. While this approach seems appealing, it may not yield the desired results. Song Yunshang perceived the underlying acknowledgement in his words that Shen Ningxuang was indeed the daughter-in-law of the Gu family. Her demeanor gradually warmed. "Stop beating around the bush. Do you believe I would still go to my daughter-in-law's home tonight?" Gu Minghui paused, taken aback. His wife had never spoken in such a manner before. It was truly a case of one becomes like the company one keeps. Clearing his throat, he stated, "Teaching a man to fish is better than giving him fish. We should teach her how to navigate chaos rather than merely providing her shelter. Our Gu family may be a wealthy clan, but what if we were to fall from grace one day?" Gu Dong smiled meaningfully. "Do you remember that earth-shattering business war from years ago? When we encounter insurmountable challenges, we should allow conflicts to intensify, thereby drawing forth capable individuals to resolve the issues. We must not become the lost pieces on the chessboard but rather step outside and become the ones orchestrating the game." "So, Xingchen, do you understand?" Gu Xingchen furrowed his brow in contemplation. While it was easy to speak of, execution was fraught with difficulty. IT demanded robust organizational skills, a broad perspective, and precise timing. One misstep could lead to total failure. Taking a moment to consider, if he were a powerless individual, he might not fare better than Shen Ningxuang. "Xingchen, this time, unless absolutely necessary, you must not utilize the Gu family's connections. Can you manage that?" This was an opportunity for Shen Ningxuang to grow, as it was for Gu Xingchen. The future of the Gu family would ultimately rest with the next generation. Each additional skill would provide the family with greater hope. "I will do my utmost." As president of the Gu group, he bore the weight of over 40,000 families' well-being. Often, he refrained from utilizing better solutions to resolve issues, preferring more prudent approaches, even if it meant sacrificing significant profits. He was indifferent to such losses. "Xingchen, I believe in you and your judgment. Sharing your life with a woman who can stand shoulder to shoulder with you is infinitely more meaningful, just as I married your mother." After ending the call, the man made his way to the kitchen, clumsily attempting to learn how to cook porridge. Exceptional individuals excel in every aspect. A man who had never set foot in a kitchen was making his first attempt at cooking. Yet he managed to create a dish that tantalized the senses. After a nap, the sky grew darker, and outside, the wind seemed to bring rain. On rainy days, the atmosphere felt especially oppressive, mirroring her mood. The beauty salon had been forced to close. After charging her phone and donning her attire, she stepped outside and chanced upon a man who had removed his suit jacket and rolled up his sleeves, busily toiling away in the kitchen. Could he possibly be cooking? Yet, she distinctly recalled that he could not even lift a pot lid, so how could he be preparing a meal? Upon returning home at noon, her appetite was lacking, especially after having engaged in a scuffle with a group of individuals. The man comforted her, suggesting that a good sleep would remedy everything. Aware of her disinterest in food, he prepared a delightful seafood porridge. To her surprise, he exhibited considerable thoughtfulness. In that moment, regardless of the malice the world might hurl at her, she felt an urge to face it all with a smile. For she had encountered a man worthy of a lifelong commitment. In the kitchen, the man was intently following a cooking video, so absorbed that he did not notice Shen Ningxiong approaching from behind. "Star, how fortunate I am to have you," she whispered as she gently embraced him. The man turned off the stove and, with a rich voice, said, "Go on, my dear. Today it is my turn to take care of you." Yet, she declined. Taking the initiative to assist with the dishes, a blissful smile graced her lips as she replied, "I am not a spoiled heiress. I do not require someone to wait on me." His desire for her to acclimate to being pampered was thwarted. After all, he had married a woman accustomed to doing everything herself. Thus, while she served the dishes, he ladled out 2 bowls of seafood porridge. As the steam swirled around them, he approached her, his chiseled features strikingly handsome yet approachable at that moment. "Star, has anyone ever told you that you resemble a celebrity?" he asked. The man shook his head. "You remind me of that General Jean from the television series, noble in demeanor, yet gentle as jade." This warm moment allowed her to temporarily forget her troubles. After their meal, they washed the dishes together, and the man gradually became integrated into her life. Though lacking servants and residing in a modest home, it radiated warmth. While he went to take a shower, Shen Ningxiong returned to the bedroom to retrieve her phone. Upon turning it on, She was confronted with dozens of missed calls and numerous unfamiliar messages, some even containing threats. The moment before, Shun Ningxiong had been smiling, but now her heart sank. She knew she had to face the reality. Several of her close friends had also called. She dialed back. Han Xiaoman, on the other end, had yet to eat dinner, as her mother-in-law, Zhang Xuemei, had summoned her son home, pressuring her to make a decision. After several rings, the call was finally answered, immediately followed by a cacophony of shouts, curses, and Han Xiaoman's hoarse voice. "Shuangbao, I will return your call later." Zhang Xuemei's voice, like a broken gong, pierced through. "Don't hang up. Clarify this for me quickly. I was against you opening a beauty salon from the beginning, and now trouble has arisen, hasn't he? You're too embarrassed to speak up, so let me be the villain." Zhang Xuemei had always wanted her to withdraw, to return to the domestic sphere, to be a devoted housewife caring for the family, while also hoping for a third child to give her a robust grandson. "Hello, is this Shun Ningxiong? Our Xiaoman will no longer be your partner. The initial investment of 50,000, you will need to pay 60,000, and the beauty salon will be entirely transferred to you." "Mom, why are you grabbing my phone? Ningxiong is in such a difficult situation right now, and you propose such a demand. How am I to face her afterward?" "Difficult? Only she is difficult. Is no one else facing hardship?" Zhang Shumei screamed. "Your husband leaves early and returns late. Is he not struggling too? I cook and clean for you every day. Am I not suffering?" Han Xiaoman ignored her, snatching back the phone, saying, "Ningxiong, don't take it to heart. I once abandoned you that I have a stake in the salon and should share the responsibilities, standing by you through thick and thin." Chapter 35. The Chaotic Life After Marriage. Qiao Jianyi's beauty salon incident may have been a conspiracy aimed at her. Regardless of whether this incident occurred, she would undoubtedly create trouble for Shun Ningxiong, and this had nothing to do with Han Xiaoman. "Xiaoman, why not heed Annie's advice? I will transfer 60,000 to you shortly. This matter has nothing to do with you. Shuangbao, we are lifelong best friends. If you say that, I will truly be upset. Anyone can abandon you, but I cannot. Moreover, my decision to venture into business with you was not motivated by money." Shun Ningxiong understood her best friend's intentions. She wished to break free from Zhang Xuemei's control and carve out her own career, seeking greater agency within the family. Economic independence was synonymous with personal independence, a truth that transcended eras. "You silly girl, can't you take your mother's advice? The rumors swirling outside are rampant. Who doesn't he know that the daughter of the Qiao family had an incident at your salon? Even if this uproar dies down, who would dare to visit your establishment for beauty treatments? Who would?" The Yang family was merely an ordinary household. Yang Su had secured a position as a civil servant and worked at a foreign trade company, earning an annual salary of 500,000. Yet, compared to the Qiao family, they were as unremarkable as could be. What could they possibly use to compete? There was a possibility of the Qiao family venting their ire on the Yang family, jeopardizing her precious son's career. Zhang Xuemei demonstrated what it truly meant to bully the weak. "No, Ah Su, tell me, can I just abandon her at this time?" Yang Su sat quietly on the sofa, his head bowed, caught in the middle of the tude. Ever since she began working, tranquility had eluded their home. "You think you're clever, Ah Su? If something goes wrong, who will stay by her side? Don't blame me for being opportunistic. The moment you are recognized and this goes online, will our family still have a peaceful life?" Zhang Xuemei had been incited by a group of elderly women that morning and returned in a fury. "Hurry, we need to shoot a video to clear our name. Don't concern yourself with the salon's issues." Han Xiaoman quickly hung up the call. She did not wish for Shun Ningxiong to hear those hurtful words. She was already in enough pain. In the morning, Shun Ningxiong had faced a group of thugs alone, while she protected De Bao and Xiao Bao, failing to stand beside her in battle, leaving her filled with guilt. "Mom, can't you show a little compassion? Ningxiong is in such a tough spot. I am not a bodhisattva. I cannot save everyone. Her difficulties are not my concern." Zhang Xuemei interrupted her, determined to have her return to the domestic sphere. "Ah Su, tell me, what have I said that is incorrect? I am only looking out for this family." Yang Su finally lifted his gaze, and under Han Xiaoman's hopeful stare, he clarified his stance. "Forget about the money. We can deal with that later. Mom has a point. We have elders and children to care for. What if something goes awry? Unlike your best friend, who has no children and does not need to worry about her parents." Han Xiaoman's gaze grew colder, her heart chilling as well. She never expected that the man she had shared a bed with for over 5 years could utter such callous words. Some individuals no matter how long they live, may never come to understand fully. Perhaps he was precisely the type of person they spoke of. You are also listening to your mother. She had thought his reliance on his mother for trivial matters was insignificant, believing that in the face of significant issues, he would be a man of principle, one who took responsibility and valued camaraderie. Yet, she could not have anticipated this outcome. Fine, from now on, don't go to that beauty salon anymore. Just pretend it never happened and focus on caring for the children at home. Yang-su stood up and closed the window. Outside, the rain poured, and the damp, chilly wind blew into the living room, making it uncomfortably cold. No, even if you all disagree, I will do everything in my power to help her and face this together with her. With that, Han Xiaoman stormed into the kitchen to prepare dinner. She might skip her meal, but the children had not yet eaten. She could not neglect Bao and Xiao Bao just because of her own mood. While she cooked, Zhang Shuamei continued to whisper to Yang Su, plotting for hours. Ultimately, they must ensure she relinquished any thoughts of returning to work. Mom, I will talk to her. Yang Su agreed readily. I am not asking you to merely talk to her. I want you to help her see the reality. She lacks the ability to run a business like others. I want her to exit the beauty salon for her own good. When Miss Chow demands compensation, she will undoubtedly come to you for money. Do you understand? Zhang Shuamei calculated her moves, lowering her voice further. It has been 2 months since she has been away, and she has seen not a single cent. What if she meets some unsavory characters? What will that do to our family's reputation? Yang Su nodded in agreement. Mom, I know what to do. Look at her. Ever since she started working, she has been dressing up all fancy. What if she runs off with someone? You'll be left crying. Zhang Shuamei, seeing her son finally swayed, felt relieved. She hummed a little tune as she wandered into the kitchen. She loved meat, yet her age and varicose veins prevented her from indulging in overly oily dishes. Are you simmering ribs in the pot? She reminded Han Xiaoman. Han Xiaoman responded, just keep cooking. Remember to use less oil. I can't handle such greasy food. As Zhang Shuamei turned to leave, Han Xiaoman purposely remarked, it is not for you anyway. My daughter loves ribs. Almost tripping over the kitchen partition, Zhang Shuamei kicked the glass door, vowing to have it removed. During the renovations, I should have insisted on a regular door instead of this fancy glass one. It wouldn't have been an issue. Han Xiaoman was too weary to engage with her veiled criticisms. In this household, everything was dictated by her whims, and any desires had to be negotiated with her. She had never anticipated that the sweetness of marriage before the vows could turn into such chaos afterward. Every time Dabao and Xiao Bao entered the room, it was a moment when Mommy was being bullied. Dabao, Yang Yao, had already grown quite perceptive. Noticing her mother's bittersweet smile, she hugged her, saying, Mommy, did Grandma scold you again? No, Grandma is just discussing matters with Mommy. Now hurry and eat. Enjoy the ribs and grow tall. Yes, Mommy. When I grow up, I will protect you. In a child's world, they remember who treats them well and who does not. Clearly, having rarely been held by her and living under the same roof as her grandmother, she felt a sense of estrangement. Whenever Mother is not home, she always harshly orders her to perform various tasks she is reluctant to undertake. She is also tasked with cleaning the toilet, taking out the trash, and sweeping and mopping the floors. Grandmother, holding her large enamel cup, sips her tea slowly while urging her to work. As a result, she feels no affection whatsoever towards Zhang Shuan. Xiao Bao, on seeing Zhang Shuamei, hides away, and when he cannot escape, he obediently complies. Go outsiders, the adorable little darling is loved by all, yet in her presence, he does not dare to breathe. Yao is the most obedient. Understanding the need to care for her mother, after dinner, Daba takes Xiaobao to wash up, encouraging Mother to rest early. Every sensible child has untold hardships behind them, and Han Xiaoman's heart aches even more as she observes this. Chapter 36. The coming storm. Upon returning to the bedroom, Yang Su had already finished his shower and was deliberately seated at the edge of the bed, waiting for her. As she passed by him to grab her nightgown, he pulled her into his embrace. Xiaoman, I also wish to help with your friend's matter. We are merely an ordinary family and cannot compete with those wealthy and powerful capitalists. He was clearly referring to the Chow family. He was aware of the incident involving Shan Ningxuang from a few years ago. Han Xiaoman struggled momentarily, but the man's grip was firm. Do you not know how we acquired this house? One thing at a time, she retorted coldly. If it weren't for my friends supporting our family, would you have made so much money from her fund? That is because of my keen insight and timely withdrawal. Look at those behind us, selling homes and cars to raise money to support her. What happened to them? How many families fell apart because of this? The man had never spoken such heartfelt words before, undoubtedly reshaping Han Xiaoman's worldview once again. Are you even human? How can you speak like that? I cannot control what others say about her, but you cannot. Han Xiaoman forcefully broke free from his embrace. Feeling disgusted, it does not take much to see a person's true nature. A single incident is sufficient. 2 months ago, when you mentioned sponsoring her beauty salon, did I not quietly take money from my mother without hesitation? The man's voice had turned cold as well. People are inherently selfish. No one will be concerned about these trivial benefits. This difficulty before you, you cannot overcome it. The best outcome would merely be to compensate Miss Qiao. Clearly, the Qiao family does not lack money. Thus, Shun Ningxuang is likely to face a significant setback this time. How do you know she cannot overcome it? Han Xiaoman laughed in anger, suddenly feeling that he was a stranger. I do not expect you to step forward and help, but do not hinder me either. I cannot just sit idly at home as if nothing is wrong. Yang Su was also angered. Do you not understand what I am saying? Do you think you are the only one with feelings and loyalties? Do others not have them? Helping must be within one's capacity, right? Look at our family. If we become embroiled in this online storm, will Li Yao even be able to attend preschool? If you do not consider yourself, you should at least consider the children. Yang Su stood directly in front of her, towering at 180 cm, looking down at her. Since you started working, this home has been in chaos every day, without a moment of peace. Do you not reflect on the reasons for this? Faced with his accusations, Han Xiaoman nearly suffocated. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself not to be angry. His mother complex was not a new development. You need not concern yourself with this matter, do you understand? She saw Han Xiaoman take her nightgown to the bathroom to wash up, and he shouted after her. Han Xiaoman no longer wished to argue with him. That night, she turned her back to the man, unwilling to have any intimate contact with him. In Yuhuan community, Gu Xingqian emerged from his shower. Raising his hand to dry his damp hair, he noticed Shun Ningxuang sitting on the edge of the bed, lost in thought, with traces of tears on her small face. Have you been crying? His deep voice quietly roused her. No, just thinking, she added. I just went online and found those videos are gone. It must have been your friend who intervened, right? Yes, it must have cost a fortune to pull strings, right? Xingqian, once this matter passes, we should invite him to dinner to express our gratitude. Sure. After bathing, the man sat beside her, his deep-set eyes shimmering with a hint of starlight, drawing one in and captivating them. She had seen many handsome men, but never had she encountered such gentle and enchanting eyes. Even she, not one to easily swoon, felt a flutter in her heart. The cool fragrance from the man soothed her inner turmoil, allowing her to relax unconsciously. It felt as if his presence alone brought her peace. She quietly observed the man's profile. From this angle, his features appeared even more defined and perfect. I have an idea. The man mused, contemplating the need to discuss certain matters with her. Over the past few days, aside from work, he had been diligently acquiring knowledge about married life, INA partnership. All matters ought to be discussed and the opinions of the other half sought. He had his own understanding. Some things could be discussed with her, while others could not. For instance, he could not disclose his identity as a wealthy individual, at least not at this moment. A suitable opportunity must be found. Upon hearing him say this, she turned around to listen intently. An elder once taught me that when faced with an insurmountable problem, one should not forcefully confront it. Instead, one can choose a more indirect approach, allowing the conflict to escalate and draw forth capable individuals to resolve it. Shun Ningxuang did not fully grasp this. She was in a deadlock unless a significant person offered her support. However, she did not believe she had such luck. Those influential figures were not easily accessible. They were always surrounded by followers, with security measures in place, and even if encountered, one could hardly strike up a conversation. Moreover, unfamiliar individuals had no obligation to resolve her troubles. The man lowered his head, leaning close to her ear, and whispered a few words. His warm breath tinged her skin with a rosy hue, sending tingles through her. Ningxuang, you need to break free from your fixed mindset. This is indeed difficult, and most people lack the courage to do so. However, I believe in you. You can certainly manage. Seeing the flush on her delicate face, the unique scent of her lingered at the tip of her nose, igniting a flicker of desire in the man's eyes. Unlike those wealthy socialites who reeked of expensive perfume, she exuded a simple yet delightful scent reminiscent of common shampoo. Accompanied by a hint of freshness, simple and beautiful, Jiu Xingchen swallowed hard, his gaze dropping to her graceful swan-like neck, down to her lovely collarbone, which could cradle a few goldfish. His gaze was lost in the allure of her alluring figure. She wore a thin white sweater, both hazy and exquisite. The air seemed to still, and the warmth in the room intensified. They were seated close together, like young lovers in the throes of romance. Their faces flushed, that a hint of sweetness appeared in her dimples as she smiled softly. "What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that." Lifting her eyes, she found a flicker of heat in his deep gaze. She was all too aware of what that meant. Meeting his gaze boldly, she said, "The weather forecast predicts heavy rain tonight. You shouldn't sleep on the floor, or you'll catch a cold. Let us set aside the matter of sleeping for now. Shall we revisit our earlier discussion?" She could clearly see the admiration in the man's eyes, though he was now trying to suppress it. How strong his self-control was. Shen Shuang leaned in closer, allowing her sweet scent to envelop his heart. "Go on. I'm listening." His deep, rich voice whispered in her ear, "If you can act, do not waste time arguing with her." That was the essence of it. Hazy yet beautiful, Shen Shuang subtly curled her lips into a smile, nodding, "Understood. I will definitely make sure she regrets it." Chapter 37. Unrecognizable Madam Boss? Xiao Jiani was still playing coy with her father, blissfully unaware that calamity was about to strike. Throughout the day, the pimples on her face only multiplied. Some areas had begun to fester, with white pus forming in clusters. Even Pei Tianla found it revolting. The next morning, Shen Shuang rose early, washed up, and began preparing breakfast, 2 simple bowls of soup noodles topped with 2 eggs. Knowing the man did not eat spicy food, she added minced garlic and chili sauce just for herself. After finishing breakfast, she entered the bedroom and gently called Gu Xingchen to wake up, her voice as soft as a kitten. Last night, the man had wrapped himself in his blanket and slept beside her. Noticing the faint dark circles under his eyes, she smiled slightly. After all, she had slept soundly. During breakfast, she casually asked, "Are you not going to the beauty salon today? I will accompany you to your company to help out." She had not mentioned it, yet he had forgotten about the nearly bankrupt construction materials company. "Aren't you staying home to rest? You seem reluctant for me to visit your company?" Shen Shuang lowered her head to slurp her noodles, her casual words startling the man. "You are the boss of the company and can go anytime. I just worry it may be too shabby and disappoint you." However, Shen Shuang did not share this sentiment. "Not at all. I am already married to you. Would I still mind if you were a poor man?" Gu Xingchen glanced down at himself, wondering how she perceived him to be destitute. He chuckled in disbelief. "You are quite direct." They entered the domestic car, with the man driving. She sat in the passenger seat, feeling a mix of nervousness and anticipation as it was her first visit to her husband's company. She asked again, "You hurried back yesterday because of me. Did it delay your franchise plans?" "Not at all. That a franchise is not something that can be settled in a day or two. The LeQ headquarters will need to send representatives for an inspection. We probably won't have news until after the new year." "That's good. I hope everything goes smoothly. It will, as you are my little lucky charm." Shen Shuang was hearing such words from him for the first time. She smiled and glanced sideways. "You have quite the sweet tongue. Where did you learn that?" When they first obtained their marriage certificate, was he not rather aloof and mundane? Yet, in just a few days, his demeanor had transformed. He engaged in more conversation and even exchanged playful banter with her. She discreetly cast a glance at the man behind the wheel. Her spirits lifted. 20 minutes later, the vehicle halted in front of an unremarkable building materials company. Through the glass doors, various construction materials were visible in the lobby. After parking, the man led her inside. "Welcome to Xingchen Decoration. Whatever you need for your home, I am here to assist you," announced a young and attractive saleswoman from the reception desk. Gu Xingchen's expression darkened immediately. Upon visiting her own company, the employees failed to recognize their boss, as expected. Shen Shuang regarded the man with evident skepticism, asking, "Are you sure we haven't entered the wrong company? It's a new hire from the management, who hasn't had the pleasure of meeting me yet." Half an hour earlier, Gong Jun, the head of this small building materials branch under the Gu Group, received an urgent call from headquarters. A significant figure from the group was visiting, and he was instructed to play along in the act, ensuring not to botch the opportunity. Gong Jun understood that his chance had arrived and hastily made his way to the company. Yet he was already a step behind. As he entered, he called out, "Boss, what brings you back?" The saleswoman looked bewildered. The boss was addressing the customer as boss. What was happening? Was she still half asleep at this early hour? She hurried towards Gong Jun, sensing that the facade was about to crumble. "What have I taught you? Speak less and do more. Go make some tea." When the boss and the boss's wife visit the store, this is how we receive them. It was only when Shan Yangshuang was politely ushered into the reception room that the saleswoman respectfully brought tea and snacks to her. Yet, she remained in a state of confusion, feeling that something was amiss, unable to articulate why. The employees here displayed an unusually polite demeanor, excessively respectful, as if they were hosting a dignitary. "Boss, I was unaware you were returning today. The previous 2 salespeople have left, and the new ones have yet to meet you. A potential disaster was narrowly averted," a boss's wife. "This is your first visit to the company as well, so they were unaware." Gong Jun maintained a facade of cheerful banter, though internally he was anxious, his palms slick with sweat. The man seated opposite him exuded an air of authority and gravitas, a presence that was unmistakably extraordinary. Conversely, the boss's wife appeared rather ordinary. "There's no need to mind me. You can go about your work. I wish to familiarize myself with the company." "Understood, boss," Gong Jun replied, quickly rising to leave and closing the door behind him. "Xingchen, this is your company? Quite impressive. Although it isn't in the city center, it is still a thriving area. You must strive to excel. The building materials business has indeed become challenging in recent years. However, success is contingent upon effort. And I firmly believe my husband will prevail." She stood, surveying the nearly 20-square-meter reception area, complete with a sofa and coffee table. "Don't worry about me. You go ahead with your work. I will explore." Thus, the man pretended to engage in his tasks, though his thoughts remained solely on her. The first floor showcased an array of lighting fixtures, doors, and windows, while the second floor featured a spacious area entirely dedicated to wooden flooring. Xingchen Decoration not only handled hard decoration but also soft decoration. After a brief tour, she identified a problem. Descending the stairs, she pulled Gu Xingchen aside, saying, "Xingchen, I believe the range of projects you are managing is overly broad and diverse. While this may accommodate various clients, it could be problematic for larger companies." The man exhibited a hint of surprise as he immediately recognized the issue. His extensive experience in business had afforded him a perspective that transcended the ordinary. Shun Yangshuang was merely a small salon owner, and the adage separated by industry held true. She was clearly encountering the building materials sector for the first time. "Oh, please, continue." The man encouraged her with genuine interest. "You see, for a small company like ours, we should first focus on refinement before attempting to expand. Having too many offerings may convey a lack of professionalism, making it difficult to earn clients' trust." Shun Yangshuang spoke with self-assuredness, her confidence rendering her particularly charming. "What type of clientele do we usually attract?" Gu Xingchen summoned Gong Jun, instructing, "The boss's wife has inquiries for you. Provide her with honest answers. Typically, we have more clients seeking soft decoration, which is why the second floor is entirely dedicated to wooden flooring displays." Shin Yangshuang took note, realizing that the company's precarious financial state was not without justification. The man was unaware of which segment of his business was profitable. Such negligence was concerning. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Xingchen was also visiting the small company for the first time. Perhaps it would be prudent to cease the door and window business entirely and transform this into a wooden flooring specialty store, offering a comprehensive service from sales to installation and aftercare, ensuring customer satisfaction. "Did you remember what the boss's wife mentioned?" Gong Jun quickly noted her words, affirming, "I will make the necessary changes immediately." Once he departed, Shun Yangshuang expressed her discontent. "Xingchen, it is no wonder the company is on the brink of bankruptcy. Your lack of attentiveness is alarming. What have you been doing during your visits? You are not the big boss. You must take a hands-on approach. You dress impeccably in a suit every day, yet it hardly suggests you are a person of action. This cannot continue." The man lowered his head, obediently acknowledging, "Understood. I will go buy you a couple of casual outfits from the mall, so you can change for work." Chapter 38. Her support. "I can work in this outfit too." As the esteemed president of the Gu Group, he interacted solely with affluent businessmen of equal standing. Wearing a suit while installing wooden flooring might lead others to assume. The remaining words were left unspoken, as she spared him the embarrassment. "Let us try this for now. You are planning to join LeQ, are you not? With brand recognition, things will only improve from here. When you truly become a big boss, I will buy you several suits. Shan Yangshuang added. Ma Yandua once said, letting go of pride to earn money is not shameful. Gu Xingqian's gaze turned slightly cold. No matter how wealthy he became, he would never embody such a businessman. His ingrained patriotism forbade him from engaging in actions detrimental to the interests of Huagua. Sensing the shift in his expression, she was a woman of great understanding, ensuring to uphold his dignity in front of the employees. Coincidentally, as the man received a phone call, he stepped aside to take it. Shan Yangshuang exited the lobby, intending to survey her surroundings. A group of individuals entered, led by a middle-aged beauty clad in designer attire, radiating wealth. However, Shan Yangshuang's expression darkened. Why did she have to encounter her everywhere, like a persistent shadow? Shan Yangshuang, at last, I found you. You are nothing but a harbinger of misfortune. Compensate me. Yesterday afternoon, she had traced the video link to the beauty salon, only to discover it had long since closed down, the door defaced with various derogatory terms. After some inquiry, she had tracked them to this location. What kind of upbringing did I provide you? A bad seed is a bad seed, inherently flawed, leaving me utterly humiliated. Mr. Chen, is this your daughter? You certainly did not deceive me. She is fair and beautiful. Though her heart seems somewhat darked, a middle-aged man in a black down jacket approached, his gaze lecherous as he scrutinized Shan Yangshuang in light of Mr. Chen's affiliation. Why not consider joining me? It's merely a matter of money. I can provide you with whatever you desire. Another man, hands in pockets, jested. Mr. Zhang, do you think she is a nightclub girl? Have you not seen the news? She is the one who caused a 33 billion loss for Eastern Europe securities. Mr. Zhang chuckled awkwardly. 33 billion? That could fund 10 of my companies. However, I heard she squandered all that money. Otherwise, why would she open a beauty salon to earn back those ill-gotten gains? Mr. Zhang's interest was piqued, and he provocatively suggested, consider becoming my mistress. I can offer you 100,000 a month. How about letting your mother be your mistress? Shan Yangshuang forcefully swatted away his reaching hand, as long as she suffered. Chen Yuanyuan would revel in her joy, her smile widening, showcasing her sharp jawline. She was undoubtedly a cold-hearted person. Being a mistress is one option, but given your circumstances, Shengyu Real Estate has unilaterally terminated our collaboration. You must compensate me for the losses. Chen Yuanyuan advanced, pressing, you refuse to marry into the Jiang family. Now that trouble has arisen, the Jiang family would have protected you. Look at your current husband, lacking wealth and influence, he is simply useless. So you took it upon yourself to sell me off to someone else as a concubine? Shan Yangshuang strove to suppress her anger. It was hardly worth her ire. She longed to question her stepmother about the relentless antagonism she had faced throughout her life. Mr. Zhang, a renowned mogul in Haiching's building materials realm, would not be a disgrace. The rotund Mr. Zhang crossed his arms, his grin widening, his gaze lingering on her long legs. Miss Shun, is the offer insufficient? How about 200,000 monthly pocket money, plus an additional million for your mother as compensation? Shan Yangshuang remained unfazed by his advances. She had faced far worse during her time at Eastern Europe Securities. Hearing a commotion by the entrance, Gong Jun rushed out. Spotting the boss's wife surrounded, he stepped forward to shield her. Gong Jun? Mr. Chen? Gong Jun recognized Mr. Chun from his previous visit to Fongyuan Construction Company, where he had sought collaboration, although Chen Yuanyuan had dismissed Gong Jun's modest building materials firm. What are you pondering? The rotund Mr. Zhang checked his watch, adopting an air of superiority. My time is precious, and I happen to own a large flat at Huading Shaozhu. If you agree, I will grant you residence there. Gong Jun discerned the implications. This was a proposition to take the boss's wife as a mistress. Just as he was about to counter, he felt the mocking gaze of Chen Yuanyuan upon him. Ning Shuang, if you still acknowledge me as your mother, please be a bit more compliant. Following Zhang Zong is not without its merits. A woman must always consider her own interests. Make a decision sooner rather than later. Either commit to him or divorce your husband. I can arrange for you to marry a wealthy heir and live a life of luxury. Gong Jun's building materials company is indeed merely a marginal subsidiary of the Gu Group. Hardly worth mentioning. If he hadn't fortuitously named his company Xingchen Decoration, and if his business weren't on the verge of bankruptcy, Gu Xingchen would not have chosen him for a role in her own story. Gong Jun is only aware that a significant figure from the group is present, yet he remains oblivious to which executive it is. Undoubtedly, that big shop possesses an exceptional aura, always exuding a subtle sense of pressure, indicating that he is not to be trifled with. How audacious it is to treat the wife of such a distinguished individual in this manner. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Mr. Chun, you are, after all, the mother of the boss's wife. How could you act in such a way? Gong Jun's expression darkened. How could a mother engage in such behavior? I am speaking to my daughter. What are you? He was perplexed and kindly reminded her. I fear you are unaware of the boss's status in Haicheng. Is there any wealthy heir more affluent than him? Even on the national list of young millionaires, few can compare. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of steady footsteps echoed. And had it not been for an urgent message from Gangsheng, he would have emerged much earlier. Nevertheless, with his intellect, he quickly grasped the situation. Zhang Zong? Which Zhang Zong? I've never heard of him. The rotund? Balding Zhang boss immediately sprang to his feet. You are the new owner of this building materials company? Xinning Shuang furrowed her brow. You haven't heard of my Zhang Dekao? The man's cold gaze swept over, and he felt an invisible pressure wash over him, making him feel suddenly diminished, his irritated expression momentarily frozen. He dared not raise his voice again. Chen Yuanyuan screeched, Indeed, it's you. What arrogance from a nearly bankrupt little boss. Gong Jun instinctively stepped aside. With the group's enigmatic figure taking the lead, he no longer needed to protect the boss's wife. You'd better hurry and divorce my daughter. I refuse to acknowledge you as my impoverished son-in-law. Was it you who just brought people to bully my wife? Gu Xingchen gently wrapped his arm around Xinning Shuang, pulling her close to his shoulder. As she leaned against that solid, reassuring chest, a wave of tranquility surged through her. With him by her side, she felt as if the world could crumble, and she would remain unscathed. Chapter 39. My man, a profound sense of security enveloped her. Previously, she had faced the world's malice alone, but now, with him beside her, she felt cherished. This feeling was enchanting, drawing her into a tender attachment. Faced with the man's inquiries, Chen Yuanyuan felt a twinge of fear. After all, this man did not engage in mere reasoning. He was capable of violence. Though he possessed an appearance of nobility, a beast resided within. Am I wrong? You, a nearly bankrupt little boss, what can you offer my daughter in terms of happiness? Do not delay her. Divorce her quickly. My daughter is naive and easily deceived. With a few sweet words, she would willingly marry you, and both her father and I disapprove of this union. Your daughter? The man's icy gaze rendered her unable to meet his eyes. You claim to consider your daughter's welfare, yet you would marry her off to an old, crippled madman? Or sell her to this Zhang fellow as a mistress? Even as a stepmother, your malice is unparalleled. Gong Jun suddenly comprehended. So she was a stepmother. In a wonder, she felt entitled to dispose of someone who was not her own flesh and blood. With this realization, he finally understood why the group's eminent figure chose to play the role of a pauper. Yet, as he gazed at Xinning Shuang, he felt only respect and a hint of sympathy. It was indeed unfortunate for her to have such a stepmother. Thankfully, she encountered a prominent figure. Chen Yuanyuan attempted to retort but found herself at a loss for words, for this was indeed disgraceful. Gu Xingchen tightened his grip, providing her with profound security. He raised his gaze, coldly authoritative. Is the lesson I imparted last time insufficient? He referred not merely to that slap, but also to the Gu Group's unilateral termination of collaboration with Fongyuan Construction. Perhaps Xingchen decoration appeared insignificant in Chen Yuanyuan's eyes, but to Gu Xingchen, Fongyuan Construction was hardly worthy of consideration, akin to a mere construction team. A small company with a registered capital of less than 50 million can be easily replaced. Should I see you bully her again, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. His domineering tone suggested that this was merely a trivial matter. If your company is not qualified to participate in the Old Town renovation project, do not place the blame on others. How could he possibly know this? Chen Yuanyuan's heart raced. It must have been through hearsay. The incident had only occurred last night, and even Shun Huaisen remained unaware. Though he was ostensibly a small boss, the aura he exuded was that of a significant figure, clearly warning her that Xinning Shuang had support now and could no longer be bullied at will. Leaning against the man's sturdy chest, she felt the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, instilling her with immeasurable peace. This hurriedly arranged husband, despite lacking wealth, was impeccable in every other regard. Tall, handsome, willing to stand up for her, and providing her with a warm home, finally granting her a sense of belonging and the chance to rest. This sensation was delightful. Chen Yuan, in a fit of rage, bellowed, "You dare claim my company is unqualified? Your own pitiful little enterprise is any better? You lack ability yet boast so grandly." Zhang Zong had long been seething with anger. He coldly regarded the man. "If I were you, I would have already initiated divorce proceedings. A man can lose everything, but never his wealth. I possess wealth, do you? Do you not look down upon me? What gives you such confidence?" He intended to deliver further scornful remarks, yet Gu Xingqian silently took note of him. Coveting her beauty, he felt that even the woman he carefully cherished was not the type to be trifled with. This Zhang Zong, he recalled clearly, as his partner was looked down upon. She broke free from that entrancing embrace to stand up for her husband. "Zhang Dekao, if it weren't for your family's demolition netting you a hefty compensation, would you have been so wealthy at 30? Oh, and you have an aging, undesirable wife. The moment you struck it rich, you transferred assets and divorced her. And no wonder you are seeking out old madams to introduce you to mistresses. This so-called building materials tycoon of Haiqing is nothing more than a product of mutual flattery. The truth is that the Zhang family's old house was demolished, bringing in a substantial compensation. Such a man is utterly disgusting. My husband may indeed be lacking in wealth now, but unlike you, he treats his wife with kindness and consideration. Even without money, I will accompany him in starting anew and striving together." Zhang Zong's face flushed with embarrassment. Such matters are fine when whispered privately, but to have his facade stripped away in public left him feeling utterly humiliated. Chen Yuan's expression darkened. With someone backing her, she was no longer invulnerable, even being scolded alongside her. "Shan Shuang, do you still see me as your mother? How dare you speak to Zhang Zong like that?" "No." This time, her response was resolute. "Fine. Now that you've grown wings, I can no longer manage you. Let your father deal with you." Chen Yuan had initially intended to humiliate them, yet she gained no advantage and was instead thoroughly ridiculed, even threatened by her son-in-law. "And you, just wait and see," Zhang Zong coldly declared. "Your little company shall never receive an order in Haiqing again." Gong Jun maintained a smile, truly oblivious to the situation. A mere ant daring to provoke a dragon should beware of being crushed without knowing how. Gu Xingqian's gaze lingered on Shan Shuang's slender figure. Her earlier act of standing up for him was rather charming. Unbeknownst to him, his expression softened considerably. If he truly were a nearly bankrupt building materials boss, he would indeed need to tread carefully today. Yet, was he truly the impoverished individual he appeared to be? It was evident that he was not. Shan Shuang turned back, comforting the man. "I've caused you more trouble, but do not lose heart. Once we join LeQ's franchise, things will surely improve. Let us persevere." Ning Shuang. Gong Jun took the hint and departed. "If one day you discover that you have married a wealthy, influential boss, would you be overjoyed? Thrilled?" Ning Shuang appraised him from head to toe before responding. "You do indeed possess the air of a significant figure. Yet, how could a big boss take notice of an ordinary woman like me? I am self-aware. My background is lacking and my reputation is poor. I lack the fortune to encounter a great benefactor." As the words hung on the tip of his tongue, Gu Xingqian found himself at a loss for how to explain. "Silly girl, your husband is indeed your benefactor. I'll head back to prepare dinner. I won't interrupt your work any longer. I'll bring you food shortly." The man urged her to drive carefully and pay attention to safety until her vehicle vanished from sight before he turned to enter. Gong Jun approached respectfully. "Boss, I've arranged for you to work in my office. There's no need. You all should proceed as usual without worrying about me." "Understood, good boss." The man called out once more, "Make sure to recharge yourself and enhance your skills, so you can seize opportunities when they arise." "All right, thank you, boss, thank you." Chapter 40. The best mother-in-law in the world. When Shan Shuang returned home, her mother-in-law, Song Yunshang, was just arriving with a basket of vegetables and poultry. Shan Shuang hurriedly got out of the car to assist. "Mother, why didn't you let me know? I had nothing to do at home and could have come to pick you up." My mother-in-law is in her 50s. Although she has taken excellent care of herself, she is, after all, no longer young. Furthermore, Shan Xiang has encountered such a wonderful mother-in-law, naturally wanting to express her filial piety. "It is not too heavy. When I arrived, your father sent me off to the car, and the bus goes directly to the entrance of the community, just a few steps away." Song Yunshang now lies without a hint of shame when she tells a lie. She has truly integrated into her daughter-in-law's life. It must be quite tiring for dad to tend to so many vegetables alone. Once I earn money in the future, I will bring you both to the city to enjoy a life of ease. Very well, Song Yunshang replied with a smile that lit up her face. Unlike her younger daughter-in-law, who has been home for nearly a week without even visiting the old residence once, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law returned home. And now they have developed a remarkable rapport. Shin Ningxiang washed and chopped vegetables while passing plates, and Song Yunshang tied on her apron to start cooking. The two chatted as they usually did. How have things been going with the beauty salon? Song Yunshang observed her daughter-in-law's expression and noticed that she still bore that resilient and optimistic demeanor, as if no matter how great the troubles, they could not shatter her spirit. This made Song Yunshang feel even more tender toward her. Xingqian had his friend help take down the video, but this matter is certainly not over. She understood Xiao Jianyi well. Not only did she steal her boyfriend, but she also seemed intent on eliminating her completely. A frown creased her brow, a hint of worry creeping onto her delicate face. Our little Xiang is truly fortunate. Do not fret, for who knows when a benefactor might come to your aid. Shin Ningxiang felt slightly sad but quickly regained her composure. In the past, she had faced everything alone with a smile. Now, with Xingqian standing behind her in support, she believed that all difficulties were temporary and that goodness awaited her in the future. Perhaps happiness would quietly descend upon her. Yes, Xingqian told me that a wise elder offered him advice. And I believe everything will turn out well. He shared that with you? Shin Ningxiang was momentarily taken aback. Her mother-in-law knew too? Mom, you know too? Song Yunshang realized that she had inadvertently let the cat out of the bag. Thankfully, she was facing away from her daughter-in-law while cooking, quickly adjusting her demeanor and playing along by saying, "Look at this child, Xingqian. What is there to hide from his own father?" So it was that elder, whom she had never met, who provided him with wise counsel. No, it was Dad who mentioned it. I am sorry. My troubles have made the whole family uneasy. Song Yunshang finished cooking the beef they had brought from home and placed it into the clay pot to stew. She turned around and smiled gently. "Silly child, your matters are our family's matters. There is no need to be so polite." This seemingly ordinary sentence touched the softest part of Shun Ningxiang's heart. In the Qin family, no one had ever treated her as family, even when she earned significant money in Eastern European securities and bought many gifts for Chun Yuan. They all believed it was only natural. She had never been regarded as part of the family, and no amount of effort on her part could change her stepmother's prejudice against her. She lowered her head to select vegetables, not daring to let her mother-in-law see the tears welling in her eyes. Deep down, she vowed to provide her father-in-law and mother-in-law with a beautiful and comfortable life in their later years. "How is your relationship with Qianqian progressing?" Song Yunshang asked while cutting the freshly prepared wild daylily. Today, she intended to cook a braised daylily fish for her daughter-in-law, having specially requested the servants to bring over fresh peppers picked from Chuan City. Her daughter-in-law, coming from a humble background, preferred bold flavors and spicy dishes rather than delicate and refined cuisine. Every mother-in-law would ask such questions, and Shan Ningxiang responded candidly, "Mom, although we are not yet at that stage, I will strive to make Xingqian fall in love with me." Song Yunshang beamed with satisfaction. Her son had never cared about a woman before. However, this time, she could clearly sense that Gu Xingqian did not dislike his daughter-in-law. This was a promising beginning. Perhaps it was because of the sincere and unpretentious quality in her daughter-in-law that attracted her son. Nowadays, which city girl doesn't demand a car, a house, and a bride price when getting married? Some families even raise the price on the wedding day, which is simply appalling. Unlike Shun Ningxiang, who seemed to marry him merely for the certificate. Furthermore, she possessed a proper worldview and was willing to endure hardships alongside her man. What man would not be moved by such a good girl? Xiang, do not blame your mother for urging you. While your father and I are still young, we can help you both more. When you have children, I can take care of them while you continue to earn a living. Really? Shin Ningxiang was once again moved. Unlike her best friend's family, which made excuses for everything, even asking Han Xiaoman to bring her child to work. They either returned to the family to become full-time homemakers. Mom understands that you are not one to sit idle. Of course, I will support you. Thank you, Mom. You are too good to me, even better than a biological daughter. She stood up and embraced her mother-in-law, Song Yunshang, for the first time. This familial contact felt strange and intimidating, yet she bravely opened her arms and held tightly to Song Yunshang's back. The warmth on a spiritual level made her cherish this hard-won bond even more. She secretly made a decision. Tonight, she would pretend to be half asleep and slip into his bed. If one attempt failed, she would try again. She could not believe he could resist touching her. Shen Ningxiang was unaware of her mother-in-law's emotional state, which was, in fact, marked by red-rimmed eyes. Such a wonderful daughter-in-law, yet Gu Dong still had his reservations. He should have directly offered his help rather than concoct some ill-conceived scheme. The Gu family did not require a woman to hold up the fort, did they? After preparing the meal, she accompanied her mother-in-law to eat, then drove to deliver food to her man in a high-end private club. A disguised Xiao Jiani sat in a corner booth, glancing around from time to time. After all the videos online were taken down, she contacted Xiao Dong. Her father informed her that someone had likely spent a significant amount of money to smooth over relations, prompting the website's executive to take action. Xiao Jiani was well aware that once taken down, reinstating the videos would require triple or even more the investment. However, business people always opted for the most direct and cost-effective means to achieve their desired results. Therefore, Xiao Dong personally intervened, reaching out to the prominent streamer known as Seagull. Just as she signaled the waiter for a second pot of tea, a young man wearing a baseball cap suddenly appeared. "Miss Chow." His slightly coarse voice instantly made her recognize him. "You are Seagull, aren't you?" He cut straight to the chase. "Miss Chow, you requested my presence to leverage my streaming platform to expose the beauty salon incident again. Correct?" Chapter 41. Does everyone know? Both parties understood this was a transaction. Xiao Jiani did not beat around the bush and directly offered an irresistible incentive. "Once this is accomplished, I will pay you an additional 1 million. And it's up to you how to operate it." Seagull raised an eyebrow. Her intention was clear. She sought to exert pressure on the authorities through public opinion, thereby escalating the situation and ultimately making it impossible for Shen Ningxiang to continue living in Haicheng. What a truly malicious woman. "When the money arrives, I will commence work." Excellent eye in front of him. Xiao Jiani instructed the bank manager to transfer 2 million directly into his account. Minutes later, the young man stood, extending his hand with a flattering smile. "Pleasure doing business." That very afternoon, Seagull began to stream, transitioning from beauty topics to yesterday's salon incident. Throughout, he subtly incited netizens to hunt down the unscrupulous owner. Shen Ningxiang. Meanwhile, Shen Ningxiang, who was driving to deliver a meal to her husband, remained blissfully unaware. The meal was quite ordinary, yet Gu Xingchen savored it with delight. This was Shen Ningxiang's first time bringing him food. "Mom is back and brought so many dishes. Xingchen, are you hiding something from me?" Shen Ningxiang sat across from him, resting her chin on her hand, her clear eyes unwaveringly focused on him. The man's eating habits were elegant and unhurried. A sight to behold, however, her casual remark made him straighten his back, lifting his eyes to feign nonchalance as he asked, "You already know." "Mom told me everything." His heart raced, and he froze, unaware of his grip tightening around his chopsticks. "Xingchen, this is good news. Why would you hide it from me?" Shen Ningxiang continued. "Couples should be honest with each other. While you may have meant well, a lie is still a lie, and it will eventually be uncovered." The man furrowed his brow, closely observing every shift in her emotions. "I didn't mean to. Xingchen, marriage requires mutual care and maintenance. It cannot rely solely on one person. Promise me, from now on, no matter what happens. Do not keep secrets from me, okay?" Discovering that she was not angry, he murmured, "I just felt the timing wasn't right and wanted to tell you later." He could not discern whether Shen Ningxiang married him for his character or his wealth and status. Though she had proven to be genuine and forthright, even more so than those high society ladies, human emotions are complex, especially given her prior reputation. A man who had never misjudged anyone had to exercise caution in matters of marriage. "Ningxiang, since you know, I will take you to the headquarters someday to meet my friends formally." The man added, "Also, if you wish to enter the beauty industry, I will hand over Reinfrost for you to manage. If you want to return to finance, I will entrust you with the Xingchen Fund." Shen Ningxiang was utterly confused. What was Reinfrost? What was the Xingchen Fund? Wait a moment. Reinfrost was the first beauty industry company to go public in the country recently. As for the Starry Fund, she is exceedingly familiar with it. After all, it is the most representative investment fund under the Gu Group and a leading fund company in the securities sector of Haicheng. "Did Mother say anything else to you?" "No, she merely mentioned that it was Father who suggested it to us." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Shen Ningxiang looked at the man with a puzzled gaze. "What do you mean by a beauty like Frost?" Also, are you going to introduce me to that friend of yours? This thought brought her some comfort. At least she felt that the man was willing to let her integrate into his social circle. Ah, right. The man reacted quickly, his heart, which had been in his throat, suddenly at ease. She certainly knows how to focus on the key points. She managed to latch onto the one friend who was least important. He had no choice but to concoct another lie to cover it up. I meant to say that my friend has extensive connections. Even if you wish to join beauty like Frost, he could facilitate that, and if you wish to return to your former profession, he could also make introductions for you to enter the Starry Fund. Relaxed, Gu Xingchen spoke with ease, his deep, rich voice exuding a formidable confidence. You are right. There should be no deception or concealment in marriage. I will remember that. Let's first get through the immediate challenges. As for the future, I believe she will forgive him. Who would refuse such immense wealth? Xingchen, you did not say that just now. Shenning Shuang, belatedly realizing, recalled that the man had just mentioned giving her control over the entire company. But that seemed impossible, as he himself was managing a nearly bankrupt small company. Was he merely boasting? With this thought, Shenning Shuang suddenly grew serious and began to educate him. Besides this, a man should be more grounded. He should not always dream of getting rich overnight. He must be diligent, for only then can he be my support. Yes, yes, yes. Such a grand president, silenced by his little wife's admonishments. If the executives of the group saw this, they would surely drop their jaws in astonishment. Within the group, Gu is notoriously known as the cold-faced president, and everyone approaches him with extreme caution, fearful of making any mistakes. Thus, a legend of dread surrounds him in the internal company chat. I want to keep you. Focus on your work. Shenning Shuang tidied up the dishes on her desk and wiped it clean with a cloth. As she turned to leave with her thermos, she reminded him, no more boasting from now on. I detest men who speak fancifully, Jiu Xingchen. I promise there will be no next time. Sitting in the car, Shenning Shuang sighed quietly. She dialed her father's number. After leaving her stepmother's house, she had not contacted him again. She sensed that her father wanted to protect her, but for some reason, every time Chen Yuanyuan raised her voice, he obediently complied. Moreover, had her mother truly run off with someone? Was she so heartless as to abandon her? For 23 years, her biological mother had vanished as if she had evaporated from the world, leaving no trace. Ning Shuang, Dad. The person who was supposed to be the closest to her had fallen into silence after such a long absence. Ning Shuang finally spoke. I got married. I heard that a voice filled with guilt emanated from the phone. Ning Shuang, forgive your father for his inadequacy. I failed to protect you and let you suffer so much. Dad, I don't blame you, truly. Tears slipped quietly down her cheeks, which she brushed away with her hand, defiantly raising her head to meet the warmth of the afternoon sun. Yet, through the windshield, she could not feel the sun's warmth. Has the matter with the beauty salon been resolved? Shen Huaisan continued. I secretly transferred 100,000 yuan to your account. Use it to settle things. Now that you are married, just focus on being a good wife and mother. This world has been too unfair to you. Being able to give his daughter 100,000 yuan was all the love he could offer. If Chen Yuanyuan found out, she would likely create more trouble for him. Shenning Shuang ultimately refrained from asking, Dad, take care of yourself. Forget about the money. If Chunyi finds out, it would stir up a storm. Chapter 42. As one drinks water, one knows how warm or cold it is after hanging up. Shenning Shuang drove to her best friend's house. Passing by a mall, she got out to buy some gifts for the two adorable little kids. She was quite fond of the two well-behaved and understanding little treasures. Her best friend lived in a small apartment, which was said to have 3 rooms and a hall, but in reality, it was merely a 2-bedroom layout, given that it was only around 60 square meters. For an ordinary wage earner to purchase a home in the precious real estate market of Haicheng was already quite an achievement. After parking, she took the gifts and rode the elevator to the 5th floor. As soon as she stepped out of the elevator, she heard a cacophony of voices. Zhang Xuemei's loud voice could be heard even from downstairs. Are you still going to use our money to help that wretched girl? Seriously, do you even have a brain? You are my old young family's daughter-in-law. Why do you keep doing foolish things that only benefit others? Shenning Shuang understood immediately upon hearing this. She kept walking towards room 501. Mom, at this time, if I don't help her, who will? Am I supposed to just stand by and watch her be sued by Qiao Jiani? I can't do that. This money can be considered a loan from me. Is that acceptable? I beg you, Mom. No way. Today, under no circumstances. What a joke. Lending this money would be a complete waste. In the midst of their bickering, Shan Ningxuang appeared at the door with a wry smile. Not seeing Dabao and Xiaobao, they were probably hiding in their room, too scared to come out. Children are pure-hearted. They can easily tell who likes them and who does not. Upon seeing Shan Ningxuang, Han Xiaoman smiled awkwardly. Ningxuang is here. Come in quickly. Zhang Shuimei shot a glance and immediately turned hostile. What are you doing here? My home does not welcome you. Leave. You thought that just because you brought gifts, I would lend you money? Mom, why are you like this? Ningxuang came to see Dabao and Xiaobao. It has nothing to do with borrowing money. Humph. Zhang Shuimei snorted coldly. The weasel is not here to pay respects to the chicken. In this world, never lend money. Borrowing money is even harder to repay. Once money is involved, everything else is ignored, and no matter how good the relationship, once interests are entangled, it is nearly over. However, Han Xiaoman always treated her like a sister. I am just here to see Yao and Yilu. I have nothing else going on at home. Han Xiaoman pulled her into a small room. Why mother-in-law is just like this? Ignore her. It's fine. Shan Ningxuang smiled wryly. They hadn't done anything wrong. She had long since seen through the coldness and warmth of human relationships. She understood that one could only rely on oneself. Upon seeing Shan Ningxuang, Yao and Yilu immediately beamed with joy, rushing up to hug her and sweetly exclaiming, Aunt Shan is here. I missed you. Auntie misses you too. She then placed the gifts in front of them, including their favorite cheese sticks. In the world of children, a little sweetness can help them forget their troubles. But for adults, it is not so simple. Han Xiaoman closed the door and quietly asked her, have you thought of any solutions? Shan Ningxuang shook her head. Yes, for the method Gu Xingchen mentioned. To her, it was tantamount to creating chaos. If things escalated, it would involve not just her, but could potentially drag his entire family down with her. This was something she did not wish to see. Perhaps it was a habit that had solidified her way of thinking, breaking through that required not only courage but also an opportunity. Ningxuang, how about this? I can arrange to meet Xiao Jiani and discuss it. Spending some money to settle things. I've already thought it through. We can quit the beauty industry. With the internet so developed now, we can do live stream sales. It's not that simple. I know this person well. She won't give up until she achieves her goal and will not let me off the hook. Shan Ningxuang gritted her teeth. My Xingchen has indeed given me a suggestion. What suggestion? Tell me about it. Shan Ningxuang recounted everything. Han Xiaoman grew increasingly alarmed, shaking her head continuously. This would only escalate the situation, making it even more unmanageable. It won't do. Director Gu is a cunning old fox. He has likely seen through it all. Most people would adopt a conflict avoidance attitude and would not dare to go against the grain. Therefore, the first lesson he wanted to impart to his daughter-in-law was the mindset of the wealthy, rather than just handing her money. But for now, Shan Ningxuang did not yet understand. They had only been in the room for 10 minutes when Zhang Shuimei began banging on the door. What are you still hiding in there for? Are you transferring money? I'm telling you, if you lend her even a penny today, when Asu returns, I will make sure he deals with you. Han Xiaoman looked apologetically at her best friend, Ningxuang. You should leave first. Wait for me. I will handle this. As Shan Ningxuang stepped out the door, Zhang Shuimei slammed it shut behind her, yelling loudly, Don't come back anymore. My home does not welcome you. What an annoying and troublesome poor wretch. Every time she comes, it's nothing but misfortune. She walked away with a bitter smile, descending the stairs and driving away. Unbeknownst to her, she had driven along the bypass road to a stretch of beach. The gentle breeze and warm sun caressed her as the surface of the sea shimmered with golden ripples. Aimlessly wandering along the shore, ever since Shan Ningxuang had been assaulted last time, the man had arranged for bodyguards to protect her in secret. Seeing the lady walking along the beach towards the sea, a bodyguard masquerading as an ordinary person prepared to report to the young master. Wait a moment, the lady is so strong. She wouldn't choose to end her life. But what if, by the time Gu Xingchen received the call, he had already returned to the Starry Building? He was preparing the annual summary for the board of directors, as well as the strategic planning for the group's future. Of course, the most significant project was the newly discovered oil field in Africa. Such non-renewable resources are to be used sparingly, as the prices continue to rise. The group's initial plan of investing $10 billion had now evolved into a minimum additional investment of $3 billion for subsequent development. At a critical juncture, the bodyguard assigned to protect Shan Ningxuang made an urgent phone call. The conference room echoed with the monotonous sound of the ringtone. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, Please take a moment to review the PPT. I need to take this call, said Mu Hanzhou. He understood this man all too well. Once he immersed himself in work, he resembled a soulless machine, cold and stern. During a previous executive meeting, an administrative minister had forgotten to silence his phone and nearly found himself expelled from headquarters. This call must be of utmost importance. Jiyu Xingqian stepped out of the conference room and spoke in a hushed tone. Go ahead, young master. Madam has gone to the seaside alone. I fear she may be contemplating something dire. The bodyguard hesitated to follow too closely, wary of being discovered by Madam. Stay alert and keep a watchful eye on her. I will be there shortly. After hanging up, Gu Xingqian returned to the conference room, maintaining his composure, yet his words took the board by surprise. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall postpone the discussion on the investment in the African oil field project and subsequent matters until next Monday. For I have an urgent matter to attend to. Without allowing the board members a moment to gather their thoughts, the man hurriedly exited the room. Minutes later, a flurry of whispers erupted in the conference room. Mu Hanzhou suspected it was related to Gu Xingqian's hastily wed wife. Upon arriving at the seaside, he caught sight of Shen Ningxuang returning and getting into her car. He immediately instructed the driver to follow the domestic vehicle. Chapter 43. Proactively escalating the conflict. Driver Xiao Kai had never witnessed such an anxious expression on the young master's face. It was as if the word worry was etched across his features. They trailed her all the way to the bustling downtown area. Shen Ningxuang parked her car and strolled through the crowded pedestrian street. Transitioning from the tranquil beach to the clamor of the street was emblematic of her inner turmoil, lost, helpless and indecisive. The man sat in the back seat, leaning forward, his arms resting on his thighs, his gaze fixed intently on her slender figure. Young master, aren't you going to accompany Madam? No. If she discovers I am not diligently working at the company but rather trailing her, she will surely lecture me. Driver Xiao Kai stifled a laugh. Even the exalted CEO could be so thoroughly ensnared by another. It was truly a case of a long-blooming iron tree finally flowering. Xiao Kai, do you have a girlfriend? He had never concerned himself with such trivial matters. In fact, Xiao Kai had been his dedicated driver for 3 years. A year prior, during his wedding, he had casually mentioned it, but the man had not taken it to heart, resulting in him lacking the time to even hold a proper ceremony. Young master, I am married. No? When did this happen? Xiao Kai smiled wryly. I mentioned it a year ago. The man, with a modicum of intelligence, quickly grasped the situation, his expression softening slightly. It must be quite arduous to be my dedicated driver. Not at all, young master. You have taught me much. Following you is an opportunity others would covet. I will inform the finance department to grant you a month off, with salary and bonuses intact. Thank you, madam. Thank you, young master. Jiyu Xingqian furrowed his brow. Why thank madam? Young master, you used to resemble a cold machine, devoid of warmth. Only after meeting madam did you become truly alive. So, was that the impression he had left on his employees? Was he truly so heartless? Xiao Kai thought to himself. Other employees even referred to you as the specter of despair. By the time he looked up again, Shen Ningxuang was no longer visible. Jiyu Xingqian hastily exited the vehicle. Navigating the lively and crowded pedestrian street made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. He had rarely frequented such places throughout his life. Meanwhile, Shen Ningxuang wandered aimlessly, soon arriving at an arcade. A group of carefree children was engrossed in a claw machine, and she found herself drawn to them. The world of adults was perpetually complex. A far cry from the untroubled play of children, who could cry or laugh freely without the need for masks. Sister, I want that Mickey Mouse, but I can't grab it. Could you help me? Of course, Shen Ningxuang responded cheerfully. Not far away, a man wearing a baseball cap suddenly paused. Wiping his eyes, he logged onto a streaming platform while reaching out to Qiao Jiani. Having struck it rich, he finally mustered the courage to invite his goddess for a shopping outing, only to unexpectedly encounter Shen Ningxuang. Qiao Jiani, feeling irritable over the past few days, particularly with Pei Tianla, who she believed had been casting strange glances her way, was eager to confront him. After a few visits from the private doctor her father hired, she was still prescribed some medications for inflammation and acne. Upon seeing the message, Qiao Jiani rushed over. Inside the arcade, Shen Ningxuang purchased a few skewers of candied fruit for the children. How could you, Shen Ningxuang, cause me such distress while you frolic about as if nothing has happened? Don't think that just because you've been bailed out, You're in the clear. I will make you pay. Xiao Jianni's long simmering anger erupted upon seeing her. During this time, she had been confined like a wealthy heiress, scarcely stepping outside. You shameless woman, I'm talking about you. Don't pretend to be deaf. Shen Shuang quickened her pace, not out of fear, but to avoid a confrontation in front of the children, which would leave an indelible mark on their childhood. To Xiao Jianni, this appeared as though Shen Shuang was indeed afraid, trying to evade her. With determined steps, Xiao Jianni lunged forward and yanked Shen Shuang's high ponytail, pulling her back. Finally, Shen Shuang displayed a flicker of emotion on her face. Xiao Jianni, however you wish to play this game, I will match you. There is no need for such theatrics. She forcefully pried apart Xiao Jianni's fingers, but Xiao Jianni, fueled by rage, held on tightly. You think you can escape so easily? Just like before? I won't let you off the hook that easily. A glimmer of jealousy flashed in Xiao Jianni's eyes as she noted Shen Shuang's unadorned beauty, her face unblemished yet radiating an unparalleled freshness. Even in adversity, her eyes shone with clarity, devoid of despair. She yearned to see just how long Shen Shuang could maintain this facade. Bending down, she whispered derisively, haven't you always been the pure white lotus? Why is it that every man I fancy prefers you? Why should I, a little princess from Eastern European securities, lose to a mere lowborn? Old grudges and new grievances converged upon Shen Shuang. She had no choice but to bend down and tilt her head to hear Xiao Jianni's taunts, her hair becoming a casualty of the struggle. Is wealth a license for tyranny? Does having money make you superior? To me, you are merely a pitiable wretch. With her head tilted, Shen Shuang finally began to retaliate. Some matters cannot simply be endured. Taking a step back does not lead to a broader horizon, but only invites further encroachment. Locking eyes with Xiao Jianni's mocking gaze, Shen Shuang suddenly smiled, her expression laden with meaning. In my view, a person's wealth transcends mere digits in a bank account. Like you, your spiritual realm is barren. Your inner world dark and impoverished, a true pauper. Meanwhile, I possess an abundantly rich spiritual existence, ready to confront any unknown challenges with composure. I laugh at your pitiable state. What did you say? Xiao Jianni's expression shifted dramatically. Twisting with fury. The one who is truly pitiful is you. What gives you the right to mock me? Unbeknownst to her, the intensity of her grip increased, causing strands of hair to fall. The crowd around them grew, gossiping and speculating about the two women, some believing it to be a love triangle gone awry, while others surmised it was a bitter falling out between friends. Amidst the clamor, no one intervened. Instead, they were eager to witness the unfolding drama. Look at you, pathetic as you are. Even your boyfriend has abandoned you for me. Do you still think you have the right to mock me? The bodyguard, having followed them, felt a moment of relief, seeing Madame enjoying herself with the children, deciding not to intrude. But in the brief time it took to buy a cup of milk tea, disaster struck. Madame was attacked by a woman whose face was grotesquely scarred. What are you doing? Let go. I am security for the arcade. If you don't release her, I will call the police. A bodyguard clad in a black suit promptly approached. Before he could intervene, the young master appeared, his expression as frigid as icy in a fit of rage. Gu Xingqian's hand gripped Xiao Jianni's wrist like a vice. Chapter 44. Severely punishing the assailant. A faint cracking sound echoed as Xiao Jianni's anguished cries pierced through the crowd. Startled gasps ensued as onlookers began to realize the gravity of the situation, swiftly recording videos with sensational titles. Two women compete for a man. Publicly clashing. An explosive scene. Despite having broken Xiao Jianni's wrist, Gu Xingqian did not release her, holding onto her firmly to prevent any escape. Turning, his icy demeanor softened, his tone gentler. I have arrived late. Shen Shuang rubbed her head repeatedly, feeling the pain from having lost a handful of hair. Her scalp was red and swollen, blood seeping from the wounds. There was no time to ponder why the man was there. She was reminded of his words. Habit can be a fearsome thing. One must confront bullying with greater ferocity, for only then will others fear you. We never instigate trouble, but we are never afraid of it. For I will always stand behind you, supporting you and being your pillared. An eerie silence engulfed the scene. The man glanced purposefully at the figure hiding within the crowd, the man in the baseball cap. A faint smile curved his lips, as if to say, trust me, and trust my father's advice. It will not lead you astray. Shan Ningxuang understood what was expected of her next. However, the more she understood, the more fear gripped her heart. Throughout her life, any attempt at resistance had only drawn greater harm and oppression. Gradually, she had grown accustomed to it, numbed by the pain. This is the inherent flaw of ordinary people, who have always preferred to avoid trouble. Chairman Gu aims to teach her, to correct her. As the wife of the wealthiest man, she has an entire conglomerate family backing her. There is no need to fear any darkness. Ning Shuang, I believe in you. You can undoubtedly do it. The man's deep, resonant voice seemed to carry a certain power, instilling her with courage as she lightly slapped Xiao Jiani. The latter erupted in fury, her disheveled hair giving her the appearance of a vengeful spirit, her eyes ablaze. You are all doomed. Do you know who I am? My father is... Slap. With a swift motion, Gu Xingchen struck, rupturing a multitude of blisters, white pus oozing out, both repulsive and terrifying. The man withdrew a handkerchief to wipe his palm, as if the act of striking her had sullied his hands. Only by inflicting pain on her will she understand fear. Come, give it a try. He paid no mind to the frenzied netizens in the livestream. At a certain moment, Haiqing Feiying's backend received an official message. Due to your dissemination of false statements, your account is permanently suspended, and we reserve the right to pursue legal action. The man in the cap felt a pang of anxiety as the live stream was shut down. Attempting to log in again, he found himself unable to access the Quine platform. Shortly thereafter, another host, a celestial being of the mortal realm, began her live broadcast, continuously providing various pieces of evidence. Some netizens, who had just come from Haiqing Feiying's stream, began to counter her claims. Even some hired commenters began to steer the narrative. On the screen, phrases calling for severe punishment of the assailants began to flood in, escalating in fervor. The host did not intervene, allowing the group of commenters to unearth Shan Ningxuang's dark past. She was indeed assigned host under Xingchen Weisher, one of the most capable among them. The company leadership had sent her to conduct a live broadcast, with cameras following her throughout. There was no need for her to do much. She simply had to present the facts. Shan Ningxuang once again surged into the trending searches of Haiqing, more explosive than ever, becoming a household name. Even insults began to echo. One must not be too Ningxuang. Mu Huanqiu focused intently on the live streaming platform. This time, in addition to Quine, there were Xingchen Weisher, C-Station, and Dawashu broadcasting live across the internet. The established site, Tianyalu Yuan, caught the scent of this event and began to rebroadcast the video. This wave of traffic must not be missed. Song Yunshang instructed her driver to take her back to the old residence, where she found Chairman Gu in the backyard chicken coop. Old Gu, the situation is dire. Do you still have the leisure to feed chickens here? Wild chickens with colorful phoenix tail feathers flitted about. Hurry over and see if my daughter-in-law has suffered any loss. Chairman Gu leisurely set down a fine kiwi, his booming voice calm and unhurried. With Chen Qian by her side, how could anything happen? Besides, are those bodyguards just for show? Look, they are fighting again. Xiao Shuang, fight back. She is pulling your hair. You should strike her chest. Fool. Mother-in-law Song Yunshang was eager to join the fray, wishing to assist her in dealing with Qiao Jianai. It's good they're fighting. Gu Minghui chuckled with meaningful intent. What I fear is that they want to fight. If conflicts are not allowed to escalate, how can new opportunities arise? Only by daring to break the rules can miracles be created. You old man, it's easy for you to say since it's not your daughter-in-law getting beaten. You show no concern at all. Growth inevitably requires sacrifice. Where is the genius that achieves success overnight? Song Yunshang's face hardened. Aren't you coming out? There's chicken droppings everywhere. Can't you learn from Mu Dong to play some golf? Sip tea or travel a bit? At the very least, you could follow Yunji's example and collect antiques and paintings. It would be far more cultured. Chairman Gu maintained an indifferent expression. Your daughter-in-law loves to eat. It's what you said. With that remark, Song Yunshang was left speechless. All right, quickly change your clothes. Let us go support our daughter-in-law. Even with her son present, having her in-laws nearby would provide her some comfort. Dante, go. I've said we want to interfere, and we want to fine. You really are something. If my daughter-in-law loses a single hair, I want to let you off easily. Chairman Gu glanced at the video, clearly noticing more than one hair had fallen. With a slight retreat of his neck, he found an excuse. That Yunjian Nan recently acquired an authentic Tang Bohu painting. I need to verify it and want to be back for dinner. In a flash, Chairman Gu departed in his car. You can't even lie properly. You're no expert, so what do you know about verification? I suspect you've made a mistake. Only when she saw her son take the stage did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. When her daughter-in-law struck that wretched girl, Song Yunsheng leapt up in excitement. On site, someone in the live stream reported the victim to the police and called for an ambulance. Jiu Xingchen finally released Xiao Jiani, extending his large hand to gently rub her head. It must hurt. Let us visit the hospital shortly. Xingchen, what do we do? I've caused trouble. We've gotten into a mess. Having struck the beloved daughter of Chairman Xiao from Eastern European Securities, the situation had clearly escalated beyond their control. Trust me, everything will be fine. Noticing her anxious demeanor, the man leaned closer to her ear. Have you never questioned why her face has changed so drastically? She claimed it was an allergic reaction to your skincare products. Do you believe her? Although Xinning Shuang was frightened, she had not lost her composure, striving to remain calm. Are you doubting her? The man nodded, enveloping her in his embrace. He seemed to grow increasingly adept. The man who once minded her washing his clothes now clung closely to her. Whether true or false, they would find out at the hospital. Xinning Shuang lifted her gaze to the man before her. He had remained composed and wise from the very beginning. His actions were methodical and deliberate. How could such a calm and intelligent man have brought a company to the brink of bankruptcy? Chapter 45. The truth is like an abyss, difficult to behold. At that moment, her best friend Han Xiaoman hurriedly dropped her child off with her mother-in-law Zhang Xuemei and rushed over. Having just seen the video of Xinning Shuang being bullied by her hair, she could no longer sit still, and no matter how Zhang Xuemei threatened her, it was of no consequence. Meanwhile, in the office of the general manager of Fongyuan Construction, Chun Yuan, who had initially been laughing, suddenly saw the man appear in the video, followed by a chilling scream. The forceful slap resonated through the screen, making one feel the pain from afar. She could no longer muster a smile. Once fear takes root, even in the absence of the man, it lingers. Only when police and ambulances appeared in the video did she finally relax. She then opened her Xingchen Weishi account and began to voice her outrage. But soon, she discovered she had been muted. Though her account remained intact, she could only watch in frustration as the situation escalated. Reporters from Haiqing Minxing Channel rushed to the hospital to cover the event. At the scene, ambulances and police cars arrived almost simultaneously on Walking Street, led by the squad leader of the Jingnan Road District. It was evident how seriously the higher-ups regarded this matter. Several officers began to disperse the crowd, while Xiao Jiani, rolling on the ground in pain, began to cry out upon seeing the police. Officer, please arrest them. This couple teamed up to assault me. Look, my hand is broken, and my face is disfigured. Officer, ensure the assailants are severely punished. Everyone here witnessed it. They are the best witnesses. The squad leader, a tall and imposing young man fresh from military service, radiated a strong sense of justice. Upon seeing Xiao Jiani lying on the ground in agony, he recognized her as the clearly weaker party. Squad leader Yun Zhou's expression was grave as he signaled the officers to attend to Xiao Jiani first, then approached Gu Xingchen, his voice icy. Come with me to the station. The man, equally indifferent, replied with a smile. Are you so certain she is the victim? What are you instructing me on how to do my job? Xinning Shuang quickly pulled her man back, fearing a confrontation with the police could lead to dire consequences. Officer, we'll go with you. We believe in judicial fairness. Jiu Xingchen's gaze fell upon the man's name tag, Yun Zhou. He smiled faintly. Though he did not recognize Gu Xingchen, the latter recognized him. After more than a decade, that chubby boy had grown into a tall and handsome, justice-driven police officer. However, even if they were taken away by the police, it would not affect the plan as they approached the police car. He proactively said, Officer, may I call a friend? Yun Zhou's sharp gaze bore an unmistakable air of authority. He scrutinized him for a moment before nodding. You have 1 minute. Gu Xingchen reassured Xinning Shuang. It's all right. I'll call a friend. Xinning Shuang felt a pang of guilt. She felt like a harbinger of misfortune, bringing trouble to everyone around her, even causing her husband's family to rush about. He dialed directly to Mu Huanqiu instead of Gu Jianghao. With Lu Ruyan in the picture, his brother seemed bewitched, neglecting work and the affairs of others. It was as if his world revolved solely around his wife. From a woman's perspective, he was indeed a wealthy, considerate man. Yet, in Gu Xingchen's eyes, he appeared to be indulging in excess, bordering on spoiling her. The balance in their relationship had become precarious. Those who are loved may become complacent, failing to appreciate their fortune. Huanxiu, delegate your work to General Lin and head to the hospital to follow up. Mu Huanxiu's tone was teasing. President Gu, you leave a pile of matters unattended. General Lin and I are swamped, and now you want us to go to the hospital. What are you two brothers thinking? The company's surname is Gu, not Mu. Besides, weren't you the one who despised troublesome matters? Why do you keep intervening? Have you fallen for that whirlwind marriage little wife? Call her sister-in-law, Gu Xingqian replied with a serious face. Do you not have a shred of compassion? None that I'm too lazy to argue with you. Go now, that's it. After hanging up the phone, Mu Huanxiu, though verbally reluctant, exhibited a sincere disposition as he stood up to instruct the driver to prepare the car for a swift journey to the hospital. Just as Han Xiaoman arrived on her electric scooter, she happened to witness Shan Ningxuang and another individual being escorted into a police vehicle. In that moment, Han Xiaoman was engulfed by a sense of bewilderment. What should she do? She was merely an ordinary housewife from a humble background, devoid of connections or resources. The only recourse available to her was to call Yang Su for assistance, in the Fushan estate. Aside from the wealthiest Gu family, there stood 8 expansive villas. The Yun family residence, designated as Villa Number 3, was valued in the tens of millions. On the 3rd floor of the villa, an entire level was dedicated to a collection room, with the floor adorned in antique blue and white porcelain tiles. The walls were embellished with calligraphy and paintings from renowned masters of various dynasties, each piece worth a fortune. On the coffee table, Chairman Yun brewed a pot of gongfu tea. Your son has just retired from the military? Why not let him take over the family business? My boy, he lamented, has become quite foolish during his service. This vast fortune may very well end up in the hands of outsiders. Opposite him sat a man clad in a simple Zhongshan suit, his head crowned with silvery hair, yet exuding vitality, thick glasses perched on his nose, radiating an air of scholarly refinement. Having a son-in-law is not so bad, he remarked. Yun Jinan suddenly cast a glance at him. Your well-raised son has eloped in silence. Luo is still unaware. Once she learns, she will undoubtedly be heartbroken. You must take responsibility, Chairman Gu chuckled. What arranged marriages exist nowadays? The youth have their own ideas. Is it time for tea? Don't scald yourself. Yun Jinan shifted the conversation. It seems your eldest daughter-in-law is entangled in troubles. You appear quite at leisure. Coming here to enjoy tea, retorted Chairman Gu.as for the matters of the young ones. We elders ought not to interfere. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Xiao Jiani was wheeled in for a comprehensive examination, and her wrist was x-rayed. Chairman Xiao rushed to the hospital with his entourage. Upon seeing his precious daughter, he could hardly recognize her. Her face was swollen to the size of a pig's head, with a mixture of red and white pus oozing out, both repulsive and unsightly. Her eyes were reduced to mere slits. Dad, you've finally arrived. We must make them pay for this. Rest assured, I will not let them escape unscathed. He then inquired of the doctor. How is my daughter? Is her condition severe? In the emergency room, which was typically the hub for urgent medical situations, it had transformed into a large-scale cosmetic surgery venue. Dermatologists and orthopedic surgeons collaborated on her case. Wrist fracture, torn ligaments, radial bone fissure, and as for her face, well, the nose has been augmented and the chin altered, with her double eyelids split. At that moment, the report was released. The head orthopedic surgeon glanced at the document and barked. Hormonal imbalance has led to this. You didn't seek medical attention sooner? Are you trying to court death? Just then, reporters and stars from Xingqian Weishur happened to catch an unexpected truth on camera as Mu Huanxiu strode in. I am Mr. Gu's private lawyer. You may address any concerns to me. Chapter 46. A Sensation in Haicheng, Part 1. On the hospital bed, the doctor was in the midst of performing surgery. Chairman Xiao bellowed, You must be mistaken. This is clearly an allergic reaction caused by inferior skincare products, and you dare to treat my precious daughter in an emergency room? A bunch of quacks. Incompetent fools! His tirade did not endear him to the medical staff, who were used to dealing with wealthy patients at the hospital, all of whom were usually polite. Pei Tianla stepped forward to restrain his furious father-in-law. Dad? Trust the doctors. They will not err. This is not the time for a scene. Let us ensure Jiani receives the necessary treatment first. However, Chairman Xiao violently shook off his hand, unleashing a torrent of insults. What are you? Who gives you the right to instruct me? A useless waste. You think the Xiao family relies on you to make decisions? To outsiders, the Qiao family son-in-law appeared to live a life of luxury, arriving in extravagant cars and residing in opulent villas, serving as a paragon of success for countless aspiring youth. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the son-in-law was treated with disdain, devoid of any dignity. After chastising Pei Tianla, Chairman Xiao turned his steely gaze toward Mu Huanxiu, enunciating each word with precision. "You're a lawyer?" The man, impeccably dressed in a suit and holding a briefcase, projected the image of a successful individual. Yet, in Chairman Xiao's eyes, he was merely a hired hand. "Which law firm do you represent?" "Let us not concern ourselves with my firm for now. I suspect that you pose a personal threat to my client and are maliciously defaming my client's beauty salon, which constitutes defamation. You have repeatedly disseminated false statements online without my client's consent, which amounts to the willful spread of misinformation." "Stop!" Chairman Xiao thundered. "Are you blind? My daughter's wrist is nearly severed. I intend to sue him for attempted murder." Mu Huanxiu remained unfazed. A chairman of an Eastern European securities firm, with publicly declared assets nearing 100 million, was in reality worth only a few billion at most. He was not a manufacturing enterprise. Not to mention that the Mu family held significant power in Haicheng. Even the Gu family could overshadow the Qiao family in the face of such absolute strength. All struggles were futile, unbeknownst to him. Mu Huanxiu exuded the aura of an heir to the Mu family conglomerate, instantly intensifying the pressure on Chairman Qiao. A lawyer possesses such an imposing presence. "Mr. Qiao, allow me to advise you. In life and in business, do not always rely on power to intimidate others. One day, you will come to regret it. If you wish to use your influence to suppress me, do not blame me if I resort to more forceful measures." On the hospital bed, after the doctor had been berated, he inadvertently applied a bit more pressure during the procedure. The pain caused Qiao Jiani to shed tears uncontrollably. She had never endured such suffering. Pei Tianla lowered his head, his expression a tempest of emotions, lost in thought. In the live stream, the anchor narrated with a melodious and emotionally charged voice, gradually revealing the truth. In an instant, those deceived viewers fell silent, while the paid commenters began their final desperate attempts to defend themselves. "Fake. This is all fabricated. Our Eagle Brothers live stream was the only truth. Conspiracy. It must be a conspiracy. Why can't we enter the Haishang Feiying live stream?" "Shut up, keyboard warrior. Keep talking and I'll make you regret it." The anchor then zoomed in on the examination report, capturing a close-up of the damning words "hormonal imbalance," which were particularly conspicuous and ironically poignant. At the Jingnan Road police station, upon entering, Gu Xingchen encountered the station chief heading to a meeting with higher-ups. Jingnan Road, situated in the heart of the commercial district, held greater significance than other peripheral areas. "Are you Mr. Gu?" Shin Ningshuang was taken aside to provide her statement separately. In the familiar interrogation room, she had visited twice in 3 days. Jiu Xingchen glanced toward the direction of the interrogation room before responding. "Director Wu? Are you heading to the city for a meeting?" "It truly is you." With that, he felt a sense of calm. As the son of the wealthiest family, the actual power holder of the Gu family, the president of the Asia Youth Summit, and a member of the Provincial Political Consultative Conference, every one of his identities was of immense prestige. "Why are you here?" Captain Yun spoke coldly. "Chief, he broke someone's wrist and needs to be brought in for questioning." "Captain Yun, could there be a misunderstanding? Mr. Gu is a person of status. How could he harm others without cause?" "There's no misunderstanding. A big man bullying a woman brings disgrace upon all men." "Wait, jumping to conclusions is too hasty. Yun Zhou, this is not the military. Right and wrong require evidence. You cannot reach a conclusion so rashly." Yun Zhou, a high-ranking officer transitioning from military to civilian life, had a powerful background and was quickly appointed to a significant position upon arrival at the station. Director Wu was well aware that Yun Zhou was merely a transitional figure who would soon be promoted. However, Mr. Gu was no pushover. "Mr. Gu? The Gu family?" Finally remembered. Yun Zhou suddenly adopted a more assertive stance. "This is a matter of official business. Even if it is self-defense, we must follow protocol. Every man is fiercely protective of their own." And Yun Zhou was no exception. He harbored deep affection for his only sister. If he were to marry, it would mean betraying her love. "Little fatty, it's been over a decade. Don't try to get close to me." Yun Zhou remained resolute, leaving Director Wu with no options. The entire process dragged on until nearly evening. Upon exiting the police station, Shen Ningshuang felt immense guilt, walking with her head down beside the man. Xingqian, I've caused you trouble again. We're a couple. What trouble could there be? No need for such formality. All right, I won't be formal with you anymore. The man hailed a taxi by the roadside, and they hurried to the hospital. During the ride, Shan Ningxuang's phone vibrated incessantly. It was messages from Pei Tianla, accompanied by encrypted files sent to her email. Shan Ningxuang opened and glanced through them hastily, then pulled the man to discuss. These files contained various evidence of the Chao family's collusion with a mysterious financial conglomerate to manipulate funds. One piece of evidence indicated that Xiao Jiani's account had been used for self-dealing, creating fictitious trading contracts. Additionally, Xiao Dajing had utilized insider information and conspiracy with others to short the fund, employing manipulative trading tactics. The man's expression fluctuated between light and dark. He had previously pondered whether Shan Ningxuang had been wronged. Ultimately, he chose not to forcibly crush the acquisition of the Eastern European securities firm, inadvertently allowing Shan Ningxuang's former boyfriend an opportunity. Lost in her joyous reverie, Shan Ningxuang remained oblivious to the subtle changes in the man's demeanor. Her smile growing more relaxed. Xingqian, we have hope. With this evidence, we can topple the Chao family and, most importantly, restore my reputation. The man gently ruffled her hair. Yes, I've arranged for a friend to have a live stream at the hospital. We should report this to the police and let them investigate. Good. Leaning back in the taxi seat, Shan Ningxuang fell into a contemplative reverie. Undoubtedly, she had harbored hatred for Pei Tianla, resenting his callousness and his abrupt departure. Little did she expect that he had been calculating from the very beginning. Had he been an undercover agent within the Chao family all these years? Regardless of the truth, Shan Ningxuang preferred to remain oblivious. She had found her own star, a warm and happy home, and felt content. The scar in her heart had finally formed a scab and ceased to ache, and she had no desire to reopen it. The man glanced sideways, his expression tinged with a hint of coldness and acidity. What are you thinking about? Your ex-boyfriend? Chapter 47. The Sensation of Haiqing, Part 2. Ah, how did you know? Shan Ningxuang replied, It's as if it were written on my face. It's so obvious that anyone could see. Xingqian, can we discuss my relationship with him later this evening? She continued. I am willing to open my heart and be candid about anything you wish to know. I have no interest in knowing, nor do I wish to listen. The taxi came to a halt at the hospital entrance. The man exited first, striding ahead with his long legs, his imposing figure exuding an inexplicable twinge of bitterness. She called out to him, Xingqian, wait a moment. I need to print these documents. He paused, furrowing his brow, and after a moment's hesitation, replied, Allow me to handle it. These pieces of evidence may not be authentic and require professional evaluation. The professional he referred to meant engaging the esteemed legal team of the Gu family, who would set aside all their current work to analyze the case with utmost diligence. This meant that exposure and prosecution would occur simultaneously, leaving no respite for Chao Danian and his daughter. Without hesitation, Shan Ningxuang generously handed over her phone and turned to enter the hospital in the emergency room. A cacophony of arguments drew a crowd of onlookers. With security personnel striving to maintain order, she squeezed through the throng. She discovered Pei Tianla crouched on the ground, covering his face. It was clear that Xiao Danian had unleashed all his fury on this ineffectual son-in-law. 3 years had passed since she last encountered Xiao Dong. The awe and gratitude she once felt had dissipated. In her early career, Xiao Dong had appeared as a benevolent elder, showing great concern for her and her peers. However, bit by bit, his true character had been revealed. In the hospital bed, Xiao Jiani, freshly out of surgery and with her arm in a cast, became agitated at the sight of Shan Ningxuang. You wretched woman! How dare you show your face here? Look at what you've done to me. Xiao Danian maintained an air of superiority, declaring, Shan Ningxuang, you must immediately admit your mistakes before the media. Otherwise, Mu Hanzhou stood protectively before Shan Ningxuang. His gaze icy as he retorted, Who are you to act as if you are in charge? Xiao Danian seethed with resentment towards this man, yet felt powerless. He was unyielding and not intimidated by threats. Akin to a stubborn rock, this was his first encounter with such a formidable lawyer. From the moment Shan Ningxuang entered, Mu Hanzhou had been observing her discreetly. The sudden fame of Gu's quick marriage to her seemed unremarkable. An ordinary woman from a humble background, embroiled in troubles. Your daughter's acne is likely due to hormonal imbalances, he mused, and perhaps he was a man of refinement, unable to utter harsh words. Yet the disdain and revulsion in his eyes towards Xiao Jiani were unmistakable. As if she were something unclean, I am questioning her, not you. Your input is unnecessary. Xiao Danian had always looked down upon Shan Ningxuang, commanding and authoritative. It became clear that her fear of escalating the situation stemmed from her own uncertainty. What if the allergic reaction was indeed caused by products used at the beauty salon? Pei Tianla's evidence suggested that it was not her negligence, but rather a grand conspiracy against her, a plot from which there was no escape. As the live broadcast unfolded, the tide began to shift in favor of Shen Ningxuang. At the Fushan Villa, Song Yunsheng insisted on dragging Gu Dong to sit on the sofa and watch the events unfold. For Gu Dong, the outcome was predictable. Watching or not made little difference. Yet for Song Yunsheng, ever since she had met Shen Ningxuang, she had grown more empathetic. Tears streamed down her face as she watched Shen Ningxuang present the evidence and medical reports. The slender, graceful figure trembled amid the crowd, evoking a desire to offer her a warm embrace. When Shan Ningxuang's voice rang out with piercing questions, "How much have I earned for Eastern European securities? Surely you're aware. Is it merely because your daughter covets my fund? Or because she lusts after my ex-boyfriend? Or is it simply because I am easy to bully, having toiled tirelessly at Eastern European securities for over 2 years, spending an entire year on business trips, performing roadshows, and enduring nearly 10-hour days?" Her throat dry from speaking. What had she gained? Xiao Danian. How can a person be so shameless? Online, the audience fell silent. Many women wept. The true villain was not Shan Ningxuang. Peeling back the glossy veneer of capitalism revealed something truly horrifying. Xiao Danian was consumed with rage, struggling to defend himself. "What are you babbling about? Who told you this? You are slandering me and will face legal consequences. Stop filming. There's nothing worth capturing. Security, security." But the reporters from the People's Livelihood channel stood firm, unperturbed. The security personnel remained indifferent, their gazes detached. The reporters, along with the live broadcaster, surged to the top of Haiqing's People's Livelihood rankings. Attention from higher-ups had already begun to focus on the situation, prompting police involvement. In the hospital bed, Xiao Jiani felt as though her heart had turned to ash. She understood that the Qiao family was doomed, and Eastern European securities would soon face a backlash as investors frantically redeemed their funds. Everything was over. Her hand, once raised, fell limply to her side as Shen Ningxuang approached the bed. "You've won? Yet you still come to gloat?" Shen Ningxuang responded with a cold smile. Good and evil ultimately receive their due. The Qiao family has committed numerous wrongs and shall face at least 5 years of imprisonment, so reflect deeply while you serve your time. Do not celebrate too soon, Shen Ningxuang. You shall forever remain a mere commoner from the lower echelons of society. What does it matter if you win this round? Jealousy twisted her features. Do not forget, I still have Tianla. Even if I spend 3 to 5 years inside, he will await me. You are mistaken. Ugly wretch, a chilling and resolute voice broke through. Xiao Jiani, you know what means you employed. You are fully aware I shall not seek Shan Ningxuang's forgiveness, for I compromised and left her when she needed comfort the most. Therefore, I have no right to harbor any ulterior motives towards her. Shan Ningxuang's gaze drifted into the distance, pondering why he had sent her that bouquet of roses. It was evident he sought to rekindle their romance. Was it merely a ploy to incite Xiao Jiani's jealousy and initiate a scheme? If so, this nobleman from a humble background was far more terrifying than she had imagined. Being with such a person left her feeling uneasy. What do you intend to do? Do not forget, you have consumed my resources, utilized my finances, and dwelled in my space. Every piece of clothing, even your underwear, was purchased by me. Do you wish to break up with me? Crushing my heart with your betrayal. You have taken so much, and one ill-fated live stream has ruined everything. Do I care? Pei Tianla began to remove his watch and loosen his tie, tossing each item at Xiao Jiani. Here, take it all back. On the hospital bed, Xiao Jiani was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. Do you think this absolves you? No, once tainted, always tainted. Pei Tianla, you are even more pitiful than I am. Gu Xingchen quietly exited the emergency room, having remained out of the public eye throughout the days following the tsunami of events. Many netizens, feeling guilty, voluntarily flocked to the beauty salon to purchase annual memberships. Some men even came to acquire memberships for their girlfriends. Ji Yudong, filled with jealousy, ordered his assistant Yanxi to arrange annual memberships for every employee in the company. Shen Ningxuang's beauty salon became an unconventional partner of the group. Chapter 48. The ex-boyfriend of the madam. Upon leaving the hospital, Han Xiaoman stood before them with reddened eyes. She grasped Shan Ningxuang's hand and pulled her aside, filled with worry and self-reproach. Frost. I arrived too late. I saw you being taken away by the police, yet I was powerless to help. Yang Su was of little assistance as well. What is the situation now, with the rain having passed? The skies cleared, and the Qiao family was finished. Shan Ningxuang's furrowed brow relaxed, revealing a long-lost smile. The oppressive haze that had loomed overhead had finally dissipated, lifting her spirits considerably. The Qiao family is finished? Han Xiaoman had been preoccupied with pleading with her own man before arriving, leaving her no time to watch the live broadcast. Yes, both Qiao Danian and Qiao Jiani have been taken away by the police. Just then, Gu Xingchen arrived with Mu Hanzhou and introduced him to her, mentioning that he needed to discuss the franchise matter and would be heading out with Mu Hanzhou. The two brothers walked to the corner across the street before getting into Mu Hanzhou's car. It was evident that he was quite attentive to his hastily married wife. Seated in the back of the Rolls-Royce, the man maintained a stoic expression, stating, "You are overthinking. I am merely fulfilling my responsibilities as a husband. Keep pretending. Don't think I didn't notice the flicker of concern in your eyes," Mu Hanzhou teased. "Now that you've seen Shan's ex-boyfriend, you've reverted to your old icy demeanor. It's clear you are jealous." "Mu Hanzhou, you talk too much." Unbothered, Mu Hanzhou chuckled. "Someone's feelings have been pricked, and now they are upset. Are you planning to keep this under wraps indefinitely? It's evident that Miss Shan is kind-hearted and upright. I watched the live stream. She is quite compassionate. Such a wonderful girl deserves to be cherished. Are you suggesting that?" Gu Xingchen glanced back, his expression inscrutable. "Do you wish for me to marry her? What words can express the concern of a good brother regarding your lifelong commitments? Shouldn't it be so?" Gu Xingchen redirected his gaze to the scenery whizzing past outside the window. A heavy silence enveloped the carriage. Luo is a good girl. If you like her, pursue her. What are you, a grown man, doing with a secret crush? Who even likes her? She's just a kid, lacking in figure. I prefer someone more mature, more voluptuous. Stop. I do not wish to hear your nonsensical ramblings. At the hospital entrance, Pei Tianle rushed out. Spotting Shan Ningxiang, who was about to get into a car, he hesitated. Han Xiaoman tugged at her. Pointing to the man not far away, "He seems to have something to tell you." After a moment's hesitation, Shan Ningxiang boldly invited him to dinner. Just around the corner from the hospital, at Chunmianyuan Hot Pot City. Back in university, he would choose venues with lower expenses for dates. Once seated, Pei Tianle ordered a spicy broth. He inquired about the side dishes: beef rolls, beef tripe, and shrimp paste. "Whatever, it doesn't matter what we eat." Han Xiaoman sensed the atmosphere was somewhat delicate. Pei Tianle ordered more vegetables and a large plate of spicy crayfish. "Thank you for today. You helped me immensely, so this meal is on me." Pei Tianle's expression darkened as he listened in silence. "We ended things long ago, 3 years back. After this meal, let us not be in touch again." Han Xiaoman lowered her head to sip water. The hot pot restaurant served dishes swiftly. The red broth bubbled away, and amidst the rising steam, Shan Ningxiang's pristine and lovely face became a tad blurred. The person who had appeared countless times in his dreams sat across from him at last. Time had passed, and everything had changed. He opened his mouth, yet bitterness filled it, making it difficult to speak. Once, he hesitated to spend even 100 on hot pot, and now, he lacked the heart to eat. She understood his words. "He treats you well, doesn't he?" The conversation inevitably turned to Gu Xingchen, and no need to worry. Our Xingchen is diligent and capable, gentle and family-oriented, and he treats me well. I am quite content with my current life. At least I need not worry about being deceived, concealed from, or abandoned." She spoke. A smile of genuine happiness graced her face, akin to a girl in love, her eyes brimming with adoration. That glimmer pierced Pei Tianle deeply. Had it not been for Qiao Jiani's scheming, forcing him to leave Haicheng, perhaps he would have been the one to bring her happiness. For 3 years, he had been preparing incessantly. Once the seed of revenge is sown, it takes root and flourishes. In Shan Ningxiang's eyes, he was a man who coveted wealth, a phoenix man, and also an irresponsible ex-boyfriend, a scoundrel who abandoned moral principles for financial gain. That's good. That's good. A waiter approached with a large basin of crayfish, memories flooding back. Back then, she would always say, "Let us just order a small portion. We want to finish it." Yet he knew her fondness for such delicacies. No amount was ever enough. They would always help each other peel the shells, sweetly feeding one another. He instinctively began to peel a crayfish, intending to place it on her plate. Shan Ningxiang raised her hand to block him. As if to block all past interactions, "Thank you. My husband would get jealous." Jiu Xingchen appeared at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, casting a glance before striding over with a dark expression. Upon seeing her seated across from him, laughing and chatting, a wave of intense unease surged within him, emotions of possessiveness and insecurity raging in his heart. Standing at the table, he suddenly smiled, yet his smile bore an icy chill. Han Xiaoman stood up, saying, "Your Xingchen has arrived. He truly cannot rest easy. Come, handsome, sit next to your wife." Shen Ningxiang introduced him. "This is my husband Gu Xingchen, Pei Tianlai. In fact, I should thank you. Thank you for leaving me back then. For allowing me to meet such a wonderful man." She wrapped her arms around the man's, like a lazy kitten resting on his shoulder, her lips curving into a blissful arc. Pei Tianla, unaware of the man's identity, felt no fear. He lowered his head, pretending to focus on the beef rolls. Although his heart brimmed with bitterness, he forced a facade of indifference to bless her. "Ningxiang, congratulations on finding enduring happiness. This will be my last time helping you with beef rolls. From now on, it will be left to Mr. Gu." The atmosphere became stifling, and Han Xiaoman, who also enjoyed spicy food, cheerfully encouraged everyone to eat while chatting. She even ordered a case of Budweiser to celebrate Shan Ningxiang's new beginning, washing away the stains that had lingered. "Oh dear, I forgot to ask. Can your husband handle spicy food?" Shen Ningxiang was well aware that the man could not tolerate even the slightest spiciness. He was a true native of Haicheng. "Xingchen, let me order some non-spicy dishes for you." "All right." The man raised an eyebrow, unwilling to back down. "Wife, have you forgotten? Ever since you married, Mom has been adding chili to the dishes. I must blend into your life." He then declared emphatically, "I can handle spicy food, particularly spicy food. Are you sure?" Shen Ningxiang fell silent, for the man had already begun placing the cooked beef rolls into both their bowls. Accustomed to bland meals, a bit of spice was quite exhilarating. Han Xiaoman, seated at the end, took the initiative to open a bottle of beer. Raising a disposable cup, she toasted, "Cheers to Shuangbao's great victory, and to her new marriage happiness." Chapter 49. The struggle between two men. Pei Tianla could see that the man could hardly handle spicy food. Forcing a smile, "Mr. Gu, I raise a glass to you. Take good care of her. I have no intention of competing for someone I lost. You can rest assured." After downing a glass, Gu Xingchen was left sweating profusely from the spiciness. Shan Ningxiang, amused yet exasperated, handed him a tissue to wipe his sweat, whispering, "You can't handle spicy food. Why pretend?" The man pouted with his reddened lips, leaning in to whisper in her ear, "I want him to know. In every aspect, I can crush him. Yes, yes, you are the best." Shen Ningxiang could only roll her eyes at his relentless competitive spirit. His voice, tinged with a hint of hoarseness from the alcohol, queried, "Is this a baby lobster?" In his memory, the man had only ever consumed those enormous Australian lobsters. "What kind of variety is this with 2 claws?" Han Xiaoman raised an eyebrow in surprise. "It's just regular crayfish." Has he truly never eaten it before? How does he eat? He then picked one up and placed it in his mouth. "Don't eat that. It's spicy crayfish made with dried chili." Shan Ningxiang's attempt to stop him came too late. The taste was both numbing and spicy. Yet, Pei Tianla savored it, occasionally glancing at the other man. Sensing the provocation in his gaze, the man bit down, as though crushing someone. The fiery sensation spread across his taste buds, lingering for quite some time. "Water. Let you show off." Shen Ningxiang gently handed him a glass of warm water, initially intending to embarrass him. She ended up consuming dog food instead. Watching Gu Xingchen's red lips, Shen Ningxiang could only suppress her laughter. Even the usually wise and composed President Gu found himself in disarray, nearly dying from the spice. "This baby lobster is not delicious. Let us eat the big lobster next time." "Xingchen, this is not a baby lobster. It's a crayfish and it's quite delicious. Dio, you like it?" "Yes. Then I'll help you peel it." After sitting for a while, Pei Tianla could no longer bear the scene and stood to take his leave. "Mr. Gu, take good care of her. I'm leaving. Let us keep in touch when we can." "Let us not keep in touch. I'm busy and have no time." The man offered no face at all, domineeringly deciding for Shen Ningxiang. "By the way, our Shuangbao is also quite busy. The beauty salon will flourish, and she won't have time to bother with you. Pei Tianla's expression was quite remarkable. With such a domineering, doting, and fiercely protective husband, he had no chance whatsoever. Although it was said that Shen Ningxiang invited him to dinner, as he passed the checkout, he casually paid the bill, seemingly drawing a perfect conclusion to their relationship. After Pei Tianla left, the atmosphere relaxed. Han Xiaoman, sitting opposite, raised her glass for a toast. Mr. Gu, don't you usually eat spicy food? I will learn to eat it. After just one taste of that crayfish, he no longer picked up his chopsticks. And he even started to itch in various places. Haha, Shuangbao, congratulations on finding such a loving and caring man. The case of Budweiser was mostly consumed by the two friends, while the illustrious Gu Xingchen, president of the Gu Group with a fortune exceeding 12 digits, took on the role of bartender. 86 in the evening, in the winter of Haicheng, nightfall descended. Han Xiaoman received a call from Yang Su. Before Yang Su could say much, she heard her mother-in-law, Zhang Xuemei, sarcastically remark, leaving behind the whole family to help that troublemaker, truly, it must have been a debt from a previous life. Han Xiaoman felt mortified. With a family like this, she could barely take a step away, making her married life exceedingly torturous. The three exited the hot pot restaurant. The sky was particularly beautiful, with lights illuminating the night, and Haicheng at night resembled a dreamlike first-tier city. After sending Xiaoman off in a taxi, the two strolled along the road, neither daring to break the serene beauty of the moment. Shen Ningxiang gazed at their overlapping shadows on the ground, her eyes brightening with a smile. Was someone feeling jealous just now? They wandered aimlessly until they reached a park, where deafening DJ music showcased the vibrant lives of the elderly in the square. Not only gray-haired grandmothers but also middle-aged individuals joined in, releasing the pressures of life. What did you just say? I asked if you were feeling jealous. Shen Ningxiang inched closer, almost brushing against his arm, and said, in truth, I have never even held his hand. Jiu Xingchen lowered his gaze, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. From university to society, they were no longer children. How could it be that they hadn't even held hands? Xingchen, time will prove it, I believe. The man leaned in to whisper in her ear, I seldom frequent places like this. Throughout my life, I have been almost entirely immersed in studies, existing within the confines of school, work, and dormitories. A mere triangle. You've never had a girlfriend? He was tall and handsome. Even without wealth, he would surely attract admirers, much like Pei Tianla, the little princess of Eastern European securities, who went to great lengths to win him over. The man shook his head, his brow slightly furrowed, as if he found this bustling park overwhelming. Xingchen, can you dance? I can. He knew how to tango, waltz, and engage in social dances, yet he had never learned the square dance. I can't. Will you teach me? Here. Before he could decline, a small hand grasped his, drawing him into the square dance. The nearby aunties beamed at them with kind smiles, as the music began to play. Her delicate body undeniably showcased a strong foundation in dance, leading him as their fingers gradually intertwined. Feeling the warmth radiating from her palm, the man's furrowed brow eased. Square dancing? It didn't seem so bad after all. When the 4-minute song concluded and another melody took its place, someone unexpectedly played a gentle and soothing tune. The beautiful and melodious notes, intertwined with their movements, painted a tapestry of love in the square. She quietly nestled against the man's chest, perhaps influenced by the beer she had consumed. Occasionally lifting her gaze, her eyes curved in delight, her cheeks flushed, resembling a young couple deeply in love, on the way home. The man never released her hand. The moonlight was bright, mirroring her smile, pure and lovely. Shen Ningxiang was thus led home by him. You're back? Have you eaten? Her mother-in-law, Song Yunshang, had returned, having even applied a touch of light makeup. The inherently graceful mother-in-law radiated an aura of a wealthy matron. Mom, you look beautiful today. Oh, did you put on some makeup? With such a fashionable and amiable mother-in-law, Shen Ningxiang felt her hardships were finally paying off. Life was so beautiful, the past could remain in the past, and no one would forsake the promising life ahead due to unpleasant memories. Just as it happened, there was a concert at the university, so she had put on a little makeup to attend. Mom, I've eaten. Xingchen didn't have much for dinner. Upon noticing her son's rosy lips, Song Yunshang smiled silently and turned to the kitchen to boil noodles. Seizing the moment while Shen Ningxiang entered the house, Song Yunshang leaned closer to her son and whispered, Son, You handled this beautifully. I told you, Xiaoxiang has good character, didn't I? Character has nothing to do with love. You little rascal, did you think I didn't see you two holding hands all the way? Chapter 50. Tenderness like a radiant sun. The noodles were quickly ready. Song Yunshang sat beside her son, raising her eyebrows playfully. With such a wonderful wife, aren't you even a little moved? He understood what his mother meant. However, before that, he needed to reveal his identity to her. He was a gentleman. The previous concealment was unavoidable. Now, occasionally, she would appear in his mind, every movement, every expression, bringing him warmth. Perhaps it was her presence that made him whole, filling the void of softness within him. Mom, I think you worry too much. We have already registered our marriage. So what is there to rush? It will naturally fall into place. He lacked romantic experience, but desired a steady and enduring relationship with her. The act of eating noodles subtly changed, occasionally producing rather unrefined sounds. Yet Gu Xingqian felt no discomfort. Instead, he asked his mother, Mom, do we have any chili sauce at home? It feels a bit bland. Song Yunshang smiled silently. It was unclear who had once claimed the dishes were overly salty. Adding chili sauce revitalized the entire bowl, which was soon devoured. What has your brother been busy with lately? You haven't been home. Your grandmother has mentioned it several times. Why not take Xiaoxiang back to the old house tomorrow since it's the weekend? That's not possible. Gu Xingqian instinctively rejected the idea. He had deliberately tested Ningxiang. She couldn't accept it all at once. Why not? Are you afraid she won't adapt to a wealthy lifestyle? Song Yunshang suggested. Then let's first move into a larger house, preferably one that is luxuriously decorated, so she can gradually acclimate. A decent flat would cost at least several million. How am I supposed to explain that to her? It's all your fault. Your cleverness has backfired. Gu Xingqian heard the sound of the bathroom sliding door and decisively stood up. Are you going to sleep so early? How about going for a stroll, shopping, or even catching a late-night movie? The man lifted his wrist, glancing at the time. It was barely past 8, hardly early. They had danced for at least half an hour in the square before strolling back. He closed the door behind him, and his gaze fell upon Shan Ningxiang on the balcony, hanging up clothes. She stood on tiptoe, her hand revealing a glimpse of her fair, smooth waist, akin to a glowing piece of warm jade, irresistibly capturing the man's attention. His steps slowed, and his gaze softened. She suddenly turned, catching sight of his intense stare. With a gentle smile, her flushed cheeks appeared particularly radiant. Her hands crossed, she boldly met his gaze. Xingqian, thank you for today. And also, thank you to Dad. I never expected he would come up with such a brilliant idea. Why do couples always say thank you? The man's stern brow gradually relaxed. The moonlight was enchanting, and she stood on the balcony, enveloped in a veil of ethereal white in this dreamlike scene. Her smile held a captivating power, capable of melting even the iciest of hearts. He recalled how she had previously expressed her gratitude with a hug. After assisting him so greatly, was mere words all she intended? The man seemed to desire more but was uncertain how to proceed. Like a novice in the realm of romance. Come here. Lower your head a bit and close your eyes. His heart raced in his chest. Even signing 100 billion contracts couldn't evoke such a tempest within him. Yet before her, he felt himself gradually unraveling, becoming ensnared. The warmth mingled with humidity, brushing against his cheek before parting. Quickly, go take a shower. Shan Ningxiang bypassed him, returning to her room. Unbeknownst to her, a smile played at the corners of her lips. She had kissed him. It turned out that a kiss tasted like this, akin to the finest jelly in the world, sweet and tender. The familiar fragrance that enveloped him as she drew near ignited a spark of warmth within him. She was like a blazing sun, fervent and fiery. Her steps towards the bathroom noticeably lighter. He found himself in an inexplicable state of joy. Marrying her and supporting each other through life seemed quite appealing. Thus, during his shower, the sounds of jubilant songs echoed around him. Yet, in an instant, they vanished, for he felt the need to maintain some decorum, to restrain himself, to act like a gentleman. This impulsiveness was incongruent with his typically composed demeanor. Emerging from the bathroom, the man was still clad in a deep blue diamond-patterned robe, occasionally revealing glimpses of his pale, muscular physique. Shan Ningxiang put down her phone, her gaze filled with admiration. Were it not for the intoxicating blush on her cheeks, he might have doubted her innocence. Fortunately, she patted the space beside her. They remained in separate blankets, distinctly apart. Xingqian, I had originally planned to accompany you back to the countryside to see Dad and Grandma this weekend. Now that the storm has passed, I should resume my business. Her eyes sparkled with glimmering waves. The man shifted his body slightly closer, his nose filled with her delightful scent. Upon hearing her mention the countryside, he felt a pang of misunderstanding. Who said that raising chickens and farming must be confined to the countryside? Couldn't it be done in a villa estate? With this thought, he furrowed his brow and looked at her seriously. In truth, you don't have to work so hard. Your man may lack other skills, but making money is his forte. And yet you nearly brought the company to the brink of bankruptcy? Ahem, that was an accident. I meant to say that once we franchise LeQ, it will surely grow bigger. In the serious depths of his eyes lay a struggle. After contemplating, he decided to temporarily suspend this topic. Dad is coming after the new year. And since we will eventually have a baby, how about we buy a house first? I think the same, but housing prices in Haicheng are exorbitant. The down payment alone requires over $1 million. So we must work even harder. Xingqian, you don't need to promise me anything. I married you not for your wealth. Isn't it better that we build our future together? Shen Ningxiang gently leaned against his shoulder. Her eyes crescent-shaped, her smile soft. I understand that you want to provide me with a stable home, but a good marriage is built through the joint efforts of both partners. I am quite satisfied with our current life. Is that enough for you? Don't you have any ambition? Gu Xingqian intentionally remarked, other girls have demands when marrying. At the very least, they want a house, a car, savings, and a stable job. I have nothing. Why did you choose me back then? Is it because of your looks? After all, you're quite handsome. Immediately, she began to educate him. Have any beautiful ladies approached you for a chat outside? The man was taken aback and shook his head resolutely. Remember, do not engage in conversation with pretty ladies. They harbor ill intentions. Gu Xingqian chuckled silently. Don't laugh. With your looks, it's quite concerning. All right, I promise I won't talk to pretty ladies. That's more like it. Have you really never been in a relationship? Is that so strange? Why not give it a try tonight? Shen Ningxiang entwined her delicate hand around his, and with a sudden clap, the lights were extinguished. So early to turn off the lights? The silvery moonlight streamed through the windowsill, casting a glow upon the dark and in the night. Her eyes sparkled like two radiant stars, shimmering with brilliance. Wait a moment. No. Oh dear. Chapter 51. The Sisterhood in Adversity. Under the starry sky, another home was in disarray, chaos reigning supreme. Han Xiaoman returned home reeking of alcohol, her husband Yang Su furrowing his brow, though he uttered no words. Zhang Shuame, upon catching a whiff of the liquor, erupted with fury. Who did you go drinking with? Drinking so late? Do you realize you are a married woman? Out there frolicking. Mother, must you always be so hasty in your judgments? Han Xiaoman felt her heart grow cold. She had asked for assistance in caring for the children for a day, only to be met with trouble upon her return. Life had become utterly burdensome. Su, how do you educate your own wife? Furthermore, do not maintain contact with that wretched girl. Consider the investment in the beauty salon as money thrown to the wind. De Bao and Xiaobao heard the commotion and peeked through the door. Gazing at their mother, the man sat silently on the sofa, disappointment evident in her shaking head. She turned and retreated to De Bao's room. Zhang Shuame shouted from behind, Did you hear that? I forbid you to interfere any longer. There is a mountain of household matters that no one is attending to. Upon entering, Xiaobao Yao clung to her, saying, Mummy, I want to eat that porridge. The rice is too hard. At merely 2 years old, even if she were to eat rice, it should be accompanied by some broth. Clearly, her mother-in-law, Zhang Shuame, had not taken proper care. Han Xiaoman could not help but shed tears. Her eyes reddening, and no matter how poorly she fared in this household, she could endure it without complaint. Yet, she could not accept her precious daughter being wronged. It is often said that a mother becomes strong for her children. Who wishes to don the armor of resilience? All right, Yao, are you hungry? De Bao Yao nodded, then shook her head. Were you hungry or not? Mummy, I want to eat rice porridge with my sister. Very well. Han Xiaoman proceeded to the kitchen to prepare the porridge, while Zhang Shuame cast her a cold glance before retreating to her room. Yang Su approached, leaning against the glass door. Mother may be a bit too emotional and her words rather coarse, but you have done enough already. We are not unwilling to assist. Just like this afternoon when you asked me to go to the police station to bail someone out. Our family lacks that capability. Han Xiaoman stirred the porridge in a small pot, bubbles rising and then bursting. We too have our lives to lead, and I do not oppose your help within reason. Yang Su. The pot bubbled with a rhythmic gurgle as Han Xiaoman, her face devoid of expression, remarked, since the beauty salon encountered trouble, what assistance has our family provided? I asked you for a bit of money. Did you give it? I requested you to take a day off to visit her, to lend her some support. Did you go? I do not expect you to extend a helping hand, but please do not obstruct my efforts. You have done nothing, so on what grounds do you lecture me? Yang Su's gaze turned icy, suddenly adopting a firm tone. Knowing full well we cannot contend with those powerful figures, why must you recklessly throw yourself into danger? Yang Su. Her disappointment deepened as she replied. I never imagined you would be such a coward, merely a mama's boy. Shun Ningxuang was not in the wrong. Why should they allow themselves to be bullied? Just because we are from the lower echelons of society? Should we endure and swallow our grievances simply because we possess no power or influence? Yang Su. From the very beginning, I knew she was the eldest daughter of the Chow family, and I was already hesitant. You have not even made an effort. On what basis do you believe we cannot succeed? In the future, do not involve yourselves with the beauty salon. Han Xiaoman knew very well she needed to secure a safety net for herself, at least to ensure a livelihood for her daughters. Relying on the Yang family, who favored sons over daughters, what kind of education could they possibly provide for Yao and Yael? Extinguishing the flickering flame of hope, Han Xiaoman divided the porridge into 2 portions. So you intend to continue running the beauty salon with her? That is none of your concern. Han Xiaoman carried the porridge toward the room. If you wish to work, could you not find a respectable job instead of entangling yourself with her? Yang Su, now irritated, seemed determined to create a ruckus at home. You will never understand. You? The response to him was the sound of a door slamming. Zhang Shumei stood at the entrance of her room, emerging with a demand. What is going on? You still wish to partner with that troublemaker in the beauty salon? I do not consent. This time, you shall not give her a single cent. Did you hear me? Yang Su spoke softly to appease her. Mother, the money is with you. Even if I wanted to give it, I cannot. Please, go rest, and do not worry, I will persuade her. Zhang Shumei cursed under her breath. That troublemaker, must she bring ruin upon our family? Yang Su returned to his room to shower. When he emerged, he habitually opened a video streaming platform to watch videos. He enjoyed watching beautiful women, almost all of whom were those transformed by beauty filters, each one stunning and voluptuous. He was utterly oblivious to the turmoil surrounding the beauty salon. After all, having provoked the Chow family, it was certain the salon would be shut down by the authorities, and they might even face legal repercussions. With these thoughts, he resolved to persuade his wife to return home tonight. As Han Xiaoman entered the room, Yang Su was about to speak when he noticed her retrieving a blanket from the top shelf of the wardrobe. What are you planning to do? Han Xiaoman, wishing to avoid conversation, shot him a cold glance and turned to leave. Behind her, Yang Su grasped her arm. Are you planning to sleep in separate rooms? Mother wants us to work hard to ensure we can welcome a chubby little boy next year. Have you taken her words lightly? Yang Su, what did you say to me before we married? Xiaoman, I have not committed any grave error. What is the meaning of this? Indeed. Han Xiaoman's eyes were icy. You are ever so obedient. Whatever your mother says goes, and you never dare to refute. Do you not realize that this is not merely a problem between us, but rather you have never regarded me as part of the family? I truly did not expect my in-laws to be so selfish and devoid of compassion. Yang Su began to plead earnestly. This is not about compassion. It is about our inability to assist her. If Miss Chiao were to file a lawsuit, you would likely be implicated as well, and I am doing this for our family. If you were imprisoned, what would become of Yao and Yael, who are still so young? Yang Su, you have utterly disappointed me. Let go. Han Xiaoman shrugged off his grip and retreated to the adjacent room to sleep with her daughters. Moments later, a knock sounded at the door. Han Xiaoman was in the midst of narrating the tale of Snow White and the 7 dwarfs to her children. Mummy, is that Daddy? Do not mind him. From now on, Mummy will sleep with you, all right? Yael was overjoyed, tightly hugging her mother's neck and showering her with affection. Xiaoman, this will not solve anything. Come out. Let us discuss this calmly. Han Xiaoman furrowed her brows, the persistent knocking disrupting Debao and Xiaobao's rest. Clad in her nightgown, she stepped out and firmly shut the door. Yang Su, you are disturbing the children's sleep. Go back to your room. Which couple sleeps apart? Yang Su softened his tone, coaxing her. Wife, do not be upset. I will give you an additional 20,000. How you choose to use it is up to you. He added, the household expenses are considerable, and our own lives are in disarray. Would you come back to the room with me? Ultimately, Han Xiaoman's heart softened. The man seized the opportunity to embrace her. His stubbled chin resting atop her head, gently rubbing against her. Wife, do not be angry. Chapter 52. A heartfelt stirring. Will you not stop me from helping her? The man shook his head. I have said it before. I want to assist her as well, but our capabilities are limited. Then regarding the beauty salon, please do not let mother know. Very well. Let us live harmoniously. I will work diligently, and if you become pregnant, return home to rest. Han Xiaoman extricated herself from his embrace, declaring, not for now. I wish to share the burden with you. Xiaobao will be starting kindergarten next year, and expenses will only increase. All right, I will heed your wishes. Yang Su feigned the demeanor of a good husband. After much coaxing, he managed to help her relax. He gently held her, his hand slipping beneath the hem of her nightgown. I miss you, no. In the darkness, the man groped, retrieving a small item. Is it safe? That too is unacceptable. I am already quite upset. Yang Su, feeling uncomfortably warm, turned away, silencing his phone before watching live streams of young women. The following day was the weekend. After the turmoil at the beauty salon, Han Xiaoman would certainly go. Rising early, she prepared breakfast and entrusted Debao and Xiaobao to Yang Su's care. Her mother-in-law, Zhang Xuemei, clearly was unwilling to assist with the children. Riding her electric bike to the shop Yuhuan community, the man once again found himself sleepless. After the lights had gone out last night, they had initially slept separately until she, like a lazy kitten, nestled into his blanket, resting her head on his chest. He awoke from the heat and, once awake, found it impossible to fall back asleep. His body felt rigid. The soft, sweet sensation enveloped him like a furnace. Various, uncontrollable images flooded his mind, like a kaleidoscope bursting forth. This woman, was she being deliberate or was it unintentional? Did she not realize this could lead to trouble? He was a normal man. Having her lie on his chest made it difficult not to think inappropriately. Bathed in moonlight, her rosy lips were filled with endless temptation, and he longed to kiss her. Longing for more intimate contact, he wished to move her aside but hesitated, not wanting to awaken her, for she looked so sweetly serene in slumber. A smile danced at the corners of her lips. Surely lost in a beautiful dream. These past few days, due to the matters at the beauty salon, she had not slept well as the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, his large hand gently wrapped around her delicate waist. The warmth of his touch was intoxicating, making it hard to resist. It was the first time he observed a woman from such proximity. Her brows and eyes were like a picturesque painting. Unadorned yet radiantly beautiful, with a petite and delicate nose that crinkled slightly. Her warm breath brushed against his chest, penetrating his heart, stirring his steady heartbeat. Compelled by a strange impulse, he reached out, lightly brushing aside her scattered hair. Upon noticing the crimson hue atop her head, a pang of heartache flickered in his starry eyes. In a fleeting moment, her lashes trembled, and upon meeting the depths of his gaze, she saw a glimmer of affection. She smiled gently. Good morning, my Mr. Gu. On the surface, she appeared poised and graceful, but her heart raced uncontrollably. The sunlight filtered through the white sheer curtains, caressing his handsome face. Last night, fueled by a bit of alcohol, she had naturally crawled into his bed. To her surprise, this man remained utterly still. Had he slept well last night? Her skin, just awakened, was as soft as a petal, and in the sunlight, one could see the fine, soft down. The man momentarily lost focus, his gaze lifting slightly, not planning to get up. Afraid I might devour you. Not afraid. The morning sunlight and his presence both sent her heart racing. If I wanted to eat you, I wouldn't have waited until now. Seeing the tenderness in his eyes, she teasingly replied, we are married now. A kiss wouldn't be against the law, would it? Don't play with fire if you don't wish to get burned. Don't you want to go to the beauty salon? Why not stay at home with me today? The man, taking the lead, held her chin with his large hand, thinking that a mere kiss would never suffice. Just teasing, I'm up now. Clearly, the man in the morning was easily flustered. The affection in his eyes burned like fire, melting her resolve. As she sat up, his gaze followed her. You tease me, and now you wish to escape? His gentle grip caught her soft wrist, Pulling her back into his embrace, it dawned on her that he was serious. His lips brushed softly against hers. Song Yunshang had already prepared breakfast. Sitting on the sofa, she occasionally glanced at the time, noting she was half an hour late. Her smile blossomed gradually. Her son had finally woken up. She was in no rush. Opening WeChat, she chatted with Mr. Gu. The room was filled with a sweet aroma. Her cheeks flushed, more radiant than any makeup. Around 8 o'clock, she slipped into the bathroom. At 8:30, she opened the door and emerged. Song Yunshang wore a motherly smile. Wow, our little Shuang is looking beautiful today. Xinning Shuang shyly lowered her head. Mom, I want to be having breakfast. I'm in a hurry to get to the beauty salon. Don't rush. Let Qinshin drive you over later. He has free at home this weekend. Don T, you want some free labor? Behind her, the man walked out with a light step, showing no signs of unease, his demeanor calm. Occasionally, his gaze fell on her, filled with tenderness and affection. Song Yunshang's eyes darted between the two. Feeling pleased, very pleased, Xinning Shuang shot him a fierce glare. Both were inexperienced, yet it did not hinder her intoxication nor his desire. The man took her small hand, guiding her to sit down. Nothing was more important than filling one's stomach. He served her porridge and peeled the phoenix eggs he had brought from home, resembling a couple in the throes of romance. Excessive. You were the one who teased me first. They spoke softly, and Mother Song, smiling silently, chose to leave first. Mom has something to attend to. You two take your time eating. With her mother-in-law gone, Xunning Shuang looked at the man, a smile dancing on her lips. What did you say when we first got our marriage license? That you wouldn't sleep with a woman you had no feelings for. So, have you fallen for me now? Meeting her radiant face, the man countered with a question, and you? Not disliked, nor resistant. Love is too profound. I don't wish to voice it lightly. Bowing her head to sip her porridge, she suddenly lifted her gaze, her expression resolute. But I will live well with you. Look, I married a handsome and gentle husband. Even if I haven't fallen for you yet, I surely will in time. Now that S more like it. After finishing their meal, the man drove, one hand gracefully resting on the steering wheel. As they approached Tian Road, a large crowd came into view, blocking the entrance to the beauty salon. Xunning Shuang's heart raced. Previously, she had been psychologically scarred by a horde of irrational netizens. Seeing such a scene again filled her with trepidation. Don't worry, it may not be a bad thing, the man observed carefully. Although the crowd was chaotic, they were lined up in two orderly queues, seemingly there to make purchases. Han Xiaoman was overwhelmed alone. As the salon opened, people flocked to open accounts and become members. Some had even organized themselves to maintain order. Assistant Yinshi spotted her president nearby, tiptoeing with a beaming smile, waving in his direction. The man frowned slightly. Xingchen, someone is greeting you. I don't know them. Strange, I don't seem to know them either. Chapter 53. You called me madam? It was her, the young lady wronged by the Chow family, possessing an air of heroism. The moment they met in person, she appeared even more pristine and radiant than in the live stream. Many emotionally invested netizens began to shout upon seeing Xunning Shuang, creating a scene akin to a large fan meet-up. Xunning Shuang responded to each one, her face aglow with happiness. Sister Xin, we're sorry for wronging you without discernment. Sister Xin, take us inside. We're all here to support you. Yes, let us show our appreciation. Otherwise, our conscience won't allow it. The man stood with his hands in his pockets, utterly alone. Assistant Yinshi finally squeezed through the crowd, standing before him with a charming smile and dimples, exuding a quirky charm. Who would have thought that this slightly chubby girl was the top assistant of the Gu group? Only she could hold her position as the assistant to the president. Don't come near. We're not familiar. Understood. Yinshi kept her smile as she turned to handle the membership cards in the crowd. Han Xiaoman finally spotted her friend, flushed and glowing with excitement. Shuangbao, if you don't hurry, I fear I might die from happiness. Undoubtedly, everyone was there for Xunning Shuang. Your husband is here too? Have him come help. An extra pair of hands would speed things up. These netizens are so enthusiastic, all here to recharge. It looks like we won TB opening today. It appeared there were over 1,000 people signing up. Moreover, the netizens, once they signed up, showed no signs of leaving. Some were influencers, treating the place as a check-in location, even starting live broadcasts. From 9 in the morning until noon, they were busy. Upon seeing someone go live, Gu Xingchen turned and entered the beauty salon. He did not wish to be exposed to the public eye. "Handsome guy, where are you going?" With such a striking man at the recharge counter, he was practically a living advertisement. Many female netizens opted for him to handle their transactions. "Just recharging ISNT enough. We need to get to work. You all stay here. I'll go clean inside. Your husband is quite impressive, both handsome and diligent. Shuangbao, your good days are coming." As they worked, they exchanged a few words. "Madam, I'm here to sign up for a membership." A sweet yet unexpected voice rang out. Shining Shuang and Han Xiaoman exchanged puzzled glances. "Miss, did you perhaps call the wrong person?" "Not at all. You called me madam?" The title of madam was not something an ordinary person could use. It was typically reserved for aristocrats. Shan Ningxuang scrutinized the girl before her, who seemed to be assessing her in return. In that moment their eyes met. Shan Ningxuang was certain she did not recognize this approachable young lady. Yanxi thought to herself, "This is the president's secretly married wife, ordinary yet distinctly extraordinary." Ordinary people, after facing repeated setbacks, would undoubtedly be downcast, devoid of spirit. But the madam was different. She radiated confidence, her eyes reflecting determination, shining like a brilliant pearl. Shan Ningxuang felt dubious, pondering. Though this woman wore a typical office secretary outfit, the Chanel brooch on her chest hinted at her extraordinary background. The following actions only solidified her suspicions. "I don't like calling you boss lady or Miss Shun. Madam feels more affectionate." She continued, "I'd like to sign up for 1,000 membership cards, each with a 5,000 recharge." "What?" While many netizens came to sign up out of guilt, they typically recharged around 1,000, with a few going as high as 1,500 or 2,000. Which was rare. The adorable young lady's proposal nearly took her breath away. Han Xiaoman, counting on her fingers, exclaimed joyfully, 5 million. Shuangbao, that's 5 million. This was still under the president's orders to avoid drawing too much attention. With nearly 50,000 employees under the Gu Group, along with branches across the nation, the number could be even higher if everyone had one card. Han Xiaoman excitedly shook Shin Ningxuang's arm. "We're going to get rich." "Miss, are you serious?" "Of course." Yanxi nodded casually, as if spending 5 million was akin to 500, yet, in that moment, she lowered her gaze, feeling a tinge of envy. Go be the woman whom Gu treasured so dearly. What a fortunate fate. The crowd began to stir, accompanied by waves of astonished gasps from the front. Those at the back rose onto their toes, eager to discern what was unfolding within. After the initial shock, Shun Ningxue regained her composure. Her gaze was devoid of any greed as she retorted, logically, "I should be pleased. After all, you obtained a membership card from me, which guarantees your future patronage. Furthermore, securing a prominent client such as yourself would make me smile in my sleep. Yet, I am curious to know the reason behind this. Who exactly is utilizing the 1,000 membership cards?" Lin Yanxi, well prepared, responded with a blend of truth and embellishment. "Madam, you are truly fortunate. Our CEO is a man of great responsibility. He watched your video, which prompted him to convert the benefits distributed by the Dongji Company into beauty cards, designated for consumption at your establishment." Understanding dawned upon Shan Ningxue, and she exhaled in relief. "Madam, you need not feel burdened. Our CEO is a conscientious entrepreneur who is engaged in numerous charitable activities. You should simply accept this. And your company is," she inquired. The CEO had instructed that this information must remain confidential. Han Xiaoman sighed. He truly is a hero who performs good deeds without seeking recognition. Jiu Xingchen, who was cleaning the windows, smiled softly. His gaze fell upon the slender figure before him, filled with gentle affection. "Please convey my gratitude to your CEO." Lin Yanxi almost blurted out her desire to thank him personally, believing it unnecessary for her to act as an intermediary. It wasn't until the sound of 5 million arriving echoed that Han Xiaoman snapped back to reality. Happiness had descended upon them unexpectedly. The salon had been open for nearly 2 months, and merely maintaining their expenses had been commendable. As for profitability, that remained elusive. However, the situation had transformed. Even without the enthusiastic netizens, Miss Lin's single transaction could sustain the beauty salon's income for several years. With such funds, dreams seemed to unfurl wings, ready to take flight. By noon, a steady stream of customers continued to queue at the entrance. When her mother-in-law, Song Yunshang, arrived with lunch, she noticed her daughter-in-law still hard at work. She stepped forward to assist, saying, "You both should take a break and eat." and no matter how busy you are, you must take care of your health. Leave this to me. Not seeing Gu Xingqian, she inquired. Where is Qian Qian? Wasn't he with you? He was just inside tidying up. Where could he have gone now? With a customer needing to recharge, Shen Ningxue guided Song Yunshang through the process. And soon she was adept at operating the system, activating cards, binding phone numbers to the computer, and processing recharges. Song Yunshang worked with remarkable skill. Han Xiaoman looked on with envy. If only my mother-in-law were half as wonderful as yours, I would be the happiest person alive. Chapter 54. Beginning to doubt his identity. Life cannot be relived, and some matters are beyond her envy. Though she voiced such sentiments, her heart was nonetheless joyful for her best friend. Having married the right person, her friend's career was also flourishing. With hope rekindled, she radiated a vibrant glow. Han Xiaoman added, thanks to you too, I can still savor the taste of Mom's cooking. The two friends relished their meal, while the man spoke little, savoring each bite with the grace of a refined gentleman. The chicken your mother-in-law prepared is exquisite. It feels quite extraordinary. Gu Xingqian glanced over. This was no ordinary chicken, but a phoenix chicken valued at over 1,000 each. It was not from a mass-production farm, but rather raised on imported kiwis paired with various expensive fruits by Mr. Gu himself. How could it not be delicious? And this fish, while it resembles bass, boasts a tender, flavorful flesh. Your mother-in-law is an exceptional cook, unlike mine, who treats preparing a meal as though it were a matter of life and death. At this, Han Xiaoman looked up at Shen Ningxue, her eyes filled with guilt. I couldn't help at all when the incident occurred. Shen Ningxue reassured her, it's all in the past. Why dwell on it? We are lifelong friends, and we will earn a great deal of money together and enjoy life. Gu Xingqian cleared his throat. Have you thought about how to develop the future? Both women turned their gazes toward him, awaiting his elaboration. When discussing business matters, a confident glow naturally illuminated the man's face. Given the current trend, this beauty salon is too small and cannot accommodate multiple clients simultaneously. Even if the netizens are enthusiastic, there will inevitably be a cooling-off period. What we can do is seize opportunities when they arise, thereby expanding and strengthening our business. My suggestion is to broaden operations. First, we need to lease a larger space. Recruit experienced beauticians and perfect our services and offerings to retain clients. Shen Ningxue and Han Xiaoman nodded in agreement. Tio, forge ahead. You both must undergo further training at larger beauty salons, bringing back skills and experience to share with the staff. Creating a virtuous cycle that I've already considered this for you. Let's proceed with franchising. Upon mentioning franchising, Han Xiaoman hesitated. Franchising is indeed a commendable option, but I've heard it requires a significant fee. And generally, chain beauty institutions are not ideal. They dictate terms, which strips away authenticity. Shen Ningxue also had her reservations. Xingqian, your points are quite valid, but franchising cannot be resolved swiftly unless we can affiliate with a renowned brand. They had previously contemplated this and sought advice, but ultimately opted to go soloed. Don't forget, my friend knows the CEO of Hongyan Rushuang. Han Xiaoman scrutinized her best friend's hastily married husband. Could he truly be the nearly bankrupt owner of a construction company? When discussing business, he exhibited clarity and feasible ideas. Such commercial acumen could lead to bankruptcy. Most importantly, could an ordinary small business owner have connections to the CEO of a listed company like Hongyan Rushuang? Even if it were through a friend, that would indicate a network of influence. With a sharp mind and extensive connections, bankruptcy seemed implausible. She pondered a potential scenario. Shen Ningxue laughed, saying, if it's about franchising with Hongyan Rushuang, that would surely work. I only worry that they might not be impressed after their assessment. Frosty Treasure, have you forgotten that Hongyan Rushuang is backed by the Gu Group? All their branches are staffed by the group's elite. I've never heard of them allowing franchises. Now it was Gu Xingqian who felt anxious, as the beauty sector had never been under his purview. Yet, he was undeterred. I have insider information. An announcement will be made soon. At this point, there were no more customers arriving for memberships, so Song Yunshang rose and approached the trio. Is the food to your liking? Auntie, it's delicious. Thank you for your hard work. Han Xiaoman readily vacated her seat. Why haven't I seen the two little treasures today? You mean Yao and Yael? Their father is looking after them for the day. Han Xiaoman continued, Auntie, do you particularly enjoy being around children? Indeed, every little one is a gift from heaven. As I grow older, I find joy in the lively commotion. Han Xiaoman hinted slyly, then someone should step up their game. After the meal, Song Yunshang tidied the dishes and cautioned Gu Xingqian. There's no rush to return tonight, go out to eat, take a stroll, catch a movie. It would be best if you didn't come home tonight. She understood that young people often dislike being interrupted. Mom, I still have things to do this afternoon. What could possibly be more important? No matter what, set it aside and nurture your relationship with your wife. Ji Yuxingchen. Once Song Yunsheng departed, customers began to arrive for beauty treatments. Gu Xingchen attended to clients outside, processing membership cards, while Shan Ningxue and Han Xiaoman began facial treatments for the guests. During this time, Gu Jianghao called. The man glanced at Shan Ningxue, who was engrossed in her tasks. Before answering the phone succinctly, "Speak, bro, I need to go to the port city for market research and development." Ji Yuxingchen was slightly taken aback. "Have you finally remembered work? Come on, what do you mean by that?" "I've been quite attentive to the group's affairs. Is Ru Yin on vacation in the port city?" The man saw through his little ruse. Accompanying Ru Yin is one aspect, but primarily, it's about market assessment. Just agree to it if you go. Make sure to have a child while you're at it. On the other end of the line, Gu Jianghao observed Lu Ru Yin, who was browsing jewelry. He hesitated. "This decision isn't solely mine. I need your sister-in-law's approval. Have you lost your mind? You lack any initiative, bro. Stop pushing me. What stage are you at with your wife?" "I want to be an uncle." Gu Xingchen scowled. "I want to be an elder. I'm done talking to you. It's decided. Tonight's flight. Ru Yin has already called me." He hung up. Ji Jianghao picked up several bags and walked into Xingchen Jewelry. How does this look on me?" A strand of pearl necklace adorned her graceful neck, complementing her fair, luminous skin with a subtle glow. Paired with a well-tailored black dress, she exuded an air of noble elegance. "It looks beautiful." Beside her stood another tall beauty. "Lin, what do you think?" "It matches your aura perfectly, but I still find that brilliant galaxy more appealing. And of course, that was designed by the renowned designer Qian Shui from the port city." "Ru Yin, you'll see her tomorrow. Are you excited?" Ru Yin's delicate brows raised momentarily but soon suppressed the fluttering excitement within. "Miss, please wrap this up. I'll take it. Ji Jianghao handed over a black card. A diamond black card? Exclusively issued by the Gu Group, reserved for the affluent. The front desk attendant respectfully processed the payment and bid them farewell. "Are you Yin? I've already booked the hotel over there. This time, I'll accompany you." Just as the two were about to get into the car, they suddenly paused. "Didn't we agree that if you work diligently, I would return to accompany you for the new year?" Lu Jialan's expression shifted slightly as she murmured, "Your husband is quite clingy. He is likely worried about you." Ji Jianghao's smile froze on his face. "Don't you want me to accompany you?" Chapter 55. Your husband might be a domineering CEO. It's just Lin and me. It would be quite inconvenient for you to tag along. Indeed, we women are traveling together. What business does a big man like you have with us? Lu Jialan added. Second master, you need not follow us. Do I look like I could sell your wife? That's not the point. You enjoy your shopping while I'll cover the expenses. Ji Jianghao was completely unprepared for her refusal. Just days ago, she had been insisting that he was too busy with work and never had time to travel with her. Did she say that intentionally? Was he never part of her plans from the beginning? Men are not foolish. They merely lose themselves in love and indulge their partners without limits. How? Be good. I will return soon. What about my longing for you? Lu Jialan's eyes glinted with mockery as she lightly coughed. I never realized that the illustrious Gu family's second young master is such a little puppy. Gu Jianghao looked at Lu Ruyan with a pleading gaze, awaiting her response. How? You should not go. Perhaps next time. With that, the two of them took their seats in the back ROW. Ji Jianghao drove, his expression gradually growing colder. In the afternoon, Lu Ruyan was busy packing her luggage in the room. The man gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Stop fooling around, or we might miss the flight. Missing it would be just fine. I could have my family's plane take you there. He gently turned her to face him. Ruyan, when you return this time, let us have a child, shall we? Upon the mention of children, Lu Ruyan's hand brushed against his cheek, her tone teasing. But I haven't had enough fun yet. I don't want to become a tired housewife just yet. The man's gaze dimmed, and his lips curled into a forced smile. How could that be? My wife is the most beautiful woman in Haicheng. Without a doubt. Lu Ruyan elegantly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her autumn-like eyes brimming with allure, her slightly upturned lips perpetually adorned with a captivating smile, as her hand fell gently upon his chest. She remarked, You just know how to make me happy. That won't do. Let's postpone it for another couple of years. Ruyan, you know I have loved you since childhood. Marrying you is the greatest fortune of my life. His previously dim eyes sparkled with desire. I truly wish for a baby, so we can live together as a happy family of 3. This was the first time he had articulated such a desire so directly. She merely paused in surprise before comforting him. I want that too. Be good, it's almost time. She extricated herself from his embrace and turned to continue sorting through her clothes. Jiu Jianghao stood there. The happiness that seemed within reach felt as distant as a galaxy. The distance between their hearts was insurmountable. Once, he had regarded Lu Ruyan as a goddess, the dream of every wealthy young man in Haicheng. When she agreed to marry him, he vowed to love, cherish, and protect her for the rest of his life. He would not hesitate to sacrifice everything for her without remorse. Ruyan, a soft kiss brushed against his lips, and her beautiful eyes gently closed. When he regained his senses, he found himself alone. Lu Ruyan had already departed the villa and entered Lu Jialan's car. Realizing this, he dashed out of the villa. Ruyan, the vast villa felt particularly desolate as Gu Jianghao sank onto the sofa. The golden glow of the setting sun illuminated his features as he smirked. She didn't want him to accompany her. Did she think he wouldn't secretly follow? He would surprise her with a grand gesture. On the first day of the beauty salon's opening, Shan Ningxuang was busy until 7 in the evening. Gu Xingchen had left in the afternoon. After attending to the last 2 customers, the 2 friends finally sat down to sip some water, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Han Xiaoman began organizing the accounts. Noting that aside from a major client who recharged 5 million, the others totaled 634,000 up frost. Can you guess how much we made today? Shan Ningxuang held her cup, her face beaming with joy. How could I possibly guess? 5,634,000. You're amazing. After your incident, Xingchen has been tirelessly helping out. He truly is a dependable man. When speaking of this hastily married husband, Shan Ningxuang's face radiated happiness. Xingchen is indeed wonderful, gentle, and family-oriented. He treats me very well. Wait a moment, your husband is so impressive and knows so many influential people. Could he be a hidden big shot? This was a question she had long wanted to ask. Han Xiaoman added, he carries a powerful aura, exceptionally handsome with charm. You should ask him tonight. He might just be a domineering CEO. Come on. My husband is just an ordinary man. If he were truly a domineering CEO, would he live in such a modest home? He would have long moved to a villa and driven luxury cars. Han Xiaoman pondered for a moment. With so many wealthy individuals in Haicheng, perhaps you really have encountered one? Also, I feel like I've heard the name Gu Xingchen before. What's so special about the name Xingchen? Isn't your distant cousin also called Xingchen? That S different. And even though your mother-in-law dresses simply, don't you feel she exudes a noble aura? Every gesture radiates a gentle, cultured, dignified elegance. Suddenly, Shan Ningxuang looked at her. Reaching out to touch her forehead, you're not running a fever, are you? Why are you talking nonsense? Come on, I'm being serious. Han Xiaoman began analyzing. You know, I used to watch short dramas when I was bored at home. Your situation resembles a short drama. It's practically a real-life version of a domineering son marrying a little wife. What are you two so happy about? A man entered, carrying a takeout box. What is this about a domineering CEO marrying a little wife? Shan Ningxuang looked up at Gu Xingchen, smiling as she explained, Xiaoman says you're a big deal, a real-life domineering CEO. Is that true? I'm already quite low-key. How could anyone notice? His heart tightened slightly, yet he appeared nonchalant, even somewhat yearning. I would love that. Since childhood, my father has taught me to work hard to earn money. Only then can one marry. Stop right there. You're not a domineering CEO. That's enough. Han Xiaoman couldn't help but feel he resembled a certain big boss. Yet, she couldn't quite place him. It felt as though a veil was obscuring her vision, despite him being dressed in a simple casual outfit. The ordinary attire was imbued with a unique charm, an air of understated nobility. If I must say, it's his demeanor, resembling that of a royal or noble. I know you're busy. You probably haven't eaten yet. I bought some pig trotter's rice. I hope you like it. Han Xiaoman's eyes lit up. Is it from old Joe's pig trotter's rice? I didn't pay attention, I told you. My husband is just an ordinary person. Which rich young master buys pig trotter's rice for someone? Gu Xingchen cooperatively raised his chin. Exactly. Young masters usually have personal chefs to cater to them. They wouldn't need to buy pig trotter's rice themselves. The couple harmonized seamlessly, and Han Xiaoman said with a hint of envy, I believe it. One day, if I'm said to be a rich lady, I will definitely be thrilled. Chapter 56. What does a kiss feel like? Princess, please enjoy your meal. Xinning Shuang helped her open the takeout packaging and placed it before her. Actually, I envy you. Yang Su used to be this considerate towards me. Jiu Xingchen turned around to sit on the other side, pulling out his phone to check company emails. Frost, has your mother-in-law been urging you to have children? It's evident that she adores little ones. You need to step it up. The feelings will come naturally. I wouldn't refuse, but we aren't at that stage yet. Xinning Shuang discreetly glanced at the man, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Earlier, he didn't understand. She hadn't experienced it before, and when the two newcomers finally kissed, apart from their racing hearts and flushed faces, there was no electrifying sensation. It seemed all the romantic novels had deceived her. Thus, she sought her friend's advice. What does kissing feel like? Han Xiaoman, having taken a bite of the vibrant pig trotters, looked at her disdainfully. You don't even know how to kiss? Wait, how old are you? Must you be so innocent? You don't know, and your man doesn't either? Han Xiaoman, as if discovering a new continent, scrutinized Gu Xingchen anew. Such a handsome man, how could he not attract girls when out in public? She herself was a sucker for looks and enjoyed gazing at attractive men, which was why she had looked at Gu Xingchen a few extra times. Is it necessary to know? My Xingchen is pure and upright. All right, let me tell you. You should do this, like this. Han Xiaoman leaned in and whispered a lengthy exposition into her ear. Xinning Shuang's face grew redder, her expression increasingly animated. Really? So you're this bold? Desire is a natural instinct. Perhaps you might thank me one day. Once a man indulges, he becomes insatiable. Just look at your Xingchen, overflowing with boyfriend energy. He must be quite strong. Xinning Shuang's face flushed deeply. She understood what strong implied. She wasn't a child. She had seen the world. Jiu Xingchen remained blissfully unaware that he had been thoroughly discussed from head to toe by two women. Let us eat. Once we finish, let us head home early. Tomorrow will likely be even busier. Isn't it more about heading home to get cozy? Xinning Shuang's cheeks flushed as she murmured, indeed, being newlyweds. They must be inseparable, yearning to remain glued together for 24 hours a day. In a hushed tone, she added, you vixen. Upon exiting the beauty salon, Han Xiaoman rode her electric bike alone, in Haicheng's winter. The nighttime temperatures plummeted, and the biting cold wind pierced through like a knife, chilling to the bone. At home, Yang Su had not prepared a meal and had instead ordered KFC takeout. De Bao could still eat something to fill his stomach, while Xiaobao could only watch pitifully. At this tender age, children are often coddled and cherished. Zhang Xiumei, however, remarked, that wretched girl is becoming increasingly outrageous. How could she not return home so late, neglecting her own child? Mom, please stop, I'll heat up the leftover porridge from lunch and feed it to Yile. When Han Xiaoman returned home, the day's pleasant mood evaporated entirely. She was too weary to engage in an argument. So she donned an apron in the kitchen and began to prepare rice porridge. Meanwhile, Gu Xingchen was driving. Xingchen, take a moment to treat your friend to a meal to express your gratitude. Maintaining such relationships is essential. As they conversed, she inquired, you have given all your savings to me. Do you still have any money on you? Before he could respond, she transferred 5,000 yuan to him via WeChat. Having earned over 5 million today, she felt generous even towards her husband. He should accept the money. After all, when one is out in the world, it is prudent to have some cash for social engagements. Gu Xingchen chuckled softly, incredulous at the notion that he could be short on funds. Besides, did Mu Hanxiu truly need to maintain social connections? They were sworn brothers. Was it necessary to treat him to a meal for a favor? You needn't give me money. I still have. Just take it. Rest assured, I won't squander it, as I still plan to buy a house. She refrained from mentioning it, yet he had already devised a plan in his mind. He owned nearly 100 properties. Any one of them would suffice for their residence. As for how to present it without raising her suspicions, that was a conundrum. The man replied evasively, I happened to run into that friend of mine this afternoon. And he mentioned it casually. How about this? You attend training at Hongyan Rushuang while your best friend oversees the beauty salon. Once the franchising is secured, they will send someone to assist you in selecting a location for reopening. I need to discuss this with Xiao Man, as she holds half the shares of the company. All right, on the drive home, they passed by a square filled with deafening music and a group of elderly ladies dancing. She glanced at him and asked, when we grow old, will you still be willing to dance with me in the square? Of course, he replied. Jiu Xingchen found it hard to believe that a socialite of such stature would wish to share a dance with him. Yet, he had once danced in the park with Shan Ningxuang. Heaven knew how he had agreed to that. Xingchen, have you never been in a relationship before? The man, oblivious to her thoughts about his lackluster kissing skills, replied, Is that so strange? A bit. Logically, a handsome man like you must have many admirers, or even, he slowed the car, having nearly ceased driving since a past incident. Yet now, he found joy in driving with her. Perhaps because she was a special presence in this modest vehicle worth several $100,000. What kind of look is that? Are you questioning my sexual orientation? With a serious expression, he replied, Throughout my life, I have indeed been surrounded by various women, but their intentions are rarely pure. They either coveted his status or sought the wealth and power behind him. Those socialites always presented themselves as obedient maidens before him. Who could fathom what lavish and chaotic lives they led once the masks were removed? Just look at those wealthy second-generation individuals, and one would understand. Oh, I see. No wonder you said that when you got your marriage license. To be fair, for a woman to share a bed with such a handsome man is a dream for countless women. You were the one who flirted with me first. The man appeared nonchalant as he drove, but his focus was entirely on her. How did I flirt with you? It seems you were the one who made the first move. As the car entered the neighborhood, it came to a stop in the underground garage, illuminated only by faint incandescent lights. The quiet space inevitably sparked imagination. The man unbuckled his seatbelt and leaned closer, causing Shan Ningxuang to hold her breath, her heart racing. What did he intend to do? He reached out to unfasten her seatbelt while simultaneously producing an exquisitely wrapped red envelope. This is for you. What is it? When he withdrew, a sense of inexplicable loss washed over him as he fixed his gaze on the envelope. Open it. The invitation to join Hongyan Rushuang. A unique opportunity in the market. So this is what you were busy with today? My friend happened to have an appointment with President Yuan and resolved this matter in one go. Your friend is truly remarkable. You must express your gratitude to him. What about thanking me? Shan Ningxuang leaned forward and planted a kiss on his cheek. Satisfied now? Not quite. Xingchen, let us go home first. At home, you can kiss me to your heart's content, okay? In the underground garage, there was always the possibility of someone walking by, and she was far too shy. Must I choose a location to kiss my own wife? Chapter 57. A flirtation followed by flight. His kiss arrived as anticipated, a blend of clumsiness and fervent passion. Yet, it was awkward and unrefined. At one moment, Shan Ningxuang pushed against his chest. There's a security guard. Gu Xingchen reluctantly resumed his seat, his gaze sweeping over the patrolling security guard. Seizing the opportunity, Shan Ningxuang escaped from the CARD. As night fell, after a refreshing shower, the man lay on the bed perusing the headlines of domestic and international news. His fingers scrolled casually, yet his attention was drawn to the misty glass door of the bathroom. Occasionally, the sound of water splashing stirred his senses. Suddenly, she emerged from behind the glass door, gliding towards him. Even clad in a long-sleeved nightgown that covered her completely, he found her particularly enchanting tonight. Every movement exuded an allure that seemed to illuminate her entire being. Xingchen. The man swallowed hard. Could you help me dry my hair? Sure, come sit here. Shan Ningxuang lay beside him, resting her head on his thigh. At first, he gently and attentively dried her hair. His fingers glided through her silky tresses. The crimson area on her scalp had long healed. Yet his gaze remained filled with concern. Shan Ningxuang softly closed her eyes, unable to recall the last time she had felt this relaxed eye in her memories. Aside from living humbly, she had never savored life's sweetness. The man's gaze lingered on her delicate, dewy face, the warm light casting a vivid glow upon her. Her porcelain complexion was enhanced by a gentle radiance that flowed, ultimately disappearing into the deep valley of her collarbone. His gaze became enraptured. He craved more authentic, more visceral experiences. Perhaps it was the exhaustion of the day, or perhaps it was the man's tenderness that soothed her. Her petite nose twitched slightly, resembling a lazy kitten that had silently drifted off to sleep on his thigh. The man gently brushed aside the strands of hair that had fallen. Her tranquil sleeping face was a sight to behold, and a smile of indulgence graced his lips. She had quietly infiltrated his life. After 28 years of being single, To say he did not long for a beautiful love was a lie. Yet, in reality, none of the women who approached him were as genuine, unpretentious, or even a bit mischievous as Shan Ningxuang. She would sneak into his bed, care for his daily life, and even help him with his laundry. She was simply wonderful. The man found himself entranced, lost in her presence. Cautiously, he placed the hairdryer on the bedside table and dimmed the lights. In the faint glow, he pulled the blanket over them, and for the first time, he took the initiative to share a blanket with her. The following morning, Shan Ningxuang awoke fully rested. Since marrying him, Haiqing had seen little rain or snow this winter. It was yet another warm morning. As she stirred, the man lay heavily asleep, having endured a long night. Her cheek rested against his chest, and the rhythmic beating of his heart resonated in her ears, each pulse bringing her immense comfort. The morning sunlight, along with his presence, was what she looked forward to every day. Since meeting him, it seemed her fortunes had shifted. Problems that had long plagued her were effortlessly resolved with his assistance. Having someone to discuss matters with, a shoulder to lean on, this feeling was truly delightful. Her small hand gently caressed his sun-kissed profile, trailing downwards until it rested on his prominent Adam's apple. In a whimsical moment, she pressed a soft kiss against it, as though activating some hidden mechanism. The man felt a gentle, moist caress, sending electric shivers throughout his body. The protrusion was not the only thing reacting. His large hand, unbeknownst to him, grasped her mischievous little hand, holding it tightly. In a deep, melodious voice, rich with magnetism, he cautioned, "Don't kiss recklessly." "What's wrong with a kiss? I'm kissing my own husband, not someone else." She playfully blinked her alluring eyes, the depths of which shimmered like flowing water, capable of melting any man. "Xingqian, I want to touch a little more. Aren't you afraid of igniting a fire?" She gently shifted her body, finding a more comfortable position, lying against his chest. "You won't, unless you admit that you've fallen in love with me." Until then, she could freely tease him, for he was so gentlemanly and composed. "Woman, you should know that men always separate love from desire. Other men may be like that, but you are different. You are a truly gentlemanly man with boundaries." As their breaths mingled, the man's eyes grew increasingly heated, like molten lava capable of melting everything in its path. Her mischievous hand was firmly captured by his. Yet, unwilling to concede, she extended her other hand and began to stroke his nose. "Xingqian, has anyone ever told you that your nose is the most distinctive feature among your facial features? It's straight and prominent, truly a sign of wealth." The man was utterly oblivious to her words. The soft caress of her touch ignited an uncontrollable desire within him, where her delicate fingers glided. It felt as if flames had been kindled, blazing with ferocity. "Ning Shuang, shall we consummate our union?" The man did not grant her the opportunity to respond, rolling over. She anticipated his move, swiftly springing up like a nimble kitten. Her pristine, delicate feet danced across the wooden floor as she dashed into the bathroom. The man let out a wry smile. In the past, he had devoted all his energy to the corporation, never allowing those socialites and heiresses a chance to approach him. Yet, such matters, the more they were suppressed, the fiercer they became. He resolved not to linger in bed any longer and got up. When Shan Ningxuang emerged from her ablutions, she found the man bustling about in the kitchen. Surely he wasn't preparing breakfast? She approached, her long legs striding towards him. The kitchen window was ajar, and under the warm sunlight, the man's sleepwear hung loosely, revealing an irresistible allure. She had never imagined that one day she would be so driven to embrace him without reservation. This impulse lingered in her mind for merely a second before it transformed into action. "Xingqian, could you please never leave me in the future? I am so afraid that all of this is just a dream, like bubbles in the sunlight, fleeting upon touch." The man's broad, warm palm gently cradled her chin. He discarded the spatula, holding her delicate face in both hands. "Fool, you have stirred my heart, and even if you wish to escape, I shall not let you go." "I will not leave, never. Such a wonderful man. How could she ever bear to part with him? Meeting you is the most beautiful dream of this winter. If only I could remain in this bliss forever. This is not a dream. It is real. If you doubt it, touch me." Did she not enjoy feeling his Adam's apple? He invited her to indulge. Ouch, the man winced slightly. It hurt. It was so real, and she felt reassured. "Why, lady, Why don't you pinch your own thigh? Shining Shuang chuckled shyly. I cannot bear to hurt myself. The man's expression darkened. So, you fear pain, but I do not. He wrapped his large hand around her slender waist. Gazing at her earnestly, if one day you discover that your husband is a person of great stature, would you still remain by his side? His eyes were earnest and anxious as they searched hers. Xingqian, please do not jest about such matters. We are but ordinary people. Though my parents farm in the countryside, I shall not despise them, just as you do not scorn my infamous past. We will work hard together. Buy a large house and bring my parents to live with us. Shining Shuang leaned against him, a gentle smile gracing her lips. You haven't told me how many family members you have or what the situation is. He had intended to confess, but she had already assumed he was just a small-time businessman in the construction materials industry. He would have to find a suitable opportunity to reveal the truth. A flicker of concern crossed his mind. Would she accept it willingly? Well, I have a grandmother, a younger brother, an uncle, and 3 aunts, 2 cousins, and 5 second cousins. They were a close-knit family, numerous branches, each holding significant positions in various fields. I envy you for having so many relatives. It must be quite lively. She had followed her father since childhood and had never experienced the warmth of familial love. Any kindness shown to her would be reciprocated with all her heart. I will take you back to my hometown during the new year to meet them. Although we live in the countryside, we value familial bonds and always return for a reunion. With the new year approaching in just over a month, she felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. The man tenderly tucked away her fallen bangs. What is there to be anxious about? They are all very amiable to him, though she said as much. Her heart remained uneasy. After holding you for so long, is it not enough? It is never enough. The porridge in the pot began to bubble vigorously. Their household now always had leftovers, with such a frugal and diligent wife. The man had no choice but to use the remnants from last night's dinner, adding a few eggs to cook together. If he did not let go, the pot would dry out. 2 bowls of vegetable and egg porridge, yet it was filled with the aroma of home. She savored it with delight. In the future, when he took her out to enjoy delicacies, he wondered how beautiful she would look then. Just the thought brought him joy. Hurry and eat. Why are you smiling at me? Will you accompany me to the beauty salon after we eat? Not today. I have to stop by the company. Then you need not worry about me. I will take the bus myself. I will see you off. My matters can wait. Though he was busy with countless responsibilities, he willingly carved out time to be with her, helping her with her small beauty salon that barely measured 100 square meters. For Gu Xingqian, it felt particularly meaningful. Perhaps it was the sight of her unique smile that brought him joy. A few days later, in the bustling port city, at the Victoria Hotel in the presidential suite, he donned a tailored suit, exuding sunlight and charm, his lips curling into a lazy smile. Unlike his aloof brother, Gu Xingqian, Gu Jianghao bore an exquisitely handsome face, as if sculpted by the hands of a divine artist. The collar of his shirt was open, revealing a healthy, sun-kissed physique. With every gesture, he radiated elegance and grace. He had been the perfect dream boyfriend for countless young ladies in Haiqing. AT740. He descended in the VIP elevator, 2 exquisitely wrapped gift boxes and a vibrant bouquet of Damascus roses resting in the passenger seat. The day before, he had personally arranged a meeting with Qian Shui, the chief designer of Liufu Jewelry in the port city, offering twice the market price to acquire the acclaimed brilliant Star River, a piece of top-tier jewelry. Since childhood, anything Lu Ruyan had ever glanced at was etched in his memory, and he would go to great lengths to procure it, simply to see her smile. 9 o'clock. A performance was set to take place at Broadway in the port city. Lu Ruyan, as a special guest, would also take the stage. 8 o'clock. The man sat inconspicuously in a corner on the right side, indifferent to the performances before him, solely concerned with the woman who filled his heart and mind. Finally, she appeared on stage, adorned in an elegant evening gown, radiating grace and beauty, her every movement captivating the audience and elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo. The man's lips curled, a sense of pride swelling within him. She was both distant and dazzling, no matter the cost. It was all worth it. He waited patiently for the performance to conclude, eager to embrace her amidst the throngs of onlookers, for only she was worthy of the priceless and unique brilliant Star River. Her enchanting dance also caught the eye of another man. Liu Jialin could not conceal her delight. Brother, Ruyan is truly stunning. To describe her as breathtaking would be an understatement. A flicker of madness gleamed in the man's eyes, the corners of his lips lifting slightly, she still lacking a bit. The Gu family member had yet to enter the fray. His lips pressed tightly together, exuding a sense of coldness. Brother, it's almost over. Let us head backstage to see Ruyan. The man concealed himself in shadow, casting a casual glance to the front right in a rush. The final note resonated. The ethereal beauty on stage bowed slightly, casting a stunning smile in the man's direction. Lu Jialin shook her brother's arm. Brother, Ruyan is greeting you. The man remained unmoved. In the next moment, Gu Jianghao squeezed through the crowd, striding towards the stage. He shed his lazy demeanor, his eyes brimming with fervent anticipation. Taking a few quick steps onto the stage, amidst the flickering lights, he held a large bouquet of roses, leading onlookers to mistake him for just another fan. Ruyan, surprised or not? The man opened his arms, waiting for her to embrace him, yet overlooked the hint of panic and astonishment in her gaze. How did he arrive? When did he come? You need not be overly moved. For you deserve all the beauty in the world. The man beamed radiantly, withdrawing the gift box from his right hand. The lights at that moment illuminated them both, drawing the attention of all. However, the expression on Lu Ruyan's face was indescribably complex. As he unveiled the gift box, a radiant glow emanated forth. Lu Ruyan's eyes reflected a whirlwind of emotions. In front of that man. He had appeared. With both flowers and a diamond necklace, what could one possibly think? How, let us go down first. We don't want to delay the performance. That cannot be. You must see what I have brought for you. The man's smile was warm, his eyes filled with deep affection. I promise it will astonish you. In this world, only you are worthy of such a rare and exquisite treasure. Gently opening the clasp, he revealed the contents within, dazzling as stars, radiating brilliance. A necklace adorned with 999 exquisite diamonds lay serenely upon the gift box. The centerpiece, a magnificent sapphire, shimmered with an enchanting brilliance. Captivating all who beheld it. Ru Yin, a dazzling star in the galaxy, was also known as the one in a million, symbolizing my pure and unblemished love for you. What do you think? Isn't it beautiful? The man towered over her by half a head, and together they resembled a fairy tale prince and princess. Radiant and enviable Ru Yin. Shall I assist you in putting it on? Chapter 59. How fortunate it is to encounter you. Below the stage, discerning eyes finally recognized that those present belonged to the elite of the harbor city. Gasps of astonishment arose. That is Qian Shui's magnum opus. There was once an offer of 200 million. Yet she refused to part with it. The price was one aspect. It was also Gu Jianghao's sincere affection that moved Qian Shui to relinquish it for him. Some speculated. Could he be a suitor of the Lu family? What a generous investment! On stage, Lu Ruyan cast her gaze downward, her eyes a complex tapestry of emotions as she passively adorned the diamond necklace. When did you arrive? This is such a folly. If your brother finds out, he will blame me for leading you astray. Fear not, brother agrees, the man replied, embracing her and planting a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead. Taking her delicate hand, his smile widened. Ru Yin, I have prepared a gift for you tonight. I'm sorry, but I cannot tonight. Her eyes, filled with a mix of panic and humility, drifted through the crowd to a striking yet stern-faced man. A hint of fear flickering within them. What is wrong? Have I done something amiss? Be obedient. Return home first. I shall explain tomorrow. His smile began to falter as he turned to her, his grip tightening around her hand, as if holding on to his very essence. Yet, no matter how firmly he clasped, her small hand slipped away like grains of sand through his fingers. How, if you truly love me, you should not be here. Do you understand how significant tonight is for me? The man was utterly perplexed. Our Lu family has long since faded. Even if I marry into your Gu family, others will merely see it as me climbing the social ladder. He understood this well and therefore endeavored to be as gentle as possible with her feelings. Tonight, I must attend an important banquet representing the Lu family, aimed at securing a partnership with the wealthiest family in the harbor city. The Li family, to rejuvenate the Lu family's electronics business. Why did you not inform me of this collaboration? The man furrowed his brow, seemingly guilt-ridden. This matter is best left to me. Do not concern yourself with it. I have already told you, I do not wish to be a mere ornament. Do you comprehend? Do you know why I am reluctant to conceive? I aspire to restore the Liu family's prestige through my own efforts. Gu Jianghao reached out, wishing to comfort her, but Liu Ruyin subtly recoiled. Remember to seek me out tomorrow. I will be at the Victoria Hotel and a place where he could not see. She silently exhaled, genuinely fearful he would not relent, for then she would find herself ensnared in a dilemma. In truth, there was indeed a private gathering, and beside her stood a member of the Liu family. Ah, how, you are a good man. Encountering you in this lifetime is my greatest fortune. As the man descended the stage, he heard Liu Ruyan's voice, tinged with melancholy, call after him. He paused momentarily, then hastened his steps, exiting Broadway. Walking along the desolate street, his heart, like the wind, swirled chaotically. She did not permit him to follow. His presence in High City had lost its significance. Thus, he wandered for a considerable time. Ruyin, how did that pesky follower manage to come along? Ting Xiao, I had no inkling he would be here. Though it was Liu Jialin who inquired, she found herself explaining to the man. Her bright and vibrant face bore an expression of anxiousness. She had harbored feelings for Liu Tingxiao for a decade, yet he had urged her to marry Gu Jianghao. Come now. Do not keep everyone waiting for you alone. The man promptly entered a sleek black Maybach. The banquet was organized by young Master Li, and upon their arrival, the manor was abuzz with excitement. Young master, we are late. We shall drink with you more later. Ha ha ha, no matter. Miss Liu is truly stunning, as expected of young Master Liu's beloved. Wherever he went, she accompanied him, having changed out of her evening gown into a mermaid skirt. Her figure appeared even more alluring. In her graceful movements, she revealed an unparalleled beauty, every smile and frown a breathtaking spectacle. Allow me to introduce you. This is Qian Shui, the chief designer of Qian Fu Jewelry, and also the wife of Longqing's wealthiest man. Qian Shui's gaze lingered on the diamond necklace around her neck, momentarily lost in thought, before quickly regaining composure and extending her hand. Hello? Liu Ruyin responded gracefully. I have heard your legend. It is truly inspiring, and I hold great admiration for you. Qian Shui smiled slightly. Miss Liu is the true embodiment of beauty. With astonishing talent, Liu Tingxiao followed young Master Li into the inner chambers where a group of affluent ladies surrounded them. As the night grew cool, Gu Jianghao stood alone before the floor-to-ceiling window of the presidential suite, overlooking the midnight view of Victoria Harbor. Amid the shimmering neon lights, he answered a phone call. Second master, speak. Second madam indeed went to the Li family manor. A sigh of relief escaped his lips. It seemed he had been overly concerned. He silently chastised himself for doubting her. The next moment, a voice crackled through the line. However, can you not just say it all at once? Second master, I saw her disembark from Liu Tingxiao's car. Suddenly, anger filled the man's eyes. What baseless gossip are you spreading? The other party fell silent. Everyone knew how deeply Second Master loved her. No one could dare speak ill of her. Did she leave? No, wait, I just saw her come out. Follow her and send me the address. Upon hearing Liu Tingxiao's name, his demeanor shifted dramatically, a tempest of anxiety laced with fury brewing within him. Unable to best his brother, he turned his wrath towards her, resorting to despicable means. She is merely a woman. If there are grievances, let them be directed at him. He hastily donned his coat and stepped out, a tea-green garden villa, slightly inebriated. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Her voice, soaked in alcohol, bore an alluring quality. Tingxiao, I no longer wish to pretend. The only one I have ever loved is you. Each time I feign affection towards him, a wave of nausea washes over me. On the second floor of the villa, her sultry voice tantalized the man's senses in the darkness. She kicked off her high heels, walking barefoot, her slender waist and voluptuous figure captivating him. Just let me return to your side. I will do anything. Not yet. Be patient a little longer. After all, I seldom return in a year. Consider it a bite from a dog. The man encircled her waist, drawing her into the shadows, his cool lips brushing against her ear. In Gu Jianghao's presence, she always held herself high, like a regal empress, yet here she willingly surrendered, allowing herself to be toyed with. Her soft murmurs dissolved into the seductive night. Second master, the address. Gu Jianghao enveloped himself in the darkness of the rear seat of a Bentley, his features obscured. The bodyguard, with a hint of reluctance, relayed, Deep Water Bay, Green Garden Villa. After hanging up, the bodyguard contemplated and decided to send a text. If the second young master encountered trouble in the harbor city, it would likely cause a seismic ripple. The rumble of engines abruptly filled the air as the man swiftly exited the vehicle. Striding forward. Are you certain Ru Yin resides here? In the dead of night, the villa remained eerily silent. Second master, second madam has indeed entered. The villa's front door stood ajar, yet his steps faltered at the threshold. Hesitating. Who ordered you to follow? Do you possess no sense of ethics? The bodyguard stammered, "It cannot be her. You must have seen wrong." Chapter 60. Self-deception. Second master, will you still go inside? Perhaps the night was too dark? For the sunlight that once graced the man's face was gradually consumed by the shadows, leaving behind an overwhelming sense of despair. Tell me, are you married? The bodyguard scratched his bald head, instinctively shaking his head. Do you understand what is most important between a husband and wife? It is trust. Do you grasp that? Second madam is such a wonderful person. Would she betray me by dating someone else? She wouldn't. She absolutely wouldn't. His voice dwindled, lacking conviction. Even he could not fathom why he had come to the harbor city. Had he not come, he would remain oblivious to these troubling matters. She was still the second lady of the Gu family, the treasure he cradled in his palm. Second master, shall I accompany you inside? The bodyguard, unaware of which words had gone wrong, suddenly received a slap. You single dog, do you know what respect means? Everyone has their own privacy. Do you want me to be scolded by the madam? The more he spoke, the more anxious he became. His fingers hovered over the contacts. Yet he hesitated to press down. At 1 o'clock in the morning, even the wind seemed to mock those who had lost themselves in love. The bald bodyguard wore a forced smile, though he had never been married. He understood that loyalty ranks foremost in relationships. Those vows of eternal love, in the face of loyalty, shattered like delicate glass, irreparable. Shall I take you back? The bodyguard belatedly realized that the second master was likely deceiving himself. For he already possessed the answer deep within. Did she enter alone? Each word he uttered held a heavy weight of hope. The bald bodyguard, blunt and straightforward, not grasping the intricacies, answered truthfully. Second madam seemed intoxicated. And someone helped her inside. Was it a man or a woman? The night was too dark, and from a distance, it was difficult to discern. Upon mentioning the heart lodged in my throat, it quietly recedes. I did not catch a glimpse of you. Why are you hastily calling me over? Yet, there you stand, a figure of 188 centimeters, appearing so dejected and forlorn at the dimly lit entrance of the villa. The bald bodyguard finds himself in a quandary, unable to proceed or retreat. What if she is the second madam? The bald bodyguard summons someone who arrives in a vehicle. Stepping out, they swarm towards him, calling him Brother Guang. Greetings, second master. Him. Gu Jianghao's cold gaze is directed at them. Why have you summoned so many people? Are you seeking to amplify the embarrassment? The bald bodyguard wishes to express that if he dawdles any longer, all business will be concluded, and they will be left to rest. They arrived with great fervor, but now, faced with the reality before them, they begin to waver. Second master, shall I go in and take a look on your behalf? No. The disordered and complex emotions render this sunny and handsome man devoid of his usual composure. What business do you, a rough man, have in there? What if you startle the second madam? Perhaps she is in a deep slumber. Or perhaps she is dying. In any case, she must not be disturbed. Thus, time ticks away, second by second. Inside the villa, a captivating beauty rests in the man's embrace, the very air steeped in the intoxication of tender moments. In a haze, her crimson lips gently imprint upon the man's neck, filled with affection. Ting Xiao, do you know that my greatest wish in this life is to be your bride? When will you take me across the threshold? The man's long fingers clasp a slender cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, his face remains obscured, and his voice grows distant and detached. It is not yet time. The charm in his eyes fails to conceal the disappointment. Pressed tightly against his chest, her small hands clench and then release. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. This bustling city of Hong Kong quietly returns to tranquility. Regardless of your grievances with the Gu family, could you not grant me this small request? Lu Ruyan truly does not wish for the man who has poured his heart out for her to suffer any harm. Even if this relationship has been fraught with deceit from the outset, she is but a human, loving Lu Tingxiao to the point of losing herself, yearning for a humble identity as Mrs. Lu. The very thing she strives tirelessly for remains effortlessly within Gu Jianghao's grasp. No, anything related to the Gu family is out of the question. You must understand, why do I wish for you to marry Gu Jianghao? In the flickering light, his face emerges and vanishes in the darkness. Rest easy. Remember to buy medicine tomorrow. Lu Ruyan turns over, and a tear silently slips away. Her little thoughts escape the man's keen gaze. 7 years prior, the Lu family underwent a drastic change. Her father suffered a car accident and has remained bedridden since. Their business plummeting. She, a woman, bears the exhausting burden alone. The following morning, dawn arrives later than ever before. The sky, heavy with clouds, looms ominously, as if brewing a torrential downpour to cleanse the tainted souls and grant them rebirth. Outside the villa, on the grassy parking area, "Second master, are you tired? I can keep watch here. Why not rest in the car?" Throughout the entire night, Gu Jianghao stood at the villa's entrance, lacking the courage to take that step forward. Perhaps it was the oppressive weather that weighed heavily on his chest. "Everyone, stand back. Do not frighten my wife." At that moment, the man's straightened back slightly slumps. "Second master, please do not." The bald bodyguard, unfamiliar with the intricacies of love and affection, cannot comprehend how such a sunlit man could appear so despondent. His gaze is tinged with weariness, and after a night of sleeplessness, stubble begins to shadow his chin, marking a sudden maturity. "Did you not hear me when I said to leave?" The man's hoarse voice betrays a suppressed rage. The bald bodyguard waves his hand, and the crowd retreats, standing vigil at a distance. At 8:15, the rain descends, a gentle drizzle falling from the heavens as a man and woman emerge from the villa. The woman raises an umbrella while the man, hands in pockets, exudes an air of lazy nonchalance. Gu Jianghao's large hand clenches tightly, his gaze drawn irresistibly towards the enchanting beauty, which instantly shifts to Lu Tingxiao, his expression darkening. He hastens several steps forward, his tall frame blocking the path of the two. "How? Tell me, what is the meaning of this?" He struggles to maintain an even temper. Gu Jianghao, standing at the villa's entrance all night, truly is a pitiful sight. Lu Tingxiao's thin lips curl slightly. A grown man, consumed by suspicion, does he truly consider himself capable of great endeavors? "Did I inquire of you?" Letting the rain drench his body, his eyes turn crimson with fury as he glares at Lu Tingxiao. "Do not look at me with such eyes. If you seek a fight, I shall oblige." Suddenly, a punch lands squarely on his vexatious face. Lu Tingxiao, momentarily taken aback, retorts, "You, a mere sycophant, dare to strike me? Do you comprehend the consequences?" In an instant, Lu Tingxiao advances, delivering a powerful kick to Gu Jianghao's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. "Stop, stop, Ahao, are you all right?" The rain pours down in torrents, and Lu Ruyan desperately angles the umbrella towards the man. "Tell me, you have not betrayed me, have you? Useless, get up. Did you not wish to fight me?" Lu Tingxiao wipes the blood from his lips, towering over the man with a fierce gaze. "Lu Xiao, I implore you, do not harm him." Pain radiates through Gu Jianghao's abdomen, yet he grits his teeth and rises. "Come on." In the distance, the bald bodyguard rushes over. Lu Ruyan embraces the man tightly, her pleading eyes fixed on him. "Ahao? Do not fight. You are no match for him." Chapter 61. Such a good man before him, everything is a blur. He cannot discern whether it is rain or tears. The man wipes his face vigorously, his cheeks trembling. "I will make him understand that the Gu family harbors no cowards. My brother can handle him, and so can I. Today, you shall not escape." The bald bodyguard immediately positions himself before Gu Jianghao, quietly inquiring, "Second master, are you unharmed?" "I am sorry for arriving late. Truly capable, relying on a throng of bodyguards for your courage." Lu Tingxiao stands amidst the downpour, a mocking glint in his eyes. "You, a mere sycophant, dare to compare yourself to your brother? You speak of sycophants incessantly." Gu Jianghao, unable to contain his rage, grits his teeth. "What I feel for her is love. I cherish and pamper her. It is the mark of a good man. Do you believe everyone in this world is like you, callously toying with the hearts of others? Ahao, do you not trust me?" Lu Ruyan clings to him tightly, the rain-soaked dress clinging to her curvaceous form, accentuating her beauty. Her eyes, filled with pity, plead incessantly, "For my sake, Do not act impulsively, all right? In the past, when she embraced him thus, the man would be overjoyed, drawing her close to relish every tender moment. But now, his face flushes with embarrassment, and he cannot absorb her words. He repeatedly tells himself that refraining from entering is their final shred of dignity. You still have not answered me directly. Did you last night? He never knew that his wife harbored affections for another man, and for a decade no less. Even when his brother suffered an accident, he reproached him for not being more vigilant on the road. Why was it that the one struck was Lu Binghui? Out of guilt, he has given her everything. Yet she has not blamed the Gu family. Instead, she chose to marry him. Lu Ruyan's heart is in turmoil. How should she explain this, and how can she face him? After 2 years of marriage, he has indulged her whims and tolerated her temper. He is the only one who treats vows as standards to be upheld. What to do? Should she continue deceiving him? How? Now is not the time for this. Once you have calmed down, I will tell you everything you wish to know, all right? In her embrace, she clings to him tightly, her body radiating warmth, yet he feels not a trace of comfort. His heart plummets into a cold, unyielding abyss. Ha ha ha. Though she utters not a word, he discerns everything from her expression. It is merely self-deception. This relationship has been a farce from the very beginning. He longs to ask her how she could bear to inflict such pain upon him, trampling his sincerity as if it were mere dirt beneath her feet. Before her, Gu Jianghao has always appeared cultured, handsome. Yet now he is utterly unhinged. She feels an inexplicable ache in her heart. Perhaps the response she seeks from Lu Tingxiao is effortlessly granted by Gu Jianghao, who treats her like royalty. Will he continue to treat her so in the future? Ahao, do not be like this. I am frightened. The bald bodyguard cannot bear to watch, discreetly averting his gaze. How could such a good man as the second master be betrayed in this manner? Raising his hand, he yearns to deliver a stinging slap, yet ultimately cannot bring himself to harm her. His palm comes to rest on the black umbrella, which falls to the ground with a splatter of rainwater, its canopy torn asunder, mirroring the shattering of his heart. Lu Tingxiao, I shall kill you. That man stands with his hands in his pockets, exuding confidence. He smirks derisively. I wager you shall not lay a finger on me. Ahao, I implore you. I will tell you everything, just do not suffer further harm because of me. Lu Ruyan weeps, her brow furrowed with sorrowful creases. This time, Gu Jianghao turns a blind eye, his hands falling dejectedly to his sides, refusing to embrace her. The one I love is him. It has always been. Ahao, you are a good man, capable of love and care, and I do not regret marrying you. Meeting you in this life is my greatest fortune. Cease the feigned sentimentality. You do not deserve love. The heart drenched by the rain has never belonged to one alone. The fervent and searing love felt like a piece of flesh being gouged from the heart, more agonizing than any physical pain. That person was the woman he loved with every ounce of his being. With his own hands, he wielded the knife, carving away the most vital parts of his soul. Ahao, I know I owe you an apology. And it seems I shall never have the chance to make amends. I was always meant to be Mrs. Lu. How? Promise me you will take good care of yourself from now on. You can certainly do it, after all. You have always been so adept at caring for others. Lu Tingxiao raised his gaze, a mocking glint in his eyes. Sincerity was the least valuable currency. How could someone with grand ambitions allow emotions to cloud their judgment? The Lu family, a long-established wealthy clan in Haicheng, had fallen behind in the game that Gu Dong had strategically orchestrated, leaving the Lu family one move short and perpetually lagging behind, ultimately overshadowed by the Gu family. The grievances of the previous generation continued with Lu Tingxiao. Little did they know, the Gu family had produced Gu Xingchen, a legendary figure in the business world of Haicheng, who once again propelled the Gu group to new heights. After several encounters with him, Lu Tingxiao had never once gained the upper hand. He had spent a decade setting this trap. Yet that lofty and indifferent man displayed no weaknesses whatsoever. He had long anticipated that the only way to turn the tide lay with Gu Jianghao. Don't concern yourself with it. Gu Jianghao struggled, pushing aside Lu Ruyan. The places she had touched sent chills down his spine. How disgusting. Ahao, I am unworthy of your pure love. Another woman deserving of your lifelong devotion will surely come into your life. Forget me and start anew. Get lost. Just get lost. There was nothing more infuriating than infidelity. He could lavish her with unrestrained affection and oppose the entire world for her, yet she alone did not love him, which became the final straw that broke him. Take care of yourself. When I finish my business and return to Haicheng, we shall divorce. The rain blurred his vision. Such heavy downpours were a rarity. In a moment of panic, he thought, Ruyan, you were the dream of my youth, the love of my adolescence, and the treasure of my lifetime. Do not leave me. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness overcame him, yet he still yearned to chase that indistinct figure. With his head feeling heavy and his legs weak, he collapsed into the puddle. His eyelids grew heavier, and he felt increasingly drowsy. Outside his line of sight, Lu Ruyan sat in the car, her gaze fixed on the rearview mirror. Second master, what is wrong? Don't scare me. The bald bodyguard called out to the others, hurriedly lifting Gu Jianghao into the car to rush him to the hospital. The moment the man fell, her heart ached in unison. Was she reluctant to let him go? No, had she developed feelings over time? Young Master Lu, do not say such things, even if it were a stray cat or dog. After so many years, an attachment would form. Childish, foolish. Lu Tingxiao's icy gaze held no trace of emotion as he grasped her soft shoulders, his grip sinking into her flesh. Remember, you are my woman, and from this moment onward, you must do as I say. Do you understand? Lu Ruyan lowered her head. Before him, she had never dared to act willfully or provoke his ire, yet she found herself inexplicably drawn to him. Humans are exceedingly complex emotional beings. What comes easily is seldom cherished, while the unattainable is fervently pursued. This was true for both Gu Jianghao and Lu Ruyan. Chapter 62. Walking on thin ice, the black Maybach traversed through the torrential rain. In her presence, Lu Tingxiao made an international call. Yong, I don't care what methods you employ, just commence action immediately. The plan has changed. There was a moment of silence on the other end. The voice tinged with fear. Understood, Master Lu. With a click, he hung up the phone, casting a cold glance at the woman beside him. Both of them were drenched. Were it not for the urgency of a pressing matter, he might have shown her some consideration, for she still held significant value. Young Master Lu, the wealth and power you possess are unattainable for ordinary people across several lifetimes, and here you are. Before even marrying into the Lu family, already trying to dictate my actions? Lu Ruyan gazed at him in terror before quickly averting her eyes, her right hand covering her flushed cheek. Yes, young Master Lu. I should not meddle. Drive faster. Do not keep second young master waiting. The driver dared not breathe a word. He was dealing with a cold-blooded and capricious master. Ignoring the rain that obscured his view, he pressed the accelerator hard. The private hospital in Haicheng. The VIP ward on the third floor offered a serene environment and excellent service. On the hospital bed, the man lay with his eyes tightly shut, a hint of feverish red on his pale face, occasionally murmuring in his sleep. Leaning in, one could vaguely hear the name Ruyan. The bald bodyguard felt a pang of sympathy. How could the second mistress inflict such pain upon him? The second master had always been generous and approachable, never looking down on his subordinates. He believed that ordinary people worked tirelessly for money. Thus those who accompanied him in business generally received bonuses that were doubled. This could be seen in his treatment of Lu Ruyan, unlike some miserly entrepreneurs who took pleasure in exploiting their employees. With such a significant incident occurring involving the second master, the bodyguard was torn, contemplating whether or not to inform the eldest master. The rain continued to fall from morning until noon. As the downpour eased, the man groggily opened his eyes, his gaze vacant and unfocused, lingering on the ceiling. Second master, how wonderful! You have finally awakened. The bald bodyguard immediately called for a nurse to summon the doctor. He bent down, softening his voice. Second master, how do you feel? Are you hungry? Shall I fetch you some porridge? On the bed, Gu Jianghao remained motionless, seemingly deaf to the sounds of the outside world. His mind replayed her every smile and frown in vivid detail. He felt a sense of failure, unable to warm her heart despite all his efforts. Second master, please do not scare me. You must pull through. Losing you would be her loss. What type of woman do you desire? It would be but a simple matter to attract her, asked the second son of the Gu family. There were countless noblewomen eager to marry him. Few could resist his charm, which emanated an innate nobility complemented by a humble demeanor, never using his status to oppress others. The doctor, a middle-aged woman and the best chief physician at the private hospital, felt Gu Jianghao's forehead and carefully diagnosed him with a stethoscope pressed against his chest. After taking his pulse, she reassured, the patient is not in serious condition. He has a slight cold and some stagnation in his liver qi. A couple of doses of medicine will suffice. As she exited the ward, she motioned for the bald bodyguard to follow her down the corridor. Stopping at a distance, she inquired, what could have possibly triggered such a drastic change in the patient? I have never seen a case like this in my 10 years of practice. Doctor, you must ensure the second master recovers. That if you do not disclose the cause of his ailment, how can I provide the appropriate treatment? The bodyguard hesitated. Avoiding the topic was a grave mistake. Our second master has just divorced his wife. No wonder it seems he has suffered from heartbreak. Very well, you go fetch the medicine. The Chinese medicine pharmacy will prepare it into a decoction for you to bring back for the patient. The bald bodyguard went to obtain the medicine. In the ward, Gu Jianghao felt as though he were walking down a long, dark path, surrounded by bizarre figures mocking him, urging him to end his life. To die would bring an end to it all. Living would only bring an unshakable disgrace to the wealthy Gu family. His heart felt like ashes, his feet weighed down as if filled with lead. Trudging toward the abyss in Haiqing, at the Fushan villa, the matriarch summoned her eldest son and daughter-in-law. Has anything significant occurred in the family recently? My eyelids have been twitching since morning. Mom, what could possibly happen? Even if something were to happen, it would be good news. Just as Song Yunshang was about to speak, Gu Dong stopped her with a subtle shake of his head. The couple shared a tacit understanding. Aware she wanted to discuss Gu Xingchen's impending marriage. Oh dear, my heart is racing. I must be getting old. Mom, I will invite Dr. Fong over to examine you. The family had recently acquired a set of medical equipment worth over 30 million. One only needed to undergo a checkup, and any minor ailments would be thoroughly diagnosed. Mom, let me take you back to your room. It's too windy and rainy outside. It's too cold. Ji Yudong personally pushed the matriarch back to her room. In the top-floor executive office of Xingchen Tower, Mu Hanyu entered, holding a document. It's all taken care of, I told you. Such trivial matters could be resolved with a simple call. Was it necessary for me to personally come all this way? The man raised his gaze, his voice low. Is there such resentment for being asked to handle a few tasks? Mu Hanyu casually sat on the sofa opposite the desk, smirking faintly. Elder brother, do you know how many matters require my attention since Jiang Hao left? You and your brother are quite the pair. One chases after his wife to Haiqing, while you, it seems, are simply neglecting your duties. Jiu Xingchen's eyes turned slightly cold. What do you, a single man, know about such matters? I see you are merely envious and resentful. Enough, if there's nothing else, do not seek me out. If there is something, do not look for me either. I am busy and have no time for games. By now, Mu Hanyu was well aware of the existence of Madame Gu and had even played along with Gu Dong in a well-executed charade. Just as he stood up, his assistant, Yanxi, knocked and entered. President Gu, a call from President Chao. Put him through. What business does he have calling at this hour? Mu Hanyu had always harbored a dislike for Chao Zhiyong, perceiving him as a rebellious character. Gu Xingchen answered the video call. With thinning hair and darkened skin, Chao Zhiyong had spent nearly 5 years in Africa, transforming from a fair-skinned man into a charcoal figure. Upon seeing President Gu, he spoke with utmost respect. President Gu, an unexpected situation has arisen that requires a face-to-face report. Go ahead. We are currently negotiating the oilfield project, and Lu Tingxiao has somehow managed to insert himself into the matter. Even through the screen, one can sense the flicker of animosity in Chao Zhiyong's eyes. Ji Yuzong, even if we cannot secure this project, we must not let the Thunder Group benefit from it. Gu Xingchen's brow furrowed slightly, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. A clear sign to those who know him well that he is weighing the pros and cons from his position, while it may appear glamorous to outsiders. The glory is accompanied by the heavy burden of making every decision with utmost caution. Each step taken feels like walking on thin ice. Has there been any signal released by the African authorities? Chao Zhiyong replied, a friend of mine back home privately informed me in the board meeting held this past Monday. This project is set to become one of the most vital lifelines for the group. The reason is straightforward. The investment alone exceeds 13 billion USD, and that is just the transaction amount. The subsequent development will require a significant expenditure of manpower and resources, not to mention the customs clearance and transportation back home. Chao Zhiyong waited quietly for Gu Zong to reflect on this. Do not make any decisions yet. I will fly over immediately to conduct a personal assessment. Very well, Yu Hanxiu observed everything keenly. Gu Zong, I shall go in your stead. The headquarters cannot operate without you. That will not be necessary. I suspect there is a conspiracy at play, and your presence may not resolve the situation. Are you doubting him? The man cast a cold glance at him. Trust is essential in employing others. Controlling a non-renewable resource such as oil is advantageous for both the nation and its citizens. No further persuasion is needed. The man rose and donned his coat. Mu Hanxiu caught up with him, walking side by side. A trip to Africa will take at least half a month. You say I am a single dog? Solitary and alone. Would it not be more fitting for me to go? Gu Xingchen patted his shoulder, speaking in a solemn tone. The group is entrusted to you. Please take good care of my wife. Upon exiting the CEO's office, he instructed his assistant, Yinshi, to begin booking tickets. Given the last-minute decision to travel, the only available option was a business-class seat for the evening flight at 6 o'clock. Accompanied by bodyguard Yitong and assistant Yin 11.as evening fell, Gu Xingchen awaited Mu Hanxiu at the Group S entrance. Take me to my wife's shop. Is it not acceptable for Yitong to drive you there? That will not suffice. I have no excuse. Mu Hanxiu regarded him with amusement. You always recruit me to assist in your ruses. Do you not fear the day your facade may falter? If my sister-in-law were to discover she married a billionaire, she would surely be delighted. Why keep it from her? You do not understand. Mu Hanxiu's expression darkened. How much better are you than me? Is this not your first marriage? You likely have not even held a girl's hand before. Have you? Gu Xingchen settled into the back seat. Now I have yet to agree to show for you. I am not your personal driver. Good brother, are we not meant to assist one another? Mu Hanxiu rolled his eyes. How did I ever agree to work for you? Abandoning my position as the president of the Mu Group? Drive faster. We are pressed for time. Do you know how to explain this to your wife? Last time I was a lawyer. This time I am a construction material magnate. Do you genuinely think your wife is easily deceived? Being a lawyer is merely your side gig. All right, I am now particularly curious about the expression on her face when she learns of your true identity. Though he spoke casually, his foot pressed firmly on the accelerator, heading towards Shuang's beauty salon, and still needing to take him to the airport. It was indeed a taxing endeavor. Upon arrival at the salon, the bustling scene inside was palpable through the glass door. The business thriving day by day. Mu Hanxiu did not hide his presence. The sleek black Rolls-Royce was parked right outside the salon. Your wife is so busy she cannot even sip water. What does she gain from marrying you? Surely, it is for my charming self. Do you think it is for you? The man stepped out, pushing open the glass door with long strides. Shan Ningxuan, rolling up her sleeves, noticed the man's entrance. You finished work so early today? Help me move the towels over. The man chuckled wryly, reluctantly engaging in work. Mu Hanxiu stood at the entrance. His smile warmed. It was amusing to see such a high-ranking CEO being commanded about by his wife. Ningxuan, the man called out to her. What is it? Do you need something? Seeing Mu Hanxiu enter behind him, Shen Ningxuan greeted him enthusiastically. Big brother, you are here. I have yet to thank you for last time. Let me treat you to dinner tonight. Her demeanor was polite, even tinged with a hint of respect. Mu Hanxiu felt a bit awkward. His sister-in-law treated him so cordially. It felt as though she regarded him as an outsider. Sister-in-law, there is no need for such formality. Just call me Ashio. Sister-in-law? Shen Ningxuan was taken aback. This distinguished man was actually calling her sister-in-law? Ashio is the distinguished individual I often mention to you. I am merely a year older. Hence the title. Gu Xingchen began weaving his tale with practiced ease. As I mentioned before, my trip to the headquarters of Liu in Country Y has been finalized. I will be leaving tonight. So soon? You did not mention this in the morning. Shen Ningxuan moved a chair for Mu Hanxiu to sit. Yes, he is accompanying me. For how long? Approximately half a month. Shen Ningxuan felt a twinge of disappointment at the thought of him being gone for so long. What? Are you reluctant to see me go? The beauty salon was filled with young women who gawked at the two tall, handsome men, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Boss lady, are these two handsome fellows here for beauty treatments as well? Handsome guy, can I add you on WeChat? Gu Xingchen's gentle smile instantly turned frosty. I do not add strangers on WeChat. Handsome guy, you are so aloof. Do you have a girlfriend? Shen Ningxuan smiled slightly. Sister, that is just how he is. Do not mind him. On the other side, Mu Hanxiu was also surrounded by women. No sooner had he spoken than several women, convinced of their chances, became even more enthusiastic. The man extended his arm, encircling Shan Ningxuan tightly. I have a wife. The young woman's smile faltered as she realized he was indeed the boss. The crowd gradually dispersed, only to converge around Mu Hanxiu. You have yet to answer me. The man's eyes sparkled with intensity. How could it be? You are going for business. I am not a child. Why would I be reluctant to see you go? Hearing he would be away for such an extended period did indeed stir a sense of loss within her. She had always been solitary, and he had given her a warm home. In recent days, her face had been graced with more smiles. She had grown accustomed to waking up each morning to his captivating face. Frankly, her life had become vibrant and sunny with him by her side. Even though he had never gifted her flowers or presents, she felt content in the mundane days of life. His presence was more than sufficient. The man's eyes dimmed slightly. I thought you would miss me. However, Shan Ningxuan, embodying a gentle demeanor, began to tenderly advise him, be cautious once you arrive there. Conditions abroad differ greatly from here. I have heard it can be quite chaotic. Also, remember to maintain personal hygiene. If you are staying at a hotel, be sure to request alcohol from the front desk for disinfection. The man's lips curled into a soft smile. Is your luggage ready? I can go home now and help you pack. He simply gazed at her with a smile, having never experienced such nurturing concern before, now feeling the warmth of her care. It was a last-minute decision. I will just buy a couple of outfits when I get there. Is there enough money? I can transfer you some more. It is always prudent to carry extra cash when traveling. Jiu Xingchen chuckled at this, amused that his wife always assumed he was short on funds. What are you laughing at? Nothing. You see, you are smiling again. I must take my leave. If I do not hurry, Xiao will be swept away by those women. It was only then that Shan Ningxuan noticed the distinguished gentleman had been completely engulfed by the salonist young ladies. Is it necessary to be this infatuated? At that moment, Han Xiaoman had just finished attending to a client. What is happening over there? A handsome fellow has arrived and become quite the sought-after catch. Just how handsome? Let me see. Han Xiaoman attempted to squeeze through the crowd, only to witness it part suddenly. Mu Hanxiu emerged, his complexion pale and fleeing. Had it not been for the fact that this was his sister-in-law's salon, and these were her clients, he would have surely reprimanded them for their audacity. How bold! Are you ready yet? If you do not hurry, you will miss your flight. I thought you would enjoy this. Gu Xingchen released his grip and looked at Mu Hanxiu, having never seen him in such a disheveled state. Though you think I would come here for enjoyment? This shabby little beauty salon? Inviting the esteemed young Master Mu was not worth considering. Hurry up. I am waiting for you in the car. The resolute and handsome profile of Mu Hanxiu was striking to Han Xiaoman. He truly was quite dashing, exuding an air of aristocracy that suggested he was no ordinary person. Jiu Xingchen stood before her, oblivious to when she had become an indispensable part of his life. Not keep Xiao waiting too long. Once you are there, remember to report your safety and take care of yourself. Seeing Mu Hanxiu exit, Shan Ningxuan urged, hurry over. I will drive you to the airport. Though he did not voice it, the hold on her shoulder tightened slightly. She accompanied him into the luxury vehicle. At the airport, Shan Ningxuan watched as the man passed through security. Jiu Xingchen seemed to recall something suddenly and turned back, his gaze reluctant to part. After being away for so long, shouldn't he give me a proper embrace? Well, he looked like a child begging for candy. Despite her words, she took the initiative to step forward and embraced him. Yet, the man was not satisfied. He held her slender waist tightly, his head lowering further, his handsome face magnified in her autumn-hued eyes. She understood what he desired. However, in the bustling airport, surrounded by people, Shan Ningxuan found it difficult to let go. Being held by him had already made her quite bashful. Xingchen, wait until you come back, then. The sweet, soft petals of his lips were so close, and all he could think of was kissing her. In the next moment, he gently pressed his lips against hers. Fortunately, he did not push further. Time seemed to freeze, as if centuries had passed. The sweet, warm announcement from the airport echoed in her ears, prompting Shan Ningxuan to hastily push him away from her chest. All right, don't be like this, your friends are waiting. Observing his unwillingness to part, Mu Hanyu nearly failed to recognize him. Was this truly the aloof and cold-hearted CEO? He had no need to catch a flight. He was merely playing along with the act. Clearing his throat, he remarked, Xingchen, will you let the plane wait for you if you don't pass through security soon? Gu Xingqian shot him a cold glance. If I miss it, I'll just take my private jet. After returning from the airport, the beauty salon had nearly emptied of clients. Han Xiaoman ordered takeout, and the two enjoyed beef soup noodles together. Han Xiaoman casually mentioned, "Did you pay attention to the car when you dropped off your Xingqian?" "Not caring much at night," she replied. Han Xiaoman leaned closer. "That was a Rolls-Royce. Just the little golden figure on the hood is worth over 100,000. She continued, "Logically, your husband is on the verge of bankruptcy. How come he associates with such big bosses? They not from the same circle. Even if you force your way in, it would be a bloodbath, making it impossible to be friends." Xinning Shuang paused her noodles, realizing she hadn't considered those details. "What are you implying?" Han Xiaoman said. "Is it possible that your husband is actually a rich second generation or an important figure? After all, that a show treats you so courteously and shows great respect to your husband, which doesn't seem like he's the one begging." Xinning Shuang fell into deep thought, meticulously recalling their moments together. The man indeed possessed great charisma, tall and handsome, like a prince from a fairy tale. If he were a big boss, how could he possibly marry an ordinary woman like her? Shaking her head, she chuckled silently. "He can't possibly be a big shot. I know him very well. How could a man with just over 400,000 in his bank account be a major tycoon? As for a show's politeness towards me, it was entirely because my husband had helped him in the past. Let us eat quickly. We're doing well now. In a couple of days, I'll take some time to visit the headquarters of Hongyan Ruxuang, and then the shop will rely solely on you." Han Xiaoman replied, "Don't worry, as long as there's money to be made, I'll be happy no matter how tough it gets." Always reaching out for money from the man, unable to hold her head high in her in-laws' house, she no longer wished to live such a life. Now that her career was flourishing, she was even more motivated. Who's taking care of Yao and Lu these days? Xinning Shuang knew her best friend's mother-in-law wouldn't be so kind-hearted. "My mother-in-law is taking care of them. I give her 3,000 yuan a month as her salary. Now that the beauty salon is so profitable, they have no idea, and I don't dare to tell them. Your mother-in-law is quite unique. She demands a salary for taking care of her own granddaughter." Thinking of this, she felt fortunate that her mother-in-law treated her so well. As for whether Gu Xingqian had money or was a big boss, she didn't care in the slightest. He could provide her with a home, a haven from the storm, which was enough for her. Frosty treasure. Sometimes I wonder, if I were to have another child, still a daughter, would they pressure me to keep having more? Han Xiaoman's eyes dimmed slightly. Other families and low relationships could be as close as mother and daughter. Why couldn't it be the same for her? Very likely. So, I want to consider pregnancy for now. Nothing is more important than making money and building my career. A woman's life is truly challenging, especially when faced with an unsatisfactory in-law family. Let us work a bit harder now. The future will surely be brighter. Xinning Shuang wholeheartedly agreed. After finishing their beef noodles, the two closed the shop and returned home. The Yang family. Zhang Shumei strolled in the neighborhood with the children in the afternoon. Indeed, it was a stroll. Letting her eldest, Yao, hold her younger sibling, Lu, she walked ahead, completely disregarding the two plump little darlings. By coincidence, she bumped into an acquaintance, Granny Li, a woman who led a very exquisite life. "Sister Zhang, you're truly blessed. Your daughter-in-law has given birth to two such adorable granddaughters, and she even runs a beauty salon." Zhang Shumei shot a disdainful glance at her grandchildren playing not far away. "They not the eldest grandson. What is so blessed about that? I went to your daughter-in-law's salon for a beauty treatment yesterday. You didn't see it. The business was simply booming. With queues waiting, I really envy you. You have a daughter-in-law too. Why envy others?" "Wait, what did you say?" Zhang Shumei reacted belatedly. "You mean that little girl's beauty salon has revived? And is the business particularly thriving?" Chapter 65. This family is truly extraordinary. That little girl. No wonder she gets 3,000 yuan to help with the children. Turns out she's making a fortune. Indeed, you should have seen the scene. There were so many clients coming to recharge, we could hardly keep up. Why is it that your daughter-in-law is so exceptional compared to others? Granny Li said, then left, leaving Zhang Shumei alone to ponder. She had no idea how much Han Xiaoman was earning. In any case, she was the daughter-in-law of the Yang family, and her earnings were also part of the Yang family. 3,000 yuan was merely a way to send her off. That was unacceptable. So, when Yang Su returned home from work, she kept him occupied with discussions about strategies, contemplating how to extract money from Han Xiaoman's pocket. When she rode her electric bike home, She overheard the conversation clearly. Sue. She married into our young family, so she is one of us. Her money is ours, right? Think of a way to get the money out. Let us say we want to change to a bigger house. And once we have a grandson, we'll need a separate room and a nanny to take care of him. Han Xiaoman grew increasingly angry. Since the birth of the two granddaughters, let alone a nanny, even the rooms had been renovated to accommodate the two little treasures. Mom, we didn't help when the beauty salon had issues. Now that the storm has passed, asking her for money again doesn't seem right? Does it? What is wrong with that? Are you foolish? What use is the money if it stays with her? She earns so much and only gives us 3,000 a month. I'm wondering where all that money is coming from. I promised her that I wouldn't interfere with the beauty salon's matters anymore. From the living room, Zhang Shumei's derisive voice came through. What a useless thing. Why are you so submissive? This matter must be handled my way. With a loud creak, the doors swung open, and Han Xiaoman stood at the threshold, her face a mask of frost. How could people be so shameless when things were tough? They kept their distance, but now that she was earning money, they were all clamoring for a share of her pocket. You're back? Zhang Shuimei thought of the good things and wore a long-lost smile. Have you eaten? Mom saved you some food. Heat it up and eat more. Han Xiaoman wanted to slap her in the face. How infuriating. After a moment's thought, she decided it wasn't worth arguing with her, as it would only frighten Yi Yao and Yi Lu. Growing up in a constantly quarreling environment would leave a shadow on their childhood, making them insecure, timid, and self-deprecating. With an expressionless face, she returned to her room to check on her two little darlings. Xiaoman, wait a moment. I need to discuss something with you. Harboring her anger, she coldly regarded Zhang Shumei, not even calling her mom. Everyone heard. If you want my money, you can forget it. How could you speak to mom like that? Is she such a person? Zhang Shumei continued. Mom is only safeguarding your interests. After all, Yi Yao and Yi Lu will soon be in kindergarten, and family expenses are high. Mom is worried you'll spend recklessly. That money is what I earned through my own efforts. I didn't spend your money. Yang Su, caught in the middle, found himself in a difficult position. Xiaoman, let us talk calmly. Don't get worked up. We all family. Don't sugarcoat it. Are we family only when it comes to scheming against me? Yang Su, if you're a man, say something. Should I give her the money? She angrily pointed at Zhang Jia. When things went wrong, I begged you for some money. How did you all respond? Now that business is good, you're all jumping out to talk about family. This family, she increasingly felt, lacked warmth. The sense of superficiality was becoming ever more pronounced. Even her own mother-in-law wanted to scheme against her. Was this still human? Zhang Shuimei shot Yang Su a glare, urging him to act. Xiaoman, we are husband and wife. Your earnings are also communal property. Zhang Shuimei immediately added, exactly. I've always managed the finances. As an elderly woman, I don't spend money. Helping you keep an eye on the finances is for your future. Son, well done. You truly are a cultured scholar. I don't regret raising you all these years. Han Xiaoman looked at her husband in disappointment. So you think I should hand over the money? If they wanted her money, they wouldn't get a single cent. They should give up that thought early. After speaking, Han Xiaoman walked to the door of her daughter's room, took a deep breath, adjusted her mood, and smiled as she pushed the door open. Yi Yao and Yi Lu stood behind the door, looking confused. Little Yi Lu didn't quite understand, but Yi Yao was already capable of grasping the situation. I fail to comprehend why mother's earnings are entrusted to grandmother. Furthermore, each time, father conspires with grandmother to bully mother alone. Grandmother is a wicked person. Yi Yao, were you well behaved today? Look, mother has brought you something delightful. With a flourish akin to a magician, Han Xiaoman retrieved 2 small cakes from her bag. They were the same kind previously purchased by Song Yunshang, 58 for a small box, such a painful expense at the time of purchase. But she earns money to spend on her daughters. Doesn't she? Mummy Little Bao clung to Han Xiaoman's neck, embracing her joyfully while holding the small cake next to her little bed at the bow, displaying remarkable understanding, stated, Mummy, I do not enjoy cake. You need not buy it for me in the future. Yet, his large eyes were fixed on the exquisitely packaged cake, clearly yearning for it. Han Xiaoman felt a pang of sympathy, tenderly ruffling de Bao's hair. Go ahead and eat. Mother will earn plenty of money in the future, and whatever Yao and your sister wish to eat or wear, they shall have. Mother will also provide you with a spacious new room. Mummy, can we not live with grandmother anymore? Han Xiaoman's gaze darkened. Living with that boy's mother was unthinkable unless she divorced him. But what would happen to the children? They would lose their father's love. She did not wish for the innocent children to suffer because of adult matters. Aside from being a mother's boy, Yang-soo was quite good to the children. Moreover, I want to grow up quickly so that I can cook for myself and take care of my sister. Yao exhibited a maturity beyond her years. Yao is the most obedient. She can help Mummy care for her sister. Now eat, and after that, Mummy will take you to brush your teeth, wash your face, and sleep. Outside the door, Zhang Shumei wore a stern expression. This wretched girl is becoming increasingly disobedient. How do you manage your son and discipline your wife? Do you see this? She is already showing me a long face. Can I still rely on you to support me in my old age? Is it not possible that in a few years, after earning money and buying a big house, you will kick me back to the countryside? Mother, that is impossible. It will not happen. Yang-soo was overwhelmed, continually reassuring her. Mother, do not overthink. Xiaoman's ability to earn money is a good thing. What good? She is now beyond my control. If she earns more money in the future, will she not grow more arrogant? Will she even remember her mother-in-law? Mother, that will not happen. I will have a good talk with her later. You must ensure that she hands over her earnings to me. At my age, managing your affairs is no easy task for me. Chapter 66. Don't touch me. Emerging from her daughter's room. It was already past 9 at Han Xiaoman, exhausted from a day of work, having catered to others and providing back massages, picked up her nightgown, intending to head to the bathroom for a shower. Xiaoman, the matter of money is not open to negotiation. No, you must listen to me finish. Do you know how tiring it is to work all day? My back aches, my arms can barely lift, and did anyone ask about my well-being? Holding her nightgown, Han Xiaoman glanced back, her eyes distant. You only care about how much I earn, wanting to take from my pocket. Do you not have a modicum of shame? The man's expression darkened, momentarily at a loss for words to counter her. Seizing the opportunity, Han Xiaoman slipped away to shower. When she emerged, the man had even abandoned his game, moving closer to her, extending his hand as if to massage her shoulders. Dear, mother did not mean it that way. Do not always think the worst of people. What ill intentions could she possibly harbor? As his large hand descended, Han Xiaoman shrugged away, replying, So, I am to judge your character with my petty mindset? In short, I have no money to spare, and moreover, what about the promises you made? You will no longer concern yourself with the beauty salon. She truly did not understand how quickly Zhang Xiaomei discovered the situation. However, this matter could not be concealed. As the beauty salon flourished, Zhang Xiaomei would inevitably extend her hand for money. I am merely discussing this with you. What is with your attitude? You see, I was about to give you a shoulder massage to help you relax. But you are ungrateful. Yang-soo. Han Xiaoman felt utterly disappointed in him. How did you treat me when I reached out for money before? Are you eager for me to recount it? This wretched girl spends all day frivolously, staying at home, buying what clothes. Do you know how long it has been since I purchased a decent outfit for myself? The more Han Xiaoman spoke, the more grievances swelled within her, yet she held back her tears. I do not mind wearing old clothes, but Dabao and Xiaobao are my own flesh and blood, right? Children deserve a joyful childhood, do they not? Taking them to the amusement park for some fun and buying them a new outfit is not excessive. Is it? With each word, Han Xiaoman's anger grew, until her entire countenance was as cold as ice. Did I not give you 3,000 a month? Is that not sufficient? You will never understand. Is 3,000 a lot? For an entire family's expenses, food, water, electricity, gas, and to cater to mother-in-law Zhang Xiaomei? 3,000. Every month I am counting my pennies. All right, do not be angry. Too much anger brings wrinkles and ages you quickly. Yang-soo leaned in again, attempting to wrap his arms around her waist from behind. Regarding money, we can discuss it later. Let us sleep first. Seeing the fervor in his gaze, Han Xiaoman found no interest. Yet, she was naturally attractive, a delicate face, bright eyes, and a smile reminiscent of the renowned Hong Kong star, Zhu Yin. However, he was slightly taller and more robust. Not in the mood. Do not touch me, dear. I will sleep in my daughter's room. Yang-soo, brimming with passion, felt as if he had been doused in cold water. Every time she retreated to their daughter's room, did he not have any pride as a man? You cannot go. We are legally married. You have obligations. Just as Han Xiaoman stood up, she coldly smiled. Even as a legally married couple, respecting a woman's wishes is essential. If I do not consent, Do not think to lay a finger on me. If you continue like this, how am I different from a widow? What family does not allow their wife to be touched? Young-soo rose, standing bare-chested before her, blocking the doorway. Are you attempting to force me? I do not wish to. You are compelling me. The confrontation escalated. Han Xiaoman felt even more drained. Consider this. You wish to open a beauty salon with your friends. Have I not supported you? You said money would not be handed over. I did not object. Is it so wrong for me to want to simply embrace my wife for the night? Standing at 1.8 meters tall, he loomed before her like a wall. Yet, she raised her gaze to meet his, unyielding. She too had once been a young girl, yearning for affection and protection. Reality gradually taught her that she must rely on herself for everything. If she did not stand strong, no one would aid her. Young-soo, since marrying you, I have never felt as exhausted as I do today. I do not expect you to care for me or understand me. Can you at least show me a modicum of respect? If it were not for our 2 daughters, I would have considered leaving you. During our courtship, how many of those promises exchanged do you still remember? You wish to part over such trivial matters? Am I not exhausted too? Am I the only one sacrificing for this family? Young-soo, humiliated and enraged, felt a fire brewing inside him, seeking an outlet. Being denied intimacy with a beautiful wife felt worse than being a single man. What kind of twisted logic is this? Is it not expected for a man to provide for his family? Is that not a contribution? Is that not exhausting? The fury in his eyes felt foreign and terrifying to her. For the first time, she realized that a marriage could not be sustained by mere goodwill. Tonight, you are not going anywhere. If you wish to contribute to the household with your earnings, that is acceptable. If not, I will not force you. Ha ha. Standing by the bed, trembling with anger, she could only adjust her mindset, digesting the negativity within her. Turning, she picked up her charger, and as she opened the door, Young-soo exclaimed, Han Xiaoman, do you think you are particularly capable now? Able to earn money, you no longer need to rely on me? She grew cold, and Young-soo became aggressive. Yes, I will earn my own money and care for my children. If you insist on saying this, do as you wish or not leave. Wearing cotton slippers, she quietly slipped out of the room. Han Xiaoman, have your wings grown so sturdy that you disregard my words? Come back. Young-soo rose and chased after her. Seizing her wrist, It truly felt as if the heavens had turned upside down. Let go. You are hurting me, you scoundrel. Han Xiaoman never imagined that what she perceived as marrying for love would result in such a reality. It would have been more blissful and warm to hastily marry someone like a friend. Her gaze grew increasingly frigid. In the past, she always endured and compromised for the sake of the family and their 2 little ones. Yet, there was a limit to all kindness and tolerance. No one would forsake a good life for perpetual chaos. She felt the need to be firmer, to fight for a future for herself and her children. She too possessed edges and sharpness. Albeit all her fervor lay hidden deep within. In the name of love, she had compromised time and again. She had stated that today she would not allow him to sleep in their daughter's room. And so it would be. His grip tightened around her wrist, the pale skin tinged with an abnormal redness. Han Xiaoman raised her hand to struggle, pushing against his chest with all her might. Unable to break free, she met his fierce gaze and, with an unexpected surge of courage, slapped him across the face. Chapter 67. In truth, I have married into the family of the wealthiest man in Haicheng. The voice rang out, crisp and clear, starkly piercing the tranquility of the night. The argument roused the elderly woman, who had already retired for the evening. Once, she would gaze adoringly at this face, even leaning in to plant affectionate kisses on his cheek. Yet now, all she felt was revulsion. In a fit of impulse, she struck him across the face, her eyes wide with terror as she regarded him. Her heart raced, nearly leaping from her chest. She only wished to break free from her restraints. She had no intention of striking him. Having developed a habit over time, she was too afraid to raise her hand. She had never harmed another person before. You dare strike me? How audacious. You were the one who held onto me so tightly. Han Xiaoman, do not compel me to strike a woman. Return to your room at once. You've startled mother. Zhang Xuemei, now donned in her outerwear, watched the unfolding drama with keen interest. Her son had finally taken a firm stand. Look, he was reprimanding this disobedient girl. She failed to realize that it was her son who had just been struck. A smirk curled at the corners of her lips as she listed Han Xiaoman's transgressions. Xiaoman, let me say, now that you've married into our family, why maintain such distinctions? Is it truly necessary? Necessary? It is exceedingly necessary. At that moment, she knew it was not the time to argue with them. She feared that in a moment of rage, the man might resort to violence. Terror gripped her heart. She turned her head slightly, refusing to respond. Zhang Shuame. This was a sign of submission. Mother, there's nothing amiss here. You should go to sleep. It's rather cold at this late hour. What a dutiful son. Han Xiaoman was yanked into the room, the door shutting behind them. Suddenly, he pressed her hand against the door. When did you become like this? What kind of wife refuses her husband's touch? If word got out, others might think you have a lover outside. The man's expression darkened, his gaze heavy as he looked down upon her slightly bowed head. Though she had given birth, Han Xiaoman had shed the girlhood innocence, embodying a mature allure that exuded sweetness. Her voluptuousness held a captivating charm, especially now, with a hint of vulnerability in her demeanor. She ignited an even greater desire within him. From his vantage point, he could see her fair skin. The more she resisted, the more it fueled his urge to conquer. Yang Su, I am truly exhausted. I have no mind for these trivial matters. If you are truly uncomfortable, direct your energies toward the family instead of leaving all the household chores for me to handle upon my return. Xiaoman, we can discuss this later. Allow me one kiss, just one. It will be quick. He leaned in closer, his face looming larger in her terrified gaze. The icy touch of his lips met his fervent breath. A sharp bite. A trickle of crimson flowed from the corner of his mouth. Ow! Yang Su yelped in pain. You ungrateful woman, do you not know how to behave? He wiped his mouth, blood staining his fingers. I told you not to touch me. Do you not understand human speech? Han Xiaoman's cold facade struggled to mask the panic within. She herself did not comprehend why she had begun to loathe him. Perhaps it was the endless trifles of married life that had extinguished her interest, or perhaps it was the absence of the sense of security a woman ought to find in her husband. If you touch me again, do not blame me for being rude. Have you lost your mind? Nevertheless, Yang Su refrained from striking her, though he did not offer her any kindness either. His once fervent passion felt doused by an icy deluge. Extinguishing his enthusiasm entirely, Han Xiaoman retrieved the blanket, curling up on the opposite side of the Bedian Yuan community. Shan Ningxuang returned home to find her mother-in-law, Song Yunshang, had brought a lion-headed goose from her own kitchen. Despite its unattractive appearance, this goose was a rare delicacy. It was not that Song Yunshang was unwilling to procure high-end ingredients. Rather, she lacked the skill to tell a convincing lie should someone recognize her. Uve returned quite late. Have you eaten? Song Yunshang rose, taking the small sachet from Shan Ningxuang's shoulder. Mother, I thought you wouldn't be home today, so I ordered some beef noodles to tide me over. Seeing her daughter-in-law's weary countenance, Song Yunshang felt a pang of sympathy, unable to voice her thoughts. She was unaware of the kind of family Shan Ningxuang had married into. There was no need for her to toil away so. She could simply enjoy the life of a wealthy lady, turning each day into poetry. It was all because of Chen Chen's insistence on concealing his identity that she could not openly dote on her daughter-in-law. Mother came over temporarily and brought some smoked goose for your supper. Really, Mother? You are too kind to me, Shen Ningxuang said, her eyes glistening with gratitude as she embraced her mother-in-law. She felt as though she must have saved the universe in her past life to be blessed with such a wonderful mother-in-law in this life. You should take a relaxing bath first. There is no rush. I will prepare your meal and wait for you to enjoy it. Thank you, Mother. She had expected to be alone at home today, but to her surprise, her mother-in-law had come to keep her company. Song Yunshang's warm smile instantly filled the home with warmth, soothing Shan Ningxuang's fatigue from the day. Her spirits lifted, she walked briskly into the bedroom. Song Yunshang had also grown accustomed to caring for her. In the past, she had been a refined and leisurely wealthy lady with little to occupy her time. Now, she found tending to the young couple to be the most meaningful task of her day. Relishing it wholeheartedly, after her bath, Shan Ningxuang emerged in her sleepwear. With only her mother-in-law at home, she felt at ease. The warmth of the heating made it comfortable. The sight of her slender figure tugged at Song Yunshang's heartstrings. Xiaoshuang, no matter how busy you are, remember to eat well. Look at how thin you've become. It will be tough for you to bear a child for me later on. Shin Ningxuang smiled as she sat at the dining table. She had always enjoyed such delicacies, but her busy schedule had often deprived her of the chance to indulge. Song Yunshang returned with a cup of milk. Mother, what kind of goose is this? It's quite ugly. The large, meat-like lump on the goose's head. Could it be edible? Give it a try. I assure you will enjoy it. Without hesitation, she picked up half of the goose head and took a bite. The flavor was exquisite, the meat tender and bouncy, delivering an unparalleled gustatory experience. Shin Ningxuang's brows furrowed in delight. It was unlike any duck head she had tasted before, with a distinctive aroma. Slow down. There's plenty more. This was the lion-headed smoked goose that Song Yunshang had painstakingly selected for her daughter-in-law, specially sourced from Dingxing, costing over 2,000 yuan, however. For the wealthiest Gu family, that sum was hardly a concern. Mother, this goose may be ugly, but it is truly delicious if you enjoy it. Mother will prepare it for you again. Mother, are you really a university professor? I feel like you are incredibly talented, akin to an all-capable woman of strength. Ah, Song Yunshang was momentarily taken aback but quickly composed herself. I no longer possess that ability. I retired long ago, and now I simply enjoy experimenting with culinary delights. When you have children, I will be here to care for you during your confinement. Thank you, Mother. How has your relationship with Chun Chun progressed lately? Song Yunshang mused, confident that with her son's charm, he would surely win over his daughter-in-law. She worried, however, that Chun Chun was too aloof and not proactive enough. Her hopes of embracing a grandchild seemed indefinitely postponed. Is there any progress? Shin Ningxuang, enjoying the smoked goose, failed to grasp the implication. Which progress? Song Yunshang, being a woman of experience, understood that a woman's willingness to fully devote herself to a man stemmed from love, not material conditions or a mere marriage certificate as a form of bondage. If she was unwilling, no one could force her. Chapter 68. Have you not thought of me? Her mother-in-law leaned in, raising an eyebrow. You know, that progress. Cough cough. Shin Ningxuang finally deciphered her mother-in-law's ambiguous gaze. Fresh from her bath, her face glowed with health, but now it flushed a deep crimson. Slow down. I may have been too abrupt. Song Yunshang quickly offered her milk and a tissue. A few moments later, Shin Ningxuang gradually regained her composure. Indeed, having married him, it was entirely normal to bear his children. What was there to be embarrassed about? Her mother-in-law treated her like a daughter. Mother, we have not reached that stage yet. It's my fault. Song Yunshang interjected. How can you bear all the blame? It's certainly Chun Chin's fault for being so aloof. Meanwhile, far above in the sky, Gu Xingqian sneezed several times in succession. Who is talking about me? In our Gu family, women have always held a higher status than men. You should witness your younger brother. He is the epitome of a devoted husband. Shan Ningxuang recalled Gu Xingqian mentioning that he had a younger brother, but her knowledge was limited. He never spoke of him, and she did not feel inclined to ask. Considering they had only been married for about half a month, two strangers needed time to adjust and acclimate to one another. She thought herself quite brave for at least having dared to snuggle into his bed. Mother, your brother is married too? Yes, your sister-in-law is quite wild, always gallivanting around the world, never giving me a grandchild to dote upon. It was evident that her mother-in-law placed her hopes on Shan Ningxuang. Mother, I will do my best. Indeed, if Chen Chun is not proactive, you must take the initiative. A woman pursuing a man is a mere veil apart. I refuse to believe that he can resist such a beautiful wife. Song Yunshang continued, do not be fooled by Chun Chin's indifferent demeanor. He is a slow-burning man. Once he falls in love, he will be wholly dedicated. I have never seen him so invested in any woman before. Shan Ningxuang wholeheartedly agreed. She had already taken the step to snuggle into his embrace, yet he remained composed, refraining from crossing the line. He was indeed a man of principles. Moreover, with his striking looks, should they have a son resembling him, he would undoubtedly captivate countless young maidens. With this thought, a smile of happiness graced her lips. It was getting late. Since Chen Chun was on a business trip these days, her mother would stay here to keep her company. She feared her daughter-in-law might feel lonely all alone without anyone to talk to. Mother, you are the finest mother-in-law in the world. Even though my relationship with Xingqian has yet to flourish, I harbor no aversion to bringing a child into the Gu family. Truly, Xiaoshuang is remarkably understanding. Having one child is sufficient, as the process of childbirth is inherently arduous for women. Song Yunshang rose to tidy up. while Shan Ningxuang eagerly offered her assistance. She is not a pampered heiress, requiring constant servitude. It is already quite a challenge for her mother-in-law, who is advanced in years, to care for her. Upon returning to her bedroom, she lay down to rest in a mere fortnight. She had grown accustomed to the days filled with his company. I wonder if he has arrived in country Y yet. She checked her phone for flight details. There were still 4 hours remaining. Thus, she set an alarm, fearing she might miss a call from Gu Xingchen. She yearned to hear from him at the earliest opportunity to ensure his safety. Resting her head where he had slept, the pillow still carried the faint, cool scent of him. In truth, the flight to Africa was not scheduled to land until 4 in the morning at this moment. Gu Xingchen was engaged in a video conference. His assistant, Yinshi, had ordered a business meal, which was now presented before the CEO. Sir, the steak set you requested has arrived, but the conditions are rather humble. Lacking the Angus steak you desired. Gu Xingchen waved his hand dismissively. It was all the same once it was in his mouth, wasn't it? Lin Yinshi was slightly taken aback, sensing that her boss had changed significantly since meeting his wife. He had become more approachable, more grounded, and even more talkative. After a light meal, the man resumed his work. Meanwhile, at home, Shan Ningxuang was indeed exhausted. The alarm rang 3 times without rousing her, at 5 in the morning. The dawn of a winter night arrived belatedly. Shan Ningxuang instinctively turned over, yearning to nestle into that warm embrace. To her dismay, she found the space beside her empty. Sitting up abruptly, she realized that the man was away on a business trip. Checking her phone, she saw it was already past 5. He must have landed. The screen displayed his WeChat message, safely arrived in London. Please reply once you see this message. I won't disturb your sleep with a call. At daybreak, Shan Ningxuang dialed his number. After a few minutes, his deep, resonant voice reached her, providing an immeasurable sense of comfort. She exhaled softly. Xingchen, I must have dozed off. I had set an alarm, intending to call you the moment I could. Fool, we are merely visiting the headquarters for an inspection. There is nothing to worry about, he assured her. Have you arrived at LeQ's headquarters yet? Just checked into the hotel, preparing to head over tomorrow. Ah, yes, the time difference. It's dawn here while it's nearly dusk there. She was still somewhat groggy. During her time as a fund manager, she frequently traveled worldwide for roadshows, well aware of the significant time difference between country Y and her homeland. Xingchen, do your best and work hard. I will. His assistant cast a knowing glance. The African authorities were still awaiting him in the conference room. Given the man's decisive style, having just landed, it was afternoon in Africa. He had instructed Chao Zhiyong to arrange a meeting with the authorities regarding the oil field project. As he settled into his seat, he received Shan Ningxuang's call, abruptly pausing the meeting to step outside and take it. As long as you are safe, I shall catch a few more hours of sleep. Wait. His voice, rich and magnetic, was tinged with a hint of discontent. Did you not miss me? Shan Ningxuang chuckled softly. You've only been gone 1 night. Is it necessary to be so clingy? He had merely asked out of instinct, regretting it too late, which made him appear overly proactive. Who is being clingy? Is it not normal for spouses to check on each other? Very well, prepare thoroughly. Speak less and act more when the time comes, with Ashu taking the lead and you in support. Gu Xingchen's gaze darkened slightly. How could her mind be solely occupied with work matters, with no thoughts of him? Xingchen, are you listening? I was teasing you. I have indeed missed you. Are you satisfied now? Hurry and prepare. The man felt something was amiss, but could not pinpoint it. After hanging up, he re-entered the conference room. Inside, Assistant Yinshi was acting as the translator. The African representative was a tall, stout man whose speech was somewhat garbled. Gu Xingchen maintained a steady demeanor as they communicated, his expression unwavering. Assistant Yinshi translated, Mr. President, Chief Kaku states that the Chinma oil field is the largest discovered on their territory, and to obtain development rights, an additional $2 billion is required. Prior discussions had mentioned a figure of $130 billion. Chief Kaku continued in a rapid, indistinct manner. Gu Xingchen's cold gaze lowered slightly. He had overheard much while waiting outside. Chief Kaku, with his head held high, adopted a haughty stance. The man, unable to endure any longer, replied fluently in Arabic, you need not consider yourself superior. We are here to assist in development. I believe that apart from my Gu group, no other consortium would offer such a high price for an uncharted oil field. Chief Kaku was taken aback. Subsequently, Gu Xingchen spoke in Saharan dialect, Do not pretend to misunderstand. I represent Gu Group, having flown here from my country to discuss cooperation. Is this sincerity sufficient? Chief Kaku glanced around. Appearing bewildered, he realized how rude his previous remarks had been, now understanding that the man had listened intently. Embarrassment washed over him. Chief Kaku's demeanor softened slightly. Honorable Chinese guest, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please do not take it to heart. Chao Zhiyong was somewhat astonished. He had heard that the Gu family's leader was an exceptionally intelligent scholar. He had not expected him to respond so adeptly in such a complex language. Yinshi, please present the revised contract for him to review. Jiyu Xingchen sat upright, his piercing gaze fixed on Chief Kaku. We will grant you an additional 10% of the shares on the original terms. You provide the labor, and we provide the funds. We shall achieve a win-win cooperation. Chief Kaku casually flipped through the contract. Jiyu Xingchen continued, apart from our Gu Group's generous offer, I doubt any other consortium could provide nearly 100 billion in funding for an uncharted oil field. This project must belong to Gu Group. The significance of oil as the blood of industry is indisputable. It must remain in their hands. Chief Kaku reevaluated the man before him, who exuded calm wisdom. Instilling a profound sense of pressure, merely being in his presence required immense courage. He was a chieftain of a large tribe, yet before this man, he felt diminished. Time ticked by, playing the long game. Chief Kaku gritted his teeth and said, Honorable Chinese guest, I require 20% of the shares. If you agree, we can sign the contract immediately. The man shook his head, standing firm. 10%, not a point more. This matter requires further discussion with my associates. Please join us for lunch at our tribe tomorrow, so we may extend our hospitality. Sir, that is unwise. Lin Yinshi had heard some tales of the chaos in Africa. The wealth gap here is vast. The elite live in luxury while the impoverished struggle for basic sustenance. Sporadic violent outbreaks occurred. Jiyu Xingchen waved his hand dismissively, raising his gaze. It is also an opportunity for me to witness the local customs and culture. The first negotiation did not yield a definitive agreement. However, the man remained unperturbed. Such a monumental investment project necessitated thorough investigation. That afternoon, he summoned a geologist stationed at the branch office nearby. An elderly scholar with graying hair entered the room, and the two closed the door, engrossed in conversation for the entire afternoon. What they discussed remained a mystery to all in the port city, on the second floor of the Green Garden Villa. Lu Tingxiao stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the distance. Are you certain he went to Africa in person? Indeed, without a doubt. A cool voice responded respectfully. I have been setting this up for 10 years. The low voice carried an air of extreme coldness. Now, the second son of the Gu family lay bedridden like a mere invalid. As long as that man was blinded by the present interests, toppling Gu Group would merely be a matter of time. On the sofa, a somewhat haggard Lu Ruyan squirmed uncomfortably. She knew too much, and it was too late to withdraw. Young master, you are resourceful. Surely you can reclaim the throne of wealth and restore the Lu family's prestige. Lu Tingxiao slowly turned, his gaze fixed on her. With shoulder-length hair and clad in a black professional outfit, she exuded a capable aura. Su Lu, if it were you, would you continue to invest? Su Lu slightly bowed, unable to meet his piercing gaze. Young master, if it were me, I would deliberate carefully, as it pertains to the future of the group. Lu Tingxiao approached the open bar, casually lifting a high-stemmed glass. His fingers elegantly twirled it, revealing an air of sophistication. Without pausing, he tilted his head back and downed half a glass of red wine, allowing the rich liquid to glide down his throat. His lips pursed slightly. You do not yet understand him sufficiently. He is indeed composed and wise. He will not act rashly without seeing the benefits first. However, do not forget he fancies himself a patriotic entrepreneur. Therefore, this time, he will undoubtedly take the plunge. Lu Tingxiao had studied him for 10 years. One could say he was the man who understood Gu Xingchen better than anyone else, bar none. Even if, hypothetically, he were discovered in the end, there would be no evidence. This was a bold move. As long as he siphoned funds into this project, the outcome was already predetermined. Lu Tingxiao strode to the sofa, and Lu Ruyan looked up at him. Deep within her eyes lay a trace of hidden fear. The man she loved had thoughts that were profoundly deep and fearsome. So, hearing that the second son of the Gu family is incapacitated. Do you feel a pang of sympathy? How could that be? I hold no feelings for him whatsoever. Lu Ruyan forced a smile and said, "Whether he is dead or alive matters not to me. It is best that way. You'll not forget. That man personally turned your father into a vegetable." Lu Ruyan lowered her head. In the next moment, she was swept up in his arms. "Let us soak in a hot spring." He was accustomed to pondering and devising plans while immersed in the warmth of the springs. Only when the body is relaxed can the mind operate at its peak. Su Lu quietly exited the villa, her expression impassive as she drove away. Upon returning home, her fingers hovered hesitantly over the screen, caught in indecision. Memories from 7 years ago flooded her mind, back to when she had just entered university. Fortuitously, she attended the same institution as that man.it. Could be said that she had listened to the legends surrounding him until her graduation. That year, she had the opportunity to remain in the capital, securing a respectable and high-paying job. Yet, she encountered the darkest moment of her life. That night, as was her routine, she went for a night run, only to be threatened by 2 drunken men wielding knives. At that moment, terror consumed her. She was forced into an alley, where she fought back but was struck violently in the abdomen by one of the assailants, collapsing to the ground. Just as despair enveloped her, a silver Porsche screeched to a halt. The man appeared as a savior, rescuing her. That time, he treated the act as inconsequential, departing in his Porsche without even knowing her name. Yet, she indelibly remembered him. Remaining single all these years, she ascended through the ranks of a company under the Thunder Group. She gradually learned of the man's illustrious identity and status. He was like a distant moon, unattainable. She quietly tucked away her humble admiration until just a few days ago when Su Lu discovered that the sunlit, handsome man, filled with a sense of justice, had been harmed, lying in a hospital like a shell of his former self. After much hesitation, she donned her most exquisite dress, meticulously prepared herself, then, with a mask concealing her face, quietly left the private hospital in Port City. On the 3rd floor, a bald bodyguard gazed at the man on the hospital bed, who had lost considerable weight, feeling a pang of sorrow. How could his wife bear to inflict such deep wounds upon such a good man? He had given her all his love, only to receive this fate in return. "Sir, please eat something. You haven't eaten all day. Your body cannot withstand this." The man's gaze was vacant, devoid of life, his eyes lacking any spark of color. Chapter 70. The true feelings in this world. In the hospital room, the harsh fluorescent lights illuminated him, warm yet oppressive. He appeared utterly numb, exuding an aura of despair, a stark contrast to the radiant smiles he once wore. To Su Lu, who quietly observed from outside, he resembled a poker face, stirring complex emotions within her. In her memory, he was a paragon of excellence, studious, athletic, handsome, and ever willing to lend a helping hand, a figure of admiration at their school. Yet now, like the winter night, his heart had plunged into a frozen abyss, forever sealed away from the sun's rays. If the night grew too dark, she would willingly become his starlight, offering a touch of cool warmth, reminiscent of that ink-black night 4 years ago when he had rescued her from peril. She grappled with disbelief at the thought of whether she would still possess the courage to move forward after being tarnished. At such a tender age, to face withering was a cruel fate. Her hand rested upon the doorknob, yet she could not summon the bravery to press down. 3 days had passed, her cold had subsided, and she was fit for discharge. Yet, after awakening, Gu Jianghao had not uttered a single word to anyone. His gaze was vacant and unfocused, ensnared within an endless darkness, imprisoning himself behind emotional walls, trapped in an infinite cycle from which he could not escape. "Sir, at this rate, I must report to the eldest young master. If this continues, I fear." On the hospital bed, Gu Jianghao remained motionless, as if he could not hear the words spoken to him. His pale lips had lost their former luster. 2 days prior, the bald bodyguard had summoned the best psychologist from the private hospital, conducting numerous psychological interventions to little effect. With a sigh, the bodyguard prepared to leave when he noticed a woman in a mask standing at the door. Her eyes were striking, imbued with a coldness tempered by a hint of stubbornness, reminiscent of an indomitable youth. Su Lu merely cast a glance before feigning indifference and walking away. She still lacked the courage to see him. The bodyguard shut the door and, upon turning the corner, dialed the eldest young master's number. The man, far away in Africa, was just about to head toward a tribe. "Hello, young master, it's me, bodyguard Xiao Guang. Gu Xingchen halted in his tracks, aware that the bald bodyguard had followed his younger brother to Port City. What is it? The bodyguard recounted the entire situation in detail, on the other end of the line. The man's cold gaze burned with fury. Was it worth it to suffer so for such a woman? Young master, the second young master hasn't spoken for 3 days. Let me speak to him. Understood. The bodyguard returned to the hospital room. Ahau, listen. Our Gu family has never been composed of cowards. Torment yourself for a woman. This is truly a disgrace. Gu Jianghao's starry eyes flickered slightly. What is so special about Lu Ruyan? She has already betrayed you, yet you remain oblivious? I am in Africa and cannot return quickly. You are a man. You must find your way out of this. Remember, you are always the spirited, sunny Gu Jianghao. Do you hear me? On the other end, Gu Jianghao sighed heavily, unable to utter a word. He could perceive the external information but could not respond definitively. Gu Xingchen waited patiently. 10 minutes passed before a hoarse, parched voice emerged. Brother. All right, I understand that you are deeply invested, and it may be difficult to face this now. I do not comprehend love myself. But time is the greatest healer of wounds. She is not your true love. When you find it, you will realize that only genuine feelings are the most beautiful in this world. Gu Xingchen himself did not fully understand what love was, nor how to comfort his brother. However, offering him a bit of warm consolation in his time of need was never a mistake. Gu Jianghao's lips, pale and devoid of color, moved slightly but produced no sound. If you are still a man of the Gu family, then you must pull yourself together. I will give you time. If 1 day is not enough, then take a month. If a month is insufficient, then take a year. In any case, wallowing in despair is the mark of a coward. You are no coward, do you understand? A glimmer of hope appeared in the bodyguard's eyes. At least the second young master had spoken. Xiao Guang, take good care of my brother. The rest we will discuss upon my return. After hanging up, the bodyguard returned with a bowl of congee. Gu Jianghao shook his head, lacking any appetite, his mouth dry and bitter. He could not eat. No matter how dark the night, dawn would inevitably arrive. The following morning, Shen Ningxiang had breakfast and set out. She decided to visit the headquarters of Hongyan Rushuang that day. On one hand, it was to discuss a franchise agreement. On the other, it was to enter the headquarters for further study. Hongyan Rushuang, a subsidiary of the Haiqing Gu Group, was a leading enterprise in the beauty industry within Haiqing. Situated in a bustling area of the city center, merely a street away from Gu Group's headquarters, Shen Ningxiang parked her car in the lot in front of Hongyan Rushuang. As she approached the entrance, a beautiful receptionist courteously opened the glass door, providing excellent service. Looking up was akin to stepping into a dreamlike garden designed exclusively for women. The lighting was soft, the ambience tranquil, and every face radiated warmth. As they passed by her, they offered friendly smiles, unaware that the group's matriarch had arrived, mistaking her for an ordinary guest. Miss, how may I assist you? Shen Ningxiang quickly regained her composure, smiling as she replied, I am looking for your person in charge. I have a matter to discuss. Are you seeking our director? May I ask if you have an appointment? I do not. However, I have this. Shen Ningxiang produced the invitation given to her by the man and handed it to the receptionist. That moment, in the director's office, a stylishly dressed woman lounged on the sofa. Crossing her legs, Jingyi, I heard the news that you are opening franchise channels for Hongyan Rushuang after the new year. I want to be the first franchisee. Who doesn't know that in Haiqing's beauty industry, franchising with Hongyan Rushuang is akin to riding the express train to wealth. It is nearly impossible not to prosper. Currently, Hongyan Rushuang not only engages in conventional beauty treatments but also boasts the capability to develop its own products. Custom beauty packages have made countless socialites and heiresses flock to it. If such a good opportunity arises, I will certainly prioritize you. However, this is merely a rumor for now. No specific timeline has been established. A gentle knock resounded. Come in. The receptionist presented the invitation to the shop manager, who entered to report, Director Li, please take a look at this. Uncertain, she had never heard of Hongyan Rushuang opening franchise channels. The red invitation lay before Director Li. She examined it thoroughly, including the red seal beneath. This was indeed an invitation from the headquarters. She hesitated. Who brought this? Just an ordinary woman. The manager added, could it be a forgery? The woman named chimed in, declaring, Isn't it obviously fake? How could Director Li not know if Hongyan Rushuang were to open franchise channels? Chapter 71. The lady's humiliation. Let us invite her in and hear what she has to say. All right, I will go fetch her. The manager turned to leave. Sitting in the reception area, Shan Ningxiang felt somewhat restrained. The spacious European-style carved sofa, a set of exquisite blue and white porcelain teawares, and a beautifully arranged fruit platter sat beside her. Yet she remained still. After a brief moment, the store manager returned. Hello, the director wishes to see you. Please follow me. The young lady inquired, Did your director say anything? She will explain everything once we reach the office. The manager replied. Anxiously, I followed closely behind the manager as we ascended to the third floor. At the end of the corridor, the manager knocked on the door and then pushed it open. Director Li, I have brought the person. As Shan Ningxuang assessed the situation. Li Jingyi was equally scrutinizing her. Shan Ningxuang? Do you know me? The flamboyantly dressed woman on the sofa uncrossed her legs and approached. I was wondering who it could be. Turns out it's a major internet celebrity. Why? Are you not transitioning to live streaming sales but still pursuing beauty treatments instead? Her words dripped with sarcasm. Even if the truth were to eventually surface, the Chow family would receive their just desserts. But what of it? Prejudice does not wane simply because one is falsely accused. He circled around her, clicking her tongue in disdain. Indeed, a harmless little bunny, but quite bold. Initially, Shan Ningxuang felt somewhat tense, being her first visit to such a prominent company. However, having been provoked repeatedly, even a clay figurine would have some fire left in it. Director Li, I am here to discuss a partnership with your esteemed company. Not to be insulted. Whether it succeeds or fails, I would appreciate your clarity. Li Jingyi maintained a professional smile. Are you aware of what Hongyan Rushuang represents? Yi interjected eagerly. It's the first beauty industry company to be publicly listed in Haiqing and even nationwide. This not only signifies honor but also represents the highest levels of industry prowess. Then pray tell, what qualifies your beauty salon to join Hongyan Rushuang? Li Jingyi harbored doubts about the authenticity of the invitation letter. However, someone else had voiced her concerns, and she found amusement in the unfolding drama. Shan Ningxuang discerned this and offered a faint smile. So, you doubt that I possess a genuine invitation? Isn't it likely to be fake? To be frank, I am the owner of EE Beauty Salon, and if I am not qualified to receive an invitation, what makes you think you are? It was evident that she was being looked down upon. Do you share this opinion as well? Shan Ningxuang disregarded Yi's taunts and turned her gaze directly at Li Jingyi. She understood that the decision rested solely with Li Jingyi. I regret to inform you that I have not received any notification from the company about a partnership. Please leave now, and I shall overlook this incident. How infuriating! Shan Ningxuang believed in her partner, Gu Xingqian, who would never present her with a counterfeit invitation. Such a trivial matter could easily be verified at the headquarters. And he would never allow her to be humiliated. Perhaps it was your boss's decision? A simple phone call could clarify matters. Shan Ningxuang's eyes turned frosty as she stood before the desk. And who are you? Director Li is a core executive of Hongyan Rushuang. And if she claims it's fake, then it is indeed fake. Yi stepped closer, casting a sideways glance. You, a mere internet celebrity, have no right to instruct others on how to conduct business. The term internet celebrity was pronounced with disdain. Unlike Yi, adorned in a Chanel ensemble with a pink mink shawl, Shan Ningxuang donned a cheap down jacket. Her entire outfit hardly exceeding 500 yuan, exuding an air of poverty. In Gu Xingqian's eyes, Shan Ningxuang's appearance was genuine and relatable, but to Yi and her cohorts, she was nothing but a clear embodiment of poverty. Even if Hongyan Rushuang were to open its partnership channels, they would never consider someone like her as a collaborator. It would be utterly shameful. Just because you dress yourself up as a wealthy woman? Do you truly believe you are one? Shan Ningxuang could no longer tolerate the insults and retorted. A wild chicken can never transform into a phoenix. Who are you calling a wild chicken? Yi seemed to have been struck at her core, as being labeled a wild chicken was her greatest humiliation. Enough of this bickering, Director Li interjected with a sharp tone. Miss Shen, let me make this clear. Even if Hongyan Rushuang were to open partnership opportunities, you would not be considered due to your lack of decorum. Who exactly lacks decorum here? Since the moment I entered, who has been looking at me through colored glasses, constantly squeezing me out, mocking me both openly and covertly? I merely retorted once, and suddenly I lack decorum. Return the invitation to me. Even if you were to plead for my partnership in the future, I would not entertain the idea. Is this what a subsidiary of the Gu Group has come to? What an enlightening experience. What are you saying? Clarify yourself. Stop right there. Li Jingyi sprang up, her indignation palpable. Insulting her was permissible, but insulting the Gu group was unacceptable. Shen Ningxuang snatched the invitation and turned to leave. This was the first gift Gu Xingchen had given her. Even if it were fake, it held profound value. Call security. How dare anyone cause a ruckus at Hongyan Rushuang? The store manager immediately took out her phone to make the call. Yi, feeling bold, reached out to grab Shen Ningxuang. What do you think you're doing? Having faced such situations before, she remained unfazed. After all, she had once been cornered and beaten in front of her beauty salon. When it came to fights, who was afraid of whom? Seeing Yi's claw-like hand reaching for her, she struck it away with force. Smack! The back of Yi's hand instantly turned red, inciting the fury of the other three. Li Jingyi was momentarily stunned by Shen Ningxuang's fierce demeanor. Brutal, far too brutal. How can one resort to violence? Shun, get out! The store manager, barely 5 feet tall, seemed even smaller in front of Shen Ningxuang's imposing presence. Attempting to block her way, she faltered as their eyes met, unable to utter a word. In this world, good-natured individuals are often preyed upon. If one does not project an air of dominance, they might find themselves bullied. You madwoman, how dare you come here with a fake invitation? Don't you dare leave. I will hold you accountable. Shen Ningxuang coldly glanced back. If you dare extend your claws again, I will strike you. None of the three dared to retaliate. Shen Ningxuang commanded, step aside. Li Jingyi watched her retreating figure and immediately inquired, where are the security guards? Why have they not arrived yet? The store manager replied, I will urge them again. Shen Ningxuang spotted a group of uniformed security personnel, wielding batons, rushing towards her from the second floor. Realizing the situation, she quickly turned back, with her feet moving swiftly. Her mind raced with thoughts of how to resolve this. Seeing that the director's office door was still ajar, she dashed in and locked it behind her. Oh, feeling quite arrogant, are we? What is the matter? Have you lost your bravado? He laughed mockingly, her expression dripping with derision. Even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive today, he could not save you. Now tell me, who sent you here? Shen Ningxuang, in a state of anxiety, contemplated her next move. Hearing Yi's taunts, she raised her gaze in anger. I am quite curious. As an outsider, how do you presume to dictate matters here? Does Hongyan Rushuang truly lack capable personnel? Chapter 72. Still claiming not to have fallen for her, this does not concern you. Perhaps you should consider your own fate. A loud knock resounded against the door from outside. Director Li? Are you all right? I just saw that madwoman rush in. Open the door. We are here to apprehend her and take her to the police station. Li Jingyi breathed a sigh of relief. With security present, she felt emboldened. Shen Ningxuang, who exactly provided you with that invitation letter? I will ask you once more. Forging a company invitation is not a grave offense, but, Li Jingyi coldly interjected, Hongyan Rushuang is a subsidiary of the Gu Group, wielding immense power in Haicheng. This could involve commercial crime, so you would do well to be honest. No, that cannot be. I trust my husband. He would never forge anything. Shen Ningxuang wished to avoid troubling Gu Xingchen, especially as it was already the early hours and countrywide. Reluctantly, she called him. After a few rings, he answered, his voice steady and powerful. Missed me? Xingchen, I need to ask you something. Shen Ningxuang, lacking the mood for pleasantries, quickly explained the situation. The invitation letter you gave me real. Why do Director Li and the others insist it's fake? The security guard outside shouted, open the door. If you don't open it, I'll have no choice but to take matters into my own hands. Li Jingyi watched her with interest. If it's not fake, then is it real? The headquarters has not issued any notifications. And even if they did, I would never consent to your partnership. Far away in Africa, Gu Xingchen's gaze turned icy, radiating an aura of coldness. The group's matriarch not qualified for a partnership with the subsidiary? And yet, she is being obstructed by a bunch of nobodies. Even from afar, I can envision the scene of my wife being put through this ordeal. Otherwise, with her tenacious character, she would never have called for help. What audacity these lowly individuals possess. Ningxuang, don't fret. I'll speak with a friend and have him call you on from Hongyan Rushuang. Have they been giving you trouble? Standing closest, overheard and chimed in. Oh, so you're calling your sweetheart for assistance? I told you, even if the King of Heaven were to come today, he could not save you. The man's words indicated that the invitation was indeed genuine. And it was likely that Director Li would not facilitate the process and my apologies. It must be the early hours for you, and I didn't mean to wake you. The man's deep, rich voice came through. Silly girl, we are married. There is no need for embarrassment. You know I struggle with time differences and can't sleep, right? E crossed her arms, clearly enjoying the drama, and here you are engaging in romantic banter? Get ready to explain yourself to the police. Regardless of the authenticity of this invitation, daring to cause a commotion at the Hongyan Rushuang headquarters, even if it were genuine, what of it? Who decrees that an invitation must guarantee a partnership? Ultimately, the final say rests with Hongyan Rushuang. After hanging up the phone, Shen Ningxuang felt a slight sense of relief. Meanwhile, Gu Xingchen set aside his work and called Mu Hansho.is. Everything still going smoothly? The man, suppressing his fury, replied, let us not discuss that for now. You must immediately head to the Hongyan Rushuang headquarters. Brother, I'm quite busy. You're not even at the headquarters. I'm doing the work of 3 people alone and have no time. My wife is being cornered at Hongyan Rushuang. If you don't rescue her, should I fly back? What? No. How could my sister Law and Mu Hanzhou abruptly stood up, hastening towards the exit. How is my sister-in-law? Is she injured? This is my fault. I didn't expect her to arrive at Hongyan Rushuang so soon. Are you unaware that my wife is always decisive in her actions? Mu Hanzhou remarked, that's true. You two are quite similar, and no wonder you fell for the ordinary Shen Ningxuang. Birds of a feather flock together, after all, but I still can't go. Jiu Xingchen nearly lost his temper, knowing that only matters related to her could easily stir his emotions. Have you forgotten? I was on a business trip with you. If I go and my sister-in-law sees me, how will I explain? It would just blow my cover, Mu Hanzhou insisted. I'll have old Yuan go rescue her. Hurry, immediately. And you say you haven't fallen for her? Gu Xingchen retorted. I can't be bothered to argue with you. 5 minutes later, just a street away, Mu Hanzhou arrived at the Hongyan Rushuang headquarters. 5 minutes prior, he had called old Yuan. Listen, I'm on my way to the Hongyan Rushuang headquarters. My wife is here to discuss a partnership. What are those executives doing? Are they all blind to what is happening? Upon receiving the call from President Mu, old Yuan was momentarily stunned but quickly grasped the essential information. Wife? Which wife? Is it Miss Ru Yan, the second wife? What second wife? It's President Gu's wife. The boss of the group, old Yuan's expression changed drastically. What's wrong? Mu Hanzhou relayed Gu Xingchen's words. Old Yuan was still out entertaining clients, scheduled to meet with top beautician Anna from Harbor City at noon. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hurried back. Simultaneously, he called Li Jingyi in the director's office. Shen Ningxuang pressed her back firmly against the door. The doorframe was visibly beginning to warp. Plaster dust fell onto Shen Ningxuang's head and shoulders, leaving her looking disheveled at this moment. Li Jingyi was no longer anxious and sneered. I thought a savior would come, but it turns out to be your husband. Just by looking at her, it was evident that her husband must also be a mere pauper. Ha ha ha! The three laughed heartily, continually mocking Shen Ningxuang, whose expression grew increasingly anxious. Beg me, and I might let you off the hook. Shen Ningxuang, suppressing her anger, shot back. Those who associate with lowly creatures are of the same ilk. Beg you? In your dreams, very well, then you can continue blocking the door while we go have tea. Jingyi, honestly, she was so arrogant just now, yet she still wants us to beg her to join. She's acting like she's at home, sipping coffee and enjoying cherries. Beg her? No, I don't need to sell products via video. Why would I beg a mere internet celebrity? Ha ha ha, you're still the clever one. Amidst their laughter, Shen Ningxuang felt she could no longer endure it. In the next moment, the door was violently thrust open, crashing to the ground. Fortunately, Shen Ningxuang had jumped aside in time. Just then, the phone rang. Li Jingyi frowned, preparing to witness the spectacle unfold. Who is it? Director Li, are you all right? Were you harmed? The security captain, a burly man, rushed over with a fawning demeanor. It was her causing the ruckus. Arrest her and take her to the station. Look at my delicate hands. What have you done to them? Li Jingyi casually took out her phone, not even glancing at it, swiping right to answer. Who is this? The security captain waved his hand. Apprehend the perpetrator and take her to the security room, on the other end. Old Yuan's urgent voice boomed. Li Jingyi, what have you done? Is there a woman named Shen Ningxuang here to discuss a partnership? Chapter 73. Begging the wife to join, Li Jingyi quietly asked. Who is calling at this hour? Her expression turned serious. Yes, A fraudster carrying a fake invitation has come, and I've already sent her away. No, she was taken by security. Old Yuan pressed the accelerator, ignoring the red lights as he sped towards the company. You let security take her away? Rest assured, I recognize her. She is a notorious internet celebrity, unworthy of joining our Hongyan Rushuang brand. Old Yuan exploded in anger. Fool! Do you have any idea the trouble you've caused? President Yuan, approving her partnership would be my gravest oversight. Don't worry, it's all resolved. I've instructed security to call the police and send her to the station. Old Yuan shrieked. How dare you? You're going to send her to the police station? Who authorized you to do that? Release her immediately. You'd better seek Miss Shen's forgiveness, or I'll have you packed up and thrown out. No one can save you. Li Jingyi, I'm now formally warning you. Even if you have to kneel, you must secure Miss Shen's partnership. If this matter is not handled well, I will ensure that headquarters notifies the entire industry to blacklist you. Initially, Li Jingyi couldn't believe it. But each word resonated clearly in her ears. President Yuan, who is she? What have I done wrong? She is don't ask what you shouldn't. Just go do it. Thankfully, there was no traffic, and he sped back to the company. The phone line was busy. Li Jingyi stood in a daze, thinking, isn't she just an ordinary woman? Why does she have the power to summon her superior, President Yuan? Li Jingyi shook her arm. What's wrong? You look restless. Shen Ningxuang was cornered, her face pale as the security captain scrutinized her, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. So, it's you causing the ruckus here? Take her away. He waved his hand arrogantly, instructing his subordinates to seize her. Let go. I can walk myself. I never expected that a subsidiary of the Gu Group would be like this. I is truly disappointing. Away, wait a moment. It seems she knows President Yuan. Li Jingyi weighed her options and decided to treat her with a bit more courtesy. As for apologizing and seeking Miss Shen's forgiveness, who does she think she is? Not sending her to the police station was already the biggest concession. In the next moment, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor as someone rushed over. It was President Yuan, a slightly portly middle-aged man. Dressed formally in a suit, sporting a mechanical watch, exuding the aura of a successful individual. The moment he appeared, his expression darkened. Who allowed you to treat a distinguished guest like this? The two security guards on either side still maintained their stance to apprehend her. Old Yuan approached, delivering a powerful kick. Get lost. Li Jingyi couldn't comprehend how a notorious internet celebrity had become a distinguished guest of Hongyan Rushuang. President Yuan, do you remember me? Li Jingyi stepped forward. Beaming, we drank together at Lan Gue Club last time. Old Yuan was ready to greet the boss's wife, his smile already prepared, when suddenly a flamboyant woman approached, causing him to frown. Who are you? I don't recognize you. Li Jingyi's smile froze on her face as she retreated to stand beside Li Jingyi. I want to see who she really is, Miss Shen. I apologize for my lack of discipline. Are you all right? Old Yuan discreetly scrutinized Shen Ningxuang, finding her quite ordinary yet increasingly captivating. The more he looked, the more he felt she possessed a unique charm. Realizing it was impolite to stare at the boss's wife, he quickly averted his gaze, lowering his head in deference, standing before Shen Ningxuang as if she were a figure of great importance. You are President Yuan? Observing his successful demeanor, his status was undoubtedly significant. He spoke and acted with decorum, treating others with gentlemanly courtesy. Surely, he was a friend of Gu Xingchen. Yes, Miss Shen, I manage Hongyan Rushuang. With such a major incident occurring, I hope you weren't startled? He bent slightly, repeatedly apologizing, his tone and demeanor exuding utmost respect. Li Jingyi was left dumbfounded. Shen Ningxuang herself felt bewildered. Even if he were a friend, he would only casually inquire and finalize the partnership, not treat her with such deference, making her feel like a person of high stature. Puzzled, she wondered what was happening. What surprised her even more was yet to come. In the next instant, President Yuan stood beside her. Hands clasped in front of him. Miss Shen, you shall henceforth be our supreme VIP at Hongyan Rushuang. I will personally expedite the partnership process. No need for capital verification? President Yuan shot a fierce glare at Li Jingyi. Forcing a smile, no need. For Hongyan Rushuang to grow, we require more partners. You are our first partner, so naturally, it's a special case. We will supervise the entire process until your beauty salon opens. And we will send professional beauticians to guide your establishment long-term. Li Jingyi was utterly astonished. No one who had reached her position was a fool. She had indeed judged by appearances and had been misled by her friend. EYI.IT was only at this moment that she belatedly realized the monumental error she had committed. What sort of ordinary woman could elicit such courteous treatment from President Yuan? Among the many affluent ladies in Haicheng who frequented Hongyan Rushi for beauty treatments, none had ever experienced such overt flattery from him. The conditions set forth by President Yuan were undoubtedly akin to being treated like a deity. Yet, what could possibly be the reason behind this? Was it due to the connections of Xingchen? After all, he was merely a construction materials magnate, albeit one with extensive networks. Might it be because of the favor owed to Axiu? Axiu? Old Yuan pondered deeply. And soon, he was struck with astonishment at Mu Hanxiu, another president of the Gu Group, overseeing the venture capital operations, and also Gu Xingchen's closest confidant, a brother bound by life and death. Yes, it was Axiu. He had saved me, hence I owed him an immense favor. These people are truly peculiar. Their connections all began with acts of rescue. Miss Shen, what do you think? Is this acceptable? He almost referred to her as Madam, but fortunately reacted swiftly to correct himself. No need for that. Your company is indeed a large subsidiary of the Gu Group, and the terms you have proposed are indeed quite enticing. With each word spoken by Shining Shuang, Li Jingyi felt a chill seep deeper into her heart. Reflecting on the recent phone call, she understood that President Yuan was undoubtedly capable of following through on his words. Could it be that she truly had to kneel and plead for her to join? That was something she could not bring herself to do. To kneel would utterly obliterate her credibility at the headquarters of Hongyan Rushi. Her spine would feel as if it had been shattered. However, I prefer to conduct business with cultured individuals, and clearly, they do not fit that description. Moreover, this would once again put Xingchen in a position of indebtedness. Favors diminish with each use. Being a continual nuisance to Axiu would leave her feeling quite embarrassed. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Old Yuan opened his mouth to speak, but Shun Ningxuang turned to him once more, saying, President Yuan, thank you for coming to my aid. Otherwise, I might have been taken to the police station. Miss Shun, please do not leave just yet. Chapter 74. The connections of her family Xingchen are astoundingly vast. How dare these two foolish women? The wife of the Gu Group's owner, the grand matriarch of the wealthy Gu family. Each of these identities would crush them into oblivion. How could they look down upon her so disdainfully? President Yuan, I also considered this matter. Our Shuang beauty salon indeed does not qualify to join a publicly listed company. Perhaps in the future, if the opportunity arises, I will certainly return, and I hope you will not reject me then. Look at how composed the madam is in her speech. She recognizes the modest scale of her salon and willingly brushes off the offered favor. Had it been Yi, she would have surely jumped up in excitement. Old Yuan regarded her with newfound respect. Yet, immediately after, his demeanor turned icy. Director Li, explain this situation at once. The store manager timidly interjected. I was the one who initially received Miss Shun. She brought the invitation for joining. But I couldn't make the decision, so I delivered it to the director's office. In a fit of rage, President Yuan was a force to be reckoned with. No one dared to provoke him. Li Jingyi felt a wave of panic wash over her, her gaze fixed on her own toes. I was never informed that the group was opening up franchise opportunities. So you thought it permissible to dismiss her without inquiry? Who granted you such authority? You are merely a director and have become so reckless. The final words erupted from President Yuan as if he were bellowing. Yi was rendered pale with shock. Li Jingyi lowered her head even further. And you all? A throng of security personnel rushing in. One would think a major incident had occurred at the company. Do you have any idea what trouble you have stirred? President Yuan unleashed a tirade upon them all. Shun Ningxuang felt increasingly curious. All she had done was call Xingchen. How had this led to President Yuan personally intervening to provide her protection? Indeed, it was protection. She was not the wife of a prominent figure. Had I not articulated my point clearly enough over the phone? Must I repeat it again? Li Jingyi finally lifted her head, managing a smile that was more painful than tears. President Yuan, you cannot truly expect me to beg her, can you? If you choose not to plead, then simply pack your things and depart. Consider the consequences carefully before making your decision. Despite a heart full of reluctance, she had no choice but to comply. Though old Yuan often appeared amiable and approachable to his subordinates, how could a CEO of a publicly listed company lack any sharpness? He was not one to joke around. He meant what he said. I'm sorry, Li Jingyi approached Shen Shuang, her expression stiff as she forced out those 3 words. Shen Shuang stepped back a pace. She had encountered such unfair treatment before. Who could blame her for being without power or influence and needing to rely on others? It was understandable if the other party's attitude was a touch arrogant. However, she had her own plans should she choose not to join. If Hongyan Rushi could be established as a renowned brand and succeed in going public, she firmly believed she could do the same. Business, like a meal, must be savored bite by bite. Progress must be made step by step. That it would be ideal to board the flagship that is Hongyan Rushi, but if that proved impossible, she would not be disheartened. She would demand the same respectful treatment afforded to those affluent ladies. Old Yuan was so enraged he nearly wished to strike her. Yet, before the madam, he had to maintain a semblance of decorum. Lest he frighten her, Li Jingyi, keeping her head down, thought to herself, she is not a wealthy lady. What on earth is wrong with old Yuan today? Why is he so intent on supporting an ordinary person? Under the pressure exerted by old Yuan, she reluctantly said with more respect, Miss Shun, if you could overlook my previous offense, I apologize and hope you will forgive me. Shen Shuang replied, you haven't done anything wrong. Your attitude was simply a bit excessive. I shall not take it to heart. President Yuan, if there are no further matters, may I take my leave? The madam still harbored some resentment. Otherwise, why would she refuse to agree to the franchise? If President Mu were to learn that he had failed even in this trivial matter, word would reach President Gu, and he might find himself retiring prematurely. This simply could not be. The chance for the madam to join the company was a momentous opportunity. If he could seize this chance, perhaps he might even find himself transferred to the headquarters in the future. Though the 2 buildings were merely across the street from each other, working within the Xingqian Tower was undoubtedly the ultimate aspiration for any employee. Director Li, whether or not Miss Shin can join today depends on how sincere you are. And you, go over there and kneel in apology. How dare someone who has never been heard of? The owner of a beauty salon, point fingers at the madam. Yi was taken aback. From the moment President Yuan scolded her, she had retreated far away, wanting to be an invisible presence, eager to escape this realm of disputes. Yet, she could not evade her fate. She had always looked down upon ordinary people and, despite her own wealth, kneeling before them felt worse than death. Jingyi, I will not kneel to her. Yi cast a pleading glance at Li Jingyi. You have doomed me. From now on, you can follow your own path. I sever all ties with you. Li Jingyi understood there was no escaping this. Before everyone, she dropped to her knees before Shen Shuang. Miss Shun, I failed to recognize your worth and was misled by her slanderous words, causing you distress. I am truly sorry. Please forgive me. Should you choose not to join, I might face termination. Li Jingyi's eyes glistened with tears, her voice trembling. Miss Shun, you must understand. I have an elderly parent and young children relying on me, as well as a husband suffering from uremia, and my entire family depends on me for support. I cannot afford to lose this job. She lifted her gaze, pleadingly looking at Shen Shuang. Yi knelt beside her, unable to express such emotional sentiments. Keeping her head down, she gritted her teeth in frustration. Shen Shuang possessed the universal weakness of a kind heart. If she had been met with hard resistance, she might have turned away without a second thought. She would never yield. However, seeing another woman in tears stirred her compassion. As a fellow woman, she had endured her own hardships. Life as a woman is undeniably challenging. Bending down, she attempted to help her up but found it was futile. Li Jingyi looked at her pitifully. Miss Shan? Please agree to join us. Get up. Kneeling is unbecoming. I am not a person of great stature. I cannot bear such an act. It would shorten my life. Yi observed coldly, astonished that Li Jingyi could be so spineless. Were it not for her position as the director of Hongyan Rushi, she would never have acted so servile. No, if you do not agree, I will not rise. Old Yuan seized the opportunity. Miss Shen? Please consent. This is a mistake on our part. I will specifically request the headquarters to waive your franchise fee and even provide for the renovation of your store. President Yuan, is her family truly in such dire straits? Old Yuan felt a pang of sympathy. Li Jingyi was someone he had personally promoted. She was diligent and hardworking, a promising talent. It was unfortunate that she had faltered at such a critical juncture. Nodding slightly, he urged, Please, get up. I agree to the franchise. Wonderful. Li Jingyi burst into tears. She was overwhelmed with fear. However, as for the franchise fee and renovation costs, I shall bear those myself. She had never been one to seek advantage from others. Miss Shun, this is my compensation to you. Then I will still not join. Chapter 75. The joys of ordinary people. Old Yuan wore a pained expression. He had discovered yet another admirable quality in the madam. She was principled and sincere, unlike those gold diggers who would chase after benefits without hesitation. Did people not form long lines at the supermarket for discounts? In this era of profit-driven motives, those who could remain steadfast to their principles and follow their hearts were indeed rare. Which explained why she had been able to marry the heir to a fortune. He had always believed the madam was no ordinary person. Miss Shun, you must understand, this will make things quite difficult for us. Old Yuan began to cite company policies, concluding with a mention of Li Jingyi. If you do not accept these compensatory offers, Director Li will face serious consequences for her misconduct. The group of security personnel remained oblivious. However, as a high-ranking executive, Li Jingyi was fully aware that everything President Yuan said was merely an attempt to ingratiate himself with her. His words, laden with flattery, were nothing more than a means to assuage her conscience into accepting his overtures. Shen Ningxuang resolutely refused. No, I do not need it. Should I accept this compensation, it would mean joining Hongyan Rushuang, and I would find no joy in that. It is precisely because of her character that she has been unjustly accused by Eastern European securities for so many years. A person who would not even accept gifts offered with ulterior motives would willingly reach out to cash in 33 billion and abscond. Old Yuan cast a knowing glance at Li Jingyi, indicating that the mess she had created was hers to clean up. Miss Shun, I must apologize for my earlier indiscretion in rejecting you without due consideration. You must accept this compensation. Otherwise, as he spoke. Tears welled in his eyes, presenting a pitiful sight. I find myself curious. Surely, Hongyan Rushuang is not lacking in franchisees, is it? This compensation is singular and signifies our sincerity. Shan Ningxuang, somewhat bewildered, signed the franchise contract, feeling an underlying mystery within. After President Yuan's arrival, everything progressed with an almost suspicious ease. Until she exited Hongyan Rushuang and settled into her car, the man's call came as expected. She was brimming with questions she wished to clarify. Has the matter been resolved? They have not troubled you further, have they? His deep, sonorous voice was as melodious as ever, instilling a sense of reliability. Xingchen, is that friend of yours merely an ordinary building materials businessman? Gu Xingchen smiled gently. What makes you ask? Look, your friend knows so many prominent business people. It seems that whenever he intervenes, calamities transform into blessings. Everything proceeds with an almost excessive smoothness. Oh, he is indeed no ordinary person. He is the sole heir of the Mu Corporation. The entire Mu family belongs to him. His social standing in Haicheng ranks just below the Gu family. Can he truly be an ordinary man? It is my fault for not clarifying earlier. He also bears the identity of a Mu family member. The Mu family? Shen Ningxuang had previously refrained from venturing in that direction. The Mu Corporation? Engaged in finance, how could one be unaware of the Mu family's immense influence? The fact that you are friends with young Master Mu now makes perfect sense. With this revelation, everything fell into place. On the other end of the line, Gu Xingchen smiled, a subtle grin gracing his lips. The powerful figure standing behind her, shielding her from the storm and smoothing out all her troubles, was her husband. Xingchen, try to trouble young Master Mu as little as possible. He is a major businessman, exceedingly busy with his work, and hardly has time to deal with these trifles. Axiu would not mind. I do mind. Xingchen. We are but ordinary people. Our status does not reach that circle. Forcing ourselves in will only lead to harm. Shen Ningxuang continued, being an ordinary person is quite wonderful. At least we need not worry about so many things. Look, we are striving a bit now. Though we may not be wealthy, we are happy every day. Jiu Xingchen lifted her gaze to the large screen, where he was still engaged in a video conference. Perhaps in her world, those towering figures were indeed unattainable. She had no desire to infiltrate that realm. This troubled Gu, wondering if she would accept the truth of his identity when he eventually revealed it. All right, I shall not interrupt your work any longer. I must return to the beauty salon. There's something else. Can you promise me that no matter what happens, regardless of how my identity changes, you will never part ways with me, correct? Shen Ningxuang found the request somewhat perplexing. However, she brushed it aside, elated with the franchise contract in hand. Rest assured, I will follow you through thick and thin. I will not leave your side. That is good. On the other end of the line, Gu Xingchen exhaled. Yet his brow creased tighter. By the way, I have yet to ask how the franchise negotiations are progressing. Is everything going smoothly? She had just suffered a humiliating experience. Abroad, there were no powerful figures to support them. Currently, it was still in the review stage, requiring comprehensive evaluation. Believe in yourself, you can definitely succeed. After hanging up, Shan Ningxuang drove back to the beauty salon, completely unaware that the heir of the Mu Corporation had been watching her from the car all along, with the issues pertaining to his wife resolved. He had no reason to linger. A multitude of tasks awaited him at the group. Upon returning to the salon, the atmosphere was bustling with activity. Shan Ningxuang placed the franchise contract down and began her work. Time flew by during the busy hours. At noon, her mother-in-law, Song Yunshang, arrived with lunch. Mom, please make yourself comfortable. I still have 2 clients to attend to. Shan Ningxuang barely had time to greet her mother-in-law, as every moment was precious for earning money. Her mother-in-law hesitated several times, her concern palpable. By the time they sat down for lunch, it was already past 1. Mom, look at this. Before eating, Shan Ningxuang presented the franchise contract to her mother-in-law. Han Xiaoman glanced at it, having been too busy earlier to inquire. Is this the franchise contract? Indeed. Really, Shuangbao, you are so impressive. No, your husband is quite remarkable too. Her mother-in-law, Song Yunshang, merely smiled. When does a boss's wife franchise her own company? She wondered when Xingchen would finally confide in her daughter-in-law. Every day, for a meager sum, he kept his wife so busy. She could scarcely bear to witness it. We have truly struck gold in the Gu family. Our daughter-in-law is so capable and virtuous. Mom, it's not like that. Shan Ningxuang felt shy under the praise, lowering her head to eat. Han Xiaoman barely touched her meal before suddenly rising and rushing to the restroom. At first, there were only faint sounds of water, which Shan Ningxuang paid little mind to. Soon after, the retching became increasingly pronounced, as she vomited violently. Having experienced this, Song Yunshang picked up a water cup and approached. Mom, what is happening with her? Your friend may be pregnant. Gently patting Han Xiaoman's back, she continued until the latter gradually calmed down. Having eaten little in the morning and been busy all afternoon, she had barely consumed a few bites before it all came back up. Now, she appeared weak and pitiful. Man, are you all right? Should we go to the hospital? Han Xiaoman accepted the warm water to rinse her mouth. I am fine. It is probably just that I was too hungry and ate too quickly, causing my stomach to rebel. She hadn't considered the possibility of pregnancy. Chapter 76, Han Xiaoman's Dilemma. Xiaoman, you might be pregnant, Song Yunshang suddenly remarked. That cannot be. It is impossible. Recently, she had not been with Yang Su and had gone to bed as soon as she returned home, each in their own space. Although Yang Su wished for her to become pregnant, they had not had the opportunity to be intimate. There is a pharmacy nearby. I will get you a pregnancy test. Shen Ningxuang turned to leave. Han Xiaoman had lost her appetite, sitting on the sofa, cradling the water cup with a distant gaze. Reflecting on the situation, she realized there had only been that one occasion. Moreover, she had worn light clothing. It should be fine. At this critical juncture, she absolutely would not allow herself to become pregnant. Having worked so hard to escape from her family, she had no desire to return to that cage. Xiaoman, being pregnant is a good thing. Why do you seem so troubled? Auntie, you do not understand. She was reluctant to discuss the turmoil within her in-laws' family. Song Yunshang grasped her hand. Is there something weighing on your mind? Speak to me. Keeping it bottled up can lead to a breakdown. Actually, I have not been intimate with my husband for quite some time. Their family wishes for me to have another son. Yi Yao and Yi Lu are so adorable. Why would you want to have another? As a fellow woman, Song Yunshang felt immense sympathy. Her daughter-in-law only needed to have one child. Having more would only bring suffering. Yes, they insist on me having a son, claiming that this is how the Yang family will have a successor. Such stubbornness is an outdated mindset. Sons and daughters are equally valuable. Xiaoshuang should only have one child in the future. Having more would lead to suffering. Han Xiaoman's expression was complex. Why was her friend's mother-in-law so understanding, treating her like a confidant? Her own mother-in-law was far too controlling. Soon enough, Shan Ningxuang returned with the pregnancy test. Let us test it now. Although it's midday, the results may not be entirely accurate, but it's worth checking. She accompanied Han Xiaoman into the restroom. The 3 test strips all displayed 2 conspicuous red lines. Sitting on the toilet in a daze, she called, Man, how did it go? Have you tested it? Recalling that night, the only possibility was that Yang-su had tampered with her clothing. If that were the case, he would truly be a disappointment. In a whirlwind of emotions, Han Xiaoman felt no joy at the prospect of being pregnant. Rather, she was engulfed in fear. Man, do not frighten me. I am coming in. Shen Ningxuang pushed open the door and found Han Xiaoman standing before the sink, lost in thought, clutching the test strip. Are you really pregnant? I will help you out. Han Xiaoman pushed away her outstretched hand. Shuangbao, this child comes at an inopportune time. What do you mean? Our careers are just beginning, and I have seen through their family. If I have another daughter, they will continue to pressure me to have another child. I am not a breeding machine. How can they treat me this way? Tears began to flow unbidden. Shen Ningxuang hurried to wipe them away, but the tears fell like pearls from a broken string, cascading down her cheeks. Shuangbao, what should I do? What am I to do? She did not want the Yang family to know she was pregnant. Silly girl, do not rush to make a decision. Being pregnant does not mean you cannot work. There are certain words that I find truly difficult to articulate. During this period, I have been embroiled in conflicts with Yang-su. When you had your accident last time, I wished for his assistance in raising some funds to settle that matter. Shen Ningxiang gently embraced her, patting her back in a gesture of comfort. I understand. It's all in the past. Our future will surely be bright, without a doubt. Having finally soothed her despondent spirits, she supported her as they ventured outside. Song Yunshang's heart felt as though it were being tugged painfully by a great hand. A poor marriage is the greatest sorrow a woman can endure in her lifetime. Man, I shall accompany you to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup. Perhaps the test strips from the pharmacy have expired. She shook her head, indicating it was unnecessary, as she had to work in the afternoon. In that small space, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Such matters are not for outsiders to meddle in. It is for Han Xiaoman to decide for herself. Around 2 o'clock, guests began to arrive one after another. Han Xiaoman was too preoccupied to dwell on these thoughts, forcing a smile as she commenced her duties. After work that evening, Shen Ningxiang, unable to quell her concern, sat with her for a while. I've come to a realization. Even if I cannot continue with Yang-su in the future, the child is innocent. Every life has the right to witness this world. I have decided to carry him to term. Well, whatever decision you make, I shall support you. Thank you. As you said, we are lifelong best sisters. Every mother is remarkable. To be fair, Shen Ningxiang greatly admired her. Not everyone possesses the courage to make such a decision when faced with marital dissatisfaction. It is best not to inform Yang-su about the pregnancy just yet. She intended to work as much as possible in the store before her belly began to show. But how long can she keep this a secret? With a sigh, she remarked, "You are pregnant. Let me drive you home from now on." The weather is getting colder, and riding an electric bike risks catching a chill, which would be unfavorable. Han Xiaoman did not insist, taking her seat in the passenger side as they conversed about many things, from the sweetness of their courtship to the mundane challenges of married life. Those who are easily sentimental often harbor the deepest emotions. Time reveals a person's true character. This saying holds true. Frosty, it is all my fault for being blind. Cheer up, life must go on. Let us strive together. All right. Han Xiaoman was acutely aware that while life must continue, happiness is a rare commodity. The car came to a stop at the entrance of the community. Hurry inside. It's cold outside. Frosty, if we were to divorce in the future, what should I do? Marriage begins quietly. Yet its conclusion is often fraught with difficulty. That won't happen. Do not overthink it. Her silhouette disappeared into the glow of the street lamp, casting a long shadow, particularly lonely. Even after adjusting her mood, she nearly let her anger overwhelm her upon returning home. Today, I secretly observed for a while, in a wonder that I said business was booming. Nearly 100 people came and went in just one morning. My goodness, how much must they be earning? Standing at the doorway, she heard the voice of her mother-in-law, Zhang Shuame, echoing from the living room. I don't care how you do it. You must ensure she hands over the money. What does a woman need so much money for? Mom, I've already said I won't involve myself in the beauty salon business. You fool, what do you mean by not involving? She is my daughter-in-law. Her earnings belong to the Yang family. Zhang Shuame schemed to keep her earnings firmly in her grasp. Mom, Xiaoman won't agree to that. You truly are a pushover. Why are you afraid of her? When she returns, make sure she gives me this month's earnings. Unbeknownst to them, the door had already swung open, revealing Han Xiaoman standing at the threshold, her face a mask of frost. If you want my money, wait until the next life. Xiaoman, You're back? Have you eaten? I'll go warm up some dishes for you. She feigned ignorance of her words, feeling no appetite. Chapter 77. He once gave her the warmth of protection. Young Su, come inside. I need to speak with you. Han Xiaoman decisively retreated to her own room. However, as soon as Yang Su entered, he began to defend his mother. Mom is just worried that we young people spend frivolously without any restraint. That's not what I meant. It doesn't matter anymore. Han Xiaoman replied, her cold gaze reflecting a deep disappointment. Even now, he still spoke on his mother's behalf. Dio, you know what happened today? She longed to tell him about her pregnancy, but she could not. What? Why should I hand over my hard-earned money to you for safekeeping? In the years since their marriage, if there was anything that truly pained her, it was the daily struggles of life. A woman seeking personal independence must first achieve economic autonomy. Haven't I always stood by your side? I never agreed with Mom either. Besides, we are family. Is it really necessary to draw such clear lines? Yang Su, let me ask you, if I were to become pregnant again, would I still be able to work? A glimmer of hope flickered in her icy gaze. He might be somewhat of a mama's boy. But he was also the father of their children. In the years since their marriage, their feelings had not faded. It was simply that time made everything seem taken for granted. After all, she was merely the daughter-in-law of the Yang family. Of course not. You know Mom just wants a grandson. Yang Su smiled as he sat beside her. Have you come to a realization? In truth, our issue lies in the lack of communication. What couple holds grudges overnight? Xiaoman, shall we have another child? Seeing the yearning in his eyes, Han Xiaoman coldly turned away. During my pregnancy with Yao, I sacrificed my promotion to return home. What did you say back then? In the past. Han Xiaoman never felt that sacrificing for the family would lead to regret. But now, after 4 years as a housewife, she realized how difficult it truly was. In Zhang Xuemei's eyes, she had become nothing more than an appendage to the family. A good marriage is one of mutual support, equality, and serves as a refuge for the soul, as well as her strongest backing. If given another chance, she would certainly not make the same choice. Dear, we discussed this before. You see, my mother even came all the way from the countryside to take care of you. Knowing that we had a daughter, she left before my confinement was even complete. Isn't that typical of her? Yang Su chuckled awkwardly. Well, it was just that it happened to be the busy farming season. He remained unchanged, and she was no longer that naive girl from before. Dear, come home early tomorrow. I will pick you up. Is the sun rising in the west? Will he actually come to pick her up after work? He must have some ulterior motive, and no need. The business at the store is just starting to pick up, and I have no time for aimless wandering with you. If I had that time, I would rather take on more clients and earn some extra money. Yang Su called after her from behind. Tomorrow is our 5th wedding anniversary. Have you forgotten? Of course, she remembered and would never forget the man who made her heart race 5 years ago, pledging in front of friends and family to protect her for a lifetime. I will go check if the girls are asleep. In Haicheng under the starry night. It was just noon in Africa. In the Bibu Gulf, at the shallow ink oil field, Gu Xingchen was accompanied by a large entourage. Personally overseeing the work, the chief, Ku Qiu, trailed behind, chattering away. After several days, negotiations gradually reached their conclusion. President Gu, have you made a decision? The man gazed coldly into the distance, lost in thought. Every investment carries risks. As a businessman, he must minimize those risks as much as possible. That afternoon, both parties signed the contract. The seal was affixed, thousands of miles away in the port city's private hospital. Su Lu finished her shift and came to visit Gu Jianghao once more. She was acutely aware that she was unworthy of the second young master of the Gu family. He was a child of fortune. Yet, even so, standing quietly in a shadowy corner, just being able to see him was a luxury of happiness for her. That sufficed. Creak. Startled from her reverie, she noticed the hospital room door opening from the inside, prompting her to hastily attempt to escape. The bald bodyguard casually closed the door, blocking her path. Miss, I presume you know our young master. For 3 consecutive days, she had appeared around 8 in the evening. Neither entering nor making a sound, merely standing at the doorway, quietly watching Gu Jianghao in his hospital bed. After an hour, she would leave on her own. I was just passing by, with no ill intentions. I won't come again, that's not what I mean. If you are a friend of the young master, you are welcome to visit him and keep him company. He was merely a bodyguard, lacking understanding of the feelings of love between men and women. Am I really allowed to go in? It was not surprising for someone of his stature to have a bodyguard by his side. Had it not been for him, perhaps Su Lu would have chosen to end her life in an extreme manner. He had once provided her with the warmest protection. She thought she would never have the chance to see him again in this lifetime. Yet his visage was deeply etched into her heart, blossoming with the most profound longing with every heartbeat. The bald bodyguard offered her a reassuring gaze. "You may, thank you." Su Lu took a deep breath, her hand resting on the doorknob. She stepped back, retrieving a compact mirror from her bag to tidy her appearance. She was not an exceptionally stunning beauty. Her features were symmetrical, appearing ordinary at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, there was a unique allure to her. The kind that becomes increasingly captivating the more one looks, particularly her pair of peach blossom eyes, which seemed to speak, exuding charm with every flicker. She felt so nervous, as it was her first time standing before him after so many years. She had never anticipated a day of reunion. In fact, every year on the anniversary of their school, she would make time to fly to the capital city. Yet, that familiar figure is no longer present. The man, with starry eyes, gazes longingly out the window. The moon shines coldly, mirroring the desolation of his heart, heavy and weary. "Mr. Gu, do you still remember me?" On the hospital bed, the man's chin is adorned with dark stubble. A far cry from the sunny youth he once was. "I am Su Lu, the one you saved that night 4 years ago." The man remains unmoving, seemingly deaf to her voice. Undeterred, she continues, "For over 4 years, I have prayed daily, hoping to encounter you once more, to express my gratitude in person. It was you who rescued me from the abyss, granting me a new lease on life, allowing me to experience the beauty of this world, to savor the sunlit days, to feel the gentle caress of the breeze. Mr. Gu, if it could revive your spirit, I would do anything for you." The dryness in the man's eyes flickers momentarily. "You are not her. Nor can you replace her. No one can simply let go of a love nurtured over so many years. You spoke? You are willing to converse with me." Su Lu cares not for the content of his words. She is simply content that he is willing to engage with her. Chapter 78. Companionship is the most enduring confession. If you have seen her, you would know that there is no woman in this world as captivating as she. No man could resist her allure. She understands he speaks of Ru Yin. A smile graces Su Lu's lips. To accompany him out of this dark period is, in itself, a form of happiness. Miss Lu is indeed extraordinarily beautiful. Just like the countless wonders of this world, some beauties are destined to be admired from afar, never to be approached. Have you seen her? Yes. Gu Jianghao attempts to sit up. During this time, the only thing he wishes to know is news about her. Everything concerning her. Even if she has wronged him, she remains an unshakable love in his heart. After the anger subsides, a profound sense of helplessness takes its place. He has poured his most fervent love into her. How could he simply let go? Su Lu stays with him for 10 minutes. She knows when to take her leave. "Mr. Gu, I will visit you again tomorrow, but it seems that President Lu is concocting some plan against your family, with Miss Lu merely a cog in the wheel." "What plan?" Gu Jianghao may not care for his own well-being, but when it comes to the Gu family, he must gather himself and seek clarity. "Rest well for now. Tomorrow, I will prepare the information and tell you everything in detail." She employs a little trickery, not for any other reason, but to ensure that she can see him again tomorrow. To divert his attention, she is confident that at least tonight, the man will not remain engulfed in sorrow. When she sees him again, she hopes he will still be that sunny, handsome figure standing atop the pyramid of success, radiating brilliance. Little did she expect that he would be so profoundly hurt by a woman. She is willing to exhaust all means, to pay any price, to pull him from the abyss. "Don't go. Su Lu, right? I remember you." As the woman reaches the door, she turns back with a smile, her expression imbued with the essence of sunlight. They are alumni of the same graduating class, yet they have never crossed paths, save for that one night. Now, she has reconnected that thread. "Guang, stop her. I need to clarify something." After lying in bed for too long, he suddenly sits up, only to be met with dizziness, crashing back onto the bed. "Second master, are you all right?" "Miss Su, the second master has said you cannot leave." Yet Su Lu displays remarkable courage, opening the door and departing unceremoniously. The bald bodyguard rushes out to intercept her at the elevator. "Miss Su, it is the second master's order. Please return with me." Do not put me in a difficult position. A confident smile graces Su Lu's face. Do you wish for your young master to recover? He, a simpleton, nods heavily. Su Lu whispers a few words. Miss Su, does this method truly work? He does not grasp the intricacies of the situation. Do you not think that if a person dwells in sorrow for too long, even if they eventually recover, they will be left with enduring psychological scars? The wounds of love may never heal. The bald bodyguard returns with a glum expression. Second master, Miss Su has already driven away. He knows the second master's character. He rarely scolds his subordinates. You, couldn't he even stop one person? When I recover, I shall deal with you. The bald bodyguard bows his head, yet his eyes sparkle with excitement. He has never heard the second master express a desire to recover and move forward. This is indeed a promising sign that it is still Su Lu who has the means. That night, Gu Jianghao ponders the schemes Lu Tingxiao might employ against the Gu family. He is inherently straightforward, having once been an oblivious wealthy heir. Should he call his brother to inform him? Also, is Lu Ruyin faring well in his presence? Damn it, he still finds himself thinking of her. At 10 o'clock in the evening, in the Yuhuan community, the man has been on a business trip to Country Y for 5 days. Were it not for his mother-in-law's company, he would scarcely know how to cope during these days. Lying in bed, he feels an overwhelming emptiness. Perhaps it is because the double bed accommodates only one person, rendering the room desolate. His heart feels as though it is missing a piece. Returning home around 7, he dined with his mother-in-law, took a shower, and now lies in bed, wanting to send him a message. Yet fearing he may be busy with work, he endures until 10, the screen of his phone devoid of any messages. Just as he is about to sleep, a video call from him comes through. Immediately, he sees that cold, handsome face. What is this? Are you wishing for my early return? Shining Shuang hurriedly sits up, smoothing her tousled hair. You have yet to answer me. Do you miss me? The man's lips curl into a familiar smile, his melodious voice sending a thrill through her, causing her heart to race inexplicably. She wonders why her heart flutters. These words seem to belong to a couple in love. Has he fallen for her? It seems he truly misses her, leaving her so flustered she can scarcely articulate a response. And no. You still deny it? Wanting to curl up in my embrace, perhaps? The man has never spoken such words in her presence. A trip abroad seems to have transformed him. Who wants to do that? Conceited. Yet, her eyes sparkle, and her lips curl into a mischievous smile. If you were to appear before me, I would surely pounce on you. After all, he is abroad. Is it only permissible for him to flirt with her? Shining Shuang suddenly feels liberated. This sensation is rather intoxicating. Wait, just hope you don't fall asleep. Or you want to know I've returned in the middle of the night, Has the franchise matter been settled? Gu Xingqian's gaze shifts to the suitcase, where a blue folder rests atop. The contract has been signed. I should arrive in Haicheng by noon tomorrow. She nearly panics, fearing he might genuinely return in the dead of night. She knows him well that a brief separation can spark new flames of passion. With a sigh of relief, her heart feels inexplicably heavy. What? Unable to sleep if you can't hold me? All right, the man must prioritize his career. Always thinking of teasing me. When you return, I'll tease you plenty. The man's expression darkens. It sounds as though she implies he does not prioritize his career. Having been single for 28 years, he has elevated the Gu family business to new heights, solidifying their status as the richest in Haicheng. Is he not focused on his career enough? I was just joking. My husband is the best. There will be a reward for you when you return. Shining Shuang continues, what time will you arrive in Haicheng? I shall pick you up. Yu Xingqian instinctively wants to refuse. He is returning on his family's private jet. How would he explain to her if she saw him disembarking? I'll arrive at 12:30, then I need to stop by the company. Let us have dinner together in the evening. That sounds good. I have been busy with work too. She feels a twinge of disappointment that he declined her offer to pick him up, but finds solace in his reason being work-related. Work diligently. And let us aim to buy a house next year. Always staying at your friend's place is precarious. What if he returns one day, and we have to move again? Chapter 79. The Cinderella of Fairy Tales. Move? Had she not mentioned it, he would have forgotten that this apartment is merely the most inconspicuous property under his name. It was always his to begin with. Why move? Gu Xingqian can only go along with her words. Indeed? Let us strive together. Xingqian, the franchise fee must be substantial, right? The card you gave me has been untouched, and the beauty salon has earned quite a bit during this time. Let me know how much you need, and I will withdraw it for you. He, the heir to a fortune, the actual power behind the Gu family, would require his wife's few million. Do not worry about finances. Stay at home peacefully and wait for my return. She smiles gently, and through the screen, she gathers her courage, pouting her luscious lips to blow a kiss at him. The sweet fragrance of her lips wafts through even the screen. He misses her terribly. He longs to fly back immediately, to hold her, to kiss her, to desire more. His little lazy cat is becoming increasingly enchanting. Shenning Shuang opens her eyes and changes the subject. Ah, how does Master Mu, such a prominent figure, allow himself to be directed by you? He even took you abroad to handle the franchise matters. One call from me, and he helps resolve issues at the beauty salon. He truly is a benefactor to us both. Ji Yuxingchen's eyes darkened. However, Shen Ningxuang continued to speak. Does a large enterprise like the Mu Corporation really need to partner with LeQ? She suddenly questioned. Are you hiding something from me? Observing the seriousness in her gaze, the man felt a twinge of guilt. He shouldn't have concealed his identity from her, as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue. He swallowed them back. What could I possibly hide from you? Chairman Mu indeed requires alignment with international brands, but as for the future strategic layout of their group, I am unaware. Young Master Mu is indeed a figure of great stature. No wonder a single call could make General Yuan so courteous. It seems that all of this is thanks to Mu Hanjun. When you return, we must treat him to a meal and express our gratitude in person. He wouldn't mind. The man hesitated. If you were to marry a big boss like Chairman Mu, would you be surprised? Shen Ningxuang shifted her position, leaning against the headboard, and without a second thought replied, surprise is not the word. It would likely be a shock. Besides, I am but an ordinary person, a Cinderella in reality. How could the fairy tales ever unfold in real life? What if the man beside her? Assistant Yanxi subtly raised his hand, pointing to his wristwatch, signaling that it was time for him to depart. The plane was ready. He disregarded the hint, continuing his conversation with Shan Ningxuang. If the flight were delayed, they could easily reapply for the route. The glass slipper of Cinderella must be personally placed on her foot by the prince. Will you be that prince? The man smirked. What if I say I will? All right, even if you are my prince, I am still merely a Cinderella. Fairy tales are beautiful, but we are adults now. Why act like children who never grow up, spending our days lost in fantasies? Instead, we should strive harder in our work to give wings to our dreams. Shen Ningxuang stated earnestly. I admire grounded men and cherish happiness that can be held in one's hands. It matters, not whether you help me wear the glass slipper. What truly counts is that we support one another, treat each other sincerely, and live our lives vibrantly together. A shadow of desolation flickered in the man's eyes. Countless socialites sought his hand in marriage, drawn to him for his lofty position atop the social pyramid, wielding immense power, able to command the winds and rains. Who would refuse such wealth? He longed to offer her the world. She simply sought steady happiness. In truth, marrying you brings me no regret. You provided me with a warm home, and your mother treats me like her own daughter, allowing me to experience a maternal love I had never known. Xingchen, thank you. The man's intention to reveal his identity once again faltered. Well, I shall sleep now. Perhaps I will dream of glass slippers. But upon waking, I must continue to strive. I haven't delayed your boarding. Have I? No. I'm ready to head to the airport. See you tomorrow night. After hanging up the phone, her mood lifted considerably, and she enjoyed a restful sleep. The following morning, after breakfast, Shan Ningxuang prepared to leave, only to return again. She had come to visit a relative in the bustling city. As the first rays of sunlight streamed into the hospital room, Gu Jianghao, clad in a patient gown, stepped into the bathroom. After a week of lying in bed, he faced the mirror for the first time. The reflection revealed disheveled hair, a shadow of stubble on his chin, and lips pale as death. The once handsome young man now appeared as a weary uncle. After showering and donning clean clothes, he returned to the hospital room and stood by the window. The morning breeze was refreshingly cool, but the warm sun dispelled the chill. Second master, you're up? Shall I prepare breakfast for you? The bald bodyguard was elated. The second master was finally willing to eat. This marked a promising beginning, suggesting that Miss Su had made quite an impression. After breakfast, Gu Jianghao made a decision. He would remain in the city. High City held too many cherished memories of her and him. What would he return to in a city devoid of her presence? Even the air felt frigid. At 7 in the evening, Sulu arrived punctually, carrying 2 cups of milk tea. She wished to offer him a taste of sweetness in life, even if just a hint. Upon seeing her, Gu Jianghao could hardly contain his eagerness to inquire about the previous night. Sulu merely smiled. What difference does it make if you find out? Su. My name is Sulu. With Su like the gentle breeze, and Lu like the morning dew. Sulu. Is it amusing to tease a patient? Gu Jianghao brushed aside the milk tea she offered. He had never tasted such a thing. It was something for common folk. Not for him. Sulu persisted, her gaze resolute. If I don't drink it, will you remain silent? Perhaps. Heavens knew her heart raced whenever she faced him. The affection she had harbored for 4 years took root at times, but could never fully blossom. If not for Lu Ruyan's failure to cherish him, she might never have had the chance to see him again. Sitting together, sipping milk tea, and chatting felt surreal. She always encountered him in the darkness. Tomorrow was the weekend, and she hoped to bask in the morning sun with him, leaving all worries behind. Jiu Jianghao took the milk tea from her, as she tore open the paper-wrapped straw and inserted it into the cup with a sharp motion, which struck him as somewhat crude. He frowned slightly. Try it. You might just fall in love with the taste. Is this even drinkable? Suppressing his discomfort, he took a small sip. It was sweet and not particularly unpleasant. It was vastly different from the coffee he usually consumed. Can we talk about it now? Is it not enough that Lu Tingxiao took Rian from me? Does he still wish to contend with the Gu family? What have we done to provoke the Gu family? Sulu smiled lightly, her expression bright. Some things were inherently oppositional. If my investigation is correct, the Lu family is the previous tycoon of High City. Thus, from a young age, Lu Tingxiao had borne the heavy responsibility of reclaiming the title of tycoon. What could we have done to provoke him? Chapter 80. You are the one and only woman who has allowed me to set aside my principles. The man fell momentarily silent. Sulu spoke the truth. Their Gu family had risen to power under the leadership of his brother, with the Gu Corporation expanding into various fields. Even in the new energy sector, which the Lu family prided themselves on, the Gu Corporation had forcefully made its mark in the business world. Competitors were often foes. He understood this well. Haven team mentioned the specific plan. Patience, I am merely the person in charge here in the city. If it weren't for Lu coming to the city, I would never have had the chance to interact with him. Sulu continued. Isn't your Gu Corporation recently investing in oil field projects? That was not a secret. Anyone with a bit of diligence could uncover it. You will undoubtedly meddle in the oil field project. You must warn your brother. Enough. You needn't concern yourself with this. You may leave now. He had prepared and awaited all day, only to receive this speculation and conjecture. Mr. Gu, we are alumni from the same year. Why have you never attended a school reunion? I said you may leave. Sulu withdrew her gaze and took a sip of her milk tea. Life can be quite bitter. A dash of sugar can sweeten it, even if just for a moment. Feeling inexplicably annoyed, Gu Jianghao's expression hardened. Who are you? My affairs do not require your concern. He was indeed a good man, but all his goodness was reserved for the woman he loved. With other socialites, he maintained a distant demeanor. I met Ruyan today. She stood up, preparing to leave, but not before casting a bait. She knew he couldn't let go of her. As expected, the man's gaze immediately locked onto her. How is she? Is she doing well? Has she inquired about me? Nervousness and anticipation morphed into a bittersweet smile. It's late. I must return to rest. Sulu, don't leave just yet. Tell me everything about her. She turned away, her eyes filled with smiles, yet as she glanced back, a hint of melancholy lingered. I have a habit of morning runs. If you wish to know, why not join me? Previously, she had jogged at night. But since that incident, she had not dared venture out after dark, switching to morning runs instead. One knew how terrified she was of the night. Just days ago, she had braved the darkness for the first time to see him. I have no interest in joining your morning run. I want you to tell me now. Gu Jianghao reached out, grasping her wrist. Meeting her defiant gaze, he quietly released her. The gentlemanly decorum ingrained in him forbade such rudeness. What time? Where? Add me on WeChat, and I will share the address with you. Gu Jianghao nearly lost his composure. Was she testing his patience? I do not add female friends on WeChat. She turned to leave. You are the only exception I have made. Sulu smiled subtly, turning back to take out her phone. Beep. After adding him as a friend, she did not linger. Integrating into his life would require time. She wished for a slow and steady relationship with him. As Sulu exited, she nodded at the bald bodyguard waiting outside the door, a silent acknowledgement. Miss Su, has my young master improved? Do you not trust me? The bald bodyguard was straightforward, his emotions plain on his face, clearly skeptical. So many psychologists have failed to cure him. Rest assured, he once saved my life. Miss Su, regardless of the outcome, I thank you on behalf of my young master. May I escort you? No, one must always muster the courage to take the first step. For her, as well as for Gu Jianghao. Beneath the starry sky, on the bustling streets of High City, a man and a woman walked hand in hand, resembling an ordinary couple strolling down the road. Xingchen, to be honest, I never imagined I could stroll leisurely through the streets, and encountering you has been the greatest fortune of my life. The man lowered his gaze, his stern features softened by the glow of the lights. Aren't you going to work at Hongyan Rutsong? I have no desire to. Facing the man's puzzled expression, she continued, in my previous position at Eastern European Securities, I faced relentless exclusion. Xingchen, humans are truly fascinating creatures. When you shine brightly, there will always be various voices undermining and ostracizing you, insisting that you conform to the mediocrity of the majority. The man's expression darkened slightly. Indeed, standing out can invite envy and disdain. Regardless of the setting, I cannot navigate the waters of public opinion. I am who I am, and there is no need for me to alter my approach to work based on others' opinions. Therefore, I am not suited for employment in a large corporation. How can Eastern European Securities be compared to Hongyan Rutsong? One is a securities firm, while the other is a publicly listed company. They are worlds apart. Besides, Shenning Shuang is the Group S matriarch. Who would dare to ostracize her at Hongyan Rutsong? What do you mean by saying that Axie wants you to further your studies for a while? Not to become an employee at Hongyan Rutsong. She was somewhat puzzled. Why was she being urged to work at the headquarters of Hongyan Rutsong? Until yesterday, she had indeed wanted to go. But now? She had lost that desire. I still don't want to go. Once the new store is renovated, General Yuan will send someone to guide on site, and I will learn from them. Let me share a little insider information with you. The man leaned closer. Hongyan Rutsong is backed by the Gu family group, and at the annual meeting, the gifts are plentiful, with the least valued ones worth several thousand. Are you sure you do not wish to go? As they wandered, they unknowingly arrived at the headquarters of the Gu family group. Under the neon lights, the starry building, the tallest building in Haicheng, appeared particularly majestic. The two held hands, gazing at it from afar. Xingchen, how peculiar it is that your name appears on the Gu family group's headquarters. She had no idea that the building was named after Xingchen. Starry Sea, what a lovely connotation. It's not as if I am the only one who can use the name Xingchen. True, she responded lightly, but the man's back stiffened, anxious that she might uncover something. Why are your palms sweaty? They continued to hold hands throughout their stroll. She cherished the feeling of his large hand enveloping hers, providing an inexplicable sense of security. Do you not want to know what the grand prize is at their annual meeting? Not particularly. The reward is a set of housing. Haven't you always wanted that? Perhaps you might win it. Shenning Shuang never believed she would win anything. Throughout her life, luck had never been on her side. The only stroke of fortune she had was marrying a caring husband in a flash marriage. She felt content, still not very inclined to go. Xingchen, let us not forget that there are at least tens of thousands of employees under the Gu family group, and over 1,000 just at Hongyan Rutsong. The odds of winning the grand prize are millions to one. It's simply impossible for me. What if winning is purely a matter of luck? It is not preordained. Isn't it precisely preordained? This thought took a while for Gu Xingchen to formulate. It needed to be plausible yet inconspicuous, so she wouldn't catch on. You seem particularly keen for me to go. What is going on? At that moment, Yu Xian from the business department, who was still working overtime, drove out. From a distance, she spotted a tall figure. Holding a woman's hand, he resembles our president. Chapter 81 Xingchen. Why does she call me madam? She pondered, pressing the brakes as she slowly drove closer to investigate. No. It's just that we happen to coincide with the annual meeting. It would be a shame not to attend, especially with the generous year-end bonuses, red envelopes, and various benefits for the new year. The internal competition at the Gu family group was indeed fierce, but the benefits were unparalleled in Haicheng. Gu Xingchen had always benchmarked against state-owned enterprises. If it weren't for my small company, I would want to join the Gu family group. Really? Under the streetlights, Shan Ningxuang looked at him earnestly. Gu Xingchen, however, quickened his pace, holding her hand tightly. What if an employee sees us? We could be exposed. Really? Ningxuang, let us head back. You promised to let me kiss you to my hardest content when we got home. His deep voice always carried a tantalizing allure. You seem to be in quite a rush. What is it? Afraid of running into someone you know? No, it wouldn't be appropriate to kiss you in public. If you have the guts, then do it. Shen Ningxuang was not afraid of him. Inside the red BMW, Yu Xian was nearly stunned. As she slowly approached, confirming it was indeed the president, she quickly snapped several photos of their backs and sent them to her group of friends, all of whom worked at the Gu family group. Why, Yu Xian added, guess who I ran into after work? Who? Showing off your romance so late at night. But they look so well matched from the back. Do you not think that figure looks familiar? Hurry and tell us. We can't wait. We got our snacks ready. Their small group often discussed various gossip from the company. ITS President Gu. Which President Gu? Which other President Gu? It's President Xingchen. Oh my god. Xian. I'm heartbroken. Xian. Find out who the lucky person is that he is holding hands with while shopping. How sweet. I'll go check. The red BMW stopped beside the couple, and Yu Xian rolled down the window, her face lighting up with the sweetest smile. President Gu, what a coincidence. The man continued to walk as if nothing was amiss, dragging Shen Ningxuang along. What coincidence? It's not coincidental at all. Let us hurry. Xingchen, she seems to be calling you. Why are you ignoring her? Shen Ningxuang halted, turning to greet. Hello, our Xingchen is just like that, cold and indifferent. Please don't take it personally. Indeed, it's President Gu and Madame Gu. Yu Xian quickly gathered her thoughts. I'm not bothered. I've long since gotten used to it. You're not leaving after work? Is the job too easy? The man finally spoke. Xingchen, is this your employee? I haven't seen her before. She was at the store last time, and all the employees have met her. Madam, it's like this. Gu Xingchen interjected sternly. She is new and unfamiliar with the rules. She should hurry home to rest after work. She can do whatever she likes. Just don't linger around here. Why are you being so harsh with the new employee? Little sister, don't mind him. You're free after work, and you haven't eaten yet. So why not join us for a late-night snack? The group's matriarch was inviting her to join for a meal. What bliss, however, President Gu didn't seem too pleased. What was going on? No, how could there be no news about such a significant event as President Gu's marriage within the group? Taking advantage of their conversation, the man discreetly texted, if I tell you to leave, then leave. If you don't leave, you're heading to Africa after the new year to oversee the oil field project. Yu Xian remained oblivious to the message. She was still preparing to invite the madam into the car for a late-night snack. Ningxuang, my mom just called. She said dinner is ready at home, and eating outside isn't hygienic. What's unhygienic? I've eaten it my whole life and never had any issues. The man directly dialed Yu Xian's number. Once he saw her answer, he hung up. Seeing the message, Yu Xian was taken aback. Madam, my cat ran over to the neighbor's house to play again. They called to say if it doesn't come back, they'll neuter it. Gu Xingchen coldly replied, if it doesn't come back? It's likely not just the cat that will face consequences. Goodbye, President. Goodbye, Madam. This time, she heard it clearly. Yu Xian called her Madam. How peculiar. She was not some wealthy lady. Xingchen, why does she call me Madam? The man had now adapted to the situation. Oh, she probably thinks I resemble a rich second-generation heir. After all, those in the building materials industry aren't making money these days. Shen Ningxuang felt something was amiss. She scrutinized Gu Xingchen closely. His well-tailored suit accentuated his tall stature, especially that extraordinary aura, which rendered him even more distinguished and elegant. There's something you're hiding from me. Isn't there? All right, you've caught me. Shen Ningxuang attempted to break free from his grasp. Under the streetlights, the man's shadow stretched long, yet it couldn't conceal his imposing presence. In truth, I am the wealthiest man in Haicheng, the head of the Gu family, possessing numerous industries, private jets, villas, and estates, along with a bank balance in the 12 digits. Stop, you're spouting nonsense. Xingchen, since you returned from abroad, you've changed entirely, and that's not right. A man should be grounded, not dream in the dark. You claim to be the wealthiest man in Haicheng. Then why didn't you take me into the starry building when we passed by? Or is it that you can't even get in? The more she spoke, the angrier she became, not because he had hidden something from her, but because they had promised to support each other, to be grounded and live a prosperous life together. Now, after a trip to the LQ headquarters, he had become aloof. This was unacceptable. Shinning Shuang felt it necessary to educate him. Do you think that just because you secured the LQ franchise contract, you were suddenly formidable and guaranteed to make money? The man was momentarily taken aback. It was all UXIN's doing. He would send her to Africa to develop oil fields next year. No, there was no need to wait until the new year. He would give the order tomorrow. No, I didn't. Xingchen. Do you know what the most important quality in a man is? Shinning Shuang locked her gaze with his, and he averted his eyes slightly, which made her feel even more compelled to correct this situation. It is unwise to aim too high, to boast and speak grandly. You claim to be the wealthiest person in Haicheng. Can you detail the size of your family estate? Well, he hasn't observed it closely in his memory. The manor is vast and spacious, a veritable paradise of his childhood. Unable to respond, you assert that you possess a private jet. Do you have any idea of its cost? I know this. No, you do not. It amounts to several hundred million. If you truly have such wealth to purchase a private jet, I would break your legs. Shinning Shuang's gaze turned earnest. Do you know how many children in the mountainous regions of Huagua cannot afford an education? If you spend hundreds of millions on a private jet, shouldn't a portion be allocated to support them, granting them the opportunity to bask in the sunlight and grow up joyfully? Xingchen, I merely believe that an entrepreneur should possess a sense of social responsibility. Of course, you haven't earned any money yet, but once you join LQSure, you must strive to contribute something to society within your capacity. Very well. The man nodded, realizing his tone had been somewhat harsh. She took the initiative to grasp his large hand, their fingers intertwining. Chapter 82. In the bustling streets, embracing her. The wind was rather strong. Shall we return? Tomorrow is the weekend. Do you have work? I need to visit Gangcheng tomorrow to see my brother. Hand in hand, they strolled down the street. Increasingly, he found joy in her company, far more engaging than attending those tedious banquets. The earnestness with which she had just lectured him only made her seem all the more endearing. Pouting her small lips, he relished her admonishments. As for charitable endeavors, the group already had a dedicated foundation, investing over 100 million annually, with all profits donated. What happened to your brother? He has divorced. What? Such a significant matter, and yet I haven't heard a word from your mother. Last time, she was quite looking forward to discussing your sister-in-law, being family after all. I have never even met my brother. His divorce must be quite distressing, no? It is more than distressing. He has lost so much weight, confining himself behind emotional walls. He is so busy, only able to fly to Gangcheng on weekends to see Gu Jianghao. Suddenly, Shinning Shuang slowed her pace, and they fell silent. Then, gathering her courage, she stood before him. Xingchen, let us promise not to divorce in the future, shall we? Who said anything about divorce? The man gently brushed her wind-tousled hair, ruffling her head. His gaze softened under the glow of the streetlights. Silly girl, I waited 28 years to meet you. How could I let you go so easily? Xingchen, I feel a bit cold. He instinctively embraced her, placing her icy hands against his warm chest. Still cold? It is warm here. He lowered his head, his gaze fixated on her glistening lips, on the street at 8 o'clock, amidst the throng of people. He held her close and planted a gentle kiss on her lips, as if time itself had frozen in that moment. Shuang, shall we share a room tonight? Shinning Shuang blushed and opened her beautiful eyes wide. She replied that tonight might not be possible. My relatives are visiting. The man felt a bit awkward. Good things often encounter obstacles. Then I shall hold you as we sleep. All right, Xingchen, thank you, silly girl. I should be thanking you. For 28 years, he had never experienced true affection in this world. It was she who filled the void in his heart. He was certain that was love. How romantic. Husband, I also wish to kiss you amidst the crowd. A little girl in a princess dress tugged at her partner's hand. Acting coyly, don't you know that showing off affection leads to misfortune? I shan't bother with you any longer. You are a joyless man. Shinning Shuang smiled. Let us return. You have been on a plane all day, and now you must work again. You must be exhausted. Upon returning home, her mother-in-law, Song Yunshang, noticed the two entering hand in hand, wearing an ambiguous smile. Her son had finally come to his senses. After 28 years, he had learned what love was. She was finally on the brink of becoming a grandmother. Welcome back. I have prepared bird's nest soup for you. Come eat. Oh, how did we come to have bird's nest? It was sent over by your aunt. She just left. Mother, why didn't you call me? I wanted to introduce Xing Chun to my aunt and personally thank her. It is fine. We are all family. There will be opportunities in the future. Drinking the bird's nest soup, warmth flooded her heart. Previously, in her stepmother's house, she had never even had the chance to taste such delicacies, let alone snacks, which were all snatched away by her brother, who resembled a plump pig. Here, it is different. Whenever her mother-in-law had something good, she thought of her first, preparing it for her. The feeling of being cherished and protected was truly delightful. After finishing the bird's nest, Shunning Shuang returned to her bedroom to wash up. Song Yunshang grasped her son's hand, inquiring, "When do you plan to come clean with my daughter-in-law? It has made it so that I must find excuses just to prepare a bit of nourishment for her." This secretive way of living is no longer desirable. Rather than having Shunning Shuang stumble upon the truth herself, it would be better to confess openly. Moreover, based on her understanding of her daughter-in-law, she would not genuinely become angry, at most offering a few reproaches. If you do not take the initiative to explain, perhaps she will begin to suspect. Will she think that Gu Xingqian is hiding the truth out of fear that she covets his family's wealth and power? This cannot continue. Such a good daughter-in-law. If she were to become upset and leave, Song Yunshang would be the first to object. Soon. There is no better day than today. Tonight you two are prepared to share a room. I have arranged everything for you. When the moment is right, be a bit more proactive, a bit more honest, and lower your stance. Xiao Shuang will not blame you. Mother, I am well aware. You need not worry. At least not tonight. For the past week, it may not be possible at all. His somewhat dismissive attitude ignited Song Yunshang's ire. What do you mean you have a plan? You two are already married. Hurry up. Your grandmother and I are both eagerly awaiting a grandchild. Do not be like your brother and make me wait another 2 years. Mentioning Gu Jiang how darkened the man's expression. Clearly, the family was unaware of the situation with his brother and Lu Ruyan. The men of the Gu family shared one common trait. They were all rather boisterous. Xinning Shuang was the second to learn of this. Mother, you may not be able to wait for my brother to have children. Song Yunshang had never held much hope, but her eldest son's words suggested there was definitely a problem. What do you mean? Aha wants to divorce Ruyan. Impossible. Song Yunshang knew her son best. Anyone could get a divorce, but Gu Jianghao would not. A man so deeply devoted and loyal could not possibly end his marriage. What has happened? Hurry up and tell me. I am anxious to know. Such a scandal cannot be concealed. Mother, prepare yourself. Song Yunshang straightened in her seat, her expression serious. Is it that Ruyan has taken a lover? She could not think of any other reason that would compel him to seek a divorce. Jiyu Xingqian was slightly surprised. Indeed, a woman's intuition is remarkably accurate. Mother, you are correct. I do not know the specifics. But I will visit Gangqing tomorrow morning to see Ahao and discuss it further. Song Yunshang was deeply worried. She knew her youngest son loved Lu Ruyan wholeheartedly. Sudden betrayal could be a heavy blow to him. Surely, even an ordinary man would find such a betrayal unbearable. When did this happen? How is Ahao doing now? He should at least call me after going to Gangqing. I will video call him right now to get to the bottom of this. Do not. Gu Xingchun pressed down on his mother's hand, preventing her from reaching for her phone. Dio, you remember the heavy rain a few days ago? Song Yunshang, confused, nodded. His brother caught a cold and has been downcast. If you call him now, he likely will not answer. Even Song Yunshang, with her refined demeanor, could not help but curse. That Lu Ruyan, her appearance is so beguiling. I suspected she was never content. How could our Gu family, who have always supported her family, suffer such disgraceful treatment? Who is that man? Chapter 83. Tenderness is the most addictive. Mother, please do not get so worked up. Had I known, I would not have mentioned it. Song Yunshang took a deep breath, managing to calm herself somewhat after a few minutes, yet her concern for her youngest son remained. Jiyu Jianghao was so affectionate. Would he be heartbroken to the point of never recovering? What mother does not ache for her child? Especially one as bright and exceptional as Gu Jianghao. Although he might seem slightly overshadowed by his older brother Gu Xingchen, he is still a remarkable man. No wonder Lu Ruyan has been reluctant to have children. I always found it strange. At this point, she glanced towards the bedroom. Her eldest daughter-in-law would not hesitate to express her willingness to bear a child for the Gu family. With the youngest daughter-in-law gone, she did not wish for the eldest to follow suit. You must find an opportunity to confess everything. Our Gu family has always valued integrity. Besides, I have already asked Xiao Shuang, and she is willing to have children. Such a wonderful daughter-in-law. If you were to lose her, I would not forgive you. Why does this conversation keep returning to him? The man's expression darkened. Mother, we were discussing a house situation. His marriage has reached a conclusion. Now it is your turn. Xiao Shuang is willing, so why do you, a grown man, insist on maintaining your pride? Is it wrong for him to be a bit reserved? Should not a good relationship flow gently like a stream? To commence the conversation by discussing desire, followed by love, is akin to a mere transaction. Song Yunshang, a seasoned individual, quickly discerned his intentions. Now that they are wed and possess a foundation of affection. What is it that you are hesitating about? I see. Song Yunshang smiled knowingly. Although Gu Xingchen is 28, he remains an innocent young man, easily embarrassed. Gu Xingchen's expression darkened further. He was disinclined to converse with her. He rose and retreated to the bedroom. Just 10 minutes prior, Shan Ningxuang had returned to the bedroom, intending to fetch her nightwear for a bath. After searching, she discovered that both sets of winter sleepwear had been taken by her mother-in-law for washing and were now hanging on the balcony. Still damp, she pushed open the glass door of the bathroom. A delightful fragrance of roses enveloped her. The room was adorned with vibrant rose petals, and the bathtub was filled with warm water. Floating with a layer of rose blossoms, in her astonishment, she also noticed the nightwear her mother-in-law had prepared for her. A silk camisole, every detail meticulously crafted to exude desire. Beside it lay a small bottle of Chanel's pink fragrance. Her face flushed with warmth. No wonder it smelled so exquisite, a blend of elegance and sweetness. What was her mother-in-law planning, however? She had relatives visiting. The man stepped into the bedroom, shedding his suit jacket and casually unbuttoning the top 2 buttons of his shirt. Revealing his pale skin beneath, the air of restraint diminished, replaced by a hint of masculinity. He inhaled deeply, a frown creasing his brow. How delightful! Just as he sought the source of the fragrance, Shan Ningxuang emerged. This evening, she resembled a resplendent rose, radiating a sweet and tender aroma. Perhaps it was her slender frame. As she sat at the vanity, the delicate lilac straps of her camisole slipped down, exposing her porcelain back to the man's gaze. It was intoxicating. He felt as if he were thrust back into his youth, experiencing that tender yet fearful flutter of emotions. Shan Ningxuang applied a facial mask and returned. Why are you staring at me? Aren't you going to take a bath? Gu Xingchen's eyes followed the graceful curve of her neck, admiring her beauty in silence. Xingchen, my mother washed my nightwear, and this is the only set left. Does it look good? She twirled before him, the air around her infused with sweetness. The man swallowed hard. Are you certain you don't understand your mother's intentions behind this nightwear? She smiled softly. Oh, I know, but that won't do. Yet, Shan Ningxuang nestled beside him. Sensing his tense body, she took the initiative to embrace him. The touch of their skin against each other was a delightful sensation. Almost addictive. His deep voice whispered in her ear, Are you sure that embracing me like this won't lead to any trouble? All right, go take a bath first. I've prepared the water for you, she replied, feeling increasingly relaxed in his presence. Now that they were married, what was there to be shy about? He was not a cold-blooded creature, after all. It was impossible for him to remain indifferent to her. Let us wait. I can't get up. Shan Ningxuang chuckled softly. Then I'll go to sleep first? Gu Xingchen. You tease me, then sleep? Only he knows how difficult it is. The following morning, Shan Ningxuang slept soundly and peacefully. With him by her side, even the sunlight felt warm. She lay atop his chest, her pale skin marked with a few red impressions from his embrace. The man had stayed up late the previous night. Upon returning from Africa, he sought to confess his true identity to her, but he also craved her in a way that was nearly irresistible. He feared that if he continued to be tempted, he might lose control. She adored lying on his chest, tracing circles with her small hand, caressing the enticing Adam's apple. Each morning, she would gaze upon his face illuminated by sunlight, a blissful sight indeed. His large hand seemed to have an innate sense of direction, holding hers with precision, wrapping around her waist, and gently kissing her. Lost in the sweetness of her essence, he gradually succumbed to her allure. His kissing technique had greatly improved through practice. He was no longer just pressing their lips together like a naive young man. Xingqian, didn't you want to visit the harbor city to see your brother? A little delay won't hurt. How long are you going? Are you truly reluctant to see me go? She resembled a lily blooming in the morning, vibrant and fragrant. Not at all, just a casual inquiry. It appeared he still hadn't kissed her enough. She pushed him away and stood up. Wearing only her camisole, she revealed a glimpse of her fair skin as she stepped onto the floor. His gaze trailing after her as she vanished behind the bathroom glass door. His little wildcat was becoming ever more enticing. In the harbor city, at a private hospital, Gu Jianghao had already completed his discharge formalities the previous day. The attending physician and psychologist had advised him to remain for further observation, but he had declined, returning directly to the villa in the harbor city. That morning, he had sent a message to Su Lu and called her, but received no reply. He had been stood up. True to his nature, even if angered, he would never confront a woman directly until after 6 in the evening that Su Lu messaged him. Mr. Gu, I apologize. Something came up and I can't make it. Tomorrow morning, I'll be waiting for you at Victoria Harbor's Avenue of Stars for a morning. Are you and I in the morning? The man donned athletic attire. Appearing more spirited, his bald bodyguard escorted him to Victoria Harbor. Hello, Mr. Gu, good morning. Su Lu approached from behind, greeting him warmly. Against the sunlight, the man turned to see the youthful and vibrant Su Lu, her high ponytail swaying, her smile radiant, the light casting a healthy glow on her profile. He momentarily forgot to respond. In her tight-fitting sportswear, her perfect figure was accentuated. Do you often engage in exercise, Mr. Gu? I was initially considering the uphill track. Initially? Are you accommodating a patient? He was strong. How about we race? Sure, the weather is splendid. The two began running side by side. Soon, Su Lu surpassed him, her ponytail dancing in the morning light, radiating her vivacious beauty. The man struggled to regulate his breathing. He couldn't allow a woman to underestimate him. They circled Victoria Harbor, and Su Lu clearly seemed unsatisfied. Beads of sweat shimmered in the sunlight, tracing her fair, rosy cheeks, rendering her even more charming. What was he doing? Did he genuinely think he was simply here to jog with her? His true intent was to inquire about Lu Ruyan's situation. He halted, and as Su Lu ran back, standing before him, her tall figure in snug athletic pants highlighted her long, straight legs. Is this where you tire out? Su Lu suggested, wouldn't it be more fun if I led the run? Her eyes darkened momentarily. She merely sought to create opportunities to spend more time with him. Even a second was precious. The fleeting sadness in her gaze vanished almost instantly. She never expected his attention. She hadn't before, and she didn't now. Mr. Gu, how is Ruyan faring by Lu's side? He treats her better than I do, right? The naivety in him still believed it was his love that lacked intensity and depth, causing her to leave. The man's earnest gaze reflected a hint of reluctance. She needed to make him confront reality. Sweet words are easily spoken. It's mere self-deception. Mr. Gu, let us walk and talk. Beneath the morning light at Victoria Harbor, a different scenery unfolded. Yet, no matter how beautiful the view, if one lacks the heart to appreciate it, it is all in vain. She purposefully chose this morning at Victoria Harbor to create a beautiful memory for herself. Mr. Gu, Ruyan is living a life that is neither good nor bad by Lu's side. It certainly cannot be called true love. She is merely a pitiful soul lost in the throes of love. I want to allow you to speak of her that way. In my heart, she is the best, the most perfect, and she deserves the most passionate love. Her pallid complexion suddenly flushed with warmth, yet she remained unafraid. She continued, Mr. Gu, you are well aware that you merely refuse to face it. The unattainable will always stir restlessness, while those who are loved remain fearless. You are a pitiful soul as well. Su Lu, if you cannot speak wisely, then remain silent. Don't presume I wouldn't act against a woman. If you provoke me again, do you believe? Su Lu's gaze was defiant as she met his fiery eyes. Unflinching, with Gu Ershao's power, he could certainly do as he pleased, but let us not forget, only I can approach Lu Ruyan, and only I know everything about her. Otherwise, why not ask her yourself? The harbor city has a branch of Thunder Company. If he wished to go, no one could stop him. A long silence settled between them. I apologize for my tone earlier. Miss Su, he bore none of the arrogance often associated with the affluent. He was willing to lower his head in apology. Su Lu smiled faintly, extending her arms in the center of Victoria Harbor, embracing the sunlight. She tilted her head back, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. She resembled an iris blooming quietly in the dawn, sunlight filtering through her hair, casting a mosaic of beauty. Mr. Gu, follow my movements, and I will forgive you. The man glanced sideways, a frown creasing his brow. In the past, he had also cherished sunlight in the sweltering summer. He would personally gather a large bouquet of irises to present to Lu Ruyan, for the iris symbolizes the warmth of the sun. Su Lu waited a moment, lowered her arms, and didn't he dwell on it. She understood that the man needed time to untangle his inner turmoil. Coincidentally, she had an abundance of time. Without him, perhaps her life would have already reached its end. He had given her the opportunity to embrace the sunlight. He had once been her salvation. Even if he could not move forward, Su Lu was willing to spend a lifetime accompanying him. However, the man who had fallen into the abyss was now devoid of sunlight. Therefore, let her be his little son. Are you not curious about Lu Ruyan? Allow me to enlighten you. The manner in which you love her is precisely how she loves Mr. Lu. Between you two, there exists no genuine affection, merely a form of sustenance. Do not attempt to argue. The breeze is so gentle, and the sunshine is splendid, each day brimming with promise. I am aware that you have never faced adversity in your life. Being a lofty paragon of privilege. The man's gaze turned cold. Was she there to console him, or was she a celestial being sent to torment him? Must one unearth gaping wounds only to rub salt into them? In the face of his frigid stare, she remarked, "It is precisely your smooth-sailing first half of life that has shaped your current self, so that even the slightest setback sends you into despair. To suffer for love, unperturbed by the ridicule of others." Not far away, a bald bodyguard accompanied a resplendently dressed middle-aged woman. Gazing this way, he wished to approach but feared intruding upon their conversation. Half an hour prior, Song Yunshang, unable to quell her concerns for her youngest son, had personally flown in from Haicheng. Before Gu Xingchen had even arrived, she had come at this young lady who encouraged my son to speak up, primarily during meals. Indeed, madam, do not be deceived by Miss Su's seemingly ordinary demeanor. She possesses remarkable abilities. Even psychological experts are at a loss, yet she knows how to lead the second master out of his gloom. Indeed, quite impressive. Song Yunshang nodded appreciatively. From her perspective, the tall Su Lu stood beside Gu Jianghao, exuding a delicate charm, a perfect match. Song Yunshang retrieved her phone, found several ideal angles, and snapped numerous photos in the pictures. The two appeared like young lovers, standing against the light on the Victoria Harbor Starlight runway, beautiful and harmonious. Let us invite Miss Su out for a chat later. Certainly, I shall arrange it immediately. That is my affair. You have no right to meddle indeed. She is not anyone to him and thus has no claim to intervene. Her eyes dimmed with sorrow. Continue to wallow in your grief. I shall no longer concern myself. Su Lu turned to leave. Wait, have I permitted you to depart? Gu Jianghao caught up to her. What is this conspiracy you speak of? Do you mean the oil field project will encounter issues? That is none of my concern. Su Lu. The man seized her slender yet firm arm. Clearly, she was accustomed to physical activity. Her figure was enviable, devoid of any excess flesh. Do you believe him, or you would divulge such coarse secrets to me? True. Then tell me, has Ruyan ever inquired about me? No, her response was crisp and decisive. Even if she had asked, it would have been futile. On her way back, it was evident she was somewhat angered. Will you still come to see me? No, Su Lu replied emphatically. You know best whether I will come or not. She began to jog, her silhouette fading at the end of the track, leaving his heart shrouded in a gray mist. Obscuring his path, steeped in melancholy and despair. Chapter 85. Future mother-in-law observing daughter-in-law? Miss Su, please hold on. The bald bodyguard stood before her, offering a polite greeting. There's something else. If this pertains to your young master, do not seek me out. I am unworthy and unfit to bear such burdens. The bodyguard paused momentarily, puzzled. Had they not just been on amicable terms? Even a simpleton could see that Miss Su cared deeply for the second master. Surely, the second master had said something amiss to provoke her ire. After all, the second master's heart and mind were solely occupied by the second madam. No, she was no longer the second madam. Miss Su, if the second master has wronged you, I apologize on his behalf. You are so lovely, graceful, and dignified. Do not stoop to the level of a mere patient, would you? Su Lu chuckled, a bodyguard who moonlights as a comforter. The bald bodyguard lowered his head slightly. Her smile was unique, imbued with a sunny essence. In the past, the second master had possessed such warmth, only to have it whisked away by Lu Ruyan. Miss Su, it is as follows. Someone wishes to meet you. Please follow me. Su Lu glanced behind him, finding no one in such a prominent family. Whether she consented to meet someone summoned by a bodyguard was of little consequence. Ordinary individuals have never held any voice or choice in the face of power. She had long understood this. Lead the way. Miss Su, you have agreed? The bodyguard escorted her to a black Mercedes-Benz parked by the roadside. It was Su Lu's first encounter with Song Yunshang. In her presence, she sat timidly, barely occupying half of the seat. Miss Su, are you an Ahau alumni? Yes, do not be anxious. I invited you here with no ulterior motives. Merely to ask for your assistance with a small matter. She spoke warmly and amiably, exuding an inviting aura, devoid of any oppressive demeanor typical of a wealthy matron. Upon entering the vehicle, she kept her head lowered. Afraid to meet the gaze of this esteemed lady, the jade bracelet adorning her wrist spoke volumes of her nobility. Suddenly, Song Yunshang felt vexed, wishing she had worn her previous outfit, the attire purchased in a department store, which she donned each time she visited Shan Ningxiang's home, was more modest. Madam, I am just an ordinary person. You need only command, and I shall give my utmost effort within my capabilities. Lulu, may I call you that? Ah? Su Lu's mind momentarily faltered. Such an affectionate term is typically reserved for relatives or very close friends, as long as you are comfortable, dear Auntie. Auntie. You have yet to mention the matter at hand? No hurry. How could one come to Hong Kong and not dine at Luoyuji for morning tea? Let us eat while we chat. Guang, please bring the second young master over. We will wait for you there. Following this, Song Yunshang instructed the driver to proceed. Luoyuji, reputed to have a century-long history, is frequented by dignitaries and social elites for morning tea. Its most renowned tale recounts how, in the 1990s, the Queen of Y Country sought to visit, only to be turned away, leading to its meteoric rise in fame, representing a unique cultural landmark of Hong Kong. After all, without a formidable background, one would not dare offend their patrons. The vehicle traversed through the bustling streets of Hong Kong, a place Song Yunshang rarely visited, yet she cherished this city. By 7 in the morning, Luoyuji's first floor was already bustling with patrons. Upon her arrival, a dedicated attendant guided her to a private room on the second floor. Madam Gu, it has been a while since your last visit. Is everything still the same? Today we have distinguished guests. I must consult Lulu's preferences. Lulu, peruse the menu. Order whatever you desire. As the wife of the wealthiest man, her emotional intelligence was exceptionally high, and she was surrounded by a group of esteemed ladies of equal stature. The proprietress of Luoyuji was among them, Theo the outside world. She was an enigmatic figure. For Song Yunshang, it was merely a matter of greeting, madam. Call me auntie. There was something familiar about Su Lu's demeanor. It was as though she had encountered her somewhere before, her spirited gaze shimmering with determination. Auntie, I can eat anything. Very well. She turned to instruct the waiter to make arrangements. While awaiting Gu Jianghao's arrival, Song Yunshang sought to take her hand in their first meeting. She feared appearing overly enthusiastic and startling Su Lu. Various pastries and delicacies soon arrived, yet Song Yunshang did not touch her chopsticks. While Su Lu sat upright, unable to relax in the presence of the affluent lady. Perhaps it was the innate nobility radiating from Song Yunshang that imposed a subtle pressure upon her. Do try the shrimp dumplings. They are the most renowned here and utterly delectable, Song Yunshang encouraged. Having spent so long in Hong Kong, how could she be unaware of Luoyuji? Had it not been for Madame Gu's invitation, she would never have had the chance to savor its offerings. She ate delicately, with an air of caution. I only learned last night that my son has divorced. Thanks to you, he is now facing life anew. As she spoke, Song Yunshang discreetly observed Su Lu's expressions, immediately discerning her as an honest and straightforward girl. Even if she were not as beautiful as Lu Ruyan, what did it matter? What kind of young lady would the second master of the Gu family desire? The distinction lay in worthiness. Auntie, You flatter me. It is evident that you harbor deep affections for my son. A devotion that runs to the core, one he cannot replace. Su Lu's cheeks, already flushed with health, reddened further. Indeed, before Madame Gu, no secret remained concealed. Auntie, my feelings for him are my own affair. They shall not burden him. I am aware of my boundaries, Su Lu hurried to clarify. I merely observe him from afar. Were it not for happenstance, I may never have crossed paths with him again. Song Yunshang smiled knowingly. This girl had likely misinterpreted her intentions, fearing she would intervene to separate her from Gu Jianghao. And what else? Su Lu lowered her head, setting down her chopsticks, her hands at a loss. Auntie, from this moment forth, I shall no longer appear before him. You need not worry, I never sought anything in the first place. Even if he were to descend into despair, he remains the second young master of the Gu family. A figure of lofty status, a life free from want, capable of choosing any woman he desires. I, Su Lu, am merely an ordinary citizen of the lowest echelons. Even possessing a few small skills, I am still but a speck in the face of power. Just as she turned to flee, Song Yunshang coughed lightly. Lulu, what sort of person do you perceive me to be? Ah, such affluent matrons never spoke literally. Their words always harbored deeper meanings. Do you believe I am a parent preoccupied with social standing? Song Yunshang continued, the notion of matching social statuses has long since become obsolete. The Gu family no longer requires marital alliances to sustain its prosperity. The more she listened, the more confused Su Lu became. What was happening? In the next moment, Su Lu was struck dumb with astonishment. Auntie supports your pursuit of happiness, and only you can make him experience the true emotions of this world. My youngest son is simply too sentimental. He will surely take time to recover, so you must be prepared for a long battle. Auntie, I fear I may never enter his heart because his heart has no room left for anyone else. Chapter 86. The yellow sparrow lurks behind Song Yunshang sighed inwardly, acknowledging that the eldest daughter of the Lu family truly does not appreciate what she has. The car accident from years ago devastated the Lu family, and they have been investigating the matter in secret for years, sensing that it is not as simple as it appears. In such circumstances, Lu Ruyan still resolutely married Gu Jianghao, which is inherently contradictory. Auntie? Song Yunshang found herself lost in thought. She had just recalled something and felt embarrassed for not hearing Su Lu's previous words. She asked her to repeat herself, though she lacked the courage to do so. Lu, you know our Gu family has 2 sons, right? Do you know the status of my eldest daughter-in-law? Su Lu shook her head, unaware of the news regarding the heir of Haiqing's wealth. Gu Xingqin's marriage. She is but an ordinary person of humble origins, yet what does it matter? In my eyes, she is 100 times better than those socialites, unpretentious, honest, and of excellent character. Su Lu understood. The Gu family truly differs from those aristocratic families, never caring about the background of their daughters-in-law, choosing only what is right and suitable. Song Yunshang continued. One's background is predetermined. The Gu family's achievements today are a result of their gradual rise from humble beginnings. If my son were to lose everything one day, would you still stand by his side? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Lu nodded firmly. As long as he does not cast me aside, I will surely accompany him, helping him emerge from the shadows and rise again. Song Yunshang was filled with admiration. She had not misjudged her. This woman was not one to covet wealth and status. In today's society, finding someone who does not disdain the poor for the rich is exceedingly rare. Who would forsake better options to stand by a man with nothing, facing an uncertain future? I ought to thank Lu Ruyan. Without her, I would not have encountered you, Lu. Auntie is still waiting for you to change your tone. Keep it up. Unbeknownst to her, the tension in Su Lu's heart vanished without a trace. When she raised her gaze again, her smile was radiant and confident. Auntie, thank you. Mr. Gu has given me a second chance at life, and I will surely assist him. It is not wise to approach relationships with a heart full of gratitude. One must confront their innermost feelings. If you like someone, pursue them, and do not let memories be filled with regrets. Indeed. The door to the private room opened. 2 men of strikingly different appearances entered. Gu Xingqin strode in with a steady, powerful gait, his icy demeanor instilling fear in those around him. Following closely behind was Gu Jianghao, his gaunt cheeks lacking luster, his melancholic aura rendering him all the more captivating. Mom, you are here too? Su Lu, how did you end up here? The two had parted ways unhappily after a morning jogged. Yu Jianghao clenched his teeth in frustration, for it was the first time he found himself powerless against a woman. I brought her here. Are you going to chase her away again? Song Yunsheng spoke calmly. To be so desperate for a woman who does not love you, what can I say? On the way here, Gu Xingchen had discussed much with him. He was aware of Su Lu's presence, and it was also Su Lu's first encounter with a man who could cause Lu Tingxiao such headaches. Gu Xingchen exuded a calm, aloof demeanor, a stark contrast to Gu Jianghao. In his presence, the pressure was no less than that of General Lu. Yet it was different. General Lu's coldness emanated from a deep-seated ruthlessness, while Gu Xingchen's chill stemmed from an ethereal quality laced with an air of superiority, making him feel utterly unattainable. Su Lu instinctively rose and greeted, Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu. Gu Xingchen replied, Please, sit. No need for formality. Yu Jianghao ignored her. Su Lu? Working with General Lu, have you considered coming to help me? The man cut straight to the point. No, General Lu is General Lu. Work is work. Su Lu was very clear about this. How General Lu conducted himself had nothing to do with her. Are you not afraid that one day the Thunder Group might run into trouble and drag you down with it? Su Lu was momentarily taken aback. Rumors had it that the Thunder Group and the Gu family were at odds, destined for a showdown. It seemed to be true. Should she warn him? She had heard Jianghao mention that he seemed to have tampered with the African oilfield project. Su Lu was struck again. Those who could become heirs to vast fortunes were indeed not easy to deal with. He seemed to know everything. Why then would he still jump into the fray? Did you have some contingency plan? It is merely a whisper. Such core secrets are beyond my qualification to partake in. Su Lu added, Mr. Gu has everything arranged. I have no need to worry unnecessarily. Without arrangements, having invested $13 billion. If this project falters, the Gu family will suffer a devastating blow, and other projects will face irreversible crises due to the butterfly effect. This is all orchestrated by Lu Tingxiao, including Lu Ruyan. Gu Xingchen stated bluntly that Su Lu did not wish to hear this. Even if General Lu had arranged something, she would not get involved. Ignorance was bliss. Knowing too much would only bring her trouble. Why tell me this? Because the moment I first laid eyes on you, I felt a familiarity. You are not that kind of person. Song Yunsheng smiled faintly, amused by Xingchen's support. Who said the president of the Gu family was solely a businessman? His emotional intelligence was quite high as well. Missu need not worry. From the moment you first interacted with my brother, your every move has been under Lu Tingxiao's watchful eye. Even if you did nothing, given his nature, you would still become a pawn. As for worse outcomes, Gu Xingchen did not elaborate. That man would go to any lengths to exploit anyone and anything at his disposal. Are you suggesting that he would deliberately leak information to me? Creating a smokescreen for you? Miss Su need not fear. Starting today, you must pretend to grow increasingly close to Jianghao. When the time is right, I will instruct you on what to do. Yu Jianghao was not a bad person. He simply did not hold any fondness for Su Lu, yet he could not let her suffer harm because of him. Brother, could Su Lu be in danger? Song Yunsheng raised her eyebrows, intrigued as she observed Gu Xingchen's performance. How had she not noticed before that her eldest son possessed such talent for theatrics? Surely it was due to Shan Ningxuang. It had to be. Yu Xingchen's cold gaze turned toward him. If I were you, I would not continue to wallow. At the very least, do not let those who care for you suffer because of you. You know what to do, right? But his heart belonged solely to Lu Ruyan. How could he be asked to protect a female friend? What if Ruyan saw? Wait, brother. You know that Lu Tingxiao has set a trap. Why would you still jump into it? That car accident taught me one thing. Mere forbearance cannot resolve problems. Fighting back is the only choice. Yu Jianghao was somewhat bewildered. Are you saying that accident was also orchestrated by Lu Tingxiao? That was Ruyan's father. Gu Xingchen's lips curled into a cold smirk. Such a person never considered those around him when pursuing great endeavors. If necessary, even his closest kin could be sacrificed. Sitting in his chair, Gu Jianghao felt as though he had grasped something yet remained utterly confused. Chapter 87. The one who has captured his heart, brother, just tell me, was Lu Ruyan's marriage to me part of a scheme? Or should he never have appeared in Hong Kong? Upon seeing his brother's slightly sympathetic gaze, he began to understand, and the feeling only deepened. The woman he held dear and protected was merely a pawn at the mercy of others. She would do whatever she was told. His shoulders slumped slightly, and he appeared increasingly despondent. Su Lu sighed inwardly. The strife among such prominent families was truly frightening. For a fleeting moment, she felt as though she too had been pulled into the fray. Had she been ensnared from the moment she entered the Thunder Group? If that were the case, that man's schemes were far too profound. Jiu Xingqian patted his brother's shoulder, his voice devoid of warmth. I did not tell you before, fearing you would not be able to accept it. Who does not know that you love Lu Ruyan to the point of losing yourself? Even when Grandma chastises her, you silently seethe. Now, do you understand? Gu Jianghao lowered his head in guilt. I have never been angry with Grandma. Song Yunsheng aptly interjected. Ahao, being in the thick of it, you naturally cannot see as clearly as we outsiders. Life is filled with gains and losses. I will not offer you too much consolation because in my eyes, you will always be that sunny, handsome, outstanding, and strong man. You deserve better. It is impossible to expect him to swiftly recover from the wounds of this relationship. Accepting Su Lu is an even greater challenge. Such matters require profound companionship, something parents and friends cannot provide. Only a lover can be there day after day, caring for him. Thus far, the only suitable candidate is Su Lu. Time will reveal a horse's strength, and a heart's intentions will become clear over time. This is just the beginning, and the future is uncertain. Yu Jianghao remained engulfed in shock, unable to recover for a long while. He had always known his brother bore a heavy burden. The deceptions in business were no less treacherous than those on the battlefield. A moment's inattention could lead to bankruptcy. Brother, does Lu Lao know about Ruyan? Perhaps she knows, perhaps she does not. Does it matter? Gu Xingqian's restraint stemmed from a desire to find the perfect opportunity. This opportunity appears to have arisen. With his sagacity, how could he possibly be unaware that Lu Tingxiao had placed spies beside him? Open plots are impeccable at all times. Brother, if possible, could you spare Ruyan? She is innocent, truly. She has absolutely no knowledge of it. In fact, she harbors a deep-seated hatred for Gu Xingqian. It was he who personally drove the car that rendered Director Lu a vegetable. Yet, she married this man's brother and pretends that nothing is amiss when they meet, calling him brother. Her callousness towards you brings immeasurable disgrace, and you still plead for her? Gu Xingqian gazed coldly at him, his expression laden with disappointment. Brother, I know that whatever I say is wrong, even if she is deliberately seeking revenge against me. At least she once offered me the happiest of dreams. The truth is often difficult to accept. Yet Gu Jianghao still cannot summon hatred. Despite her having adorned him with a green hat, being with her, even if it leads to death, I would willingly embrace it. Song Yunsheng sighed softly. How can one forget a person who has taken root in their heart? How can one simply withdraw from someone they have developed feelings for? She extended her hand, gently resting it on Su Lu's hand, offering a comforting piety. In a hushed tone, she reassured, my youngest son is like this. Once he loves deeply, with that woman occupying his every thought and feeling. Su Lu turned her gaze, smiling. Auntie, being able to see him again, to converse with him, is also a form of extravagant happiness for me. The two brothers were a study in contrasts. One as cold as ice, the other visibly despondent. If you are a man, then pull yourself together and protect Miss Su. She is also entangled in this situation. After dining, Gu Jianghao, with resolute eyes, declared, Brother, I intend to remain in the port city to expand the group's territory. Good. Previously, his focus had solely been on Lu Ruyan, yet now, he seemed to have matured overnight. Assuming responsibility. It is both a blessing and a curse. In Haicheng, at the Shuangshuang beauty salon, Shan Ningxuang, after deliberating with her close friend, ultimately decided to join Hongyan Rushuang. The prior unpleasantness had become a trivial matter in the face of her career. Shan Ningxuang scarcely considered it. Moreover, the situation had resolved quite perfectly. As for the annual meetings lottery event mentioned by the man, she had long since forgotten. She would strive for what she desired, achieving it through her own efforts. Winning the lottery was never something that would happen to her. Han Xiaoman encouraged her. We women can also hold up half the sky. Even without men, we can lead fulfilling lives. The prerequisite, however, is to have our own careers. This was a lesson she had learned the hard way after her first marriage. And no matter how beautifully a man speaks before marriage, over time, everything changes. It is not that feelings fade, nor is it that someone's heart wanders in marriage. A disordered life arises not only from financial issues, but also from in-law conflicts. Good marriages share a common trait, warmth and happiness. Bad marriages, however, are fraught with various misfortunes. Thus, it is decided. I will report to work next Monday. Shuning Shuang then inquired. Regarding the pregnancy, are you truly not planning to inform your family? Yang Su? I have tested the waters, and it is evident that he has changed. Whether or not to speak, the outcome remains the same. She has come to understand that even if she bears a son for the Yang family, what difference does it make? Will motherhood elevate her status? The ingrained nature of a person cannot change. At most, it is a fleeting enthusiasm. Once that fervor passes, life will revert to its previous chaos. Your belly is growing day by day. You cannot hide it for long. Continuing down this path is not sustainable. For a moment, Han Xiaoman fell into silence. The greatest sorrow for a woman is the misfortune of marriage. Misplaced trust. Each day is a day. During this time, I will earn a bit more. Coincidentally, after the new year, I will join Hongyan Rushuang. The new store requires site selection and renovation, allowing me to focus on giving birth. Yet, often, plans cannot keep up with changes. As they chatted, customers began to arrive in droves. A particularly striking royal blue Bentley pulled up outside the beauty salon. Liu Jialan smirked. Is this really the hidden wife of President Gu? Ignoring her own family's listed company to run a small beauty salon on the street? After a slight adjustment, she stepped out. The fitted dress adorned with shimmering crystals exuded an air of opulence. Her wine-red hair was styled in large waves, swaying with her movements, every smile and frown displaying an array of charm. Birds of a feather flock together. Those who associate with Lu Ruyin are also stunningly beautiful. Welcome to Shuang Beauty Salon. Ning Shuang raised her gaze to see the elegant lady entering. Her demeanor was impeccable, typically not found in such a modest street-side salon. Mrs. Gu, do you know me? Lu Jialan had never seen her before. She merely sought to test the waters and quickly discerned the peculiarity of this woman, who did not address her as the salon owner nor as Miss Shun, but instead called her Mrs. Gu right away. Chapter 88. A Case of Overreaching. Miss, how may I assist you? In her professional capacity, Ning Shuang would not let her emotions show, warmly welcoming the client. I am simply curious. How can the boss of such a large company allow his wife to toil away in a small beauty salon? What do you mean? Why does everyone refer to her husband as President Gu? Is she yet another new employee? This demeanor is clearly that of a high society debutante. She could see the disdain in Lu Jialan's eyes, as if they were inherently superior beings. Ning Shuang stood her ground, unflustered. Had it not been for the early hour with few customers, she wouldn't have entertained such idle chatter that wasted her time and earnings. Lu Jialan scanned the surroundings, the clean and tidy waiting area appearing to her as a shabby slum. She casually plucked a business card from her bag and handed it to Ning Shuang. Jiaran International, Lu Jialan. Below was a string of phone numbers. Simple yet elegant, Ning Shuang accepted the well-crafted card. Miss Lu, what brings you here? After exchanging a few words, she realized that this affluent lady was unaware of her husband's identity. With a gentle smile, she added, from now on, your beauty salon will belong to Jiaran International. Name your price. She is here to stir trouble. For reasons unknown, she had come to flaunt her power, threatening to acquire her salon. Prior to this, Lu Tingxiao had given some instructions, but Lu Jialan simply could not tolerate it. The acquisition was entirely her own initiative. She aimed to humiliate Ning Shuang and demonstrate that in the face of authority, she could easily be bullied. Moreover, she naively believed that if she created significant trouble for Ning Shuang, President Gu would redirect all his attention to Mrs. Gu. Unless, of course, this was a marriage of convenience. Marrying her was merely a facade. Such scenarios are commonplace in high society. Who among them does not have a few male friends outside? I'm sorry, Miss Lu, but I have no intention of transferring ownership of the beauty salon. 1 million. Ning Shuang maintained her composure as she declined. If Miss Lu wishes to have a beauty treatment, I welcome you. As for other matters, let them be 0.2 million. Or Mrs. Gu, make an offer. Liu Jialan scrutinized her, her red lips curling in derision. Mrs. Gu, your attire is quite simple, very down-to-earth. Why abandon a life of luxury to run a beauty salon? What do you mean? It means exactly what it says. However, a friend once told me that a man's words can be deceiving. You must not be fooled while you help others count their money. Ning Shuang's expression shifted slightly, then she quickly retorted. You know my husband? Xingchen, don't you? Whether he has deceived me is not something you need to inform me about. Now, please leave. My small shop cannot accommodate the likes of a debutante. Is this person not in her right mind? She calls me MRS, GU upon arrival, and then demands to acquire my beauty salon. When that fails, she begins to slander my husband. Lu Jialan beckoned, and 2 bodyguards promptly entered. Go to the bank and bring back 1 million in cash. Allow MRS, GU to see what that looks like. I bet you've never seen so much money before. Han Xiaoman had just finished a facial treatment and emerged. Seeing the tension in the air, she approached and asked, Shuangbao, what is going on? You must be Miss Han Xiaoman. Lu Jialan recounted the acquisition offer MRS. GU likely looks down on a mere million. You should be in need of money. After all, a million would suffice for ordinary people to toil for half a lifetime. To her surprise, Han Xiaoman scoffed, and who are you? Which mental institution failed to keep you in? Are you calling me crazy? Lu Jialan was the daughter of the second prestigious family in Haicheng, her status and position immensely distinguished. She would never deign to associate with such lowly individuals. How dare they insult her? Would anyone who is sane show up here to flaunt their wealth? Shinning Shuang secretly applauded her friend. Well said, 1 million. Either transfer the beauty salon to my name, or, Lu Jialan threatened ominously, then don't run this business. I would like to see how you plan to stop me from conducting business. Shinning Shuang replied coldly, Jiaran International is indeed a large enterprise, but its methods are quite hard to endorse. Originally, Lu Tingxiao intended for her to come and befriend Shinning Shuang, employing the same tactics as before. This time, however, she had overreached, not anticipating that these 2 ordinary women would be so resilient. Shinning Shuang, are you not curious about what your husband actually does? She grew flustered, desperate to find a breakthrough. What does it have to do with you? He is President Gu. Before she could finish, her phone rang. It was Lu Tingxiao calling. Casting a cold glance at the 2 obstinate women, he turned and exited. Brother, I have arrived at the Shuang Beauty Salon. A deep, husky voice emanated from the man. How is everything progressing? Lu Jialan dared not admit that her attempts to befriend her companion had failed, and that they had nearly quarreled. Lin, it is best to approach Madame Gu, an ordinary person. A little sweetness may be necessary, as I have significant use for her. All right, brother. After hanging up, a chill crept down her spine. What to do? If she spoke the truth, she feared her brother might, in a fit of rage, freeze all her bank cards. Standing at the door, she felt trapped in indecision. In a fleeting moment, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in her eyes. Raising her gaze again, her expression regained its confidence. Just then, the bodyguard returned with a box of cash in hand. Has this woman lost her mind? Coming here at the crack of dawn to offer 1 million to buy our beauty salon. Han Xiaoman muttered under her breath. Wealthy people are truly capricious. If I were rich, I would throw money around too. Shin Ningshuang retorted irritably. Throwing money around? Do you think she's foolish? What do you mean? The richer people are, the more miserly they become. Does she really think her money is endless? From the moment she entered, Shan Ningshuang sensed that this woman was no ordinary person. Could a commoner afford a car with wings? Would someone driving a Bentley even step into this humble beauty salon? Thus, she concluded that Lu Jialan's presence here was no coincidence. Not a word of her should be trusted. Han Xiaoman nudged her with her elbow and gestured. That woman is back, and the cash she carries is likely indeed 1 million. What to do? This was her first experience with a situation straight out of a novel, being bombarded with money. To say she felt no temptation would be a lie, yet she chose to heed Shen Ningshuang's counsel. With a resounding thud, the black leather suitcase was slammed onto the table. Lu Jialan spoke assertively. I present you 2 choices. Either transfer the beauty salon to me, or I will deposit 1 million. But, if I am not satisfied, you understand the consequences. I will resort to formal complaints against you daily. Han Xiaoman's confidence wavered, and she quietly suggested, Shuangbao, why not just give it to her? We can't compete with these wealthy individuals. Having gone through the previous incident, Shen Ningshuang had evidently matured, calmly contemplating her response to this predicament. Are you determined to acquire it? Chapter 89. Sister, I am Yun Luo. She bore an unwavering resolve, clutching the latest Chanel handbag. Standing there as proudly as a swan, Madame Gu, I must admit I admire you. I initially intended to befriend you, but I am afraid I am not accustomed to coarse fare. My apologies. It was clear she looked down upon her. Previously, her distant father-in-law had offered her strategies. When faced with insurmountable challenges, he would exacerbate the conflict, inviting capable individuals to intervene. What about this time? Shen Ningshuang pondered deeply. It must be said that when one begins to think, they can indeed discover alternative solutions. Miss Liu is financially abundant. A mere million is of no concern to her. However, I have already established a partnership with Hongyan Rushuang. If you wish to acquire our Shuangshuang beauty salon, it must be approved by headquarters. Indeed, this time, she employed a strategy of leveraging influence. Hongyan Rushuang was renowned throughout Haiqing and even nationally, being the first beauty industry company to go public in the country. Backed by the formidable Gu Group, if one sought to bully her, they ought to reconsider. You think you can intimidate me with Hongyan Rushuang? Lu Jialin, momentarily incensed, retorted. Do you know who stands behind Jiaran International? Realizing she was losing her composure, Lu Jialin began to panic. What does that have to do with me? Shen Ningxuang maintained her calm demeanor. This was a lesson she learned from Gu Xingqian, to remain composed and respond with poise in the face of adversity. He had gone to Port City. She could not rely on him for everything. Shen Ningxuang had always been fiercely independent. She had weathered numerous tribulations alone. You keep repeating that one statement. Leaving her speechless, of course, it is related to you. It is of great significance, the esteemed madam of the Gu Group. Yet here you are running a modest beauty salon, providing services personally to clients. How could it not be connected? What could have been a simple matter was convoluted infinitely by Lu Jialin. The situation was spiraling beyond her control. Even if she brought up Hongyan Rushuang, she was unafraid. She merely wished to recharge her account normally, and no one could impede her. The implication was unmistakable. Lu Jialin, having retreated to a lesser demand, sought to recharge instead. At that point, she would still cause disruptions that would jeopardize her business. Mr.G, you would inevitably be drawn away to resolve the troubles of his hastily married wife. I apologize, but I also reserve the right to refuse such a subpar client. I will not conduct business with you. Where did she derive her audacity? Lu Jialin felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, nearly fainting from the indignation. She truly did not expect this ordinary woman to be so formidable. Just as she prepared to confront her forcefully, two young ladies appeared at the entrance. The first, with an oval face and a striking presence, exuded a gentle and refined aura. The second, possessing an excellent figure, bore a round, doll-like visage. Ching, is this the trendy spot you told me about? Indeed, Luo, you cannot imagine the sensation it caused. The entire Haiqing is aware of it. Moreover, the owner possesses an alluring charm. She is a remarkably strong woman. The two strolled in arm, immediately spotting Lu Jialin, who signaled her bodyguard to drive them away. Ladies, please vacate the premises immediately. This venue has been reserved by our young lady. Mu Hanjing's expression turned frosty. Having just returned from Y country after a year, how dare these upstarts attempt to commandeer a venue in Haiqing? Yunluo smiled faintly. Miss, kindly turn around and let me see if you are worthy of this reservation. The term Miss was pronounced with emphasis. One was the prized possession of the Mu family, while the other was the daughter of the Yun family. When had they been bullied in Haiqing? Lu Jialin's expression darkened. Was there truly someone so audacious as to provoke her in her own territory? Suddenly, she spun around and spat. Who do you call a miss? A Feng. Tear her mouth apart. Yunluo's radiant face revealed a trace of mockery. The woman before them was someone they both recognized. Haiqing was vast, with nearly 30 million inhabitants, making encounters rare. Yet, the upper echelons of society were so small that nearly everyone among the elite in Haiqing knew each other. Lu Jialin recognized Mu Hanjing. So, it is Miss Mu. What, do you wish to steal my spotlight as well? Oh no. Mu Hanjing replied sweetly, though a glint of cunning sparkled in her eyes. We have come today specifically to experience Miss Shan's talents. If you insist on reserving the entire place, I am afraid I must diminish your arrogance. Did she leave the house without checking the calendar? Why was it that everyone seemed intent on opposing her today? Gritting her teeth, Lu Jialin threatened. Miss Mu, we are all individuals of status. Grant me some face, and I shall offer you a VIP card from Jiaran International. Han Xiaoman perceived the two stunning beauties who had just entered. Noting that their backgrounds were on par with the haughty Lu Jialin, perhaps they could assist them in navigating this dilemma. She approached and said, Ladies, as kind-hearted and beautiful individuals, could you lend us a hand? This woman appeared out of nowhere this morning, attempting to forcefully acquire our beauty salon. When we declined, she began to bully us, insisting on recharging $1 million and monopolizing the entire salon, leaving us unable to conduct business. Lu Jialin's complexion shifted dramatically as she rushed to clarify. What nonsense are you spouting? Do not tarnish my reputation. I am merely a regular customer, and you have a responsibility to serve your clients, not to push them away. She was not fearful of Mu Hanjing. Rather, the Lu family's standing in Haicheng was precarious. For over a decade, they had remained in the second position, with Lu Tingxiao always presenting himself as a paragon of humility in front of outsiders. He was amiable and charitable, consistently donating substantial sums to enhance their reputation. Initially, her bullying of ordinary individuals posed no issue, as long as those within their circle remained oblivious. As for the Gu family, they were natural adversaries. The face-off would occur when the timing was right. Xiao Man, Shen Ningxuang hurriedly grasped her, unwilling to involve others in the salon's matters. This is our affair. We cannot trouble others, pulling Han Xiaoman aside. Shen Ningxuang expressed her sincere apologies. You two ladies must be here for beauty treatments. Please have a seat and relax while I handle this matter, and then I will assist you. Yunluo observed the composed, rational, and spirited woman before her and deduced that this must be Shen Ningxuang. No worries. It is a mere trifle. Miss Lu's bullying behavior does not sit well with us. Do not feel burdened. Her voice was sweet and melodious, akin to a lark song. Noticing the admiration in her gaze, Shen Ningxuang still declined. Thank you for your kind offer, but I can resolve this myself. Sister, I am Yunluo. Do not feel obliged to be courteous with me. While Lu Jialin may appear as a towering obstacle before ordinary individuals, to me, she is merely a merchant with a few extra zeros in her bank account. Where did this brash young girl come from? Such audacity. Chapter 90. A love hidden in the heart. Though the Lu family might not be the wealthiest in Haicheng, a thin, dying camel is larger than a horse. They had once basked in glory, having accumulated countless connections over the years. What a bold claim! Mu Hanjing tugged at her friend, whispering a few words. The two settled on the sofa, showing no disdain for the ordinary fabric covering. Instead, they found it quite pleasant, offering a refreshing sense of novelty. The tea served was merely the most basic buckwheat tea. Lu Jialin's face was grim, a knot of frustration lodged in her chest. Her temper barely contained, I shall see how you will drive me away without assistance. Those who lacked the requisite status remained oblivious to the significance of Lu Jialin's standing. I did not say I wanted you to leave. Did I? Isn't it about recharging? Shen Ningxiong suddenly smiled, her expression intriguing. Come on, once you recharge, I will tell you. Time ticked by, and clients continued to flock into the beauty salon. Many were familiar faces, all of whom had recharged here. Shen Ningxiong instructed them to wait at the door. They waited for over half an hour, and the outside was teeming with people. Han Xiaoman could no longer sit still. If this stalemate continued, they would be unable to conduct business today. She had always been amiable, accustomed to wearing a pleasing smile while running her establishment. After all, making a living is never easy. Lu Jialin was filled with confusion. Were they really asking her to recharge? What was going on? I will personally help you with the card, but the recharge amount is quite substantial, so we need to split it across several cards. From now on, you will be the most esteemed guest of Shuangshuang Beauty Salon. Her demeanor was light and breezy, yet it felt deceitful. There must be a catch. Lu Jialin hesitated. Are you really asking for a recharge? Indeed. Follow me. We'll handle the card here. Outside, some familiar faces squeezed in, eager to see what was happening. The bodyguard coldly blocked the entrance. Don't come back. This place has been reserved by our young lady. He looked fearsome, startling her. Immediately after, she shouted. Sisters, someone is trying to bully the boss lady again. Who dares to step forward? I'll treat them to spicy chicken. Outside, there was an uproar. Inside, Shen Ningxiong wore a radiant smile, sincerely inviting Lu Jialin to get the card. Through the glass door, Lu Jialin's expression darkened. Hmph. A bunch of lowly commoners. What right do they have to come to the same beauty salon as me? What level of service can they expect? Sharing the same skincare products as me, the esteemed Miss Lu. Sharing the same beautician? Miss Lu, are you unwilling? You're quite something, Shen Ningxiong. You really have your ways. By now, a commotion was brewing at the entrance. However, they knew their limits. As long as Shen Ningxiong remained silent, they would not charge in. With bodyguards in tow, Lu Jialin decided to leave. Wait. What more do you want? Shen Ningxiong approached and whispered, I know you are wealthy, but I am not afraid of you. If you come back, I will edit today's surveillance footage into a video and post it online. After all, I am quite the internet celebrity. Are you threatening me? Ha! Setting aside her ignorance of the fact that she was the wife of the Gu family SEO, she was just an ordinary person. How could she muster the courage to threaten her? She had never been afraid. Nor did she call the police. She had been waiting for her. Miss Liu could certainly give it a try. Meeting her fierce gaze, Shun Ningxiong remained unperturbed. Those without shoes fear not to walk barefoot. If worst comes to worst, I will simply close the beauty salon. Very well, Mr. Gu has married a fine wife. Lu Jialin turned to leave, not wanting to linger a moment longer. She was far more difficult than she had imagined. Shun Ningxiong saw her out. The crowd erupted in voices. Boss lady, did she make things difficult for you? Don't worry, we all stand by your side to support you. Don't think that having a bodyguard makes one a person of society. If you provoke my sister, you won't be able to leave. How dare these commoners? One Shin Ningxiong dares to threaten her, and now these people are spouting nonsense. The bodyguard shielded her. Miss, there are too many people. Let me escort you out. Don't call me miss anymore. It sounded unpleasant. All right, miss. Back at the beauty salon, Yun Luo and Mu Hanqing were chatting. I never thought a regular woman could handle such matters. Indeed, if it were me, I would surely have accepted it with my tail between my legs. Offending the wealthy has serious consequences. Most people lack the courage to stand firm, yet Shun Ningxiong had done so. Although the situation was not entirely resolved, at least she was not like other women. Meek and dependent on their men for protection. Her spirited face captivated Yun Luo's attention, making her ponder for quite a while. I apologize for keeping you two waiting. Would you like to try my skills? Sure, Yun Luo replied, smiling warmly as she gracefully rose. This young lady, please follow me. Han Xiaoman beckoned Mu A Chanqing. Yun Luo lay on the beauty bed. Her gaze unabashedly admired the work. The fingers that touched her face were not particularly delicate, perhaps even slightly rough. Unlike the high-end beauty salons she frequented, where every beautician was exceptionally skilled, these hands felt real, reminiscent of her childhood. When she would lie in her grandmother's embrace, the slightly aged hands would gently caress her little head. Perhaps due to jet lag, she unexpectedly fell asleep. For the first time in a strange environment, she sank into a deep slumber. Shun Ningxiong did not wake her simply because the beauty bed was occupied. Instead, she brought her own napping blanket and gently covered the quietly sleeping girl. With brows and eyes like paintings, her beautiful oval face was exquisitely chiseled, as if crafted by the most skilled hands of the creator. Shun Ningxiong dimmed the lights and quietly slipped out. Next door, Han Xiaoman was giving Mu Hanqing an essential oil back massage. The two of them, unbeknownst to how the conversation had started, grew increasingly in sync. Mu Hanqing was a whimsically spirited girl, resembling a little sister in Han Xiaoman's eyes. Her brows and eyes were filled with affectionate smiles. It was not until noon that Yun Luo finally awoke and emerged. Shin Ningxiong was outside doing manicures. You're awake. Boss lady, I'm so sorry. I just returned from abroad and couldn't adjust to the time difference. Your skills are so good that No worries. You came back for the new year, right? Speaking of her itinerary, Yun Luo's gentle eyes concealed a hint of anticipation and excitement. It had been a year. She hadn't seen her brother Xingqian in a whole year. It wasn't that she didn't want to see him. It was just that Gu Xingqian was cold-natured, wholly focused on work, leaving her with scant time. Often, when they met, they could only exchange a few words. And that was the end of it. Yun Luo had no idea when she had developed feelings for him. Since childhood, she had enjoyed quietly staying by his side, even if they did nothing. Just accompanying him felt like a form of unspoken happiness. She also dared not show it too evidently, fearing that brother Xingqian might reject her. Thus, she kept this love deeply hidden in her heart. This time, she resolved to muster up the courage to confess to Gu Xingqian. She was already 25. Time was of the essence. She wanted to fall in love with him during the prime years of her life. Chapter 91. How beautiful it would be to share mutual affection. Just as she finished a client's manicure, the salon was nearly empty. She sat down to chat with her for a while. This quietly beautiful girl had a certain elegance even in her speech, sweet and charming. Whoever married her must have saved the galaxy in their past life. A hint of intoxicating happiness blossomed on her face. Are you thinking of someone special? Yun Luo then realized she had been lost in thought about Xingqian. With a gentle smile, she radiated a noble grace, her warmth coupled with an intellectual charm that was particularly comforting. With a single smile, it felt like spring breezes were enveloping her, It's my special someone, but he is so busy with work that he has no time for romance. Who is it? How could someone so quietly beautiful let you slip away while busying themselves with work? How utterly unromantic. What a scoundrel. No, a scoundrel at least knows how to be a scoundrel. He was clearly just a straight man. How could he make such a beautiful girl wait so long? It was infuriating. Meanwhile, far away in the harbor city, Gu Xingqian suddenly sneezed several times. Furrowing his brow, he wondered, who is cursing me behind my back? Miss Gu, you are so beautiful. Believe in yourself, and you will surely be able to win over your special someone. After all, a woman pursuing a man is like a veil between them, Sister Shen. You think I can win him over too, right? Of course. It's rare for a woman to meet her true soulmate in life. Since you have encountered him, you should bravely pursue your happiness. Shen Ningxiong cheered her on. Perhaps your special someone has always liked you too, but has been too busy with work to confess. Really? The two of them grew more and more in sync. Han Xiaoman and Mu Hanqing approached. Since fate has brought us together, why not go out for a meal and chat while we eat? Mu Hanqing was the first to agree. Sounds good. Sister Xiaoman, I want to hear your story. Yun Luo naturally agreed as well. Shen Ningxiong was the last to exit, locking the door and hanging the sign for a break. The four of them headed to the nearest hot pot restaurant. It was Yun Luo and Mu Hanqing's first time in such a place. They usually frequented high-end restaurants, either for Western cuisine or local specialties, but had never tried spicy hot pot. Sister, how do we eat this? Shrimp balls, beef tripe, and more were spread across the table. You guys haven't had hot pot before, have you? Mu Hanqing shook her head. We've been abroad. Right, Ching, I specially ordered a yin-yang pot. Later you two can have the non-spicy side and dip it in sesame sauce. You'll absolutely fall in love with this cuisine after just one try. Yun Luo quietly sat beside Shen Ningxiong. Whenever we had worries, we'd come out for hot pot, and our mood would instantly improve. There's nothing a hot pot can't solve. If it doesn't work, then have two. The spiciness was exhilarating. Washing away all troubles, Mu Hanqing boldly tried it, discovering that lettuce could also be cooked. She had only known of the creamy lettuce in French cuisine, which was always eaten raw. Her brows danced, and her adorable face displayed a wealth of expressions. Luo, you should try it too. It's really delicious. Just like me, you dip it in sesame sauce after blanching it. The flavor is fantastic. Sister Xiaoman did not deceive her. It was indeed delightful. They ate gracefully, like young ladies, savoring every bite, in stark contrast to Shen Ningxiong and her friend, who were unabashedly devouring the food, their lips smeared with red oil. Completely disregarding their image as they feasted heartily. Sister Xiaoman, let us exchange contact information so that whenever there is exquisite cuisine in the future, you will certainly take me out to savor it. On Mu Hanqing's youthful visage, a hint of baby fat lingers. Yet, her features are exquisite, strikingly beautiful, particularly her figure, which causes many gentlemen to cast admiring glances her way. At the table, for captivating ladies with distinct styles make it nearly impossible to remain inconspicuous. There are abundant delicacies tucked away in the alleyways. Are you certain you do not wish to try something spicy? Yun Luo elegantly sets down her chopsticks, declaring, I'm satiated. Is that all? You're already full? You've only eaten a few slices of cucumber and lotus root, not a single piece of meat. Are you in a rush to meet your beloved? At the mention of this topic, Mu Hanqing's delicate face betrays a hint of unease. Her brother, Mu Hanxiu, has harbored a secret affection for Yun Luo, yet he has never voiced it. However, Yun Luo's heart and gaze are solely fixed on Gu Xingqian. It seems that Yun Luo is destined never to become his sister Law and I in this world. How rare is it for two hearts to beat as one? What exquisite sweetness such love must bring. Sister Shen, he has gone on a business trip to the harbor city and will likely return in 2 days. What a coincidence. My dear Xingqian has also gone to the harbor city and mentioned he would be back in about 2 days. Shen Ningxiong thinks little of it. Her Xingqian is such a steady and principled gentleman that he would certainly not indulge in romantic entanglements while away. Sister Shen, have you ever pursued a man? What should I prepare for my first confession? This question had already been posed to Mu Hanqing on the plane. The latter feels a pang of bitterness. She has always regarded Yun Luo as a sister-in-law and has even assisted her in strategizing to pursue other men. Only a man of lofty stature could be deemed worthy of Yun Luo's deep affections, it seems. This stumps me. I've always casually pointed to a man and obtained a marriage certificate just like that. Mu Hanqing exclaims in surprise, Sister Shin, please share your story with me. I wish to hear it. After hearing Han Xiaoman's tale, she is eager to learn of Shun Ningxuang's as well. She experienced a whirlwind marriage and found a treasure. Their man is both diligent and gentle, caring for her like a daughter. Truly, she has endured hardship only to reap sweetness in return. Really, Sister Shin? I never expected you to be so fortunate. Shin Ningxuang smiles faintly. At that time, I had to avoid my family, which is why I hastily drew lots for a whirlwind marriage. You mustn't follow my example, Mu Hanqing, with her delicate little head held high, asserts, I don't even have a boyfriend. So a whirlwind marriage is out of the question for me. However, for Luo Luo, who has been secretly in love with her beloved for over a decade, it is a different story. The outwardly demure Yun Luo possesses an unyielding spirit. Love is love, and she will continue to cherish her feelings. Yet, it remains a mystery how she would react upon learning of Gu Xingchen's marriage. Should she discover that her sister Shun is now Mrs. Gu, what would transpire? Having not yet encountered Gu Xingchen, she has already formed a close sisterly bond with Shun Ningxuang. Han Xiaoman interjects, Luo Luo, you must first probe the people around him, find out what your beloved enjoys, and win him over by appealing to his tastes. She, a mother of 3, speaks without reservation. But for Yun Luo, a young maiden, the mention of bringing a man home causes her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Sister Xiaoman, I cannot lift him. He is very tall and rather aloof, and few can remain close to him for long. Indeed, he bears a striking resemblance to someone I know, tall, handsome, and exuding an icy demeanor, giving off an air of distance. Yes, precisely. Han Xiaoman pouts, the man my sister-in-law married is just like that, resembling a CEO. Shun Ningxuang chuckles softly, my husband is merely a small business owner in the building materials sector. If he were a CEO, would I still need to work? Fair point. Han Xiaoman gazes at her with a mischievous glint. I haven't asked you, but after all this time since your whirlwind marriage, why is there still no sign of a baby? Your mother-in-law adores children. If it were me, having encountered such a wonderful mother-in-law, I would surely give her several grandchildren, allowing her to hold one in each arm. Chapter 92. Seeds of doubt. Speaking of Shun Ningxuang's mother-in-law, she does not voice it, but a sense of bitterness lingers in her heart. Why is it that others' mothers-in-law are so exceptionally kind and attentive, while her OWN.is simply beyond words? I am not anxious. Why are you? With 3 children already, I will accompany you to the hospital for a comprehensive examination tomorrow. It will provide some peace of mind. Since her last pregnancy, she has not undergone a formal checkup at a large hospital. Han Xiaoman pays it no mind, her focus solely on work. I have had 2 pregnancies. I am experienced, and it will be fine. Yun Luo gazes at her enviously, wishing to bear many children for brother Xingchen. What a blissful prospect it would be to accompany him and grow old together through the passage of time. How romantic it would be. A gentle smile graces her lips as the thought of being by his side fills her with warmth. She yearns to convey to him, with her brightest smile, that she has always awaited him, hoping for the day when he would be free and share her affections, leading to marriage and children. As she envisions such a beautiful future, a radiant smile of happiness blooms on Yun Luo's serene face. She tucks a loose strand of hair behind her ear, and her every movement exudes the elegance of a refined lady. Shun Ningxuang smiles and offers her blessings. Luo Luo is truly a gentle, intelligent, beautiful, and graceful girl. If I were your beloved, I would undoubtedly accept your confession without hesitation. Who would refuse such a wonderful girl? Han Xiaoman nods in agreement. Indeed, Luo Luo is exceptionally beautiful, akin to a poetic beauty emerging from a bygone era, exquisite and elegant. Keep it up. Yun Luo feels a blush of shyness at the compliments. She recalls that icy, aloof face and remains uncertain. Regardless, she must make the attempt. The worst that could happen is rejection. In the harbor city, Su Lu parts ways with the Gu family and strolls down the street. Even now, she struggles to come to terms with the fact that such affluent and influential individuals as the Gu family could be so approachable and easy to get along with. Even though Gu Xingchen appears cold, she perceives no haughty demeanor typical of the wealthy elite in his eyes. His chill seems to emanate from an innate quality. She has promised Song Yunshang to assist Gu Jianghao in escaping the mire of his marriage. However, Such matters can only be resolved if Gu Jianghao himself is willing to let go and forget. All she can do is silently accompany him, providing him with warmth and sunshine, in the chauffeur-driven car. Song Yunshang casually brings up Su Lu Ahao. Some people are destined to be merely fleeting scenery along your journey, not the ones who accompany you to the end. I find Su girl to be quite nice. She is kind-hearted and does not mind your past marriage. Gu Jianghao's face darkens. Such remarks are hardly appropriate for ASO and IT, is as if he is incapable of finding a wife due to his marital history. He is the second young master of the Gu family. Does he lack the means to attract any woman he desires? Seated beside him, Gu Xingqian receives an international call from Chao Zhiyong in Africa. He informs him that the crew under the chief of the Cool tribe is demanding exorbitant wages, especially with the new year approaching. They expect double pay to work. It is evident that someone is orchestrating trouble. The man chuckles coldly. Having invested so much money, if work halts for even a day, the losses will be staggering. Crude oil is a coveted commodity in the international market. Everyone desires a piece of it. Originally, the value of this oil field project ranged from $5 to $8 billion. The Gu Group acquired it for $130 billion. If this drags on for another 10 days or half a month, it could severely disrupt the company's cash flow. Gu Xingqian replies succinctly, let the workers return home for now. The oil field project will be suspended. After hanging up, Song Yunshang understands that her eldest son is always busy. She reassures him, you handle your matters. Ahao has me and Lu to keep him company, so there will be no issues. Before returning, he decides to meet with his former sister-in-law. Certain matters require his personal arrangement. At 3 in the afternoon in the harbor city, at the Jueyue private club, Lu Ruyan receives a call, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. She has long known that this man would come looking for her. After all, she has brought a layer of unspeakable humiliation upon an entire wealthy family. Grabbing a trench coat, she approaches Lu Tingxiao. Tingxiao, may I step out for a moment? The man's cold, fierce eyes gleam with excitement at the smooth progression of his plans. Would you accompany me? No time. Tingxiao. Lu Ruyan's stunning brows furrow slightly. What is happening? I said I have no time. Do you not understand? His cold gaze, filled with fury, causes Lu Ruyan to take a step back. She turns and descends the stairs, driving away from the villa. Deep down, she hopes that Lu Tingxiao would accompany her. The terror and ruthlessness of that man are beyond what a frail woman like her could contend with. Should he turn against her, she fears she may not withstand it. The car stops in front of the club, and Lu Ruyan tightens her grip on the steering wheel. After 10 minutes, she finally exits the car. Repeatedly reminding herself not to be afraid, on the second floor, in a private room, the man has evidently been waiting for quite some time. Sitting on the sofa, a cup of coffee before him and a document beside it, he greets her. Miss Lu, welcome. Please, take a seat. No, brother. Lu Ruyan lowers her head slightly, her voice trembling, I will stand. The man lifts his gaze, expressionless. I did not ask you here to cast blame. Please sit. Under pressure, Lu Ruyan takes a seat across from him. Brother, is Ahad all right? Each night spent apart, especially after being intimate with Lu Tingxiao, she recalls that man whose eyes were filled with her image, who would hold her in the palm of his hand, who would playfully carry her to the bathroom, and who would embrace her to help her sleep peacefully. I am sorry for bringing shame to the Gu family. Lu Ruyan lowers her head in shame. Gu Xingqian watches her, his expression devoid of reproach or warmth, as if he were an outsider, quietly sipping his coffee. Do you truly understand who Lu Tingxiao is? Or rather, is your love for him truly that profound? Had someone posed that question to her a week prior, she would have resolutely declared her profound love for Lu Tingxiao, a love that ran deep within her very bones. Of course. After a brief pause, the man slid a document across the table towards her, speaking in a calm tone. Take a look before we continue. Meeting Lu Ruyan's puzzled gaze, Gu Xingqian nodded and opened the first page. Her elegant brows furrowed slightly as she turned the pages, her disbelief growing with each one. No, this cannot be. You must be fabricating this to deceive me, brother. I have never held you responsible for the car accident that befell my father. It was a natural disaster, an unfortunate accident. Otherwise, I would not have married Ahao. Gripping the document tightly, she read each word meticulously. Do you know why I didn't show you this document earlier? Yes, Gu Xingqian had exploited her. Or perhaps she was merely a pawn in the game between Lu Tingxiao and Gu Xingqian, a piece unaware of her own fate. Yet she willingly chose to be the weapon Lu Tingxiao wielded against the Gu family. If I had presented it sooner, even if you believed it, what would it matter? Only through loss do we learn to cherish. Chapter 93. The collapse of belief. Lu Ruyan lowered her head in anguish. The car accident from years ago had been meticulously orchestrated by Lu Tingxiao, and she too bore undeniable responsibility. Had it not been for me, perhaps your family would not have suffered such calamity. Brother, please stop. What purpose does it serve to malign Tingxiao? Lu Ruyan felt as though a towering edifice within her heart was crumbling. For so long, Lu Tingxiao had been the epitome of perfection in her eyes. Her lifelong support, she would willingly sacrifice everything for him. He had promised that once he toppled the Gu family, he would restore her family's former glory and marry her, making her the envy of all his misses. Lu, together, they would stand atop the pinnacle, basking in the radiance of success. Little did she know, there was never a place for her in his future. It had all been a delusion of her own making. This document has undergone judicial verification, and the evidence contained within is classified. I show it to you merely to illustrate that Lu Tingxiao's misdeeds extend far beyond this, brother. I refuse to listen. Tingxiao has always been an honorable man, a gentleman, and the leader of the Thunder Group, a conscientious entrepreneur collaborating with the government. Even when faced with irrefutable evidence, she remained steadfast in her disbelief, unwilling to accept the truth. For a decade, the man she had loved had now revealed himself as someone who would stop at nothing to achieve his aims. She could not accept it. Lu, miss, there is one more matter I wish to discuss with you today. I will not listen, nor will I assist you. Once a house condition improves, I will formally divorce him. Lu Ruyan had never felt such turmoil within her. Yet, once the seeds of doubt are sown, they take root and flourish. I have never stooped to exploiting a woman. Lu, miss, even my projects in Africa bear his shadow. Do you find it surprising that he would resort to such tactics? In Lu Ruyan's eyes, the man before her resembled a sage, calm and unflappable, unaffected by emotions as he gazed at her. He uttered words that left her utterly stunned. You are a pitiable creature. In the Gu family, we treated you as one of our own, yet you failed to appreciate it, instead becoming a tool for Lu Tingxiao. You will regret this in the future. Frankly, Lu Tingxiao is not your true match. And that is precisely what I wish to see. Her lips trembled as she stammered, Did you know about my relationship with Tingxiao all along? The man offered no reply, yet she was certain that Gu Xingchen was aware. Only Gu Jianghao, who loved her to the point of losing himself, remained oblivious. Suddenly, she felt a swell of pity for him. Are you trying to make me regret? Is doing nothing your greatest punishment? Lu Ruyan never imagined a man would employ such methods to instill remorse within her, and yet he had done nothing at all. Brother, I have done what I have done. I will not regret it. As for today, let us pretend it never happened. I will become Mrs. Lu. Since we are relatives, let us spare each other some dignity. By saying this, she was indirectly pleading with him to refrain from complete annihilation. Miss Lu seems to have forgotten that I have always been the one on the receiving end of blows. Why is it acceptable for Lu Tingxiao to use unscrupulous means to harass and confront me? Yet I am forbidden from retaliating. Meeting his steady, confident gaze, Lu Ruyan felt a strong premonition. The reason he had yet to strike was that he was waiting for an opportunity, a chance to topple the Gu family. In the case of the car accident, an ordinary person would serve time in prison, yet it clearly did not apply to Gu Xingchen. However, it had tarnished his reputation. For an extended period, the stocks of the Gu family conglomerate had fluctuated unpredictably. 2 years prior, when the Gu family ventured into the new energy sector, their newly developed data suddenly faced a hacking incident, resulting in the loss of core data. Did you think I never suspected the Thunder Group? A year ago, the Xingchen fund under the group came under siege from A shares. Did you truly believe it was the work of a mysterious international financial magnate? Why strike then, of all times? Lu Ruyan knew that she was now Lu Tingxiao's woman and should stand by his side, supporting him. There was no evidence. It was merely a normal business confrontation. Surely, you had also targeted the Thunder Group. Had you not? Lu Ruyan finally found justification for herself and breathed a sigh of relief. But then, she completely shattered. Gu Xingchen produced her phone and played a brief audio clip. You honor. Dad misses you dearly. Come visit me when you have the chance, and bring that boy from the Gu family. I know he truly cares for you. Be cautious of Lu Tingxiao. This man has ulterior motives. And you are no match for him. Dad, listening to the familiar voice, Lu Ruyan sprang to her feet. Isn't my father a vegetable? He would never recover. It was Ah Hao who pleaded with me to invest in the acquisition of an overseas pharmaceutical company, which specializes in treating this ailment. It turned out he had exhausted all means to love her from beneath her line of sight. No. Tears streamed down her face, and no matter what, she owed Gu Jianghao a tremendous debt of gratitude. Brother, when did my father awaken? About a week ago. Calculating the timeline, it was precisely the day she had betrayed Gu Jianghao. Why? This cannot be my father's true will. How could he possibly speak on your behalf? Brother, please stop feeding me nonsensical information. I beg you. Let me go. Lu Ruyan felt as though she had only just emerged from the shadows to see everything clearly, yet she remained ensnared in a web of entrapment. As long as the Gu family and the Thunder Group coexisted, the conflict would not cease, so who would be the next victim? Whether it was the Gu family, Lu Tingxiao, or her own Lu family. She wished for no one else to suffer because of her. I know I owe an apology to Ah Hao, to the Gu family, and to Grandma. Brother, let me go. I will do my best to dissuade Tingxiao. Please, show mercy and do not stoop to his level. Jiyu Xingqian shook her head in disappointment. With her father awakening, she still found herself thinking of that scoundrel Lu Tingxiao. Truly, a pitiable person must also possess contemptible traits. I wish for everyone to live in peace. If the Thunder Group were to distance themselves from Lu Tingxiao, it would still contribute to society's value. Of course, I would not pursue him for personal reasons. Gu Xingqian's eyes turned cold as she replied, Are you so certain that if I spare him, he will not scheme against me from behind? Not to mention the African oilfield project, the Gu family had invested $130 billion. Should anything go awry, you can imagine the consequences. Converted into cash, that amounts to hundreds of billions. This was one of the reasons the Gu family could secure the deal. After all, not every large corporation possesses the audacity to invest such a vast sum into an uncertain project. Yet, ironically, Chao Zhiyong had once been a member of the Thunder Group. Do you have any idea how many spies he has embedded within my operations? Chapter 94. Ultimately fated to be unmatched, it can be said that any movement from the Gu family would not escape Lu Tingxiao's notice. Gu Xingqian's resolute stance at the board meeting, where she silenced dissenting voices to secure the oilfield project, was not only to increase Huagua's oil reserves, but also a testament to her commitment to these national matters, which she neither understood nor wished to comprehend. All she desired was to become Mrs. Lu. Are you done? If so, I must return to prepare a meal for Lu Tingxiao. He particularly enjoys my cooking. If memory serves, Lu Ruyan had never set foot in the kitchen during her years married to her brother. She was quite unaware that Mrs. Lu could indeed cook. Her words caused Lu Ruyan's face to flush crimson. Brother, there is much you do not know. Finally regaining some confidence, she felt a glimmer of assurance before him. It was not necessarily that he adored her culinary skills. There existed a creature known as the canary. Gu Xingqian smirked, a hint of mockery in her smile. Yet those who are brought into the family have always been the cherished ones. You were once my brother's treasured one, but you failed to cherish it. Watching Lu Ruyan depart, he had achieved his objective for the day, and it was time to return home. Just one day apart, he found himself missing his own wife. Thus, he dialed Shun Ningxuang for a video call. Moments ago, Yun Luo and Mu Hanning had just left. Had they seen Gu Xingqian on the video, it would have certainly been entertaining. As the video connected, Gu Xingqian sat in the car, instructing the driver to take her back to the villa. Why did it take so long to answer? Were you busy? Yes. How is my brother? Is his mood any better? She too had experienced betrayal, sorrow, and discomfort in the past. Yet the setting sun must eventually descend, and the sun of tomorrow shall rise anew. The sunlight is so splendid. She ought not to succumb to despair. It is neither a matter of good nor bad. Such matters are beyond the aid of outsiders. As for the meeting with Lu Ruyan, he would not speak of it. Were it not for Lu Tingxiao, he would not find himself in the position of passively utilizing his former sister-in-law. Indeed, he would do everything within his power to assist the Lu family. Unfortunately, Lu Ruyan ultimately chose Lu Tingxiao, a decision so foolish it borders on the absurd. With a flight at 8 o'clock in the evening to Haicheng, "Do you miss me?" Now, when he faces her, he can utter words typical of couples, completely oblivious to any strangeness. Had it been over half a month ago, he could never have imagined himself expressing such sentiments to an ordinary woman. He hardly pondered it, being preoccupied. The video flickered, the camera pointed at the ceiling, revealing only Shun Ningxuang's chin. Another client approached. The man's brow furrowed. Even as a major CEO, he had never been this busy. Yet he still found time to indulge in lengthy phone conversations with her. Xingchen, we'll talk later. I have to get back to work. Wait a moment, be good, and we'll continue our conversation tonight. Snap, the video abruptly ended. The man let out a wry smile as he stowed away his phone and headed towards the helipad. Just as he was about to board, a message arrived from Yunluo. Yunluo, brother Xingchen, I've returned to Haicheng for the new year. May I come to the headquarters to see you? The words carried a humble plea. The man's gaze remained steady as he turned off his phone and boarded the plane. 2 hours later, around 7:30, the private jet landed on the rooftop helipad of the Gu Corporation. Mu Hanzhou was there to greet him. A tall figure appeared before him, and Mu Hanzhou smiled. Why the long face? Is it because your wife didn't come to pick you up? Encountered a bothersome issue. Had it been another socialite, he would have decisively refused. Yet that gentle, refined, and understanding Yunluo had never once intruded upon him. She was one of his few female friends. Got time tonight? Mu Hanzhou glanced sideways at him as they walked side by side. This isn't like you. When did you become so sentimental? The man shot him a cold glance. I am considering your lifelong happiness. If you don't have time, then so be it. With long strides, he descended the staircase. Mu Hanzhou caught up, still maintaining his casual demeanor, one hand in his pocket. A slight smile lifting the corners of his lips, revealing a deep and charming dimple on the right side of his face. Yunluo has returned to Haicheng, then I have even less time. I forgot to tell you, I have a new romance brewing. Zhang Yuqi, a big star. Gu Xingchen halted. Oxiu, one cannot hide the gaze of affection. Is there any point in continuously evading this? Who says I like her? Which of your eyes saw that I have feelings for her? She is just a little girl, not yet fully grown. I prefer women who are mature, curvaceous, and alluring. I have no interest in her. As he spoke, he averted his gaze to the elevator button, avoiding Gu Xingchen's piercing stare, as if fearing his thoughts would be laid bare. Yunluo is unlike your previous girlfriends. She is a pure and kind girl. If you truly do not harbor feelings for her, do not provoke or hurt her. Otherwise, even if you are my brother, I won't spare you. As he spoke, Mu Hanzhou let out a bitter smile. Why are you telling me this? She has only ever liked you. What will you do now? The elevator arrived slowly, and the two brothers stepped inside, an unexpected silence engulfing the small space. The elevator descended to the first floor. I initially planned to invite her out for a gathering to create an opportunity for you, but it seems I was overstepping. Gu Xingchen left with determination. He needed to return to see her. It had only been a day, and he missed her greatly. Mu Hanzhou smiled bitterly as he sat in the car, opening a wooden box containing an old photograph. Yunluo stood vivaciously between him and Gu Xingchen in that picture, a memento he had cherished for 11 years. Knowing her heart belonged solely to Gu Xingchen, he silently buried his affection, treating her like a younger sister. Starting the engine, the roar of the car echoed as Mu Hanzhou vanished into the vastness of the night. She and he were ultimately fated to be apart. Gu Xingchen hurriedly returned home. Upon entering, he paused for a few seconds to compose his slightly hurried breaths before stepping inside. The living room was lit, yet he did not see the familiar figure. The man pushed open the bedroom door, where Shan Ningxuang stood on the balcony, tiptoeing to retrieve her undergarments, preparing for a shower. A glimpse of her fair and delicate waist was revealed. Strikingly radiant, he rarely paid attention to such details, but upon noticing the light purple bra in her hand, his breath hitched. She wore only a thin knit top, hinting at a glimpse of white. The man smirked and stepped forward, embracing her as she turned. Shan Ningxuang was startled, but the familiar cold scent of the man reassured her. She lifted her gaze, playfully tapping his chest. You return without a word. I thought a thief had entered the house, but I am a heart thief. Ningxuang, have I stolen your heart? When did you become so smooth-tongued? Leaning against his chest, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. Meeting his fiery gaze, she slightly raised her chin and closed her eyes. In the next moment, his movements were gentle and light, as if afraid to disturb this beauty, kissing her smooth forehead. Chapter 95. A blurred infatuation. She seemed dissatisfied and wrapped her arms around his neck, clinging to him like an octopus. The man's large hand enveloped her delicate waist, drawing her gently into his embrace. This warm hug was both comforting and intoxicating for her. Since their whirlwind marriage, he had always restrained himself, never daring to cross boundaries. She trembled, leaning in closer. You dare kiss me on the street? Why not at home? Gu Xingqian relished this affectionate moment, freeing a hand to gently stroke her delicate nose. Don't you have relatives around? A kiss could spark a fire? We kissed before, Haven Tiwi. Being held in his arms, Shan Ningxuang felt as if the very air was sweet. Initially, she thought their impulsive marriage would be mundane, merely a life of routine, devoid of passion. Yet he made her relive the tender moments of youth. That kind of vague infatuation was truly beautiful. On this ordinary night, she genuinely wished to tell him that were it not for the clouds obscuring the sun, she would allow him to become a true man. Is this the reason you rushed home? The man's gentle gaze lingered on her glistening lips, yet he hesitated to kiss her. Have you eaten dinner? Shall I cook some noodles? Despite feeling quite hungry, he said, you go shower. You seem busier than I am. Can you spare a little time for your husband in the future? Apparently, his displeasure stemmed from her hanging up the phone on him. She smiled lightly. I accompany you every night, holding you. Isn't that enough? Not enough. I want to be together 24 hours a day. Rising on her toes, she took the initiative to kiss his chiseled jawline. Aren't you working anymore? We still need to plan for buying a house. Stepping out of his embrace, she took his hand and walked towards the kitchen. You know, my best friend is pregnant. That's wonderful news. Shan Ningxuang took out the noodles while cracking an egg, and the man washed the vegetables. Together, they moved in perfect harmony, creating a warm scene. She had refrained from telling Young Su because she wanted to dedicate more time to work. When I get pregnant in the future, will you force me to stay home to rest? Stopping to wash the vegetables, he honestly admitted he had such thoughts. If Shan Ningxuang truly became pregnant, he would undoubtedly reveal his identity, letting her know she had married a billionaire CEO, and she wouldn't need to toil for mere pennies. Unaware of his unusual demeanor, Shan Ningxuang continued, Xiaoman has it tough. Both her previous pregnancies resulted in daughters, and her mother-in-law insists on a grandson. But a woman seeking independence in marriage must also be economically independent. Relying on a man for everything can become tiresome over time. In marriage, where is the preservative for love? What exists is mutual understanding and trust, as both work together to turn their lives into poetry. Ningxuang, I only need you to bear one child, regardless of whether it's a boy or a girl. It's all the same. Really? Of course. Although he had never experienced marriage, he understood the difficulties of pregnancy for women. Will you force me to stay at home? If you marry a wealthy husband who provides everything, will you choose an easier job? The man countered with a question, cautiously probing. The more he interacted with her, the more anxious he felt. His previous decisiveness turned into hesitation around her. Shan Ningxuang scrambled the eggs, relishing the unique aroma they imparted. Perhaps I might, but I still prefer to work hard. Even if my husband is wealthy, that wealth belongs to him. The man's gaze darkened. Her independence surprised him. He wished she were like other women, seeing him as a pillar of support. What is not needed? What is the point of marrying him? Fool, what is mine is yours. Xingqian, the vegetables are washed. They're still sitting in water. Does our home have a mine? Such waste. Isn't it? Our home has a gold mine. Jiu Xingqian frowned. Who told him he married a thrifty wife? Everything had to be done with an eye on savings. The noodles are nearly done. Hand me the vegetables. Let us eat together. She had not dined either, hastily rushing home, fearing that the man would arrive first and, upon not finding her, would have to fetch her from the shop. A rather unremarkable bowl of egg noodles was devoured with great relish by Gu Xingqian. Xingqian,